If you're running a Shopify store, this might be one of the most important videos you will ever watch. In the next 12 hours, I'm going to show you exactly how to master Google Ads for e-commerce. Google processes approximately 99,000 search queries every second. That's about 8.5 billion searches every day. And vast majority of these are people shopping for products exactly like yours. With Google Ads, you can showcase your products right at the top of search results. For the past 6 years, I've generated millions of dollars for my clients' Shopify stores, and I've managed more than $5 million in ad spend just on Google Ads. During the case studies, I will show you how I turned $8,000 into $50,000, or how we spent $85,000 and generated more than $300,000 in revenue, or how we spent $27,000 and got more than $138,000 in 1 month. And here are some more results just from this month alone. You might have tried advertising on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook before, but let's face it, it can be a hit or miss, and the ad account suspensions are way too common. With Google Ads, once you get approved, it's very hard to get blocked. And that's the stability you can count on. On top of that, Google Ads results are way more sustainable, and the performance doesn't fluctuate that much compared to Facebook or TikTok ads. Throughout this course, I'm sharing multiple optimization tactics and scaling strategies that can boost and grow your e-commerce business to new heights. But this video is not just about Google Ads strategies only. In this course, you are getting access to resources valued at over $8,000 completely for free. These include tools, templates, Shopify theme, guides, and optimization checklists that you will not find anywhere else. And this course isn't about upsells or hidden fees, it's simply about providing you with everything you need to succeed in the comprehensive landscape of e-commerce advertising. For the past 6 years, I've been the go-to guy behind the scenes working for the biggest Google Ads agencies and other Google Ads YouTubers. And I have to tell you one thing, most of these Google Ads agencies or Google Ads gurus are actually outsourcing the work to freelancers or media buyers like me. After spending more than $5 million on Google Ads, I've seen what works, and most importantly, I've seen what doesn't. I promise I will not gatekeep anything. So the course is specifically designed for e-commerce businesses. We will be working on the Shopify platform, but the knowledge can be widely applied to the other platforms as well. I will show you how to properly optimize your product pages, and you'll be sure when people are visiting your website, the website is actually made to convert. Next, I will show you how to properly create Merchant Center, how to avoid misrepresentation suspensions, or how to get your account unblocked if you already got suspended. I will show you how to change your target country if you currently live in Europe or in Africa or Asia, but you would like to target United States with your shopping ads. I will show you how to do it and how to get accepted. We will move to Google Ads tracking. I will show you how to implement micro-conversions trackings for up to cars and begin checkouts, and also how to properly track purchases with enhanced conversion tracking. I will also show you how to create remarketing audiences for your campaigns. You can use these audiences to target them with your display remarketing campaigns or with your search campaigns or standard shopping campaigns. You can also use these audiences to enhance the data and signals for your performance max campaigns. I will show you how to properly optimize product feed. 80% of your shopping success relies on properly optimized product feed, and without your product feed being optimized and structured in a good way, your shopping campaigns will probably struggle if you don't do it. So we will have a separate module solely about it. I will also walk you through product reviews implementation and integration with Google Shopping. I will show you how to do it with Looks Reviews and Judge Me, so 2 different apps that you can install in your Shopify dashboard. We will also create and connect Google Analytics 4 with your Shopify store. You will be able to track users' behavior on your website. I will show you how to create other remarketing audiences specifically on users' behavior, and I will walk you through the Google Analytics 4 dashboard as well. We will calculate your business KPIs, so your actual profit for your entire business, and also for each of the products. With that, you will be able to segment your campaigns and products in a certain way, and you'll be able to bid more for products with higher margin and also bid less for products with lower margin. We will then move to Google Ads account structures for low, mid, and high budget accounts. I will cover most of the campaigns in Google Ads, such as search campaigns, standard shopping campaigns, performance max campaigns, YouTube Shorts campaigns, and also display ads. I will show you how to create each one of them, and I will show you how to properly optimize them so you can scale these campaigns and make more money from Google Ads. Throughout this course, I'm sharing multiple different resources that will be completely free for you. All you have to do is just join my Facebook group and you will be able to download the resources from there. Link to my Facebook group is in the description. Of course, you don't have to do it. You can just watch the course because everything will be shared in this course. But these resources will be updated with time. When Google changes something, I will be able to update these resources and you will be able to see these changes real time. So everything will be actually up to date for you. One of the main resources I will be sharing is this Miro board with the initial strategy board when I'm discussing different campaign types and initial strategies that you can create for your Google Ads account. But we can also take a look at the optimization board, which is even larger than the initial strategy board, and the optimization for these campaigns is explained here. You can also take a look at the additional campaigns ideas. It will be all discussed throughout the course. And Miro board is very advanced, so you can also take a look at these other boards where you will be able to see different search campaigns combinations that you can create in Google Ads. I will also explain the keywords priority with search campaigns versus the PMAX campaigns. You will be also able to see the target ROAS adjustments or target CPA adjustments depending on the bidding strategy you choose in your campaign. So it's all here. And you will be able to access this entire Miro board from my Facebook group. The other thing that I will be sharing is the Google Ads optimization checklist. All of it will be completely free for you, and you will be able to properly optimize your Google Ads campaigns and actually do it with the proper frequency, because certain action can be only changed one time and certain things can be optimized multiple times per week or per month. And everything is explained here in this optimization checklist. You can use it in combination with my Miro board. I will also share this KPIs calculator with you, so you will be able to calculate your business level profit and also product level profit. I will also show you how to prepare your website before you submit your products to the initial review in Google Merchant Center. We will cover every single step from this checklist in order for you to be accepted at the first try. So you probably won't have to deal with any suspensions and you can start advertising right away. But if you get suspended with misrepresentation, that's the most common suspension in Google Merchant Center, you will be just able to follow this checklist and unlock your account. I will also share this country switch guide, so how to change your target country in Google Merchant Center from targeting your native country to the United States if you would like to sell there. And I will explain the Performance Max campaign. You will be able to use this very long document that covers every single part of PMAX campaigns, and with that you will be able to optimize your campaigns properly. You will be able to create the campaign with two different main strategies, and you will be able to actually understand how this campaign works. One more thing that I will be also sharing with you is my modified Dawn theme. So this is the custom theme built on top of the Dawn theme, and it's super cool. It's made for you to prepare a very beautiful website that will be looking like a real brand, not as a random store that is not really trustworthy. And you can actually use this modified Dawn theme that has different custom sections coded, and you can create beautiful websites that will be completely branded. The sections that I am sharing with you, these different sections that are custom coded, and actually taken from the most successful e-commerce brands, and you will be able to use these different sections either on the homepage, or you can also use them at the product pages for your one or multiple products that you would be selling on your store. So everything will be shared with you, and the link to this information and the link to these resources is in the description below. How to get support. First of all, if you have any questions, please note them down and watch the entire course. Question that you will have will be probably answered throughout the video, so just make sure to note down your question, and then if you finish watching the video and the question wasn't really answered, then you can either post it in the comments below this video or in my Facebook group, and I will be able to respond to it. You can check the Miro board FAQ section. With time, once we have more questions, I will be moving them from my Facebook group and from the comments below this video to the Miro board, so it will be much easier for you to get certain answers. And you can join my free Facebook group where I will be holding live calls, sharing different case studies, tips, and additional resources will be there. You can also subscribe to my YouTube channel for future videos with updates for this course. Now, little about me. My name is Kamil and I have more than 6 years of experience in Google Ads. I've been managing Google Ads for my own e-com stores, for my dad's e-com store as well, and for multiple clients, my personal clients, and for clients of different agencies that I've worked with for the past 6 years. So I'm currently managing about $500,000 per month in ad spend across my own clients and also different agencies. I'm currently developing SaaS for marketing agencies, but it will not be covered in this course. I'm also trying to finish my master's degree in business and marketing, but I think I will drop out later this year because the video you're about to watch, my course, is more valuable than 5 years of university. So trust me, just take notes during this entire course and it will probably save you a lot of money that you would otherwise spend on attending different college classes or university classes that are not really worth it in 2024 and beyond. Now, let's cover basics of Google Ads. The course is designed in this way that at the beginning, we will be covering completely beginner-friendly things, and then the knowledge with time will progress to more advanced things when it comes to Google Ads. So optimization, tracking implementation, scaling strategies, everything will be covered. So let's start with the campaign types that you can create in Google Ads. In Google Ads, you can create shopping ads, so the product listings that are appearing in your Google search results. You can also create search ads that can be divided into standard and dynamic search ads. I will cover both of them in the search ads module. We can also create display ads, so different banners and videos that are appearing on different websites, either at the top or to the left-hand side or right-hand side. We can also create demand gen that were previously called discovery ads, and this is the only campaign type I will not cover in this course because it's very top of the funnel campaign that is bringing attention to your products and it's not really converting that much. I will probably record a separate video about it because this campaign is quite new in Google Ads and Google is changing a lot of features, so it doesn't make sense to record a video about it now because probably in a month from now it will be completely different and different strategies will be applied to this campaign. But I will cover YouTube ads and specifically YouTube Shorts ads. And maybe some of you are spending thousands of dollars on Meta ads or TikTok ads or just doing TikTok organic, and you can take these winning creatives, these winning videos, and use them with YouTube Shorts. So it will be additional source of revenue for your e-com brand. These campaigns can be attached to different stages of the funnel. So this is the simple sales funnel, and some of these campaigns are bringing awareness to your products and to your brand, and some of them are more about bottom of the funnel. So for example, branded search ads or branded standard shopping are actually bringing you conversions. And I would say display ads are actually more about attention unless you create display remarketing campaigns. Demand gen can be also divided into prospecting, so looking for new clients, or for remarketing, so taking action and actually purchasing from your website. And YouTube Shorts, again, you can create YouTube Shorts remarketing or YouTube Shorts prospecting, so looking for new clients for your brand. And Google is combining all of these campaign types into the Performance Max campaign. So this is the campaign Google introduced in 2021 that covers most of these networks and different campaigns into one Performance Max campaign, and we will be also covering this campaign type. These days I'm using Performance Max with most of my clients. We are using them for scaling because it utilizes your daily budget pretty quickly, and the algorithm that Google introduced with this campaign is really good. The optimization is not that difficult with this campaign, but it can really help you scale, acquire new customers, and dominate in Google in your specific niche. On this slide, I'm presenting a simple screenshot from Google search results. You can see shopping ads here at the top for the query wooden desk. And here at the bottom, you can see sponsored links. So these are search ads. and you can add different extensions to your search ads, such as reviews. Also, the same thing applies to the shopping listings. You can add reviews there, and we will do that in this course. You can add different extensions, so site links or collab extensions. You can also add logo and business name to your search campaigns, and you can add different attributes to your product feed as well. So for example, your returns policy, or let's say the shipping times, will be also sometimes displayed here. On this slide, I'm presenting other campaign types, so YouTube campaigns, display campaigns. You can also see Gmail ads and discovery ads, and here YouTube ads that are also between different videos. These ads can be also applied with demand gen. So demand gen is actually utilizing YouTube as the placement for different images and banners, but for e-commerce businesses, the most important ones for 95% of clients that I'm working with, shopping ads and also search ads are responsible for about 90% of revenue. So you should be really focusing on your shopping ads and product feed optimization, and also structuring your search campaigns, because probably these two campaigns will be driving the most amount of revenue for your brand, at least at the beginning. Now I want to explain Google Ads auction. Every single time a user types query in Google and presses enter, the auction takes place, and Google has to determine the position for each advertiser. Different advertisers will be competing for the same keywords, and Google has to decide which advertiser will be displayed at the first position, which advertiser will be displayed at the second position, and so on and so forth. And the position of each advertiser is determined based on the ad rank, and the ad rank consists of max bid, so how much each advertiser is willing to pay per one click. And remember, in Google, in most of the campaigns, you pay per click. In Google, with most campaigns, as I said, you pay per one click, and this is determined by your max bid, so how much you want to pay per each click. And the quality score is also taken under consideration with each auction, and then the search query context. So if user is typing the same search query for the fourth time the same day, it means Google has to really display different search results for this user, because he's obviously interested in certain products that he's looking for. And also Google takes format impact under consideration when determining the ad rank. And again, every single time I press enter or search for this certain keyword, new auction takes place and new advertisers are changing the position in terms of the auction. So either shopping ads, and we can see this advertiser is now at the first place. But if I probably search for this specific keyword multiple times, other advertisers will be taking the first position, and the same applies for the search network. So sometimes different advertisers will be displayed at the first position, and sometimes Google will be mixing these results and completely different advertisers will be displayed here. In general, the ad rank, it's very advanced algorithm, and Google is utilizing different things that they are not even sharing with us. These are the things we can find in Google documentation, but there are probably different factors that Google is also looking at when determining the advertiser's position, and Google is not even sharing this information with us. Max bid, again, is very simple, and this is the amount of money you want to pay per click. Now let's discuss quality score. The quality score is actually much more advanced. The quality score consists out of the click-through rate and expected click-through rate of your past and future ads, and then the relevance of ad text and user search term. Keep in mind that Google always wants to be as much relevant to the search query as possible, and they really emphasize that. So you have to make sure your ad copy really matches the keywords you are targeting, and in result, the ad copy will be in line with the user's search term. Landing page quality, so speed and SEO, you can control that with using optimized Shopify themes. You can also control the landing page relevance to the actual search term. So these are the landing pages you are targeting. So if you are targeting wooden desk keywords in your campaigns, but your final URL is actually about mobile phones, this is bringing your ad relevance down because the ad is completely about something else than the user is looking for. So in Google's eyes, it will be completely decreasing your quality score because the landing page is not relevant to the ad, and you always have to keep it as relevant as possible. And the historical Google Ads account performance, Google also looks at that, and based on your past performance, they will be determining the quality score of your ad and and keywords. Now, the search query context, this is really simple. So as I said, some users might be looking for the things multiple times during the same day or during the week. So Google knows these people are more likely to purchase, and based on that, your ad rank will be changing and the position of different ads and advertisers will be different for users that are typing the same thing multiple times throughout the day because they are probably about to purchase. And also format impact. So format impact are additional extensions and assets that you can add to your campaigns, either search campaigns or shopping campaigns with your product feed. And these can be images, phone number, site links, call out, promotions, and many more that we will discuss in this course. And on this last slide, I'm just presenting you the auction one more time. And Google actually created this ad rank to prevent the monopoly of the biggest e-commerce brands or biggest e-commerce stores in your niche or in the entire country. So imagine that Amazon is spending thousands of dollars each day, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars each day. Otherwise, without ad rank, we wouldn't be able to compete with them because they can spend $10 per one click, they can spend $100 per one click because they don't care. Imagine this guy, instead of Bob, he's called Jeff, and Jeff has so much money that he can waste a lot of it on advertising and make profit on the backends with upsells or with other products that he's selling. Without ad rank, he would be spending thousands of dollars per each click because he don't care. He has a lot of money and he can waste it on acquiring the clicks. But if his quality score and format impact is low, he won't be even displayed in the auction, which is good because then Google gives the possibility to get a click for us, for these smaller advertisers or for just brands that cannot really compete with Amazon, and most of brands cannot do that. So Google really measures the quality score and format impact of your ads, and even though you can spend $4, $5, $10 per each click, but these other things of your ad rank are neglected and not really optimized, then you are not even shown in the search results. And this is why people like Tom or Jane can actually compete with Amazon in Google, because they can spend much less on clicks, but if they optimize their ads, landing pages, product feed, and the quality score will be high or medium, they can still enter the auction and they can still be displayed at the first position or even at the first position, even though they bid half the amount than the Jeff or other big brands are bidding, right? So it's still possible to win and to get this click and to be displayed at the first position if you optimize your campaigns, your landing pages, your ad text, ad copy, targeting, and also product feed. We will discuss all of it in the upcoming modules, so just keep watching. In this module, we will discuss website optimization. If you would like to succeed with e-commerce and with Google Ads in 2024 and beyond, you need to focus on building a real brand. On this slide, I'm presenting website optimization basics. You need to add engaging descriptions focusing on benefits of the product. Text with paragraphs has to be there, and each paragraph should be splitted by GIFs or photos. For some niches, it's worth adding before and after images. Simple trust badges should be added on your landing pages, on the product pages, as well as the payment icons. You can also gather product reviews from your customers. Use apps such as Loox or Judge Me, and whenever people are purchasing your products, you can then gather reviews from them. You can add video testimonials, ask your customers to record a vertical video, and then you will be able to post it on your product page, so that other potential buyers can relate to the experience of your previous customers. Add multiple product photos. It's best to add product photos on the white background, but also the images where people are using your product. This is highly advised and it will boost your conversion rate. You should be also adding detailed product specification if certain products needed. If they have different features, you should be adding and listing them on the product page so that people know what are exactly the specifications of that product. I will now show you two examples of websites that have very bad design and two examples of different brands that have the product pages amazingly optimized. Let's start with the average websites. This is the average design of a product page that is completely not converting. You can see a product title, also the price, then we have only two product images and then some very short description, no reviews. At least we have some trust badges at the bottom. The product features, there is no image in here, no GIF. People can be scrolling this description and it's so boring, so empty. And I'm certain that this product page is not converting well, if it's converting at all. We can also see some kind of an error with the product asset and snippets. And let's take a look at another example. This is a website that is selling some kind of a grooming kit. The description is very short. At least the images are quite nice, but there are no images with people using the product. And there is no before and after photos that could be very useful in this specific case for this product. Also at the bottom, there are no reviews. We can also see very short sentence when it comes to the our service. This is really bad product page. Now let's take a look at the product pages for two specific brands. You can see how well designed it is. At the top, we have a product title, reviews, short claim or a statement about this product. Then we have a short description, but then the next tab talks about the benefits. We can choose the color. There are also key features and what's included in this package. We can also take a look at the video of a person using the product. We can see the product on the white background. And then if we scroll down, we have a video. Below it, we have icons with different bullet points. We can see different attachments included in the package, another video, and images with people using the product. We can see that the product offers also a mobile app. Of course, this is not required. Then we have another banner, another video. I guess this is the unboxing video, and some expandable Q&A tabs. And at the bottom, people can read the reviews. One more example, this is the IPL hair removal product. We can see that they offer different bundles and also some expandable description here. We can see multi-column images with a person using the product. Below it, they are displaying the bullet points and benefits of this product. We can see before and after images. We can see some kind of a quiz, and then we have a Q&A section. And of course, at the bottom, they have reviews. These two websites know how to sell a product. They have a beautiful landing pages. The product pages are phenomenal, and they have different sections that boost the conversion rate. To achieve success with e-commerce, you need to shadow top e-commerce brands. You can check the Shopify store's database. You can filter by traffic, and then you will be able to see the top e-commerce brands selling on Shopify. And this is the database. The website URL is myip.ms. You can choose Shopify from the list as an IP owner and then search for all of the websites that are built on Shopify. You can take a look at them. They are now filtered by the world-side popular rating, and you can open each of them here. Let's take a look at the Gymshark. This one is of course built on Shopify, and you can take a look how they design the product pages and the collection pages. You can type different keywords, and if the website name has it in the URL, then you will be able to visit the websites that sell the products that are related to your keyword. And based on that, you can take a look at the store designs and implement it on your website as well. I found 3 more websites that are built on Shopify that have an amazing product pages, and I will just show you how they look. This one is quite unique. It's built on Shopify, but this product page doesn't look like an average product page. It's quite unique. It reminds me of a Apple product page and the Apple website. This one is really good. Let's take a look at the last example. This one has different sections, even the comparison table. And then at the bottom, they have video testimonials. And I really think that this boosts the conversion rate tremendously. You can also take a look at the reviews and then some frequently asked questions. You might be asking yourself, how am I supposed to build such a beautiful landing page? And there are 2 different solutions. Website builders are basically apps that you can install in Shopify, and most of them are paid, but thanks to them, you can design the product page and also the homepage however you like. You can basically move and design every single section to your own vision, and they give you the possibility to drag and drop different sections, to move different images and different paragraphs of the text however you like. And there is also another option, which is a Shopify theme. Shopify offers a lot of free themes, and there are also a lot of paid themes. Both of these solutions have different pros and cons. The first one, the website builders, they offer advanced customization possibilities, but it comes with a monthly cost. You have to pay for the app. And sometimes the cost of these apps is really high in comparison to the other solution, which is a Shopify theme. But Shopify theme has usually limited customization possibilities. You cannot drag and drop different sections that easily because most of the Shopify themes simply don't offer such a flexibility. At the same time, most of the Shopify themes are free or they require one-time payment. Here are the most popular website builders and here are also the prices for them. At the time of recording this video, Pagefly, it costs $24 per month for 5 pages. So if you have 50 products, you would need to pay much more than that in order to design every single page separately for them. The second one costs $99 per month for 50 pages. So this one actually offers better value than the first one. There is also an app which is called Replo. This is also a website builder and it costs $99 per month for 10 pages only. And then we have Gem Pages. It costs $29 per month for 20 sections. Don't forget that you also have to pay for Shopify subscription. You need to pay for different other apps that you install in your Shopify. Plus, you need to pay payment fees. Different payment processors are charging you percentage of every single sale, which can be also very pricey for some e-commerce stores. Then we have paid Shopify themes. And if you want to have more flexibility when it comes to the website design, Shopify themes usually cost between $49 and $500. And you can also pay developers to develop custom Shopify theme specifically for you. If you have your own website design, you can pay developers to code the website for you, and it usually costs thousands of dollars because they specifically have to code every single section for your needs. What if there was a solution, basically the middle ground between the monthly payments of website builders and also the limitations when it comes to the customization for Shopify themes? And I was thinking how I can solve it for myself because I don't want to pay monthly for different website builders that are also usually very slow and the website doesn't load fast. It's not very responsive. And some of them have different troubles and glitches that the customers might encounter on my website. But at the same time, I don't want to use limited Shopify theme that doesn't allow me to design every section however I like. And I decided to go with the third option because I would like to design beautiful websites for my own e-commerce brands and also for my clients. I paid thousands of dollars to my developers and they custom coded a theme for me. I spent $3,256 to get my own modified theme developed. And basically this one is built on top of the Dawn theme, which is a free Shopify theme. And by default, the Dawn theme is ugly. It's so bad, but the core of the theme is well optimized. So we decided to build on top of it. And we've developed different sections so that I can build my own brands and my clients can use it to build their own Shopify websites. This theme has so many different possibilities. It was basically a middle ground between paying hundreds of dollars per year or even thousands of dollars for website builders and also not having the customization possibilities that comes with default Shopify themes. So I asked my developers to create each section with as many different customization possibilities. So for my websites, I can basically move the text on the banners in vertical or horizontal position. I can enable or disable different subsections. I can add sales timers, I can add reviews, or I can delete some of the buttons on my website. I can change the font weight, I can change the font style, I can add the before and after images, I can move the images to the left or to the right, I can change the height of the images. But I was thinking how much I should charge for this theme because I've spent $3,256. I have my spreadsheet with all the expenses and it exactly costed me that much. And I was thinking if I should charge $299 for it or if I should charge $99, which I think it's not that much if we take a look at the initial spend on the developers. But because I want to create one of the best courses on YouTube, especially for Google Ads, I decided to give this theme away for free and you can access it from my Facebook group. Link to my Facebook group is in the description. It's completely free and you will be able to build beautiful websites, beautiful brands while using my custom theme. Let's take a quick look at the theme itself. You have so many different possibilities to customize every single section that was added. You can enable or disable different parts of each section. Let's say I don't want to display the reviews, so I can simply disable the rating. Or let's say I don't want to have two buttons, so I can simply delete it. I can simply change the text and font style. I can add different icons. I can add different multi-columns. I can add the sliding bar, or I can also add different video testimonials. I can add the comparison table. You can change the color of every single subsection and every single field. You can change the background color. And this is only the home page. Let's move to the product page. If you click products, you will have the Exidios template developed here. And if you want to build on it, it's completely fine. But you can also create multiple different templates for each of different products. Let's say I want to copy this one, so just click create template and then name it accordingly to your product and then choose the Exidios template. The new template will be based on the Exidios template, which already has the different sections coded. And then if you click create template, you will be able to customize this new template for your own needs and specifically for the products that you would like to sell. And then simply in the product section, you can specify each of the templates. Here on the theme template, we will be able to choose the template from the list, which means this product page will be replaced with the template you will be able to create. Now let's take a look at the product page, which is really advanced and gives you a lot of different customization possibilities. I think I added most of the features on this example template so that you can see what this theme can do for you. And if you don't like certain sections, just simply disable it. You can have different bundles. You can add the sales timer. You can add the size guide, but I think it's now disabled. You can move the images slightly to the left or slightly to the right. I added different unique sections like this one that gives you the possibility to describe the item features. We have this sliding bar. We have this specific section that can be recreated in 3 different ways. You can basically move this image to the left or to the right, and the icons and the text will be accordingly adjusted. So one section gives you at least 3 possibilities to change the website design. Let's take a look at this example. I can move the media position to the left, everything now changes, or I can move it to the right, and then we have this design, or I can move it to the center. I can basically change the gap between the icons and the main media. You have so many possibilities to customize this theme and this product page. I've spent more than 3 months with my developers to get everything coded for you and to fix every single bug that we found. You are able to change the colors of every single section and every single subsection on the website. You have this separate section for reviews. And I will now quickly show you the websites that I created using my modified Dawn theme. As a test, I copied the 3 websites that I showed you before, and I think this one is actually looking better than the original one. Let's scroll down. We have all these sections that the original website, but we also have this unique section where you can display the item features or actually benefits. It's super cool and also mobile friendly. We have different images as well, and then the comparison table between different models of a product. I've also developed this one, and it's basically a product page again that was completely made with the sections of my free theme. And then if you scroll down, you can see the icons and different sections, product specification, and also the section with awards and stuff like that. It's all here. And let's take a look at the last example. On this example, I'm using the bundles that you can also add on your website, and we have these sections and also the attachments that come with this kit, and also the comparison table. We have the testimonial section. We can also watch the full video here. If you add it on your website, people will be able to watch the video as well. And we have the gifts here, and then testimonials when it comes to the videos. It's all been developed with the sections that are on my modified theme, and you can access the theme from my Facebook group. Now I will discuss cart and checkout optimization. The product page is step 1 of your sales funnel, but people can also go to cart and then to the checkout. You can optimize your cart by adding the free shipping threshold, the progress bar, so if they add more products to cart, they will be able to get a free shipping. On the checkout page, you can also add banners with reviews. Let's say not only the logo will be added there, but you can also add banners with different guarantees or benefits of your product. You can also create discount codes that will be auto-applied at the checkout. If you really want to boost a conversion rate, you can create even small discount code like $4, and then it will be auto-applied at the checkout. You can name it as you want. You can add some silly name, and then people will be surprised that they're even getting a discount at the checkout, so they are more likely to purchase. Make sure to include the benefits in the shipping name. This is huge and a lot of people don't do it. By default, your shipping name is set to standard, but you can name it standard and then with brackets 3 to 5 days secured shipping with money back guarantee. And this name really emphasizes that people can trust your store, and they also know how fast they will receive a product, and in general it will increase your conversion rate. I wanted to show you something cool that I've developed on my theme. I was thinking, how can I increase the average order value on my store? And I came up with a few ideas. The first one is, of course, the free shipping progress bar. You can add the threshold and you can define how much people have to spend in order to be eligible for a free shipping. You can customize it in the theme settings, and then we can add different upsells from the list. I just chose different random products, but people will be able to add products that they may like to the cart in order to increase your average order value. And then we have something very cool, which is full shipping protection. You can customize this specific section however you like. It can be a melting protection, or it can be a refund guarantee. You can name it as you want. You can change the image here. You can actually add something valuable like plant a tree or stuff like that, and you can really make an impact with this specific feature. And then we have the satisfaction guarantee. You can change the text on this theme. You can change the icon. If your store is completed, below it you will be also able to display the payment icons. I don't have it right now because this is the example website, so I don't have the payments set up on my website. On this slide, I wanted to discuss competitive niches in Google Ads. From my experience, these are the top 3: skincare, apparel, and also jewelry. They require multi-channel marketing strategy, not only Google, but you also have to create an awareness and advertise with Facebook and Instagram. You can post organic TikTok videos or spend money on TikTok ads. And you also have to have different email marketing and newsletters funnels set up in order to succeed with these 3 niches, because the cost per click in skincare and jewelry can be very high. Sometimes I can see that my clients, they have to pay between $3 to even $5 for 1 click because it's very competitive. There are a lot of advertisers using the same campaigns, and this is just increasing the cost of each click. I'm not saying that it's not possible to be profitable with them. I have a few clients that are advertising in these 2 niches, so skincare and jewelry, and they are making profitable sales. But it just requires a lot of efforts outside of the Google Ads. And in order to be profitable, you need to have not only a beautiful website, but also marketing strategy that includes other platforms. And apparel niche, it's not that expensive when it comes to the cost per click, but it's very subjective. And one person might like this piece of clothing and the other person just doesn't like it. It's not in their style, so they will not purchase. Both of these people click the ad, you pay for the ad because in Google you pay per click, but one person just likes the product and the other one doesn't. And it's very hard to achieve high ROAS when it comes to apparel niche in Google Ads because of the subjectiveness of the products. If you are selling a mobile phone, you can clearly distinguish the features between different models. One mobile phone has better camera and the other one has more memory storage, and people can clearly see the features of certain products, but not in the apparel niche. It's completely subjective and it's just difficult to make it profitable, but it's still possible with the right strategies in place. On this slide, I wanted to discuss the perceived value. I'm presenting you 2 different examples. Both products are priced at $600, but this one is just a wooden desk and the perceived value is quite low. But this one is the wooden desk. It helps you connect with nature, it helps you express your personality, and it makes your working space more ergonomic. And because of that, people will be always perceiving this product as a better solution for their problems or as a better purchasing choice, because it's just describing the things that they would be getting rid of or that they would be gaining after purchasing this product. And if you don't include certain benefits in your product description or on the images, then people would be not purchasing. If you have a blank product page or very bad descriptions and not engaging images, people will be most likely bouncing back to the search results and just looking for a better solution, while at the same time the price point is the same. And this is why it's really important to list all the things that are making your products better, and also sometimes to justify the price. Let's say in this example, we have wooden desks, and this one costs less than $200, and probably it's because the countertop is made out of plywood, and this one costs more than $1,200, and it's because probably the countertop is made out of the solid wood. But you have to make sure to emphasize it on the product page, maybe even in the product title, so that people, they can clearly see why your product price is actually much higher than the product of your competitors and why they should purchase from you. Additionally, you can install Microsoft Clarity or Hotjar. Both do the same thing, but Microsoft Clarity is free and Hotjar is a paid solution. I'm just always using Microsoft Clarity because it's free and it basically does the same things as Hotjar. These two softwares, they allow you to record the session of a user. You can see how users interact with your website, what elements on your website they are clicking. These tools also generate a heat map, the clicks distribution of different elements on your website. With these tools, you will be able to analyze the behavior of different users on your website. You'll be able to see what is the point of bouncing back to the search results. So at one point, when people are scrolling your website, most of them are exiting at a certain section. You will be able to redesign this section, maybe add different GIFs, maybe add a video there, so that people will be more engaged and more convinced to scroll more on your website to just reach the end of the description. And I did it for some of my clients. We were analyzing the Microsoft Clarity data. We saw that on one section, a lot of people are just completely exiting. On this section, we had a static image, but we changed the static image to GIF, which vastly improved the scroll rate, and people will basically scrolling to the 3 other sections below it after we changed the image to GIF on one of the upper sections of the product description. So it's very beneficial to use Microsoft Clarity or Hotjar and analyze the user's behavior on your website. That's all in this module. I hope you found it insightful, and I really hope that you will like the free modified DOM theme that I'm giving away for free. In the next module, we will create Merchant Center account. In this module, we will make some changes to your website and then create Merchant Center account, where we will be pushing our products to Google Ads in order to create Google Shopping Ads campaigns later in the upcoming modules. What is a Merchant Center? Merchant Center is a Google-owned platform that is aggregating all of your product information that is being pushed from Shopify, such as product titles, descriptions, images, pricing, maybe product category, and stuff like that. Then this information is being processed by Google and then pushed to Google Ads, where you can create shopping campaigns and at the end possibly make some money from Google Ads. But Merchant Center is also a gatekeeper that is preventing all these scammers from around the world entering the Google Ads platform. A few years ago, one of the Google employees was actually scammed by clicking the ad on Google Shopping Network and then landing on some e-commerce store where he purchased a product that he never received. And since then, Google is very strict about the advertisers that are using Shopping Network, and they are scanning your website, your product images, descriptions, titles, reviews, and then they are assessing if your e-commerce store is a legitimate business or if potentially you should be suspended and not be able to run ads in their platform. This is why before you create a Merchant Center account, we have to make sure that, first of all, your website is 100% completed, so people can check out, they can purchase, and they can pay for the products. You have to test the payment gateway yourself, just make a test order and see if people can actually finish the purchase. Additionally, all the policies that regular e-commerce store should be having, they have to be added to the footer section, and you should be having the terms of service policy, privacy policy, shipping policy, and refund and returns policy added to the footer of the website. You also have to add One more page that is very crucial. This page is called Contact Us page, and you have to add it not only to the footer, but also to the header of the website. On the Contact Us page, you should be listing your email address that customers can use to contact your store and the store support. If possible, you should be also adding a phone number and a business address. Do not use a virtual address. Do not purchase any co-working spaces or some PO boxes that you will be then adding to the Contact Us page. Google can read the address. They can scan the website Contact Us page. They can look up this address in Google Maps and actually see if this is a legitimate existing place or if this is some random generated address that you just purchased or made up yourself. This is why you should be using your real address, either business address or your home address, to get accepted in Merchant Center. And you can also add a contact form. I will show you how to do it. If you don't want to list your own phone number, you can purchase some virtual phone numbers in the internet. There are many providers of such a solution, for example, OpenPhone or any other software that you can use to generate a virtual phone number. And this one you can actually purchase in the internet and you will not be suspended for that. You can even use Skype and then purchase a paid plan where you will be able to generate a phone number and then list it on your website where people can call you. And not only the website will be more trustworthy, but you will get sales in this way because a lot of people are actually placing orders through calls. Trust me, this is very valuable source of getting sales on your e-commerce store. Before we create a Merchant Center account, your policies have to be also added to the checkout section. So these policies and also Contact Us page, they have to be added to the footer of your website, but also to the checkout section. I will show you how to implement it there. And then people will be able to see your policies while checking out on your website. Make sure to write your own product descriptions. Do not copy them from other websites. Or if you are copying them, just change them slightly. You can use ChatGPT and ask the AI to actually recreate the same description with different paragraphs and sentences so that Google cannot detect that the other websites are using the same product description. And keep in mind that Google is keeping all the database of users that got previously suspended. And if they detect similar thing on your website that caused the suspension for other users, your website will be most likely suspended as well. This is why I always advise people to create a real brand, not a scammy dropshipping store. And trust me, in this way, you will be making more sales. Do not copy reviews from Amazon. When some people are preparing a website, they are copying reviews from Amazon or from AliExpress or from any other places like eBay, and they're including the reviews on the product pages. Google can read this information. They can scan the same text, match it with Amazon product page, and then your website will be suspended. So at the beginning, do not copy reviews from Amazon or any other website. If you already did it, just make sure to unpublish them all. And once you get approved, possibly you can add them later when your products are already approved in Merchant Center. If possible, take your own product photos. Not only this can help you with getting your products approved, but this will also in general increase your conversion rate. Your products will stand out in the shopping ads more. And if the product photos you are taking are much better than the suppliers, it will just help you to grow your business. Do not copy images or banners from major retail or copyrighted brands. If you are copying banners from Adidas website and then pasting them without their permission on your website, as I said, Google can scan the image and this can possibly suspend your account, so just avoid it. Get rid of pop-ups. You can add them later once you get approved in Merchant Center. So turn off any newsletter signups or get rid of fake counters. Some people are including the scarcity counters on their website. For example, 100 people are now watching this product page, or Mike from Alabama just purchased a product. Not only this is obviously fake, customers know this is fake, and Google knows this is fake. You will not only be suspended, but then your conversion rate will be super low because people are not stupid and they literally see that this is not true. So there is no advantage in having fake counters on your website unless you split tested that and you clearly see that having a fake counter on your website is increasing your conversion rate. But I highly doubt that. This is why get rid of it before you push your products to Merchant Center account. But that's not all. For the past few months, I've been creating different test websites on my modified Dawn theme that you can access from my Facebook group. And I've been testing different things on the websites and then pushing them to Merchant Center for the initial review. And based on that, some of the websites I was creating, they were getting immediately suspended, and other websites were getting accepted without any issues. And based on that, I've created the entire checklist that we have to go through very quickly in order to get accepted in Merchant Center, most likely without any issues. You'll be able to access this checklist from my Facebook group, link is in the description, and it's well organized. It's divided into two sections. One is about Shopify, so Shopify backend, different settings, and also the website itself. And the second section at the bottom is for Google Merchant Center itself, which is now very straightforward and simple to follow. Let's start from the top. We've discussed about 10 points already. So the website has to be 100% completed. You need to have different policies and contact us page. This has been already discussed. Let's move to point number 12. We need to add homepage SEO, meta title, and description. Every single point I'm discussing here, it has the path to the correct settings, so you can always take a look at this document and then make the changes yourself. I will just quickly go over them as fast as possible because this module will take a lot of time for me and also for you to complete, but it's the most important module because without it, you won't be able to run shopping ads. So you have to dedicate some time in order to get accepted. And with my help and the help of this document that I've created, most likely you will be accepted without any issues. So just follow the video and follow my steps, implement all the things on your website as well. Let's move to Shopify. In order to add the meta title and meta description, click Online Store and Preferences. You will be able to add the homepage title and homepage meta description in this place. I've audited a lot of websites and this is the part that most of them are missing, and Google is exactly scanning this part. So if you don't have the meta title or meta description, this can cause the suspension. So just follow the requirements of the characters and add the meta title and description. Point number 13, make sure the product descriptions are added in Shopify product settings. This is very simple, yet some of you forget about it. Just go to the product settings. Each of the products you want to push to Merchant Center that are set to active, you need to add the description for these products and just remember about it and add it here. Let's move to the next point. Point number 14, turn off promotions or compare at price in Shopify product settings until you get accepted in Merchant Center. Why is that? Because if your website is completely new and you are pushing new products to Merchant Center, why are they already discounted? It's quite suspicious. If this is a new store, it's better to submit your products with a regular price. So just check all the variants of all of your products that you want to push that are active in your Shopify store. You can edit your variants in bulk and then add one more column for compare at price. And the compare at price column should be empty. So only the main regular price will be submitted to Merchant Center. Google will review this price, and once you are approved, you can then make your items at discount. You can add different sales with this compare at price field. Point number 15, set low stock of each SKU in Shopify product settings. For example, between 5 and 99. Don't set the product's availability at 100,000 because it's suspicious. If you are a small business and you are submitting your products for the first time to Merchant Center, don't change the product availability here to like 100,000 or 25,000. It's just too much and it's kind of suspicious that a new website keeps that much stock. So just set it to like 40, 50 and then submit your products. Once you get approved, and if you really have that high stock, you can just edit it later once you get accepted. So just make sure you adjust every single variant and every single product on your website. Add SKU number to each product variant. This is quite simple. Point number 16, each variant of your product, it has to have different SKU number for each variant. Just add it for your products. Point number 17, store currency in Shopify settings, and here's the path to store currency, has to match the primary target country in which you are trying to get accepted. primary target country and the currency have to match the country of your current residence. I will discuss more about this specific topic in the next slides, but in general, make sure that the currency of your website is set to the currency of the country of your current residence. If I'm living in Poland, I have to set my store currency to Polish zloty, even though I would like to sell in the United States later. If you are living in the United States, it's very simple. Your currency of your website have to be set to United States dollar. If I'm living in Poland, the currency of my website has to be set to Polish zloty, which is a currency in Poland. If you are living in Germany, you have to set the store currency to euro, because that's the currency in Germany. It's very simple, yet a lot of people get it wrong and then they get suspended. What if I'm located in Europe or South Africa and I would like to sell in the United States? We will go over the entire country switch process later. For now, we have to get accepted in the initial country, and the initial country is always the country of your current residence. So just keep it in mind. Let's go back to Shopify and let's go to settings and then store details. You will be able to see your store currency here. If this is set to other currency than your native currency in your country, switch it back, because I'm located in Poland, so it's set to Polish zloty. If you are located in the United States, set it to United States dollar. If you are located in Germany, set it to euro. If you are located in other countries, set it accordingly to the currency of your country. If you decide to switch the currency because it was set up incorrectly and you are following the guide, you have to make sure to recreate the shipping methods and shipping fees. Let's say I change it from the Polish zloty to the United States dollars, and then once I save it, I will be able to go to the shipping and delivery and then click the general options. You will be able to see that I have two shipping methods here. Both are free, but maybe some of you will be offering a paid shipping. So you have to click these three dots, edit rate, and you'll be able to see that the store currency here in the shipping rates is still not updated. I switched my store from the Polish zloty to the United States dollar, but the shippings are not updated here, which means I have to recreate them. It's explained here. I've added this part in the step number 17. We have to just delete this shipping method and add it one more time, add rate, and now the currency is United States dollar, or the proper currency in which you should be submitting your products to Mecha Center at the beginning. This is what you have to do once you decide to switch the currency. And obviously, if you are currently running ads in the United States or any other countries with let's say Facebook or Meta ads, and you are not able to switch the currency, then you can just ignore this step and move to the step number 18. And if you are already making sales with your Shopify store, for example, if you are advertising on social media and you are already making sales and you cannot change the store currency because let's say you live in Germany or in Poland, but you are advertising in the United States and already making sales, that's fine. You can just skip this point and move to the point number 18. At least one payment method has to be added to the website. The more, the better. You can check what payment methods you have added here in Shopify settings and then payments. Add at least PayPal, but in general, the more payment methods, the better. Not only it will improve your conversion rate, but also it will not be suspicious for Google that your store has only one payment method. In general, regular brands and e-com stores offer their customers various different payment methods so they can check out however they like. Point number 19. Make sure you meet the returns and refunds policy requirements. You can use the template added below, and we will use the template later. But in general, you have to add the information about the returns window, address for returns, contact number, contact email, how to ship a product, for example by courier, and who pays for the shipping. Maybe you are offering free returns, so you have to mention that, and where and how fast the money will be refunded to the customer once the refund is received. And then we have to add the second section, which is customer complaint about the faulty product, and the similar information has to be added there as well. Now let's expand these sections And this is the template for refund and returns details. We will use it, but as you can see, you have to adjust it to your specific needs and the laws of your country. Make sure everything is set up correctly here. It's very simple. I've specifically highlighted the things that you need to adjust in order to use this template on your website. And below it, we also have the shipping policy template, which you have to adjust as well. And the contact us page. We will discuss all of it right now. Let's start with adding all of these policies that are required to your Shopify store and also to the footer of your website. Let's go back to Shopify. In Shopify, go to settings and then policies. In this place, we can generate different policies that are required. We can generate most of them from templates that are provided from Shopify. This is fine, but we still need to adjust them. Let's click replace with template for my refunds and returns policy and scroll down. This is the part that we will be adjusting right now. Basically, we need to replace this entire section and the rest of it you can leave as it is. It's fine. So let's move back to the document and let's expand this first template. I will now copy this entire section and then I will paste it in my template. It's now added, but you have to adjust it specifically for your store, as I mentioned. So just go over this entire text and change the things that are highlighted here. You will be able to just go back and forth between this entire document and adjust the returns window and also your business name and business address and phone number and also the email to your support and other different things that are highlighted in this template. You can do it yourself, and then once you complete that, let's go back here and just save it, scroll down, and we can now generate privacy policy from the template as well. Just click it. And as you can see, this is done by Shopify. We have to adjust all of different things as well in this policy. So just make sure you go over it, just read it, and then change everything that is needed in order to adjust the privacy policy to your store and your country laws. Let's scroll down and generate terms of service as well. So replace it with the template. And scroll down. You can also change some things there. And at the end, we have to replace different company address and company information. And what I'm always doing, I'm always adding 2 more sections at the end. So I'm just copying this entire paragraph. Let's say section 19, press enter, change the section number to 20. And now we can name it refunds and returns section. And now we can scroll up and just copy the entire section about the refunds. Do not copy the customer complaint. It will be a separate section in the terms of service. Just copy this information from here. Once it's adjusted and basically edited to your specific needs, and then paste it right below the refunds and returns section number 20. And scroll down, we have to add 1 more section, which will be about customer complaint, faulty products. So let's make this section number 21, and this section will be number 22. We can name it customer complaint, faulty products. I can also scroll up and copy this name from here. It doesn't really matter. Just paste it here and now scroll up again and copy the section and or paragraphs about the customer complaint. Again, once they are adjusted to your specific business. That's all for terms of service. Just save it. Now we have 2 more fields that we need to adjust. First one is shipping policy. Let's go back to the document. And in here, we can copy the shipping policy. It's not long, it's very simple. But again, you have to adjust different paragraphs. And if you are not offering free shipping, just add the cost of shipping here. Adjust the shipping timeframes. That's basically all. We can go back to Shopify. And the last part that we need to adjust is contact information. We can also use the template from here. And I've prepared this specific template. And it works on all of my stores and on the stores that I'm unblocking for my clients. And basically, once you pasted this contact information template, Again, for the last time, you need to adjust it. Make sure you add the email address, phone number, and brand names, or basically links to the social media platforms if you have any. If not, just delete it. And then make sure the business address, this is the address in a country of your current residence. If I'm living in Poland, I need to type the Polish address here, also the brand name or the business name. Even though I would like to sell in the United States, I have to add the Polish address, and then we will go over the entire process of switching the country. I will show you how to add another US address on this Contact Us page. And obviously, if you live in the United States, then it's not a problem. Just add your home address or business address. That is obviously in the United States. That's all when it comes to the policies here in the settings. We can save this entire page. And now we can close it. We have to add these policies to the footer and also the Contact Us page. It has to be added to the header of your website. Click Online Store and then Navigation. In here, you can create different menus. Create a menu, name it Help. We will be able to add the menu item, and we will be adding the policies from the settings. So every time you edit the policies in your settings, they will be also updated in your footer. You don't have to copy the policies and then create them as a page. It's not needed. You can just add the navigation to the policies. So just click this second field and then policies. And let's add all of them here. So the first one will be, let's say, contact information. You can name it Contact Us and then click Add. You can also add the privacy policy and so on. You can just do it for all of these policies we created. So shipping policy and also the terms of service, the refunds and returns. So just name it accordingly. Refunds and returns. Add it, save it. And the Contact Us page, as I said, it has to be added to the header of your website. It will be most likely your main menu. So just click it and then edit the contact item. You can edit it from here. Just make sure it's named Contact Us. And then you can choose the policy, which will be contact information. And then apply the changes and save it. Now let's go back to Online Store. If you are using my free modified DOM theme, you can customize it and then scroll down to the footer. Basically, we will be able to edit the quick links. So in here, the quick links will be named Help. And then we can choose our navigation menu, which is this one, select and save it. We have all different required policies added to the footer. And you can also add the business name right in this place. You can add the business name and also the business address. So just do it. And remember, it has to match your Contact Us page. That's all. We can move back to our checklist and just complete these additional things. Point number 20, store details in Shopify settings have to match the company address on the Contact Us page. Just go back to Shopify, go to settings, and then store details, adjust the profile and business information here. And this information has to match your Contact Us page when it comes to the business name, business address, and stuff like that. Let's go back to the checklist. Point number 21, edit the Shopify checkout settings accordingly. This is not that required, but I found out that most of the websites that went through the verification successfully had these exact options in the checkout settings. So basically we need to require first and last name of a customer when it comes to the checkout. Let's go back here. In the settings, click checkout, scroll down, and in here we can require first and last name and also require shipping address, phone number. We can just require it here, shipping address, phone number, change it to required. And that's all. You can save the settings. And I think this is the correct settings for this page, because why don't you require the first name of a customer? It's quite suspicious and weird. And also, how are you planning to send out the shipping notifications if you don't require the phone number? Then locations in Shopify settings should match the company address from the Contact Us page. This is not required, but in general, you can change the location settings in Shopify and you can adjust one of the locations to your business address. So you can just edit this place and make sure you fill out this information and add the business address and business location from the Contact Us page. Domain has to be secured with SSL protocol, basically the SSL certificate, which is a green padlock icon next to website URL. And this is not green on Firefox browser, but on Chrome, it should be green. It basically says that the connection is secured and the information is being securely sent between different websites and servers. And by default, it will be enabled. The SSL protocol will be there if you purchased the domain directly in Shopify. If you did, then no action is required. But if you purchased your domain, for example, on GoDaddy or any other domains provider and you transfer it to Shopify, make sure you also have the SSL certificate installed. You can contact Shopify support and just ask about it if you are confused and don't know how to do it. But by default, if you just purchased the domain in Shopify, it's done. You don't have to do anything else. Store language and checkout language has to be the same. Basically, it's very simple. If you go to languages, you should have the language of your website set here. And also the checkout language, if you scroll down, will be set to English. Usually it's the same, but just make sure it's matching. And if you live in the United States, it has to be obviously set to English. If I'm living in Poland or if you are living in any other country, if you want to sell in the United States, but you live in Europe or Asia or Africa, you can submit your website language as English, and obviously the content of the website has to be in English, and it's completely fine. You don't have to change the language of your website to your native language if you want to sell in the United States. We will go over the entire country switch process later. You have to get accepted in your initial country first. Point number 25, a customer must have the option to purchase as an unregistered user. This is enabled by default, so if you didn't change it, no action is required. This is quite obvious. People have to check out without any registration on your website. Point number 26, make sure there are no placeholder images, so no empty spots for adding images in different sections. And you cannot have the placeholder text, and this is most likely the phrase for every placeholder text across the internet. So lorem ipsum dolor, I don't even know what it is, but this is the placeholder text. And if you are editing your theme file, and for example, if you are using my modified Dawn theme, you will be able to add a new section, and sometimes new sections that you are adding have this different placeholder text. This one doesn't have it, but let's look for the section that potentially has it. This one has it, and make sure this lorem ipsum text is basically changed to the text you want to have on your website. So you cannot have the placeholder images like this one. You need to add your own image to this section, and you cannot have the example text or lorem ipsum text either deleted or adjusted and change it. Point number 27, you can use SEMrush, which is a platform. We'll discuss it in the keywords research module, but you can also use this platform and do the audit of your website. The SEMrush bots will be scanning your website and looking for broken links. And if you have any broken pages, 404 pages, then you need to get rid of them before you submit the products to Merchant Center. But in general, if your store is new, most likely you don't have these 404 pages, so you don't have to complete this step. But if you really want to be safe, you can create a free SEMrush account and just go to the audit tab that is on the left, and then you can scan for broken links on your entire website. That's all when it comes to Shopify checklist. We can finally create our Merchant Center account. We are now moving to the Merchant Center creation, and this is my advice. Just keep everything under one Gmail account. So your Merchant Center, your Google Ads account, your Google Analytics account, your Google Search Console account, they will be all under one Gmail account so that you will not be confused later, and everything will be under one email. If you have multiple websites, just create multiple Gmail accounts and keep everything organized for each website. Before we create Merchant Center account from scratch, we have to check if Google Channel app has created the Merchant Center account already for you. Potentially this app is by default installed in your Shopify backend and you by mistake created the Merchant Center account already. Let's verify that together. If you go to Shopify and then click Sales Channels, you'll be able to maybe see Google and YouTube app this is the official Google app created with Shopify. And in this place, maybe you are already logged in with your email. And if you scroll down, you will be able to see some random digits and your Merchant Center account name. This means you actually do have an account already. And first of all, this app is not ideal because it's very limited. It doesn't allow you to bulk edit different fields in your product feed, and it's also causing some different errors. We will be not using this app to submit our product feed. We will be only using this app to integrate our Shopify backend with Google Analytics 4. This is why, if you have an account already, just click it. You will be moved to the Merchant Center account, but then disconnect it from this app and do not connect it back. It might be displaying different errors later, but just ignore it. Follow the tutorial. We will be using different app to submit our product information, and this app will be solely used for Google Analytics 4 integration only. So never connect it back because this can cause some problems and issues. Just follow the video and make sure the information in your Merchant Center is correct. I will show you how to verify that in the next slides. We will be now creating the account from scratch. All the people that didn't have this app installed or the Merchant Center account wasn't there, this is still fine. We will be creating the account from scratch, but do not use a VPN. Google can detect that, and this can cause the Merchant Center suspension, so just make sure that you turn off any VPNs. And then we will be adding our business information in Merchant Center. It all has to match your Contact Us page. We will be also adding the shipping method in Merchant Center and verifying your phone number so that Google knows that you are a legitimate person. Let's open a new tab and create Merchant Center. Type Merchant Center and click the first link that is not an ad. And in here, click sign up for free in the top right corner. We have to go through very simple setup process and respond to some questions. Do you sell products online? Yes, we do. And what's your store website? We have to copy the homepage of our website. Remember that your website has to be 100% completed, and also make sure you completed all of the steps here from this checklist under the Shopify section. Now let's copy the homepage of our website, and then let's go back to Merchant Center, paste it here. Do you have a brick and mortar store? No, we don't. And then click continue. Scroll down and click continue to Merchant Center. In this place, we have to set up our business name. This business name will be displayed in our shopping ads. This is the business name. You can change it later, but don't change it frequently. So it's better to set it up correctly at the first time. Just type your brand name in this field. For me, it will be Ecom Course. It doesn't really matter. And now we are moving to the most important thing, which is registered country. For that, I need to go back to the presentation. You have to respond to my basic question, where are you currently located? If I'm located in the United States, that's the most simple case, and basically your website target country should be United States because you live there and this is your current country of residence, and also the content of the website is in English, and the store currency set in the Shopify settings is United States dollar. This is completely fine. You can just choose the United States from the list. But if you are located outside of the United States, you have to select a certain case from this slide. So this is the first one, we've already discussed it. I'm located in the United States, and your country in Merchant Center should be set to the United States, and the website language is in English, and the store currency is set to United States dollar. But you can be located in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, South America, or Canada, and you want to sell in the United States. You don't care about selling in your native country, for example, in Poland. I just want to target customers in the United States. And my website is new, I just created it, which means I can easily make certain changes. If I'm living outside of the United States, I have to get accepted in Merchant Center targeting my native country first. As I said, Google can scan your IP address, they can scan your computer, they can scan different other things that we don't even imagine, and they can pinpoint your exact location. And if you are trying to misguide them or use VPNs, they will most likely detect that and your account will be suspended with misrepresentation. So if your website is new, you just created it, and you want to sell in the United States, you still have to get accepted in your native country first, so the country of your current residence, and then we can switch the country and target United States. Country in Merchant Center, it has to be set to country of your current residence. The website language will be in English because then I want to switch the target country to the United States. And the website currency at the beginning, it has to be set to my native currency of my country. So if I'm in Poland, the currency of my website in Shopify settings, it should be set to Polish zloty because that's the currency in Poland. And there is a third case when you are still located in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, South America, or Canada, and you want to sell in the United States with Google, but your website is already making sales in the United States from social media. Let's say you're running TikTok account or TikTok ads or Facebook ads targeting United States customers, and you don't want to change the store currency because it would interfere your sales process. And in this case, the target country Merchant Center, it has to be set to the United States, and then the content of the website, the language is set to English, obviously, because you are targeting these people. And the website currency is probably already set to United States dollar. If you are targeting United States with social media ads, then obviously it should be like that. So in this case, just choose the United States as a target country in Merchant Center. I'm living in Poland, so I'm choosing Poland from the list, even though I want to sell in the United States later. And you can just get the notifications and personalized emails. If you don't want to receive any service, just completely uncheck this box. Now let's click continue to Merchant Center. This is the Merchant Center next version, and starting in 2024, every single Merchant Center will be using this Merchant Center next version. Until this point, we've been using Google Merchant Center Classic. And most of you, after creating the account, will be already transferred to Merchant Center Next, which is fine. This is the newer version of Merchant Center. But if you are seeing different design of Merchant Center and it's not called Next, then it means you have to click the link in the description below, which will transfer you to the private video that I recorded about Merchant Center Classic version. And probably in the near future, your account will be automatically transferred to the Merchant Center Next version, which is the newer version. But for now, you cannot do it manually, most likely. So you need to watch my other module about Merchant Center. It's linked in the description below. But most of you guys who created the accounts, you will see the Merchant Center Next version, which is fine. Let's get started with the setup. Click this button, get started. And now they are suggesting us to use Google and YouTube app in Shopify for our Merchant Center. I've told you guys, don't use it. It's very buggy and also not useful. We cannot do many bulk changes and it's very limited. So click Setup Merchant Center manually. And in here, we have to complete the setup process. Let's start from the top. Add your business address, click Add. And now we can fill out different information when it comes to our business address and business name. The first line of our address, we have to copy that from our Contact Us page. Remember, it all have to match. It has to be the same. So let's go back to our website, click Contact Us, and from here, copy your address and then paste it in Merchant Center. Then copy the city, which will be in my example website, Los Angeles. But obviously, if you are located in Europe, for example, in Poland, it has to be a Polish address. If you are located in the United States, it has to be US address. And then the province, you can add it here and add the postal zip code. I'm just adding some random zip codes here. Just double check it if this is matching your Contact Us page. And also make sure that the Contact Us page is matching this footer business address, so it has to be the same. And then click Continue. We can now verify our phone number. Click Verify. And I recommend using the same phone number that you added on your Contact Us page. So just copy the phone number and paste it here. I will now type my Polish phone number and I will have to blur this information. Once you type your phone number, click continue, and then text message, click continue again. You will receive a short 6-digit code that you need to type here. After that, click finish. It's verified. We can now confirm the online store of our business. Click confirm. And in here, you have to double check if this is your final URL, the domain on your homepage. And in here, we can choose which option we want to use in order to verify our domain. Let's use the first option, which is the easiest one. We will receive the verification code to our email. And by default, if you purchased your domain in Shopify, Shopify is redirecting the emails from the default email that will be created for you to your Gmail or other email that you use to create a Shopify account. Basically, you can verify that by going to settings and then domains. You can then click your primary domain. You can ignore these messages on my end. On your end, you shouldn't be seeing any error messages here. So you shouldn't be seeing needs attention, and you shouldn't be seeing verify your domain registration. If you do see these messages, you have to verify this domain and then also contact the Shopify support about this issue. But in general, if you don't see them, just click primary domain. And then again, if you see these issues, contact Shopify support. If you don't see them, just scroll down and this will be your forwarding email. So this will be the email that you can use on your contact us page and also in other places of your business that will be displayed to customers. And then the messages will be forwarded by default to the email that you use to create the Shopify account. So we can use this email, which starts with info. Just copy this one and go back. We already have our domain name added here. So just type info and then get code. It will be now sent to this email and forwarded to the email you have here. So just check the inbox of this email and it should be already in my inbox. That's the code. I will just copy the code and go back to Merchant Center, paste it here and verify our online store. It's very simple. It's now verified and the domain is claimed. That's basically all when it comes to this part of Merchant Center settings. Click continue. Now we have to add shipping information in our Merchant Center settings, add details to show how you ship your products. Click add. I'm seeing this message that I need to specify where I want to show my products. If you do see this message, then specify the country of your current residence. It has to be the same country that you chose at the beginning of creating the Merchant Center. I will add Poland, even though I want to sell in the United States later. We have to get verified in our country of residence. So it will be Poland for me, for you it will be United States, or depending on your current location, might be other countries. Then click continue. We are now creating a shipping for customers. So just choose Poland and then click continue. We have to add it to all products. We cannot specify the shipping to the specific products. It's not possible. Let's click continue. And in here, we have to set up different settings. For example, delivery location, add customer's address, and basically just choose this option. We can also add the order cutoff time, which by default is set to 2 p.m. And also you can adjust the time zone to your specific needs. And then handling and transit time, we have to copy this information from our shipping policy. So just make sure this information is matching. And on my website, I state that it takes between 24 and 48 hours to process the order. So the handling time is between 1 and 2 days. And for me, it will be from Monday to Friday. And then transit time, you can also check your shipping policy here. And it takes around 3 to 5 days for the item to be delivered. So I will be adding this information here. And this is really important to get this information right, because not only you will avoid the suspension, sometimes Google is also displaying this information in shopping listing. And this is the example. We can see that people can receive this product for free by the 19th of December. And we also have the 30-day returns. Let's go back here. And once you complete this entire setup of this page, click continue. And now we have to specify the currency of our shipping and also the shipping cost. This has to be set to the currency of the country you're trying to get accepted in at the beginning. If you live in the United States, then obviously it has to be set to the United States dollar. And if I'm living in Poland and I want to get accepted in Poland, even though I want to sell in the United States later, I still have to choose Polish zloty as the currency, and then we have to specify the shipping cost. And for that, let's go back to Shopify settings, click settings, and then shipping and delivery. Make sure the shipping is created for your native country, for example, Poland, and I'm offering free shipping. If you are offering a shipping with other price, like for example here, 79 Polish zloty, then adjust the shipping settings for your specific needs and for your business, and then click save. Now we've set up our shipping and we can click done. On my screen, I'm missing one more setup for sales tax, and it's because my business information was set to Poland. So we don't have sales tax, we have other taxes in Poland and in general in Europe. That's why Merchant Center is not displaying this information, and that's fine for all the people that are living outside of the United States. If you don't see this option here that is required for sales tax, that's completely fine. Just don't continue the setup. But I will now show how to set up sales tax for the people that do see this option required here. So if you do see this option that sales tax is missing and you need to set it up, just click add. And on my end, I will just go to products and then sales tax, and we will click edit. And it says that I don't have the United States as a target country. I will just ignore it and I will show you how to set up the sales tax in Merchant Center. And this setup will not be a legal advice. You have to contact your attorney or any other tax office and just ask your government how you have to collect sales tax in the United States. And from my knowledge, and again, this is not a legal advice, you should probably collect a sales tax in a state of your current residence. If you live in Alabama, you probably have to select this one state alone. And if you cross certain amount of revenue collected from other states, then you have to start collecting taxes in these other states as well. Basically, I will just show you how to correctly enable it, and then it's up to you to adjust the sales tax for the specific laws. And if you want to collect the sales tax in Alabama, choose the state and then this first option. So the sales tax will be automatically calculated based on the customer location. And you can also go back to Shopify and in the settings, choose taxes and duties. If you have this first option selected, then it's completely fine. And if you have this option selected as well, so you charge tax on the shipping rates, if this is selected, then in Merchant Center, you have to check this box as well and then click save. But if you don't charge taxes on the shipping, and I think most people don't, then uncheck it, just leave this first option, and in the taxes settings, just edit it one more time. Make sure that this is unchecked while this is unchecked here as well. Just choose this first option and then click save. Let's go back to the overview of Merchant Center. And basically we've completed all the necessary things on our account. And now we can push our products for the initial verification. There are many different ways to push your product information to Google Merchant Center. You can even do it manually if you create a Google Sheet or Microsoft Excel document. You can list every single parameter of your product there with utilizing certain metrics and columns that Google is recommending. And then you have to manually insert every price of your product, every description, every title, and then push this information to Google Merchant Center. It will take you ages in most cases. This is why I recommend using different apps. You can use more advanced apps, for example, Data Feedwatch or Channable, or you can even use free Google Channel app that is probably by default installed in your Shopify. But this app is very limited and I do not recommend using it. Most of these third-party apps are paid and the pricing is really different for each of these apps. But for the purpose of this course, we will be using Simproz's Google Shopping Feed, which is not only one of the cheapest solutions, but it's also very advanced, and they have great chat support that can help you with resolving a lot of issues in your Google Merchant Center. We will be using this app to enrich our product titles and descriptions. We will push this information to Google, but these long titles we will create and long descriptions, this information will not be displayed on our product page. It will be only sent to Google to enrich our exposure and get more relevant traffic. And you can see that the app is not that expensive. It's $5 per month if you have up to 500 different products. So I think the pricing is really reasonable, and we will be installing this app in our Shopify backend. But before we do it, I have to make sure that you guys disconnect your Google Channel app from Merchant Center. If you want to use this app, you have to go to your Shopify panel and make sure that this app, Google and YouTube, is disconnected in your settings from Merchant Center. We will be using this app to connect it with Google Analytics 4 in the upcoming modules. But if you want to use Simprozis Google Feed app, you cannot have this app, Google and YouTube channel app, connected with Merchant Center, because there will be different mismatches of pricing and other product information. So it's better to disconnect it, just click it here, and never connect it back if you are using Simprozis Feed app. Click App and Sales Channel Settings, then Shopify App Store. Let's look for Simprozis Feed app. That's the one with more than 5,000 reviews. And then click Add App. They are offering 21-day free trial. So let's install it, and then we will be able to complete a simple setup and push our product information to Google Merchant Center. We have to log in with our Google account. Make sure it's the same account that you created your Merchant Center with. So just click Sign with Google, and then we will be automatically connecting our account with this app so that it can use our Google Merchant Center to push our product information. We have to choose our current Merchant Center ID. Make sure it's the same ID of your Merchant Center. If you have multiple accounts, just pick the correct one and then click Confirm your account. Now the app is asking us if we have enabled the shopping ads program and also the free listing program. We are using Merchant Center next version, and by default these programs are already enabled. So you can just ignore this message and click Yes, I've enabled the programs. And we'll be now pushing our products. They have to verify our domain and see if we have added the Merchant Center shipping information. If you can, make sure to switch to the advanced integration, and then we will be able to choose different product settings. And now we are able to complete the setup. First of all, it's showing us the amount of products we will be pushing to Merchant Center. In my case, this is only one product. We can now choose which products we would like to submit. In most cases, you always want to submit all products, and then if you don't want to advertise certain products, you will be able to exclude them in this app, so they will be not pushed to Google at all. So I'm just choosing all products, but you can also specify only certain collections. You can now choose which product title preferences you would like to submit, and you can choose between default product title and SEO title. If you go to products, you will be able to see the difference between these two titles. First of all, the default product title is this one. It's the one you set for your product page. But if you scroll down, you'll be able to see search engine listing. Maybe some of you already have this part optimized. If you want to organically rank in Google, you have to enrich the product title and meta description in this place. If you have already done it and it's nicely structured, then for sure you can choose the second option, SEO title. But if you haven't changed anything in this place, it will be basically matching your default product title. So it depends on the client I'm working with. If you have a SEO title already enriched, then I'm choosing this option. But if not, if this is matching your default title, then choose the first option. The same goes for product description preferences. It's literally the same thing. This is the default product description and this is the meta description. It's now matching both fields because I haven't changed anything here. So I'm just choosing this first option. And now we are moving to the variant submission preferences. In most cases, you always want to submit all variants. If your product has different sizes or colors, it's always better to submit all of them because each variant will be then entering the Google Ads auction as separate product so that you can take more space in the auction and in result you will be getting more clicks. Of course, this is also good when the prices of the variants are different so that the cheapest variants will be probably getting more clicks and the more expensive one will be not getting that many clicks, and you can always exclude certain variants directly in Google Ads as well, so it will not be a problem for you. This is why I'm always choosing all variants. Then you can decide if you want to add the color or size or certain features of the variant at the end of the product title. I'm usually choosing yes because it will just give us more additional keywords to the title, which is fine. And then inventory policy, you can always read the definitions, and if you want to keep advertising products even though you have zero stock for them, you can click ignore, but I advise you to click follow because if the product is out of stock, then Google will not be advertising it, which is quite reasonable because you don't want to spend money on a product that people cannot purchase. And then product image option, this feature is only for a product variant that doesn't have an image. It will be automatically submitted from the second image. If this is a case for you, you can enable it. You can also submit additional images to Google. You are not able to browse different product images in Google search results, but if you click Shopping Network, you'll be able to click the product, for example, here on the listing, and some of them potentially they have multiple product images, like this advertiser. You can then choose between them. And if you would like to submit all of your product images, then for sure check this option. And you can also submit rich product description. You can read the definition here, but by default I'm having this enabled. If you scroll down, you can also adjust default settings for all products. You'll be able to change it later, of course, but for now you can just specify the generic category of your products. If you have different categories, then you will be able to change it later. But if you have only one category, it's always better to just assign it at the beginning and then you don't have to change it later. You can also specify default age group, but if your product can be used by different age groups, just do not choose it here and just leave it blank. You can also specify default gender or default product condition. It's probably new. And then default product identifiers. We will be discussing more about these fields in the product feed optimization module, but for now, submit brand name and MPN as SKU. Click save and continue to the next step. We have to now specify if our products are containing taxes. We can check that by going to settings and then go to taxes and duties. If this option is checked for you, this means you have to choose the first option. But if the prices don't include taxes and you've set up the taxes settings right here, then make sure to choose the second option and then enter the tax percentage based on the countries you are targeting. I recommend going with the first option if you have this one checked. Recently, Google has added checkout link template for our shopping network. Basically, in Google, you can display your product listing in two different ways. The first one is with paid ads. This is quite obvious. These are the shopping ads you can see right here. But there is also a free listing program. If you get accepted for this program, if your products will get accepted, and this happens randomly for some clients, their products are being accepted right at the beginning. Once they are approved for shopping ads, immediately they will be also approved for free listing program. And for some other sellers, it just takes time and Google randomly approves you. But once they do approve you, you can then display your shopping listing in the shopping tab. And some of these listings are basically from free listing program, which means these sellers are not paying for these listings to appear, and they can just get free clicks and even free sales in this way. If people are browsing the shopping tab and the shopping network in this place on Google, if they click this product from the free listing and they will be transferred to the website, they can purchase this product, and basically the seller didn't spend any money on that click, because in Google you pay per click, but basically because it's a free listing, they don't pay for that. And you can enable this feature in order to skip the landing page, people who would like to purchase this product that they like, they will skip the product page and they will be transferred immediately to the checkout of your Shopify store. And basically it's up to you if you want to have this option enabled or not. I think, in my opinion, if your product pages are well designed, as we discussed in the previous module, then it's not that beneficial to have this option enabled. And remember, it works only for a free listing. So your ads will always transfer people to the product page, and then people have to add product to the cart and go to the checkout. But again, this can enable this option for free listing only, and people can skip the landing page, the product page, and just go straight to the checkout. And as I said, it's up to you if you want to have it enabled. Usually I don't enable it for most of my clients because I want people to visit the landing page, the product page first, and then decide if they want to purchase the product, and make sure that the sales price is being enabled. This will give us this additional exposure with sale badge and then discount in the shopping network when you're running a sale of your products. If you set higher price at compared price and lower price here, it will be pushing the information not only to your product page but also to Google that you are running a sale, and the products will be discounted in your shopping network and also on your product page. So make sure that this feature is enabled, and also enable UTM tags. It will be adding different parameters to your URL, and you'll be able to track the source of the sale in your orders tab. For the product ID format, make sure to choose the first one because it's the easiest one to match the reviews with. So click this one, and then make sure that your store currency is set to the currency of the country you are currently living in. If I'm in Poland, I have Polish zloty, this is the currency in Poland, set as my store currency. Then primary target market and content language. It really depends on your current case. If you are located in the United States, then obviously you have United States and English in brackets. If you are located in Europe, for example in Poland, and you would like to sell in Poland only, you should be targeting Poland, and then Polish language. Your website should be obviously in Polish because you don't care about selling in different other countries, because in other countries they most likely don't speak Polish. But if you would like to sell in the United States but you are located in Poland, Germany, Spain and so on, then make sure you are choosing a country of your current residence to get accepted at the beginning in Merchant Center. But if you want to quickly change your target market to the United States, make sure the content of your website is obviously in English. Basically, primary target market should be matching your settings in business information in Merchant Center. If you are seeing Poland here, then you should be setting Poland here, either in Polish because that's the language on your website, or in English because you would like to switch to the United States later. For now, let's make sure that this is matching and then click save. Now we just have to click sync, and we will get the notification to our email. The app is now pushing the products to Merchant Center. It's displaying different messages. The first one is about Google Analytics 4. We can ignore it, just close this message. Now they are also announcing that they introduced the Pinterest integration. I don't care, we can close it. And then it's also a free trial, so make sure you pay for the app if you want to keep submitting the products to Merchant Center. Make sure you actually know the monthly charge and then complete the payment. And this is important message: if you have submitted product feed for the first time, it takes about 10 hours for Google, 4 hours for Facebook, and also 24 hours for Microsoft listing to appear in Merchant Center or product catalog. In general, it's much quicker for Google, like 10 minutes, and we can just close this notification. We can see my store has one product, but if we click the product, I have different variants for this product, and each variant is basically treated in Google as a separate product. So basically I'll be pushing 2 different products because this is a different variant, which is completely fine. We want to have as many variants and as many products entering the Google Ads auction as possible. Let's go back to Merchant Center, and I can refresh the page a couple of times. Within a few minutes, my products will be appearing in a products tab. Under products tab, I can now see 2 products under review. There are no images yet. Google has to scan the images and they will appear in this tab very soon. You might be getting notifications that images are not crawlable and stuff like that. Just ignore it. At this point, we've completed the initial setup of Merchant Center. The products are now under review and it will take up to 7 business days for Google to review this information. And most likely your products will be approved because you followed this entire video and you've completed all the things from this Google Merchant Center suspension checklist and you don't have to do anything else. Now at this point you have to wait and Google will approve your products within 7 business days. At this point, people who live in the United States can skip this module all the way to the next module, which is called Google Merchant Center suspension. And if your products will be approved without any issues, you can just start watching module number 5, which is called Google Ads Tracking. Until that, you just have to wait for the initial review to be completed. So once your products get approved, you can then start watching the next module, which is about tracking. This part of this module will be for people who are located in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, South America, Canada, and would like to sell in the United States, while at the same time their website is new and they just created it. So if you follow the tutorial and also the settings from this case on this example and also this example, so your primary target market was set to the United States, then it's completely fine. You can skip to the next modules of this course. Now this part of the video will be dedicated for the people from this middle example, and I will now show you how to properly switch the target country from the country of your current residence to the United States. And for that, we need to discuss this specific slide. So switching target country for non-US sellers. I'm located in Poland. You might be located in other countries. It doesn't really matter. And my website is in English and Polish zloty is set as my website currency. Then we have to wait and get approved in Poland or in your country first. So we still have to wait. Your products are under review. It will take up to 7 business days for Merchant Center to complete the review, and do not follow this tutorial until your products are approved in the initial country of your residence. So do not follow the tutorial until your products get approved in the country of your current residence. I will now show you how to switch the target country once your products are approved. And for that, obviously the language has to be in English because we want to switch the target country to the United States. I've prepared the specific guide for the country switch. You can get access to this guide from my Facebook group, just like other different resources from this course. It will be all sent to your email. Every single step in this guide has been tested by myself and I've tested it multiple times. It works every single time if you do it correctly and if your products are accepted in the initial country. This will be the guide we will be following. Let's start from the beginning. Now we want to switch the primary target market to the United States. Step number 1. Add shipping method to the United States in Shopify settings. Let's go back to Shopify, go to settings and then shipping and delivery. Make sure that you click the general options. And for now, we have United States here in the international markets. It's here on the list. And we have to set up the shipping. You can name it as you want. And you can also change the price for this shipping. I will just change it to the free shipping, but it's really up to you. You can change it to whatever value you want. I will be just offering free shipping. And this is quite important. Whatever value you specify here, it will be then changed to the United States dollar. If I want to charge $5 for shipping in the United States, then type 5 here. Even though it's Polish zloty or euro, it doesn't really matter. Once we switch the currency, it will be changed to 5 United States dollars. If you would like to charge $5 per shipping for the United States customer, just set it up here. If not, you can also offer a free shipping, and I will do that right now. Let's go back to our guide. Step number 2, activate international markets in Shopify settings. Let's go back to Shopify settings. Make sure you save the shipping settings and then go to markets and international markets. Click it in here and then activate it. Click save. we just allowed the customers from the United States to check out on our website. Let's go back to our guide. Point number 3, add a US warehouse address on your Contact Us page. Add it in the website footer as well, and don't delete your native business address from these pages. I will now show you how to do it. Let's go back to the policies, and now let's scroll down all the way to the contact information. We have our business address. I will now add one more address that will be called warehouse address. And under the warehouse address, we need to add the physical location in the United States. It might be an address of your relatives, it might be an address of your friend in the United States. It cannot be a virtual address because this will get you suspended. It has to be a physical existing address, and there is also one option that I don't recommend doing, but some people just look up the random address on Google Maps of some random home and then just add this address there on the Contact Us page, and they just go through the entire process with this random address. Once they get approved in Merchant Center, then they delete this random address because they don't own it, right? It's very simple. But it's best to have your relative address here, or your friend's home address, or your friend's business address, or your own business address if you do have a company already registered in the United States. So then just add it here and save the settings. I will just copy this entire address from my page because this is the example address, and keep your native address here as well. Let's save it, and you can also add the same address. We can just copy it and we can add it to our footer of the website. So just go to online store and then click customize once this loads. Scroll all the way to the footer, and then we can duplicate this exact section, and then we can name it warehouse address and just paste the address here. You can replace the phone number, you can delete the warehouse address and delete the phone number, delete the email address, and just click save. Now we have our warehouse address and business address both added to the footer of our website and also to the Contact Us page. Let's go back to our guide. Set up US taxes in Merchant Center settings. Let's go back to Merchant Center. This is point number 4. You didn't complete that before, which is fine because I was showing that only for the people that live in the United States. Now we can go back to sales tax. So click products and then click sales tax and edit. If you cannot reach this page immediately, just enable the United States as a country. You might get this notification. In this place, we can just select in which states we will be collecting the sales tax. Let's say the warehouse address I've added is located in California, so I will be basically collecting taxes here. And then choose this first option. Shipping is most likely not taxable, and then click save. Once it's completed, let's go back to our guide. Step number 5, add 2 shipping methods to the United States in Merchant Center. We will have to add 2 shippings that will be targeting United States, and basically one will have the United States dollar and the other one will have either Polish zloty or euro or whatever currency of your country of residence. Just go back to Merchant Center and click shipping and returns, add shipping information, add country, which will be United States. Click save. Select United States only. Click continue. Select all products and click continue again. Enter specific delivery times manually. Adjust the cutoff time and also the handling time. It has to match your shipping policy, so just be careful and set it correctly. And then let's change it to 3 to 5, also Monday to Friday. Then click continue. And this is really important step. We are adding 2 shipping methods. This is the first one. And let's create this first one that will have the United States dollar as currency, and then specify the shipping cost based on your settings in Shopify. I've selected free shipping, so I'm selecting free shipping here as well, and then click save. We've completed the first shipping. Now we have to add one more shipping that will also target United States only. Click continue once you select United States. Then choose all products. Enter specific delivery times manually. Add the accurate shipping information here. Make sure the shipping information is matching the shipping policy from your website, and then click continue. Now we have to change the currency to our native currency. For me, it will be Polish zloty. For you, it will be your native currency. I'm choosing Polish zloty. Then again, the shipping cost. If I have free shipping, then I'm selecting free shipping here and then click save. We've completed this step. We can go back to our checklist and check if the United States was added automatically in Merchant Center countries. After we completed the step number 5 with 2 shippings, we have to now verify if Merchant Center added the United States as a country in our Merchant Center. It should be done automatically, but let's verify that. Let's go to business information and then countries. I can now confirm that the United States were added, but 0 of my products are actually approved, which is fine. And in here, 0 of my products are approved for Poland, which is incorrect, and they should be approved on your end. You should be approved with your products for your native country. Let's say you are approved. We are just continuing the setup. So United States are added. If not, if you don't see them on the list after completing the guide so far from all these steps, then just add them manually. Click add countries to all products, and then select United States from the list and click save. It's all explained in this step number 6. Step number 7, delayed product feed in Merchant Center. Merchant Center, data sources, actions, delayed source, content API. Let's go back to Merchant Center. Let's go to settings and then data sources. We can see our feed, which is called content API. This is the product feed that is being pushed with Simprozis feed app. And now we can click actions and delayed source. Remove. And that's all. Let's go back to our guide. Step number 8. Contact Shopify support and change the website currency to the United States dollar, or change it manually if this option is available for you in the settings. Let's go back to Shopify, click settings, and then store details. On my end, I am able to select the currency. Maybe it is not possible for you and you have to click contact support. It will be written here in this message. You have to chat with Shopify support. It will take like 5 minutes and just ask them to switch the store currency to the United States dollar. I can do it manually. Maybe some of you can do it as well. Just choose United States dollars as a store currency and then click save. Now this step is completed and we have this message. You may need to upgrade your pricing and shipping rates to prevent unexpected results at checkout. Let's click shipping and delivery. And in here, most of the shipping prices will be still in our native currency. So let's delete the shipping and just recreate it again. I will name it standard, and then the currency is now United States dollars. Click done if you want to have a free shipping. If not, just select the proper cost for the shipping, and also do it for the international markets, which is very important because people from the United States, they have to be able to check out. So I will just delete this shipping because it's still in Polish zloty, and then I will add one more that will be in United States dollar. Click done and click save. You have to go through the entire process of selecting and checking the prices of your products because most of them will be adjusted in the other currency. I've previously added 800 Polish zloty as a product price, and now it's priced at $800. So you have to adjust the price points of your products. Once you complete these 2 steps, so fixing the shipping and also adjusting the product prices, then you have to test if people from the United States can check out. So just go to your website, add products to cart, go to the checkout and try seeing if you are able to check out, if you are able to see the shipping and other metrics in a proper pricing and also the proper currency, which should be at this point United States dollar. Once it's completed and verified, we can now move to the last step, which is changing the primary target country in our Simprozis feed app. Let's go back to apps and then Simprozis. Now the app is changing and integrating the products because of the change of the currency I made. Maybe some of you are not seeing this process. Let's click settings and Google Shopping settings. And on my screen, I can see that the app automatically changed the store currency and also the primary target country. It's now set to the United States, and the content language is set to English. This is our final result that we need to achieve. If you don't see United States as a primary target market or primary target country, you have to reinstall this app. Just uninstall the Simprozess Feed app and then install it again. It's all explained here. If you don't see this end result that I'm seeing on my screen, you need to reinstall the app and it will be fixed for you. You will see United States dollar and also United States as a primary target market. Now my products are being pushed. If you're encountering any errors with, for example, not seeing United States here, you have to reinstall the app. And once you reinstall the app, it's also explained here, you have to resync the products. So just go to settings and the first one, click resync the products. And just do it if you don't see the United States and you had to reinstall the app. We can go back to Merchant Center because now in the Merchant Center in data sources, once I refresh it, I should be seeing United States here as a content API. Let's see if this is there. Exactly, I can see content API with United States as a country and then language is in English. We can go back to my products and now my new products that are targeting United States will be displayed under products tab. If you don't see the products, it's probably because we just submitted them. And if you really don't see them after 10 minutes, you can then again click settings and then sync settings from Shopify and just resync all the fields in your Shopify. So then after that, the app will be pushing the products again. It will submit the feed within a couple of minutes. I will be able to see the products that are directly targeting United States and they're already added in my Merchant Center account. The country label is set to US and you can read the guide here. All the other products that you previously pushed from your initial country, they will automatically disappear within a few minutes, so you don't have to delay them, you don't have to worry about it. And also make sure if you go to settings and data sources, the only content API that you see is basically targeting United States. And if you see any other content APIs or anything else here, like for example Poland, just make sure you delete it. You should be seeing United States and English as the only product feed and product source here. This is your end goal and this is what you want to achieve. It's all described here. This is your end result that you want to achieve and we already have it in my Merchant Center. So that's completed. Your products will now go through the verification and sometimes they will be immediately approved. On the other stores where I was testing this strategy, my products, once they were approved in Poland and then I switched the content API and I just completed the entire setup here, the products that were targeting the United States were immediately approved. Once you complete the entire country switch process, you should check for a potential error that might occur on your account. You have to download your product feed and we will do that right now. So once your products are submitted and you completed everything, you have to go to the products tab and then click this icon here, download products. You are now downloading the entire product feed. Now this file is downloaded on my computer. We have to unpack the file. Once you unpack this file, you have to go to Google Drive and then upload it here. So you will just move this file to the Google Drive folder. And with that, you will be able to open it with Google Sheets. So just click these three dots and then open with Google Sheets. This is the entire product feed that we are submitting to Google. You can see a title of your products. You can see IDs of your products, prices, colors, descriptions. All of these columns are basically separate attributes that you are submitting to Google with your product feed. And the most important columns that we should now check are free listing and also shopping ads. And once you complete the entire country switch process, you might be seeing your shopping ads column as active or pending. This is fine. If you see both of these columns or one of them, this means your products are either under review and you just have to wait, or they are already active and you can proceed with creating the campaigns. But if you can only see the free listing as active and you don't see these other columns, you have to contact Google Merchant Center support because this means your products are not being pushed to the shopping ads network after we change the country. So in here in Google Merchant Center, you have to click this icon and then contact us. You have to chat with Google Merchant Center support and just ask them to submit your product feed to shopping ads and you can tell them that you are using Merchant Center next version and your products are not being pushed to the shopping ads program. It's all described here in this guide. You can always read it, because if you don't complete this step and if you don't see these two columns, or at the end you will be only seeing shopping ads as active, if you don't see it, then you will not be able to create the campaigns, because Google will be saying that you have no active products in the Merchant Center and you will not be able to see any products in your Google Ads account. This is why you have to make sure they are being pushed to the shopping ads program in the shopping ads network. And that's all in this module. You can watch the next module, which is called Merchant Center Suspension, or you can skip the Merchant Center Suspension if your products are approved and just start watching Google Ads tracking module. This module will be about Merchant Center Suspension, which is called misrepresentation. But if your products are accepted in the Merchant Center, then you don't have to watch this module. You can just skip to the next one, which is called Google Ads tracking. In this module, we will discuss Merchant Center Suspension. There are a few different suspensions that you can get in Merchant Center, but most of them are quite easy to resolve. I will be only discussing Merchant Center suspension that is called misrepresentation. This is the suspension that most people are facing, and it's very difficult to get your account back because the policies of Google are quite vague. I can see that lately they've improved them a little, but still in general, Google will never tell you what exactly caused the problem on your website, and you just have to read the policies multiple times and also follow the advice I will be sharing in order to resolve the suspension. Depending on the time you got suspended, there are different tricks and tips I can give you how to resolve the suspension. First of all, at what stage you got suspended. You might get suspended at the first initial product feed review when you just submitted your products for the first time to the Merchant Center, or if you were following the guide I was sharing for the people outside of the United States and you were changing the currencies and also adding different shipping methods, you might be also getting suspended at this stage. You might be also getting suspended after a few days, weeks, or months of running Google Ads on their platform. In all cases, no matter when the suspension happened, make a test purchase and see if your payment gateway is working. At least 2 contact options have to be added to the Contact Us page. The more, the better. So not only the email address, but also the phone number, business address. Do not use any virtual addresses. Do not use any PO boxes. I've discussed it at the beginning of the previous module. Make sure you also add the Contact Us form. Remember that the page, this specific page, Contact Us, it has to be added to the header and also to the footer of the website. Make sure that you also have other policies I've discussed, so terms of service, privacy policy, shipping policy, refunds and returns. This all should be added to the footer of your website, and the same policies as well as Contact Us page, they have to be added to the checkout section. I've discussed all of it at the beginning of Merchant Center module. Make sure to delete any copied reviews. If you copied reviews from eBay, Amazon, AliExpress, and you just imported them on your website, this can also trigger a suspension because, as I said previously, Google can not only scan the images, they scan your IP address, they scan the text on your website, also the descriptions of your products and reviews, text in the reviews. They can also see that the same review is actually being displayed on AliExpress, and this is already a very red flag for them. Or they can see the same review on Amazon or eBay, on any other marketplace platform, and they can match the review with your website. And if your website is completely new and Amazon is running ads for years on Google, they will of course suspend your website, not the Amazon website. Check shipping settings in Merchant Center, so they have to obviously match your settings in Shopify panel. Make sure that people can check out from different countries. If you want to sell in the United States and also in Canada at the same time, make sure that each country has its own shipping method added in the Merchant Center settings with the correct currency of your website. And this should be all completed in order to possibly request a review and unblock your account. Check your business information in Merchant Center. It has to match your Contact Us page. Additionally, go over the Merchant Center suspension checklist one more time. Make sure you completed all of the required steps. Potentially, you made a mistake somewhere while implementing them, and you have to rewatch the Merchant Center module one more time and make sure that you completed all of these steps in a correct way. I was going over most of them one by one, so you can always rewatch the previous module and double check all the settings. Now let's discuss the suspension that can happen at the beginning of submitting your products to Merchant Center. So you completed all these steps I've discussed in the previous module, and then you pushed your products, and after a day or two, the result of the review was actually a suspension. First of all, we have to read Google policies about misrepresentation. There are many different things I haven't even mentioned because the policies are quite long and also vague. You have to specifically read every single case here and just think if your website is breaking any rules. Potentially, you are trying to sell some prohibited stuff that Google is not allowing on their platform. Maybe you are mentioning the big illness, or maybe you are even selling a gay conversion therapy on your website. So it's not allowed, and you just have to make sure to read every single policy and statement here in order to see if your website is breaking any rules. Maybe you are also making some false and inaccurate claims on your website, selling products that will help lose weight extremely fast, or any other medical treatments that are not allowed by Google. Potentially, you are using some different redirections of your current domain. Maybe you are using some different domains that are redirecting traffic from Merchant Center to some landing pages. It really depends on your specific case, and I cannot tell you what exactly caused the suspension. Google will also not tell you that. This is why you just have to read all the policies and figure out what might be wrong on your website. Mostly there is a problem in your product feed. Maybe some of the information that you are pushing to Merchant Center about your products, so pricing, descriptions, or titles, are just not aligning with your product page, and this can trigger the suspension. Or you are making some false claims and you are selling things that are not allowed by Google, or you are a dropshipper and Google is very strict about it. We will discuss dropshipping in the next slides, but this is the 3 big reasons that can cause the suspension in your Merchant Center. The second point is about dropshipping. If you are willing to send products to the customer and they have to wait 2 months to receive the product, don't be surprised that Google is not letting you into their platform, because they want to provide a good shopping experience to the users, and waiting 2 months for the product, it's not a good experience for the customers. This is why you got suspended. If you want to still do it and you don't care about people waiting 2 months to receive the product, then you have to position your website as a real brand, not as a scammy dropshipping store. You need to have very good product images that are taken by you, not copied from AliExpress. You have to write your own product descriptions, and in general, position your e-commerce store as a legitimate brand. Third advice is to unpublish all products and just choosing about 10 of them that you will intensively work on. You will write your own product descriptions, you will take your own product images, you will also delete any copied reviews. You will make sure that there are no grammar mistakes. You can utilize ChatGPT to rewrite all the sentences and descriptions and paragraphs on your product page. Then you will be able to request either manual review or automatic review in Merchant Center settings. And depending on the result, you will be still either blocked or possibly unblocked and allowed into the shopping network. Point number 5 is quite extreme, but this is what worked for me. I was trying to get accepted in the United States at the beginning, and I was dealing with this suspension for about 3 months, when finally what solved the issue was changing the entire website. I bought a new theme, but you can also install a free theme. But basically I just redo the entire website. I had beautiful product images that I took myself. I had logo on my products. I had very good descriptions. And then after 3 months and like 20 different reviews, I finally got accepted. Make sure to turn off pop-ups or fake counters. If you have some pop-ups like newsletter signups or potentially some different apps, maybe roulette app that is sliding on the screen and people have to enter an email address to win a free gift or stuff like that, displaying some fake counters or scarcity counters like 100 people are now visiting this product, or Mike from Alabama just purchased a product. Turn this off prior to getting approved, because this can trigger a suspension. Even a newsletter sign up pop-up, just turn it off before you get approved in Merchant Center. Once you complete all these steps, you can contact Simproz's feed-up chat support and ask them to review your website, but after you complete and fix all the necessary things, because then they will do the deep dive into your business and potentially suggest you more insightful changes that you missed at the beginning. Obviously, if you are missing a contact us page and you are contacting chat support, they will point this out immediately and they will tell you that this is the main reason, but possibly there is other stuff that you are missing. So as I said, just contact them once you completely recreate your website. After you finish talking with them, you can contact Merchant Center support either by chat or by email, and then of course be polite and ask for a manual review. They also have different checklists and they will run through the checklist on your website. They will see what else you might be missing and maybe they will suggest you different changes or areas that you need to improve, and then ask them for a manual review. It takes up to 7 business days and this can potentially solve this issue. Do not create any new Merchant Center accounts if your main account is suspended. It's based on your domain, it's based on your IP address. If you create multiple accounts, they will all get suspended. So it's always better to unblock the first one that got suspended. And from my experience, creating multiple accounts for the same domain, it will only escalate the issue and you will make it very difficult to unblock all of your accounts. You will be blacklisted by Google. So do not create multiple accounts, just work on the main one and try to change your website completely. This is what should work for you. If you completely redesign the website, maybe publish new products, work on 10 of them, and then ask for the manual review. This should resolve the issue. If you created multiple accounts already, just go to settings of each account and close them, stick to the main one. Just work on the main one and close any other accounts. You can go to Merchant Center settings and you will be able to close those additional accounts you created. Just stick to the main one and work on this first account that got suspended because this one has the highest chance of getting approved. The second case of getting suspended might happen when you are switching your target country, and this is for non-US sellers. Let's say you were following my guide here and the suspension can also happen in this stage. And in order to resolve it, first of all, just reverse all the changes, switch back to your native currency, so it's either Euro or Polish Zloty, and change back to the target country you were pushing to Merchant Center at the beginning. So it should be the target country you have set in your business information in Merchant Center. Just revert all the changes and then try to get accepted back to your native country. In 99% of cases, this will resolve the issue. So you will be accepted back to your native country. And do not delete the additional US address from the website. Just revert other changes, but do not delete the US address from the contact us page because Google can scan it and potentially if they accept your account to the main target country you were just pushing at the beginning, then once you repeat the process with the same address that is on your website, this possibly will help you with getting approved again. But if the initial review is failing and you are still suspended, then delete the US address and request a third review. It will probably help you. You can request an automatic review in Merchant Center, or you can again contact the Merchant Center support and they will manually push your website to the verification and your Merchant Center account to the verification. And once the account gets approved, just repeat the country switch process. So just to repeat it one more time, revert all the changes, but just leave the US address on your contact us page. Try to get accepted back to this stage, so your native country, either Poland, Spain or Germany, change the currency and stuff like that. And then once your account gets unblocked, you are able to just repeat this process and you will be able to possibly get accepted. Maybe you missed some of the key points, that's why you get blocked at the beginning. The third case of getting suspended with misrepresentation is after a few days, weeks or months of running ads in Google Shopping. First of all, what changes on the website have you made recently? You have to think intensively about it. You can check the change history of your Shopify backend by adding your domain here, then myshopify.com/admin/activity. You will be able to see some of the things you did on your website. This is like the change history or activity, and revert any major changes that you did in the last 72 hours, and then request the review, or possibly even contact Simprozis Feed chat support, and they will again review your website. Then you can request an automatic review in Merchant Center and wait for the result. And the last point, point number 5, this is very beneficial if you are running ads for weeks, maybe months. Usually in general, there is a account strategist, Google Ads account strategist assigned to your Google Ads account. And maybe some of you guys know what I'm talking about. These accounts strategists, they are always pushing you so much to schedule a call with them. They are either directly employed by Google, or they are employed in some outsourced agencies that are white labeling the work for Google, and they pretend that they are working for Google. They are not directly employed by Google, but they are some contractors, and they have access to all of your Google Ads accounts, and they always want to give you different tips how to properly optimize your Google Ads account. In most cases, these tips are completely useless and not relevant, and they can also harm your account. This is why I never schedule a call with them, but I do it only if I want to unblock my client's account. So you just schedule a call with them, with this account manager that is assigned to your specific account. And then you have to explain what happened, that you don't know why you got suspended, you were running ads, spending so much money in Google, and you just have to politely ask this person to submit an internal case about your Merchant Center suspension, and in most cases this will help you with getting your account back. This is what happened to one of my clients. We were spending up to $80,000 per month for months without any issues, and suddenly we got suspended. I was trying to unblock the account myself for about 2 weeks with no success. And then I finally scheduled a call with this Google Ads account manager. She was actually directly employed in Google, but it doesn't really matter if she's outsourced to some other agency. They can also submit the internal case. And we had the account back within 12 hours because there was just some issue, error, or random mismatch that triggered the algorithm to suspend the account. And after 12 hours, the account was already back. We were running ads normally. So it's very beneficial to schedule this call with account manager solely for unblocking your account. You can also schedule a call with these people if you want to listen the tips how to properly optimize the account. If you are not scared about spending more money to Google with no visible returns, then it's fine. We will be also discussing the recommendations that they will give you and the recommendations from Google themselves. I will be discussing it later after a few modules. So that's all when it comes to the Merchant Center suspension. You can also join my Facebook group. Some people will be also helping you and giving you tips. But as I said, there are mostly 3 major causes of the suspension. First of all, there is a mismatch in your product feed, and some parameters are being pushed to Google differently than they should be. And maybe the parameters in product feed are just not matching your product page. This is the first case. The second case is when you are dropshipping and you just completely copied your entire website from AliExpress, and you just want to scam people or just delay the time of receiving the product. You don't mind that people have to wait 2 months to receive the product, but trust me, Google do mind, and this is why you got suspended. So if you want to still run ads in their platform, you have to create a beautiful brand, beautiful website that is not looking like a scammy dropshipping store. And the third case or the third issue is with the products you are trying to sell. They are either prohibited or you are falsely claiming some of the features or benefits of your products. Maybe you are using some prohibited wording, and you just have to read the policies to make sure that your website is compliant with all of the Google requirements. You can always chat with Simprozis Feed support or with Merchant Center support. And additionally, you can always join my Facebook group, and other people will be giving you tips and help how you can resolve the issue with Merchant Center misrepresentation suspension. That's all in this module. We will be now moving to the Google Ads tracking. In this module, we will set up Google Ads tracking and also remarketing audiences for our Google Ads campaigns. First of all, we have to create our Google Ads account. If you somehow created the account before, That's completely fine, but I will show you how to properly do it. And then we will switch the account to the expert mode in order to unblock advanced features of our Google Ads panel. Then we will move to the tracking setup and also remarketing audiences. Let's begin with Google Ads account creation. Type Google Ads. And then if you see any sponsored links, just ignore them and click the first link that is not an ad. This is for Google Ads panel. Then start now in the top right corner. You can choose your Gmail account if you have multiple of them. Just choose the one that you used for creating a merchant center. We are now being pushed to the campaign creation process. We want to avoid it because we want to create a blank account without any campaigns. This screen will be looking differently for some of you. It's based on the country, and that's why you just need to look for skip campaign creation. For example, you can already switch to the expert mode on this view, on this design, or you can skip the campaign creation here. You just need to create the account without any campaigns and also in the expert mode. So just look for this feature. I'm clicking skip the campaign creation. You have to confirm your business information. It doesn't have to match your merchant center settings, but it has to match your billing information. You can choose the country and also the currency. This is not a currency of your ads. This is the currency in which you'll be paying for ads. So it has to match your payment method in order to avoid any currency conversions and additional fees from your bank. So just set up this information based on your specific case, and then I will be creating the account in US dollars. You can also opt out from the Google Ads expert recommendations, and then you can click submit. I will also show you how to complete this process on this design. Just switch to expert mode, and then Google will still push us to the campaign creation. We want to create an account without the campaign, so just click it here, and we have to set up our billing and currency for the account. You will not be able to change the currency once you create the account, so keep that in mind. You will be able to create multiple accounts, but we will be keeping all the campaigns under one account. So just choose the currency based on your bank and then click submit. Google is introducing a new design of Google Ads. Maybe some of you will be seeing this design and some of you might be seeing the new one. It doesn't really matter because I think at the end all of us will be seeing this new design, but it will take some time for Google to push this new theme to all of the accounts. You can change the view here to the left side of the screen, and on this new account you cannot do it. It's basically already set up to the left side. We can now move to the presentation. I will explain the basics of tracking and then we will set it up with our Simprozis feed app. In Google Ads panel, we will be able to create multiple different campaigns, for example, shopping ads, and these ads will be redirecting traffic and users to our Shopify website, where they can purchase a product or multiple products. And then we have to send this data back to Google Ads in order to properly optimize our campaigns and see which ads are performing for specific users and keywords. But it's also very crucial for Google Ads algorithm. We need to provide a purchase data for Google to then optimize them based on the user's behavior and also time of the day. This is why it's important to track all of your sales from Shopify and then send this information to Google Ads. Throughout my career, I've tested multiple different tracking methods for Google Ads. You can set up the tracking code at the thank you page in your Shopify backend, or we can also use Google Tag Manager and use advanced data layer to pull the information from our thank you page and then send it to Google Ads. We can also set up Google Analytics 4, which will be tracking our sales, and we can push this information back to Google Ads. Or we can also use Shopify Pixels that will be integrated through our Simprozis feed app, which we will do in this course. From my experience, using Simprozis feed app and Shopify Pixels is basically the most accurate way of tracking sales in your Shopify panel, because the other tracking methods, they might miss different conversions, or the attribution models, which we will discuss in the next slides, are quite different for each of them. And this is why I like to use Simprozis feed app, which is not only very accurate, but it's also the easiest possible way of setting up tracking for you guys. It's also very advised To set up your pixel tracking for Facebook, if you are not advertising on Facebook yet, at least you will have some data already in your Facebook pixel. You can set up your tracking for Facebook with native Facebook channel app in your Shopify, and then the traffic from Google will be already recorded on your Facebook pixel, which we can use for different remarketing campaigns in social media. Let's move to our Simprozis Google Shopping feed app, and in here click Tracking Tags, Google Dynamic Remarketing and Conversion Tracking. We have to log in with our Google account, so just click it and then choose the proper email address and also the Google Ads account you've just created. Click Allow in order to implement different codes. We have to select our Google Ads account. If you have multiple of them, just make sure you are choosing the one that you've just created and then click Next. We will be linking our account with our Simprozis feed app. In this step, we have to enable and embed the codes in the theme settings. Click Active App Embed now. Once the theme settings load, you can see Simprozis tracking tag is enabled, and this is correct, they should be enabled. All we have to do is just save the settings, and we can go back to the previous tab and verify the embed. So just click Recheck Extension, and the app will be implementing different tracking codes for us. We can choose which tracking codes we want to implement in the scripts. We want to implement all of them, so just click Update Conversion Tags, and then we can set up new tracking, so let's click it. And that's basically all. The app just created different tracking codes for us. We have purchase conversion action, and also this app is creating different events such as Add to Cart conversion action and Begin Checkout conversion action, which is really cool because we will be able to track not only the purchases but also Add to Carts and Begin Checkouts. You will be able to see this micro conversion data in your Google Ads panel and then troubleshoot your website and campaigns based on this data. Let's say a lot of people are adding to cart, but you are not getting purchases, which means possibly your shipping cost is too high and then you have to reduce it, or you haven't implemented any benefits in the shipping name that I've discussed in the website optimization module, or potentially checkout section is loading too slow for some users and they are not completing the purchase. And based on this data, you will be able to troubleshoot different stages of your funnel. We can also implement enhanced conversion tracking, which we will do right now, which means we will be not only sending the revenue data back to Google Ads, but also the enhanced conversion data, such as email address, phone number, name and surname of the user who purchased on our website. Let's click Upgrade App. We are now updating the app permissions, so just do it, and then we will enable our enhanced conversion tracking. Enable it here. We will be including email address, phone number, order ID, and more additional parameters in order to enhance our conversion data. But before we save it, we need to go back to Google Ads and then enable this feature in our Google Ads panel. On this new design, click Goals and then Conversions, Summary. On the old design of Google Ads, click Tools and Settings and then Conversions. Now I will show you how to enable enhanced conversion tracking on different Google Ads designs. It might be different in the future, but you just need to look for this feature. First of all, you can click your purchase tag because we are enabling this feature for purchase tag only. So just click it here. And then you will be able to see enhanced conversion feature here. Just click Turn on enhanced conversion and then choose API, then click Next and click Save. But on some accounts, for example on the old design, you have to go to Settings when you're in the Conversions tab, and then you will be able to see enhanced conversion, which is not configured yet. So you just have to turn it on, then agree to the policies, and then select the option which will be set to Google Ads API, and then click Save. Once you enable this feature, and remember it has to be set to API, then go back to Shopify, make sure it's enabled, and then we can click Save in this place. It will now refresh the app. It's completed on my end. Now we can go back to Google Ads because we will be finishing tracking codes setup. We can see we have different goals, purchase, add to cart, and begin checkout. These three are the most valuable tracking codes for us as an e-commerce business owners. Under purchase goal, you can have multiple different tracking codes. It's completely fine, but only one of them should be set to primary, which means only one of them will be used for optimizing your bidding strategies. If you have different multiple purchase tags and all of them are set to primary, this is an incorrect way of setting up the tracking codes, because then every single tracking code under purchase, when they are set to primary, they will be inflating your Google Ads data. They will be combining all the conversion value, and the entire setup will be super deorganized because you will be basically counting every conversion multiple times. So you have to change it. Just make sure when you click the tracking code, you can edit the settings, make sure only one of them is set to primary, and then you can basically switch any other tracking code to secondary. So you can just choose different tracking codes from the list and then switch them to secondary. So you will be observing the data. You can have different backup tracking codes on your end, but just make sure only one of them is used for ads optimization. Once we go back to the tracking code, we can now adjust different settings. First of all, let's edit the name. Let's delete this unnecessary naming convention. Just keep it named purchase tracking and then click save. You can also switch to different categories for this tracking code, but it's obviously purchase, so we want to keep it like that. And then, as I said, you can switch it to secondary, but we only have one tracking code on this account, so I want this tracking code to be set as primary. Then you can assign different values, but do not change anything in this place because the value will be automatically sent from our SimProcess feed app. So Google will be receiving different order values based on your sales. So just keep it as it is. We cannot change the source. It's based on the website. We can change how we count the conversions, but we always want to count every conversion. If one user is making multiple purchases, that's completely fine. We want to track all of them in order to properly optimize our Google Ads campaigns. Now we are moving to click-through conversion window. By default, it's set to 30 days. And here's the explanation. Conversions can happen days after someone interacts with your ad. Select how much time after someone interacts with an ad you want to use to count conversions. If you are running multiple campaigns in Google Ads network, for example, shopping ads, or maybe search text ads or YouTube ads, when people are clicking your ad, some of them, they are not purchasing right away. They need time to compare different pricing. They need time to compare different features of your products. They are clicking multiple different advertisers and then checking which product is better. They're reading reviews. And for some people, it just takes time to finally make up their mind to purchase from you or from other competitors. And this conversion window we are setting here is how long a conversion can be recorded after an ad interaction. By conversion, it means purchase in this case because we are making changes to our purchase tracking tag. Example, say your window is 30 days like it is right now, and if someone clicks your ad, then makes a purchase 29 days later, it's counted as conversion. If they make the purchase 31 days after the ad click, it's not counted as conversion because this maximum time frame between a click and a purchase is set to 30 days. But let's say you are selling very expensive products and people need 2 months to finally decide if they want to purchase from you. So the last click they made on your ad was 2 months ago, and then they decided to purchase after 60 days. This information will not be recorded because your maximum time frame is set to the last 30 days. If you want to give your clients more time, you can change click-through conversion window to 45 days or 60 days or even 90 days. On some accounts, we are choosing up to 90 days because we just want to gather the most amount of data. But I think for most people, 45 days will be ideal, but I just do not recommend you guys selecting the time frame that is less than 30 days. So just do not pick 1 week or 2 weeks, because for most users it's not enough and you will be losing some significant data that could be helping you optimize your ads more. So I recommend choosing 45 days and then clicking save. Another setting is for engaged view conversion window. This is for video engagement. When we are running different campaigns in YouTube, we will be able to have this longer period for tracking conversions after a video engagement. Let's leave it at 3 days for now. Next setting is for view through conversion window. You can read the definition here. Select the maximum time after a person views your ad that you want to count view through conversions. So it's about a view, it's not about a click here. You can also measure this parameter here. They are not even clicking the ad, but they saw the ad and then they decided to purchase from you. For most accounts, let's keep it at 1 day for now and then click save. The last option is for attribution. The attribution model determines how much credit each ad interaction gets for your conversions. And in Google, we can choose between 6 different attribution models, at least for now. Possibly in the future, Google will decide to delete some of them and you will have to choose between data-driven or maybe last click. For e-commerce businesses, the most used attribution models are either data-driven or last click or also position-based. First click, linear and time decay, they are not that popular for e-commerce businesses. This is why I will not be discussing them. But let's start with last click. And last click gives all credit for the conversion to the last clicked ad, which is not that ideal because let's say you are running different campaigns in Google Ads, for example, search campaigns, YouTube campaigns, and also shopping campaigns. Some users, they might be clicking different ads before they make a purchase. At one day, they are clicking your search campaign, then they are seeing your YouTube campaign, they also click it after 2 days, and after 5 days, they click your shopping ad, and this is the last click they made, and they finally decided to purchase. In this example, the last click they made, which is shopping ad, will be getting 100% of the credit, which means this one conversion will be attributed to the shopping campaign only, which is not that ideal because they also made a click in your YouTube ads and they also clicked your search campaign. And we are missing and losing this valuable data because this conversion will be not attributed to these other campaigns that the user clicked at the beginning. This is why previously I was using position-based, which gives 40% of credit to both the first and last click and distributes 20% that is remaining among other clicks. And if you choose position-based, you will be able to see that the first click will sometimes get 50% of the credit and the conversion will be then assigned in a 50% mark to the first click, and then the remaining 50% will be assigned to the last click the user made. And this was quite good until data-driven was introduced by Google. When possible, data-driven uses your account's conversion data to calculate the actual contribution of each ad interaction across the conversion path. Data-driven will be then deciding based on the user which attribution model will be used for each of the sales you will get, which is quite useful. And then if you see the example, throughout the conversion path, this conversion data will be then accordingly distributed for different ads and different campaigns, which is very useful. This is why for the purpose of this course, we will be using data-driven. You can save the settings here, and those are the final settings on our purchase tag. You can click done, and we also have to adjust our add to cart and begin checkout. So just click add to cart tracking code, then click edit. We do not have to enable any enhanced conversion here because we are only doing that for our main purchase tag, but we can also change the naming here and click through conversion window, change it to 45 days, click save, and we can also change our attribution model. It should be matching our main purchase tag, so let's keep it at data driven, then click done. Let's go back to the list and we have to edit our last tag, which is begin checkout. Edit the name and delete these unnecessary numbers, click save. Then let's change the click-through conversion window to 45 days, click save, and then attribution model. We have to match it to data driven and then click save, click done. That's basically all. We've just completed our tracking setup for our Google Ads. We have one purchase tracking, we have add to cart tracking, and also begin checkout tracking codes. And only one purchase tag is running as primary, which will be then used for optimizing our ads and campaigns and bidding strategies. The status of our tracking codes is set to inactive. It's because you are not running any Google Ads campaigns and these tags have not been verified. You just need to get some sales through Google Ads and then the status will be updated. The same goes for diagnosis tab, and in here you can see the enhanced conversion status. It says it could take up to 48 hours to receive this data, but it actually can take up to 3 weeks. It really depends on amount of conversions you will be getting. So you need to start making sales through Google specifically, and then this enhanced conversion status will be also updated based on the data you will be pushing to Google Ads. But if you follow this tutorial, it's set up correctly, so we just have to start campaigns and get some sales in order to verify the tracking codes and then record some purchase data in these columns. I will now move to the presentation and explain remarketing audiences. A lot of users can be clicking your ads and they will be landing on your Shopify website and then they will be not purchasing. We can still remarket to these people by creating different remarketing audiences in order to start our remarketing campaigns, to then recapture those users and basically finish the purchase. We will start our remarketing campaigns in either YouTube or Discovery or display networks. We will just start convincing these people to finish the purchase, and once they purchase from our website, this data will be sent back to Google Ads based on the tracking codes we've already set up. Before we start creating our remarketing lists, let's finish the setup in Merchant Center. We have to enable dynamic remarketing program in our Merchant Center panel and also free listing program, and then we will connect our Google Ads account and Merchant Center account together. Let's move to Merchant Center. If you are using Merchant Center next version, you don't have to enable dynamic remarketing program and free listing program. They are both already enabled once your products get approved. You can verify if the free listing program is enabled for you. Just go to Organic tab, and in here it should be already by default enabled, but just double check it. With this feature, you'll be able to organically and for free display your product listings in Google search results, also Google Maps and on YouTube. But if you are using the older version of Merchant Center Classic, just keep watching the video. In Merchant Center, click Growth and then Manage Programs. Let's enable dynamic remarketing. It will allow us to display specific products that viewers interacted with in our remarketing campaigns. Let's click Enable and then Enable again. This program is now turned on in my Merchant Center account. Let's set up free product listing. In the Merchant Center module, we will working on shopping ads program, and your products got approved here. But we can also enable free product listing, which will then display our product listing in shopping network for free. It's not that frequent. Sometimes your products will be displaying in this tab if you get accepted. It's quite random. For some clients, the products in the free listing program are completely disapproved, while at the same time they are approved for shopping ads. And sometimes after a few weeks of running shopping ads, randomly Google just approves the products for the free listing program. So I cannot tell you why your products will be disapproved or approved immediately. It's really up to Google. We can just enable this program, and with time, possibly your products will start displaying in the shopping network for free. You can scroll down and then click Continue. Once you have your products submitted and they are approved, you can click Continue and then accept the policies. Just start the final review. It takes a few days to review your data, and if you submitted your products here, you will be able to sometimes show up with your listing here. It's quite random and it's also automatic. You have no control over it. If you got approved for this program, sometimes you will be getting free clicks for your shopping network. But we can also go to settings and then conversion settings. we will be able to track the clicks and the sales that are coming from the free listing program. You can enable auto tagging here and then add the conversion source. For now, we don't have Google Analytics 4 set up, but once we create our Google Analytics property in the upcoming modules, you will be able to get back to this place, go to settings one more time, and then just track the sales that are coming from free listing program while using Google Analytics 4. You can then click next, and then you will be able to choose your property from the list, and then you will be able to save it, which will then track different sales that are coming from free listing program in your Merchant Center. In Merchant Center next, click Settings, Conversion Settings, turn on auto tagging, and add conversion source, which will be Google Analytics. After clicking this button, you will be transferred to the Google Analytics 4 account. If you don't have the account, just wait until we create it together in the upcoming modules, and then you will be able to come back to this place and link it with your Google Analytics 4 property. We can now connect our Google Merchant Center account with Google Ads account. It's best to do it once your products are approved in the shopping ads. The free listing, as I said, you might be getting approved within a few weeks from now. You've just enabled this program and that's all. It might take you a couple of weeks. It might take a couple of days. With time, you will just get randomly approved. So it takes time for Google to review your data and then you will be accepted. In order to link this Merchant Center next version with Google Ads account, click Settings and then Apps. Here you can manage your Google Ads connection. If you don't have any account connected, click Add Google Ads. You can choose your account from the list. It will be linked to your email address. But if you created your Google Ads account under different email, that's completely fine. Just choose the second option and then paste Google Ads customer ID. So this is the Google Ads ID. You can find it in the top right corner of your Google Ads panel, and copy this number and then paste it here and send link request. Once you request access to your Google Ads account, you have to approve it in your Google Ads panel. I will show you how to do it within a few minutes. Just keep watching the video. Let's connect our accounts. So go to Settings and then Linked Accounts. We can now link our Google Ads account. Just click it here and then choose your account from the list, the account that we've just created. If you created your account under different email, that's still fine. You can just click it here and then paste the ads account ID and then click Send and Request. It will automatically link the properties, but you still have to approve it in your Google Ads panel. Let me actually choose this option because I have my Google Ads account under different email, and then I will copy the account ID and then paste it here, send and request. I will approve the link. The account is now awaiting approval from Google Ads. Let's move to our Google Ads, and based on your ID, you have to go to admin and then linked accounts, or in this old design, go to tools and settings and then linked accounts under the setup column. It's basically the same place, but for two different designs. The link is awaiting here for Merchant Center. Just click Manage and Link and then Received. Click Review and approve your link. It should be based on your Merchant Center account. Then click Approve, and that's basically all. We can leave this page. We can now see our linked account here. We can move to remarketing audience creation. I will show you how to create 6 different audiences for remarketing purposes. First of all website visitors, all product viewers, also people who added to cart and were also at the checkout section, and then separately people who only added to cart and people who were also in the checkout, and past customers. It will be based on your either Google tag or also your lists from Shopify. You can export your customers from Shopify orders tab and then adjust the file in a specific way based on Google requirements. You can then upload this CSV file to Google Ads panel. It will be processed by Google, and then you will be able to use this remarketing lists for your campaigns. in this new design of Google Ads, go to Tools and then under Shared Library, you can click Audience Manager. On the old design, go to Tools and Settings, then Audience Manager here. Both designs will be now very similar. On the old design, you also have to click Segments and Your Data. This is where you will be able to create the audiences. And on the new design, we are automatically moved to the proper place. You can see that on my screen, I have already a few different audiences automatically created by Google. They are mostly based on our dynamic remarketing program enabled in Merchant Center. It will take up to a few days for you to see those audiences. You need to get some traffic to your website, and then these audiences will be automatically created for you. For example, product viewers with retail in brackets. This audience is defined by the system, by Google Ads. And if we use this audience, for example, with our display remarketing ads, we will be able to show specific products that people interacted with, which will then increase the chance of recapturing this customer, and he will just click the ad, land on the website and finish the purchase because he previously viewed this product. And this is because of the dynamic remarketing program we've enabled in our Merchant Center system. Let's create the audiences from the presentation. The first one is for website visitors. We will create it for all people that visited our website. You can click this blue plus. The same goes on this old design. Click this blue plus and then website visitors. We can now name our segment. I will just copy the name from the presentation, which is for website visitors. And then we have to specify the time frame in which people will be kept in the audience. I will do it for the last 30 days. And then we can segment the members by the visitors of the page, or we can also segment them out by the specific tracking tags we have. For now, because we are creating this segment for website visitors, just choose visitors of the pages. And then under actions, we can define the audience. For example, based on the web page visit, or maybe some additional parameters that are being pushed from our SimProcess app. This is more advanced. This is why I will be only using the first option, web page visits. In the last 30 days, we can now specify the time frame in which we are going to keep people in this audience, but you can define this audience up to 540 days. This is the maximum time frame in which you can keep people in the audience. But because I'm doing that for the last 30 days, let's change it here. We have to now refine the action with page URL that contains my domain. So every single person that visited my website in the last 30 days will be then included in the audience. We can go back to my website, copy the link and then paste it here. This is my homepage URL, but because it's set to contains, everything after that will be already included in this audience. So no matter if the person is visiting my product page or my collection page, this person will be still assigned for this audience. You can also add multiple other actions for this audience. For example, if you would like to only track people who visited your homepage, you can change the contains to equals, which means only this specific URL, which is my homepage, will be then assigning people from the audience. But because I want to have every single page under this website visitors audience, I will just change it to contain and then scroll down. You can choose to pre-fill this audience with past data from the last 30 days if you have any. So just click it and then you can also assign the description, but it's not needed. Click create segment. I can now see website visitors in the last 30 days on my audience list. And let's take a look at the different networks. In Google Ads, you can create different campaigns and you can use these audiences in different networks based on different campaign that you are creating. We can see Search Network, YouTube, Display, and also Gmail campaign networks. And each of these networks, they have different requirements for the size of the audience. Let's take a look at Google documentation. If you click Learn More and then scroll down, you'll be able to see that Display Network requires at least 100 active visitors in the last 30 days for you to be able to use this audience. But if you would like to use this audience in Search Network, then this audience requires at least 1,000 active visitors in the last 30 days. And for example, for YouTube, it also requires 1,000 and Discovery also 1,000 active users in the last 30 days, which means if you create different audiences, some of them you will not be able to use because of the amount of users you will be keeping in the audience. This is why it's always worth to create different time frame for this audience. If you are not getting that much traffic to your website in the last 30 days, potentially in the last 100 days, you'll be able to gather about 1,000 users, and then you can start using this audience in the Sedge network. This is why it would be nice if you can recreate the same audience and then just change the time frame from 30 to 60, 90, 120, 180, and maybe up to 540 days, so that you will have different audience sizes and you can be using them with different networks later for remarketing or specific targeting. Let's create our second audience for product viewers. First of all, we already have a product viewers audience defined by the system, which is created with our dynamic remarketing tag. This audience will be displaying specific products that users interacted with, but I will now show you how to create a generic product viewers audience. So no matter which products they viewed, you'll still be able to show and display different ads for them. Click this blue plus and then website visitors. We will name it product visitors in the last 30 days. We can now again specify the segment, which is visitors of pages, and then web page visit in the last 30 days. We can now refine the action based on page URL that contains a common path for your all product pages. This is the common path in Shopify websites. If you go to your product, you will be able to see that each product you click will have this common path, which is defined by /product/, and we can copy this part from our URL, then go back to Google Ads and paste it here. Now every single person that visited our product pages will be included in this audience. We will be displaying ads for them just because they visited the product page, but still if you want to display the ads with the specific products, you have to use this other system-defined audience, which is called product viewers with retail in brackets. This audience will be just a generic product viewers audience for the people who just landed on our product page. You can pre-fill this audience with the data from the last 30 days if you have any, and then just click create segment. Product viewers audience is now here on the list. It will be populated with time. Once you start getting clicks and running campaigns in Google Ads, it will be filled with different users. We can go back to the presentation. I will now create the audience for add to cart and begin checkout. And then separately, we will create add to cart audience and also begin checkout. I will show you how to create all three of them. It's because on some websites, people can just skip the cart and go straight to the checkout. This is why you will be covered with all possibilities. Depending on your website, you will be able to just target those people based on different tags. Let's go back to Google Ads and then click this blue plus, website visitors, and then add to cart and begin checkout in the last 30 days. Now we have to segment out our users based on the specific tags. So just click it here. And then on my list, I have multiple different tracking codes, but it's always based on the naming. So just check the names of your tracking codes and then pick add to cart and then also begin checkout tracking. Those two tracking codes will be now combined in this audience. And then you can scroll down and you can define how long people will stay in this audience. As I said, it can be up to 540 days, at least for now. Maybe Google will even reduce this time because of the different privacy issues. But for now, let's create it for 30 days and then click create segment. This new audience is now on my list, add to cart and begin checkout combined in the last 30 days. And as I said previously, if you are not getting that much traffic to your website, maybe this audience will be too small to serve. So it's better to recreate this audience with different time frames. For example, last 60 days, last 90 days, and all the way up to 540. Then you will be able to use this audience in different networks based on different audience size requirements. Now let's create the audience for add to cart and then separately for begin checkout. So click blue plus, website visitors, add to cart, last 30 days, and then choose the specific tag, add to cart, then scroll down. You can define the time frame. Let's do it for the 30 days, and then create the segment, and let's do it for begin checkout as well. So click the blue plus and then paste it here. Last 30 days, choose the specific tag, begin checkout only, define the membership duration, and then create the segment. On my list, I can see add to cart in the last 30 days, then add to cart and begin checkout combined, and also begin checkout separately here. So we have these three audiences. We have one more audience that we will create for past customers, and this audience, it can be recreated in two different ways. First of all, again, based on the website visitors and then specific tag that we've implemented. Last 30 days, then we choose the specific tag, which will be purchase tracking, and then we can define the membership duration. Let's say we will keep people in this audience for 30 days, which is fine, and then click create segment. You can also create this audience, the past customers audience, with your Shopify data. If you click this blue plus and then customer list, you can upload emails, phone numbers, and also mailing addresses. But you have to prepare a specific CSV file. You have to use the template that Google is requiring. And then if you go to Shopify, you can click Customers tab. You will be able to export all of your past customers. If you have been running this business for some time, possibly you have a lot of sales and a lot of customers here. You can then upload this file to Google servers. It will be stored there. Even you, as a person who uploaded this file, you will not be able to access it. Once it's there, it will be coded. So if you just delete the file from your computer, you just need to export one more customers list and prepare it one more time, because then it's completely stored and protected by Google. Then you can use this remarketing audience to extend the lifetime value of the customers. You can prepare different campaigns that will be targeting this audience specifically, and you can just present some different offers for your past customers, either in YouTube ads or maybe in display network, which is very beneficial. And we are using this tactic with some clients to extend the lifetime value of a customer based on this specific audience. But if you don't want to prepare a file from the template, you can also install Simproz's customer match list, and you can install this app in your Shopify backend. This app will be automatically creating different customers lists, and then it will be automatically pushed to Google, and you can use this audience for different campaigns as well. So it's just paid solution, and then you will be able to have different lists of customers with different segments, which can really benefit your remarketing campaigns. That's all in this module. In the next module, we will discuss keywords research. In this module, we will cover keywords research. Your product titles and descriptions should be containing different valuable keywords. Potentially, you are also writing blogs and you would like your blog posts to be ranking organically in Google search results. So we need to find proper keywords to then include them in your posts. And also your Google search campaigns are targeting different keywords. This is why it's important to know how to research them for your ads. I'm mainly using these three tools. The first one, Google Keywords Planner, is a free tool that we can access from our Google Ads panel. The second one, SEMrush, this one is paid and it's quite expensive. We are mainly using SEMrush for search engine optimization, and it's not that useful for researching keywords for your ads because you have to pay for that. And the same keywords can be found in Google Keywords Planner, and basically it's free, so you don't have to even pay for that, unless you really want to research the detailed long-tail keywords for search engine optimization. And the third tool is Keywords Everywhere. This is a browser extension either for Firefox or Chrome, which is displaying different related search terms to the specific keyword you are typing in Google. Let's start with Google Keywords Planner. In the new design of Google Ads, go to Tools, and then under Planning, you will be able to see Keyword Planner. on the alt design, just go to Tools and Settings, and then the first column, Planning, Keyword Planner. You can then click Discover New Keywords and specify your language and target country. Then you can type the keyword. For me, it will be wooden desk. Then click Get Results. We are being moved to the entire list of keywords that are related to my main search term. Let's filter by average monthly searches. And we can see that for wooden desk, the average monthly searches are quite broad, between 10,000 and 100,000. We don't really know what is the specific number, and this is because the account is quite new and I haven't spent any money on ads, which means Google is not giving us the possibility to access more detailed data. I will now show you the live account where after spending about $10-15, you will be able to see more exact numbers when it comes to average monthly searches. And we can see that for this specific keyword, wooden desk, the average monthly searches are around 33,000 per month. And we can see how it's fluctuating from month to month. This is quite useful, but obviously if you sort by the column of average monthly searches, you can see that still this one is the most widely searched, and you can scroll down and just look for more valuable keywords based on the main one. It's really good, and if you scroll down near to the end of the list, you will be able to find more long tail keywords that possibly have less competition in theory, because most people already know the strategy and they also scroll down. And you can see that even though this one specific keyword has very few monthly searches, it's still very expensive to be at the top of the page results. Keep in mind that these estimations, they are not that accurate. Don't be scared by the numbers here. As you remember from the first module, it's not always about the bid, it's also about your quality score and format impact that are determining the position of your ads. But in general, this column is giving you an idea if the niche is expensive or inexpensive. You can be also getting clicks with the lower end bid. And let's move to the SEMrush. You can now create the account here with 7-day free trial and then research the keywords. Unfortunately, it will be very limited, but still you can find some more valuable keywords that possibly you can target in your campaigns or add to your product descriptions and titles. Let's create the account. And I will log in with Google. It's now moving me to the dashboard. I'm on my free trial. And then if I go to keywords overview, I will be able to type the same keyword, so wooden desk, in the US. And we can see that the average monthly searches, the volume for wooden desk that SEMrush is displaying is about 10,000, and it's much less in comparison to Google Keywords Planner that was displaying 33,000, which means I would rather trust Google on that, and this is why I'm not using SEMrush that frequently. Possibly for some organic SEO, then it's good, but it's quite expensive and you have to pay about $120 for a pro version per month. This is why you can use SEMrush for organic keywords research, but not for paid ads, because the free tool in Google Ads panel is basically more than enough for most people. And the last one is Keywords Everywhere. We can install it for Firefox or Chrome, and it will be displaying average monthly search volume for our keywords and also some suggestions, SEO difficulty, and other related topics to our keyword. You can also use it for YouTube SEO, which is quite useful for some people. Let me just install it and I will show you how to operate in this tool. Unfortunately, it's also paid, but we have some credits at the beginning and you can still use it. For the keyword wooden desk, the extension is now displaying different additional information. For example, the trend or SEO difficulty and also some additional keywords. You have to purchase credits to access more detailed data as well. This is why I'm mainly using Google Keywords Planner, because it's not only free, but it's containing all the keywords that Chrome extension is displaying and also most of the keywords that SEMrush is displaying in their dashboard. This is why if you don't want to pay for those extensions, just stick to the Google Keywords Planner. In this module, we will discuss product feed optimization. In the previous modules, we submitted our feed to Merchant Center, and the feed is containing different fields that are pushing the information about our products to Google Ads. And I will now discuss few fields that are, in my opinion, the most important ones when it comes to the product feed optimization. There are many more different fields in the product feed that I will be not even discussing because for most people, they are not that relevant, but I also bolded 4 different parameters that are the most important when it comes to the product feed optimization. The first one, titles. For Shopping Network, there is no other way to guide Google in the right direction rather than implement keywords in the product titles. For search campaigns, the text ads, you can directly implement keywords in the campaign settings, but for Shopping Network, this is not possible. We can only implement keywords in the titles and descriptions, but in general, the titles are determining the keywords Google will be targeting in our ads, and this is really important to structure your titles correctly. We cannot just create a simple title like this advertiser with some random desk keyword and then countertop size, and that's all. We have to structure the titles in a proper way. I will be discussing it later in the next slides, but you can see on the search results that some of the advertisers, like this one, they are not following the good title formula. Most of them are actually implementing long titles packed with keywords, which is good, but also some of them are not using this strategy and they are potentially missing out on many valuable clicks that are just not being targeted with certain keywords. Reading the title, there is only one valuable keyword, which is desk, and that's all. And for other advertisers, you can see that they are having very long titles that they are not even fitting on my screen, which is good because they are utilizing 150 characters limit that Google is actually allowing us to use and utilize for structuring the product title. When we are creating the title, we cannot just stuff different keywords right after each other. For example, wooden desk, comma, solid wood desk, comma, wood desk with drawers. This will cause the ads to either be rejected or your CPC, cost per click, will be enormously high because Google can detect that you are stuffing the keywords and they will punish you with low quality score or very high CPC. This is why you have to utilize the keywords that you found in Google Keywords Planner, but you also have to structure the title in a logical way so that it makes sense for the user who's reading the title of the product. And let's move to the descriptions. Descriptions are being automatically pulled from your Shopify product page, but at the end of the description, from my experience, you actually can include some of the keywords. You can either include them in the sentences, in the paragraphs, or you can also add about 4, maybe 5 different keywords at the end so that Google can index them and just boost your overall results. From my experience, you will not be punished for that, but keep in mind, just add like 4, maybe 5 different keywords at the end of the description in your feed app, and then you will be sometimes getting more additional clicks. And keep in mind that we are using Simproz's feed app, which allows us to implement different keywords, not only in the titles, but also in the descriptions. And the titles that we structure and also descriptions, they will not be displaying on the product page. Your product page can be still very clean, and the titles and headlines can be very short, and descriptions might be containing different GIFs and stuff like that. But you will be using this feed management tool, the app, solely to enrich your overall feed with different keywords and other parameters that will be not displayed for the customers, which is really good because it will be only indexed by Google so that you are getting the additional exposure and clicks in the shopping network. And this is the example. This advertiser has quite a long title. It could be better, but it's still containing some keywords. But this is the product page. The product page title is super short, so it's not looking spammy for the customers. But for Google, when they are indexing your product, it's still containing some valuable keywords. And that's the strategy we'll be implementing with our titles. I will show you how to optimize titles in the next slides, but let's go back to the presentation. The third thing that we can optimize is product category. So Google is reading the keywords from the titles, but it's also good to categorize the products based on the category. For example, wooden desks or maybe desks, so that Google knows that this product should be entering the correct auction. Potentially you saw it in Google when you're looking for certain products. Sometimes there is one product that is completely not relevant to the auction or to the keyword that you are typing in Google. And this is mainly because this advertiser with this not relevant product has categorized the product incorrectly. And to avoid that, we have to assign proper product category for each of our products in the feed. Another field is product type. And this is one more tip for you guys. You can actually implement the most popular keyword from your niche in the product type. And this will give you this additional exposure and just guide Google in the right direction. For example, if I'm selling wooden desk and I was researching the keywords, I can see that wooden desk or wood desk is the most popular keyword. So I will just assign it as a product type. Then material. This is not relevant to some of you guys. It's widely used for apparel niche, potentially for some other industries. Sometimes Google will be displaying an error in Merchant Center. This is not a suspension, this is just an error. Google is letting you know some of your products are missing the key fields in your product feed, and you just have to assign them and possibly increase your ad rank in this way. For example, some of your products will be missing the age group or gender if this is the apparel niche. So it really depends, and you just have to check your Merchant Center frequently in order to fix all the errors Google will be displaying with your products. Another field that is very important is image. This is the first thing that people see when they type a keyword in Google, and this is really important to research your niche and then adjust the proper strategy. If all of your competitors are using lifestyle image, the image with product on the white background is actually standing out the most, which is good because you want to be different than other people when it comes to ads, and you want to capture the user's attention to click your product. And we can see that really this one, which is a product on the white background, is standing out in this specific auction because most of the advertisers, they are just using a lifestyle image. And vice versa. If your niche and your competitors are using only products on the white background, then you want to stand out and you will be actually implementing lifestyle image as a first product image, because remember, in Shopify, the first product image is actually entering the auction in Google Ads. Whatever you set as a first product will be then displaying in shopping ads. Next field is color. You can basically assign the color of the product. This is not relevant for some of you because possibly you will be not even getting the error. This is why you can, but you don't have to assign the color for your products. Another field, which is brand, it's being basically pushed from your Shopify settings. You can assign the vendor of product and then it will be treated as a brand. We also have product type. Oh, it's the same. So yeah, it's just again here, you are using main keyword as product type. And then we have condition. You can either sell used or new products, and then you have to accordingly assign the condition of a product. We can also specify gender. I will show you how to do it in the feed app later. And then you can also assign the size for the product. Again, this is for apparel niche, not for other industries. We can also assign age group. This is quite problematic because Google is only allowing us to assign certain age groups, but there is no option for age neutral. We can only assign adults or kids or newborns or toddlers. Some products, they can be actually used for different age groups at the same time, and there is no option for age neutral in the feed. Actually, if you are not getting any errors, just do not assign the age group in your product feed. Then GTIN, which is Global Trade Identification Number. If your product is being distributed around the world, then the manufacturer who's creating the product, they probably do have a GTIN. In other words, that's the barcode And if you are sourcing the same product that your competitors are selling and they do have a GTIN from the manufacturer, Google will detect that and they will display the error that you are missing a GTIN and you need to add it. For that, you can either contact your supplier or you can look for this GTIN number in Google. I will just show you the example right now. If you type your product name and then GTIN list after it, you will be able to see that for some products and for some suppliers, you're able to find the GTIN right here in the Google search results. And then you just have to copy this number and add it in the barcode field in your Shopify product page settings. But let's say you're manufacturing your own product, or actually your supplier doesn't have a barcode. Then you can set the manufacturer part number plus brand, and this will actually help you to not only in some cases get rid of this issue that your GTIN is missing, but it will also help us with assigning product reviews. This is why you have to either categorize products with GTIN, or you can also set them to MPN plus brand, and you may also set the MPN, so manufacturer part number, as SKU. In most cases in your Shopify product settings, you are setting different SKUs numbers for each of the products, and then in the feed up, it can be automatically just pulled from the SKU, and the SKU number will be then set to MPN, so that it will be much easier for us to implement product reviews later in the next modules. Another field is custom labels. You can categorize your products with different custom labels. Google is allowing you to use 5 different custom labels starting from 0. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 custom labels that we can use for categorizing our products, because Google doesn't have an easy way to drag and drop products into the campaigns later when we are creating the shopping campaigns or Performance Max campaign with different asset groups. It's quite difficult to then have different categories of products just separated by the ad groups. And for that, we are mainly using custom labels. For example, you're assigning all wooden desks as custom label 1, and the custom label will be called wooden desks. Then you will be assigning custom label 2 as wooden lamps, and then custom label 2 or 3 will be called wooden lamps. When you're creating the campaign, you can actually choose proper custom label, and it will be already containing all the products that you want to advertise per different ad groups. And the last thing on my list is price. Why is price important? Because most people are price sensitive, and if you are sourcing a product from the supplier and the same product is being sold by different advertisers, people will most likely purchase the cheapest option. And this is the example. This ad is from one advertiser and this ad is from other advertiser. They are both selling the same wooden desk, and people will be most likely purchasing the cheaper one just because they can save about $100, which most people will basically do. And even though you might be manufacturing your own product, you have to make sure that you are listing all the benefits and additional features in your product description so that people know why is your product potentially priced higher than the prices of your competitors. So just make sure that people really understand why they should be purchasing from you and why is your pricing set to a certain level in comparison to other advertisers. And again, this is the example with images. You can see that most advertisers in this auction, they are using product with the white backgrounds, and then to stand out more, you can use a lifestyle image. We have those different things that we can optimize. So first of all, it's a website. When it comes to e-commerce, no matter how good your campaigns are, the website is always 80% of the results and campaigns are 20%. But then if we move to the campaigns, no matter how good campaigns you can create, the feed is always 80% of the success. Now let's move to the product title optimization. You might be asking yourself, what's the best title structure? And the answer is pretty simple. There is none. It really depends on your niche. You have to research your niche in Google Shopping and see what other advertisers are doing. Keep in mind that you can also try to think about your customers and how they would be searching for your product. And based on that, you can then decide which relevant features and keywords you should be implementing at the beginning of the title. Because in general, Google considers the words at the beginning of the product title as the most important when determining which ads are the most relevant to the search query of a user. Think about that and also research the niche based on your customers and how they would be looking for your products. And keep in mind that you can use Google Keywords Planner to then find these valuable keywords and then implement them at the beginning so that you will be getting relevant clicks. I will now show you different examples for different niches. And for some industries, people are starting the product title with brand, then adding the product type, then color and material at the end. Sometimes it might be brand plus size, then product type, then color, or material, product type, color, and brand, then maybe style, color, product type, and brand, and potentially it can be also product type, size, color, feature, and brand at the end. It really depends on your specific case and your niche and products, so keep in mind that you have to research that yourself and then just decide how to structure the title. It's quite important, but don't worry if you are somehow making a mistake and maybe you will include the brand at the beginning, but actually most of your competitors, they are including product type. It's not that bad because Google still can read the title, they will read the keywords, and you will still be getting clicks. Unless you really implement some different numbers at the beginning, which is not advised, then you might be just damaging your overall campaign's performance. Because if you are adding some random numbers, and I think it will be an example here, 1131K teacher's desk. This is probably the product number, but in most cases do not include it at the beginning because usually people do not type this exact number unless they want to buy this specific product. Then of course you can have it, but somewhere at the end of a title so that Google can still read it. But at the beginning, try to add the most popular and relevant keywords, not numbers. Product title requirements. Avoid capitalization, so do not caps lock your entire product. I've seen some clients doing that and they were basically getting errors in Google Merchant Center that their titles are capitalized and they have to fix it. Don't include any promotional text. For example, don't include free shipping or order now or free gifts and stuff like that, because not only your product will be rejected, but also you're wasting the max characters length, which is 150 characters. And if you're including some promotional text, you're basically wasting the length of your title, which can be used for more valuable keywords. And the length is 150 characters, but in most cases, only 70 or less will be displayed. So keep that in mind while structuring the product title. Usually it's depending on the auction and also the device that the user is using. Sometimes they will be seeing 70 characters, maybe sometimes 60 or even 50. It really depends, but still try to reach 150 characters or be close to this number so that you are implementing different keywords for your titles. And now I will be displaying you different examples in the apparel niche or in the art and entertainment, also for baby and toddler products. For example, in apparel niche, you can use brand plus gender plus product type and then attributes. This is the example: Adidas, women running shoes, black 39. Or art and entertainment, abstract rainy cityscape oil painting on canvas, large original rain, art for home. This title is packed with keywords and it still kinda makes sense, so you can utilize this strategy for your specific case. And then we have also baby and toddler products. They are using size plus material plus product plus age group. And then we also have some more examples. I will be not reading all of them. Let's see the example for electronics. They are using brand plus attributes plus product plus model and then color. Sony PlayStation 5 disc video game console, and then we also have a color at the end. Also the furniture niche. This is also not the requirement. You can still mix the different attributes or different product types and then with the brand at the end or at the beginning. I'm just showing you different examples so you can take a look at them and possibly utilize the strategy for your business. Product disapprovals. You have to check your Merchant Center regularly to see if there are any new errors or disapprovals, because in general, you might be getting two different issues in Merchant Center. The first one is just an error, so your product will be still getting into the auction and it will be displaying in ads. You will be getting clicks for this product, which is fine. because there is only some minor error, for example, missing color or missing gender or missing age group. But there are also some different errors that are just stopping your product getting into the auction. Google is just rejecting this product completely, and then you are not able to advertise this product. And for example, price mismatch, this is the issue that some people might be getting. And for that, you need to contact Simprozis Feed support. I will show you how to do it in a second. You can just chat with them. They will correct the markup in your Shopify theme with their programmer. It will take about 10 minutes, and then they will resubmit the feed for you, and the issue will be gone within about 24 hours, and your product will be back in the campaign. You will be getting clicks for it. You can also get the error with image too small, which means you have to change the image. Possibly you are also getting the images from the suppliers, and some of the images you are getting, they are just poor quality, and you will get an error, which means you just have to again change the image. Do not include any promotional overlay on the image. Do not include free shipping or order now. Any text that you are including in the image, Google can detect that, and basically they are scanning the images, and in most cases they can just reject your entire product and you have to upload a new product image. In Simprozis Feed app, you can first of all contact the support here. You just click this icon and then you can either chat with them if they are available. If not, you can leave the message and they will reach out to you. And you can also make bulk changes for your products. For example, let's say you're missing a gender for your products. You can then assign the gender here in bulk for all of your products. Or you can also change the color for your products. You can possibly stop these products from being pushed to Merchant Center. So you just click Channel Submission Control, and then you exclude your products from being pushed to Google completely. Or you can in bulk change the identifiers. For example, you can in bulk set all of your products to MPN, which is being set from SKU. Or if you do have a GTIN number, you can just submit the products with this first option. And let's click a product. I will now show you how to edit different fields within one product. You can then open a product in a new tab, and then you will be able to edit the titles right here. This is where you implement more valuable keywords. And remember that there is a 150 characters limit, so utilize this feature. This product title will be then pushed to Google, not to your product page, so that you will be only displaying this long title in search results. You can also edit the description, that is again being pushed to Google, and at the end you can implement few different keywords that possibly might be getting you additional exposure, but do not overdo it. Add like maximum of 5 different keywords if you don't want to implement them directly in your sentences in the description. We can also edit product type, which I told you should be set to your main keyword, for example, wooden desk. And the brand, which is vendor, we cannot edit the brand in this app because the brand is being actually assigned in the Shopify settings. When you click the product, you will be able to see a vendor here. So this is a brand of this product. If you want to edit the brand, just edit this field in Shopify. You can also control the channel submission. Let's say you don't want to advertise this product. You can uncheck all the boxes here and then update your changes so that this product will not be pushed to Google anymore. You can also assign the proper category, for example, desk, and then we have lab desks or desk in general. I think the category for my product is actually desks only. There is no any additional category that I can narrow the product with, but look at the category list, which is super long, and you just have to look for the closest category for your products. You can also add the color for your product or size, also material and pattern, maybe also cost of goods. There are many different fields I haven't even discussed because they are not that relevant for most people. And sometimes if you are not getting errors in Google Merchant Center, you don't have to add these additional fields. But keep in mind, if you want to have your entire feed properly structured, then for sure utilize as many fields as possible. If you are using Merchant Center next version, you can check the errors of your products under the products tab. In this tab, we can see all of our products that are being submitted to Merchant Center and also the amount of products that are not being shown on Google. Click Needs Attention tab. In this tab, you will be able to see errors of your products and different feed issues that your products are encountering. Let's click Show All Fixes. Expand the amount of rows. Here we'll be able to see the issues of our products. Some of them have a prohibited classification, others have two generic images. We can also see the errors of missing age group, missing color, gender, size, and missing GTIN number. You can correct these issues. You can always check the products that are encountering these problems. Go back to your Simprozis feed app and fix the errors there. But if you are using Merchant Center Classic version, just keep watching the video and I will show you how to check the errors of your products in the older version of Merchant Center. And you can also check the errors in your Merchant Center. In the Diagnosis tab, you can see feed issues or item issues right here. For me, it's only pending initial review, but you will be getting the errors here on the list. For example, missing gender or incorrect product identifier. Stuff like that, it will be all here. And then some of the products will be actually disapproved, which means they will be not entering the auction, and you just need to correct all the errors to get them approved again. You can also assign the condition, which is new or used. You can assign the age group, choose one of them. We cannot set the age group to age neutral. This is not possible. We just have to choose one of them. If you are not getting any errors, just don't set anything in this place. You can specify the gender, male, female, or unisex. There are only two genders that Google is recognizing. Quite weird, right? And then some of the additional settings here, they are not that widely used. For example, size system or size type. If you're not getting any errors in Google, just skip them. And then you can also check if the product is adult oriented. You can read the description and the definition here. In most cases, if you are not selling adult oriented products, then you do not have to check this option. Then in this place, we can actually set the product identifiers, and this is quite important in order to assign product reviews. If you have a GTIN barcode, you can choose this first option, and then you can make sure that the GTIN is actually added here in the barcode. But for both of the settings, so either this one or this one, make sure to add some random number for SKU, so stock keeping unit for all of your products. You should be having some different SKU for each of the products added in this place, so make sure you actually do it. And then choose either this option or submit brand name and MPN that will be pulled from SKU if you don't have a GTIN. You can also submit the products as custom products, but then it will be not possible to assign product reviews. So in most cases, I advise choosing the second option right here. We are moving to the product labels. This is the place where you categorize your products based on the strategy you are going for. You can review the Miro board, and I'm presenting you different possibilities to create the ad groups or assets groups. You can categorize your products based on bestseller or based on price point or brand, also keywords, maybe margin. And the best possible one and the easiest one for you guys to implement is actually structuring the custom labels based on the category or collection. So all of your wooden desks will be assigned to the custom label 0. You can also do it in bulk. Let's say you want the custom label 0 to contain only wooden desks. Then on the list of your products, you can filter by either brand or maybe product type, which is here. And then the product type would be wooden desk. You can add the filter. Then you will be only seeing the products that are wooden desks. You can then edit them in bulk and assign custom label 0, which would be wooden desks. Then you just click apply, and keep in mind that it takes a couple of hours for Google to actually push this information to Merchant Center, so that if you are creating the campaign, you might be not seeing the custom labels yet, because it takes up to even 24 hours. If you have thousands of products, this information needs to go through Merchant Center, and then Merchant Center has to push this information to Google Ads panel. You can add multiple custom labels to each of the product. Let's say this product is a wooden desk, but it's also electric. So you would be selling wooden desks, and then you can narrow even more to wooden desks that are electric, but you can also have products that are wooden desks and they are also not electric. So for the products that are not electric, in the custom label too, you will just assign that they are not electric or non-electric, and you can then change the labels based on additional features of the product. This is how you can structure the custom labels in order to quickly create the campaigns later in Google Ads panel. And keep in mind that you have to update your product after you make certain changes to the feed. We also have some additional labels and fields that are in most cases not relevant, not that necessary. This is why I will be not discussing them. And at the bottom you can see this is the variant and also the variant ID that will be displayed in the Google Ads when you are reviewing your products in the products tab. If you have any problems or issues in Merchant Center, you can always contact the chat support of this app. They are very knowledgeable and quite friendly. You will be able to resolve all the product issues that are displayed in your Merchant Center. For example, as I said, price mismatch. They will have to correct the markup on your theme, and this is done with their programmer. If you are missing a GTIN, you can either ask your manufacturer or supplier to provide you a GTIN number, or potentially if you don't have it, you can then submit your products as MPN plus SKU, or maybe sometimes it's also happening for some of my clients, even though your supplier doesn't have a GTIN or you're selling your own product, Google is still detecting that this product should be having a GTIN. And at this point, it's basically an internal error of Google. You can contact chat support of Merchant Center. Maybe they will help you resolving this problem. But in general, sometimes this issue is not going away if you don't add a GTIN number, because Google thinks that this product really should be having it because other advertisers in your niche are using a GTIN. So you have to figure this one out yourself, because it's either true and you're really missing a GTIN and you need to add it, or you just have to run ads having this error because this is your own brand and you just don't have a GTIN. You can always contact the support of either SimProcess app or Merchant Center, and they will help you with resolving this problem. Promotional overlay on the image, we've discussed that. You just have to change the images in your Shopify product setting. Just change the first image and then it will be reprocessed within a couple of days and your product will be back in ads. Missing color, it's super easy. You can edit your products in bulk and add a color. Missing gender, it's very similar. You just have to update the gender of your products in feed. And missing age group, this is very simple as well. You can edit products in bulk and assign an age group. And image too small, you have to upload a new image. That's all in this module. We will be now moving to the product reviews in Google Shopping. In this module, we will integrate product reviews with Google Shopping Network. I will show you how to do it with two different apps, Judge Me or Looks Reviews, but you need at least 50 reviews across all of your products to start displaying them in the Shopping Network. So one product can have 25 reviews and the other product will have 20 reviews and the third product will have 5 reviews. So in total it's 50, and this is making your reviews eligible to appear in Google Shopping. This is the requirement from Google that you need at least 50 reviews across all different products. But before we integrate the reviews feed with Google Shopping, we need to set different identifiers in our SimProcess feed app, which will then allow Google to match the reviews with the products. Then we will activate the product rating program in our Merchant Center account. And at the end, we will submit reviews feed to Merchant Center. We are submitting our product feed, but now we will have to submit reviews feed, and then Google at the backend, they will be matching two different feeds, different product IDs. It's not that complicated, but we just need to make sure that our products have different identifiers so that Google will be able to easily just combine the reviews with the products. In Shopify, go to SimProcess Google Shopping Feed app and then just select all of your products from the list. Then edit them in bulk, and let's change identifiers submission control. We have to submit either brand name, MPN, which is taken from SKU, and GTIN, which is a barcode, or we have to submit our products with brand name and MPN as SKU. If you do not have a GTIN, you can go to products and make sure that each of your products has a SKU, so stock keeping unit, set here. It has to be a random number, different for each of the products and each of the variants, so that Google will be able to match the reviews with the product. In some cases, if you are missing a GTIN and you are having this error in Google Merchant Center, you can also set the GTIN, the barcode, here in this field. And then depending on your case, if you do have a GTIN, just add it here and make sure you have a SKU as well. Or if you don't have a GTIN because your supplier is not providing it, or you are selling your own products, then at least set random SKUs here for your products and for different variants. Each variant should have different SKU number. We can go back to same process one more time, select all of your products again, and then change the identifier submission. If you do have a GTIN added to each of your products, just select this first option. But if you don't have a GTIN number, just select this option because you added at least a SKU number, which will be then helping Google to identify the product correctly. And depending on your specific case, just click apply in bulk. I do not have a GTIN, but I will just select the second option and apply in bulk for all of my products. They will be now pushing this information to Google Merchant Center. We can now install Judge Me or Looks Reviews. I am not affiliated with any of these apps. You can use any other reviews app. This is not a problem. This is not an issue. The process, the integration process is fairly the same. The main thing is that the app that you are using, it has to provide you a XML file, basically a reviews feed, and then you will be able to send it to Merchant Center where it will be matched with your products. So if you are using different app apart from Looks or Judge Me, that's completely fine. You can still follow this tutorial. Just make sure that an app you are using is providing you a reviews feed. Let's install Judge Me. So click Apps and Settings, then Shopify App Store. Type Judge Me. You can install Judge Me product reviews. The process of integrating the reviews with Looks is more difficult. You need to contact Looks support, but it's still possible. For now, I will just show you how to complete it with Judge Me. Just add app and then install it. We have to complete a simple integration with our Shopify theme. Just click Next, and they will be installing different codes in our theme in order to display the reviews. So just install the widgets. If you have any issues with the integration, you can always contact Judge Me support here. But for me, it looks great, so I can just keep installing the app. Let's get started, and then I will just explore the app myself. We can now upgrade the app to the Awesome plan. Most of these apps, if they do have an integration with Google Shopping, they require you to pay for that. With Judge Me, it's $15 per month. I think it's $30 for Looks, but I'm not really sure. The pricing might be changing. But Judge Me is less expensive than Looks, and the integration is quite easier. But still, I will show you how to do it with Looks as well. Recently, Judge Me has introduced a new design of their app, and you might be still seeing the old design that I'm presenting on my screen on the video, or you might be seeing this new one. It doesn't really matter. You can easily follow the video and still implement the reviews. And now I will just show you where the tab of Google settings is being moved. So instead of going to settings, you have to click marketing and social if you see this new design of Judge Me app. And then from here, click Google and SEO and click Google Shopping. This is the place that I will be discussing during the video. So you can just follow this video and you will be able to easily change the same settings. They are here and also here. And you'll be able to take this link and integrate it with your Merchant Center account. So just keep watching the video. We can go to settings, and in settings you can change the widget's color. You can set up your email templates and other emails that will be sent out to the customers. I will not explore every single tab here. It's up to you guys. I will just show you how to integrate the reviews with Google Shopping. And if you have any questions, you can always contact Judge Me support or just browse the settings yourself and then adjust the app for your needs. Let's click Advanced Settings, and here we have to enable Google Product Review Speed. We can adjust different settings for our reviews feed. We can exclude different reviews that are containing some of these keywords, but this is not needed in my case. We have to add the MPN in our feed, so just click it here, because then it will be taken from SKU, as we just set it in our SimProcess feed app. You have to enable this feature, and if you added a GTIN, you also have to enable this feature, but I didn't add it, so I will just disable it. And then you can also exclude reviews for out-of-store products. So if you change the product somehow, let's say you set it to draft or you change the titles and the product will be having different IDs, sometimes it might happen. So then you can just exclude these reviews. But if they are positive, I would just leave it as it is, so it will be disabled. You can change the reviewer name as anonymous or maybe with only first name and then the first letter of the surname. It's really up to you. You can also include the entire first name and last name. I will just choose this option. You can change different extensions for the URLs. Just do not change it, keep it disabled. You can upload our reviews with photos, so let's keep it enabled. The app will be also blanking some sensitive information. Let's keep it enabled. You can enable product groups. Currently, the feed only includes the original product associated with a review. It does not include any other associated products via product groups. And if we enable this feature, the feed includes all products associated with a review via product groups. Note, this can increase your feed size significantly if you have large product groups. If you have different variants of the same product, each variant is always entering a Google Ads auction as a separate product. And when people are buying the product, they are leaving a review for this specific variant, which means some of the variants might be selling well and you will be getting a lot of reviews for them, and some other variants won't be getting that many reviews. Enabling this feature will combine all the reviews from different variants, and then each variant of the same product will have the same amount of reviews. If one variant had 1 review and the other variant had 20 reviews, with having this feature enabled, each of the variants will be displaying 21 reviews because they will be basically combined. And that's why I think it's worth enabling this feature, because you can simply increase the amount of reviews your Google Shopping listing will be displaying. At the bottom, you can see the URL to our product reviews feed and also the file name. This is how you set up the Judge Me app. Make sure to save your settings. We will now move to looks, and I will show you how to access this specific XML URL and how to adjust the MPN and GTIN settings. Let's install looks. If you don't want to use Judge Me, just go to recommended apps and then Shopify App Store. You can look for looks reviews, or it's actually here on the list as well, but let's type looks and then you can just install this app. This is basically a competitor of Judge Me, or Judge Me is a competitor of looks. Both apps are quite the same. They are just displaying reviews, and additionally looks is more expensive. In order to integrate the reviews, you have to pay for the growth plan, because here Google Shopping will be included. I'm approving the charge. We have to complete the integration setup. Just click continue, then choose the language of your store. Choose the color and layouts of the reviews. You can also specify the time after the email with the review will be sent out. We can offer a discount for people that are submitting the reviews with different images, and then click continue, continue, and then continue one more time. Let's finish this setup. You can explore the settings yourself. I just want to show you how to integrate the reviews with your Google Shopping feed. Let's go to settings and then general integration. The first one is for Google Shopping. And here we have to adjust the GTIN and MPN. If you do have a GTIN, just include it from the barcode if you added it here in the product section. But if you don't have it, just don't include it. We are now moving to the MPN, and this is where it gets tricky with looks, because you have to test that yourself. First of all, just follow the tutorial and include the MPN from SKU. Then we will be uploading the reviews feed, and possibly your reviews will be recognized and matched to the products. But if you will be encountering some problems in Merchant Center and you will be getting an error that reviews are not being matched to products, then you have to change it to include from product ID. And you just have to reprocess the entire feed in Merchant Center, and then you will be able to possibly just integrate the reviews in this way. So at the beginning, just include the MPN from SKU, as we did it with Judge Me. But if this is not working, if your reviews are being rejected or they are not being matched with the product IDs, then just change the MPN to include from product ID. And possibly this will help you in order to get the reviews integrated in Merchant Center system. But that's not all with looks. We have to select the prefix. It depends on your target country. If you are targeting US, then just select this first one. If you are targeting different countries with your main product feed, then just select accordingly the country code. At the bottom, we can automatically sync reviews with Google Shopping. You can enable this feature here, but it has never worked for me for some reason. For different clients, when I enable it, it's not really pushing the reviews to Google Shopping. And this is why we have to contact the Looks Reviews support. You have to ask them for a manual integration link. You can type it here. Just ask them for a manual link for Google Shopping integration. It should be looking like that after they respond to you. You will have your Google Shopping integration link here, and we will then proceed with the setup. You just have to ask for this link, and once they enable this link for you, you can then continue watching this specific module. We can now move to Merchant Center once you have your link with the reviews from Looks support, or once you completed your setup with Judge Me. You can go to Growth tab and then Manage Programs in your Merchant Center. Click it right here. You can scroll down and see that we have two different ways of gathering reviews. The first one is customer reviews. This is the program in Merchant Center that we can enable. It requires additional code installation, and then after a customer makes a purchase, Google will be displaying different services so that they can review the order or the store, but it's not ideal. Sometimes people will be skipping it, and it's basically a program made by Google. We just want to skip it and use product rating program. If you are using Merchant Center next version and your products are accepted for advertising, you can click Settings and Add-ons. Perhaps in the future, product rating program will be here in this place and you will be able to activate it. Currently, Google is still introducing Merchant Center next version, and I don't see product rating program anywhere in this version. So I guess in the future, it will be just added under add-ons or maybe in some other tabs in Merchant Center next. You just have to look for it. Or if this is still possible for you, you can click this question mark icon here and then switch back to the Merchant Center Classic. I'm not sure if this is still available for you, and I recommend doing that only if your products are accepted for shopping ads and you are basically already running ads in Google. This means your final review has been completed and you are spending money with Google. And if you switch back to the Merchant Center Classic, nothing will happen with your account. It will not be suspended. This is why I recommend switching back to Merchant Center Classic if this is still possible for you after your products get approved and you are already running ads on Google Shopping. But at some point, every account will be automatically switched to Merchant Center next. So even though you switch back to the Merchant Center Classic, I guess in 2024 or maybe in 2025, every account will be automatically moved to the Merchant Center next version. And at that point, I guess Google will be already having the product rating program somewhere in this Merchant Center next version. So it's really up to you. If you want, you can switch back to the Merchant Center Classic if this is still possible for you. Or maybe Google has already added the product rating program somewhere in this Google Merchant Center next version, and you just have to activate it and follow the tutorial. You will be using Judge Me, Looks, or any other app that you have. If the app is providing you an XML file with reviews, just enable this program here and click Get Started. We have to now complete a short form in order to access this program in Merchant Center. Do you work with an approved third-party reviews aggregator? It doesn't really matter what app you are using in your Shopify panel, just always choose the second option. Yes, but I would like to submit the feed from a supported partner directly in Merchant Center myself. Let's click it. And what types of products do you collect reviews for? Choose physical and or digital products. Do you currently have more than 50 reviews? Click yes if you do. We have to fill our contact information. The first one is merchant name. Just go back to your Merchant Center settings and then copy it from here. Let's go back to the form, paste it here. This is your merchant name, the name you can see in your Merchant Center panel. The second field is about Merchant Center account ID. Just copy it from here and then paste it here. Merchant homepage URL. This is a homepage of your website. You can go back to Shopify and then view your online store. Just copy the link from here and paste it in this form. Then your first name, last name, and email address. Just make sure the email address is matching your email address in Merchant Center. And the last one is about the comparison shopping service. It doesn't really matter if you use it or not. Just click yes. You can also agree to leave feedback after this integration, but I just don't want to do it. Click submit, and now that's all. We will be notified by email. It will take up to a few days for you to receive this email because now this is being processed by Google. It usually takes about 10 minutes, but just be aware that if you are not getting the email, it can take up to a few days, and you will be notified by Google that this program is now being enabled in your Merchant Center settings. I will just continue the video once I receive the email. I've received a message from Google after about 5 minutes, and now they are saying that the case has been opened. And then I've received a follow-up message that the product reviews program, it has been activated in my Merchant Center settings, and new tab is now activated in my Merchant Center account. We just have to refresh the account and then go to marketing and product reviews. This is a new tab that we can now access. Let's go back to the email. You can see that your reviews, they should be containing different parameters like brand and MPN in order to match them with the products. And you can also see that this entire process, it can take between 2 to 4 weeks for reviews to go live because they have to be processed by the system, and Google employees, they have to scan it. If they see some prohibited wording, they will reject the reviews. And we can also see that the tab that we've activated now, the status is inactive, and it will take 3 to 4 days to status to update. So for now it's inactive, but we can just continue the integration. We will submit our reviews, and with time this tab will not only be activated, but Google will scan the reviews, process them, and just push to shopping network. At this point, once we integrate them with our Merchant Center, you don't have to do anything. It will be now up to Google to process them and start displaying the reviews in our shopping ads. Let's send our reviews feed to Merchant Center. Just click it here, product reviews feed. And now click this blue plus. Let's add our primary feed name. It will be either Looks Reviews or Judge Me Reviews. It doesn't really matter how you name it. I'll just name it Product Reviews and then choose the first option, Scheduled Fetch. Continue. Let's add the file name. The name is also not important. You can just name it as you want, but because Judge Me is providing the file name, I can just copy it from here and then paste it in this field. We can then schedule the fetch. Just leave it at daily, and then you can assign different hour. I usually choose 1 a.m. and then pick your time zone and file URL. This is the most important part. From different apps, you will be receiving different URLs. This is the link to your reviews feed. So just copy it from here. If you are using Judge Me, just copy this specific XML URL for your reviews and then paste it here. And if you are using Looks, you will be copying this link from here and then pasting it in this file URL. Once you do it, just click Create Feed. The feed has been now uploaded, but in order to speed up the process, we can just click Fetch Now multiple times in order to trigger Merchant Center to process this file. So you can just click it multiple times. If it's not working for you, just click this button and then you'll be able to see that the file is now being processed. It will take some time for Google and you will be able to see the result. If your products have been successfully matched with the reviews, then it's all done. You just have to wait for Google to integrate the files with different product IDs. It's on their end, your work is completed, you don't have to do anything else. You just have to wait for this file to be processed, and that's all. Your reviews will be displayed in Shopping Network. You will also receive a confirmation email from Google showing you that the reviews, the stars, are actually displayed in your shopping listing. And if you have any issues, you can either contact Judge Me support or Lux support or also Merchant Center support. They will be able to help you with activating this program and integrating your reviews with the products. If you are using Lux and the processing was completed but the reviews were not recognized, you will see the status here, some errors. Then you have to go back to Lux review settings and change the MPN to include from product ID. Go back to Merchant Center and just fetch now multiple times in order to start the processing one more time. And this should fix the issues. As I said, if you have any problems, just contact accordingly Lux reviews or Judge Me support or maybe Merchant Center support. But if you have followed this tutorial, you should not be facing any issues. Just make sure that you added SKUs in your products and each product and variant have different SKUs. And then if you have barcodes, also add the GTIN, the barcode in your product section. Make sure that identifier submission control in your SIM process speedup is set to MPN plus brand or MPN plus GTIN plus brand. So I've discussed all of it at the beginning of this module, and that's all. You can also join my Facebook group and ask the questions there. Next module will be about KPIs calculation. In this module, I will show you how to calculate business key performance indicators and also product level key performance indicators so that you will be able to create very advanced campaigns based on your product's profit margin and maybe the conversion rate and potentially on different other metrics like break-even cost per click or break-even cost per acquisition. So it will be all calculated in this module. You will be able to access the calculator from my Facebook group. The link is in the description. And by following this tutorial, we will also calculate different metrics for your products, such as break-even cost per action or break-even return on ad spend, or we will also take the conversion rate from your Shopify backend and we will calculate break-even cost per click. Just make a copy of the KPIs calculator. Click it here. This is the calculator I've prepared for you. And in here, you will be able to calculate your net profit, your profit margin, and also break-even return on ad spend at business level. So after all expenses, you will be able to see what is your break-even ROAS in order to be profitable with Google Ads. You just have to achieve this number at minimum, and everything above it, it will be basically a profit for you. So let's start from the top. First of all, the instructions are very simple. You just edit the cells and the fields that are with this color. And here we have to change the total sales revenue. We will be making these calculations on a monthly basis. So your revenue should be set to monthly revenue. And here you will be able to set the amount of months. You can also copy this spreadsheet multiple times, and then you will be able to change it month to month in order to keep track of all of your expenses and profit. If you don't have any data or your website is completely new, we can also make some projections. So you will be able to type some numbers here, and then based on the expenses you are already having, you'll be able to see what should be your revenue in the future in order to make a certain amount of profit. Let's say you already have some data on your account, on your Shopify backend. So just type how much you are making in sales in general, in total from your Shopify store. For me, as an example, it will be $50,000. This is my monthly revenue. Let's move to this first calculation, which will be for our cost of goods. This is the cost that you pay for your products. And for now, as an example, we only have 2 products here, but if you have multiple products, you can always add the row between them, and then you will be able to add the cost of goods for your multiple products that you have. Just name the product here, and then you will be able to add one more cost of this product, and then just make sure the fields are automatically adding up, which they are in this case. I will just delete this one row, and we will keep the calculation for 2 products. Let's say the first product, it costs me $500 that I have to pay to the supplier in order to produce this product or just purchase it. And the product number 2, it costs me $300 to get it in order to then sell to the customers. This is completely made up. It's probably much more expensive for you. Total cost of goods sold, it's calculated here. And then we have our gross profit. We are subtracting the total cost of goods from our monthly revenue. And it says that our gross profit margin is 98%. This is completely made up and probably not the case for you. Now let's move to this middle field, which is for fixed expenses. These are the expenses that you need to pay every month. It doesn't really matter how much you are selling. Those are the expenses such as Shopify fee or the fees for your apps in Shopify, maybe hosting, maybe you are leasing a warehouse and you need to make a monthly payment for that. Maybe you are also paying for the agency and they have fixed pricing, so you can always add multiple different fixed expenses. Just make sure that you are calculating it from month to month. So number of months, it will be 1, and then the cost will be set to whatever, let's say the agency fee, and then just make sure the formula is being calculated. Let's add the agency, and you can see that total fixed expenses in my example, they are about 5,600. Let's move to this last area. So variable expenses. These are expenses that increase when you sell more products and grow your business. For example, packing expenses. If you sell more products, you need to pay more in order to ship the product in different boxes, or maybe you are employing someone that will do the packing for you. Then we have payment processor fees. If you are selling more, the payment gateway is taking more money in fees. And if you are scaling your Google Ads, the cost from month to month will be also changing. So you just include it here, and then total variable expenses will be calculated for you. Based on that, we have our final numbers. Total expenses, we are just adding both fixed expenses and variable expenses. This is the total number. And then net profit margin, we are subtracting the total expenses from our gross profit. That's the end number. And at the end, profit margin, it will be 83% in this calculation. We can see that my break-even ROAS at business level, it would be 1.2. So everything above 1.2 is already making me money, making profit. So this is the number that you have to aim for with your Google Ads in order to be profitable at the business level. Now we will move to the product level KPIs calculation. I will show you what should be a break-even ROAS per product or break-even cost per click per product in order to make money. And we have to export some data from our Merchant Center account in order to complete this calculation. Let's move to Merchant Center. In Merchant Center, click Products, then All Products. You'll be able to see all of your products that you are pushing to Merchant Center, and you can apply different filters, or we can also export all of your products. But if you want to, let's say, calculate the product level KPIs only for some categories, you can always apply different filters like brand or maybe condition. Maybe you already added some custom labels, and let's say you only want to calculate the product KPIs for wooden desks that are electric. So then you will be able to sort them by different labels, or maybe the product IDs, GTIN, maybe product category. It will be all here. You can narrow the list of your products, but we can also export all of our products, and I will just do it right now. Just click this icon here. It will prepare a file. The file is now downloaded. We have to now extract it. I'm extracting the file to the folder. I have it here. We have to upload this file to our Google Drive folder. In Google Drive, just place this file here to the list. It will be uploaded for us, and right-click it, open with Google Sheets. We've basically exported our product feed with all the fields that we are submitting to Google, and most of them are completely not necessary for our calculations that we will be doing right now. Let's delete everything that starts from clicks all the way to identifiers exists. Just right-click it and then delete columns. We have to also delete the product type, sales price, and shipping weight. Just right-click it and delete it. We have to leave our titles, IDs, price, image link, and we can also delete the MPN column. That's all. We just need 5 of these columns right here. And we have to prepare this specific file before we move it to our calculator. You can see that in the calculator you've downloaded, I've already included one example product, but we need to adjust our file in order to move our products to this prepared file. In order to make certain calculations, we need to delete the currency code. It can be USD, or on your end, it might be PLN or Euro. It doesn't really matter. We just have to get rid of it. Let's click this column here, right-click it, and then insert one column to the right. We can go back to the calculator you've downloaded, and you'll be able to see that the formula for deleting the currency code, it's right in this cell. I will even add the color here. We just have to copy this entire formula, go back to our file, and paste this formula right next to this first price. It's now pasted, but we just have to specify the column here. So just change the M2 to whatever cell it is. It might be C2, like on my example. So just type C2, enter, and now we can see that the USD sign or USD currency code was removed. If you have different currency here, just click it here to this formula and just make sure you are changing this currency code accordingly to the currency you are seeing here. So it might be Euro, or maybe GBP, or maybe other currency that you are using in your store. So just change it here and make sure to specify the cell with the price. So it was C2 as it is here, C2, and then USD, because I want to remove USD from C2 cell. Now you can just click this field and double click in this place. It will automatically apply the formula to the entire column. And now we can just mark the entire column, right click it, copy, and just move it here. Click the C column, right click it, and then paste special values only. It's now pasted here. We can add the price name back, and we can also delete this entire column because we just don't need it. We are left with price without the currency code, image link, and link. I'm just leaving the image link and link because maybe the titles will be confusing for you later, and you will be always able to just click it and move to the product image or to the product landing page. You'll be able to just see what the product is about. This file is now prepared. We can move this entire spreadsheet to our calculator. Click it here and then copy to existing spreadsheet. Choose the calculator, and now this entire spreadsheet has been moved to the calculator. We can see it's here. We can now copy these 3 columns, title, ID, and price. Right click it, copy, go back to the product level KPIs, and replace these 3 columns at the beginning. Right click it, paste special values only. Now we have our title, ID, and price added here. To complete this entire calculator, we need to fill 2 columns. The first one is cost of goods, and you need to fill this one yourself because I'm not sure how much you are paying for these products. You need to fill the information here accordingly. if you are sourcing this product for, let's say, $50, just add it here. Let's say maybe you are manufacturing this other product for $70. So make sure to add all of the cost of goods for this column, and then different metrics will be accordingly calculated for you. The break-even cost per acquisition, you have the formula added already here. You just need to apply it to the entire column, and break-even ROAS as well. Just extend the formula to your entire list of products. We are now moving to the second column that we need to fill, and this column is called conversion rate. The conversion rate will be based on your Shopify data. Just go to analytics, and then we have to take a look at our store conversion rate here, but do not check the conversion rate on a daily basis. Ideally, it should be a minimum of 3 months time frame. So let's select it here, last 90 days, apply it. And if you have some data, just copy this number and then make sure to add this conversion rate on the store level. It will be added for this column. But if your store is completely new, you don't have this data, it's very difficult to assess the conversion rate for your store if you don't have any data. But let's say the average would be 1%. It still depends on a niche. It might be 1%, but it can be also 3% on different niches. Just stick to 1% for now and apply this percentage to the entire column. And the last KPI, which is break-even cost per click, you can extend the formula here and it will be calculated for you. This is the CPC, cost per click, you should be aiming for. Of course, if you are using the automated bidding, Google will be setting different CPCs accordingly to the user and his or her likeliness of converting on your website. But still, you will be able to see if Google is overbidding completely, and you know that for this product to be profitable with your current conversion rate, you need to pay a maximum of 40 cents. Maybe it will mean that you just need to exclude this product and move it to the campaign with manual bidding, so standard shopping with manual CPC, in order to control the cost per click for this product. But maybe the automated bidding is making you pay $2, but you are still profitable because your ROAS will be at 5x, so 500%, which means even though you are paying more than you should be, you are still making a lot of money because your break-even ROAS for this specific product will be 2.75. You can always go back to this spreadsheet and then copy these two remaining columns. Just right-click it, copy, go back to the product level KPIs, and then you will be able to paste them at the end. Right-click it, paste special values only, and then you will be having all of your image links and links to the products so that you will be able to check them later. That's all when it comes to the both calculators. You can always add different formulas at the end, for example, average, and then you will be able to know what is your break-even ROAS for all of your products on average. Let's say it's 2.72 in order to be profitable on the product level. You can also sort the spreadsheet by different metrics like price or break-even cost per acquisition or break-even ROAS. Just make sure that the column you want to sort is formatted as number, and then you'll be able to sort it in different ways. That's all in this module. The next module will be about Google Analytics, and as I said, you can access this file from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. In this module, we will set up Google Analytics 4. I will also show you how to create basic e-commerce reports. We will connect the Google Analytics 4 property with Google Ads, and we will also set up different remarketing audiences directly in Google Analytics 4. The audiences will be then pushed to Google Ads, where you can use them in remarketing and prospecting campaigns. At the beginning, we will just create the Google Analytics 4 account. We will use official Google Channel app in your Shopify in order to integrate your backend with Google Analytics 4. We will use this app only for GA4 integration. We will not be using the Google Channel app to push the products to Merchant Center. We are using SimProcess app. We will also exclude self-referrals such as myshopify.com and also your domain name.com. First of all, let's install Google Channel app. In Shopify, click Apps, Apps and Sales Channel Settings, Shopify App Store, look for Google Channel. This is the app, it's called Google and YouTube. You can just install it. Potentially, you already have this app installed. You can find it under Sales Channels. It's Google and YouTube app. I can reconnect it to my Google account, but on your end, you can probably log in if this is your first time installing this app. Let's log in with my email, and then it has to be the same email that you used for creating Google Ads account. Just click Allow. At the top, we can see this message regarding Google Analytics for setup, but you can also scroll down and just make sure that your Merchant Center is not connected. Just do not confirm anything here, leave it as it is, and never connect it in this place, because we are using Simproz's Google Shopping feed to push our products to Merchant Center. And if you will be using two apps at the same time, you can encounter a lot of errors and possibly suspend the account. So just do not connect it. Scroll up and then click Get Started, because we only want to set up Google Analytics 4. In this place, we can either create a new Google Analytics 4 property or connect our existing property if you already have it under your email. Remember that it has to be the same email that you used for creating your Google Ads account. I don't have any Google Analytics 4 accounts under this email, so I will just create a new property. But if you already have it, just choose it from the list and click Connect. But I don't have it, so we will create it right now from scratch. Type Google Analytics and then click the first link. This is the homepage of Google Analytics. We can now start measuring. At the beginning, we have to name our account. Just name it accordingly to your website or brand name. Scroll down and check the first settings. You can uncheck the account specialist that will be then calling you and suggesting some changes. If you don't mind it, you can also check this option, but I just don't want to be contacted by them. So I'm unchecking it and then clicking Next. Now we are naming our property. So here we named our account, and under one account, if you have multiple different websites, you can have different properties. The property is basically a website. You can just name it again based on your brand name. Specify your time zone and country. Also the currency, it should be based on the currency of your website, and then click Next. We have to select the industry of our business. It doesn't really matter because the account will be still the same for each of the industries, but you can just look for the specific industry for your niche and then choose the size of your business. Click Next. Choose the objectives of your Google Analytics 4 property. For us as an e-commerce business owners, it will be driving online sales, rising brand awareness, and also examining users' behavior. Just choose these three and then click Create. We have to accept the terms of service regarding tracking of users' behavior, and then we can click Accept. To start collecting data, we have to set up our basic data stream. Choose Web and then paste the link to your website. It has to be a link to your homepage, not to your backend of Shopify. Do not copy the link with myshopify.com. Just copy the homepage of your website and paste it here. Delete the HTTPS and then name your data stream. It will be basically again your brand name. We can check the enhanced measurement settings, but all of them are enabled, which is correct. So just click Save and create the stream. You can close this window and then go to home page. You can decide on the email communication. I basically don't want to receive any emails, but if you find them interesting, just check the ones that you want to receive and then save your settings. This is the homepage of our Google Analytics 4 property. You can see that we are not receiving any data yet because we haven't connected it with our Shopify backend. But before we do it, let's exclude self-referrals. Click Admin here at the bottom left and then click Data Streams. This is the data stream we've set up for our website. Click it. And then we have to exclude self-referrals. What is a self-referral? It usually occurs when a page on your site is missing your Google Analytics for tracking, and then the platform is not recognizing that the page is a part of your website, and it will count users that are coming from that page as an outside referral, even though it's still the same domain. This is your domain. And then sometimes users will be counted twice. You will be inflating your data. It will deorganize your setup. And it happens because of different apps that you can install in Shopify. It also happens because of different payment gateways that are sending traffic back from the checkout to your domain. And we just want to avoid it. Let's click Configure Tag Settings. Then click Show All and list unwanted referrals. We don't have to change the match type, just leave it at referral domain contains, but we have to specify at least 2 different domains. First of all, we have to specify myshopify.com. You can copy this specific part of URL and then paste it here, myshopify.com, and then add another condition. Don't change the match type. Here we have to type your domain name. So we can go back to our homepage, copy the link, and then paste it here and delete the beginning of the URL. So delete the HTTPS and also delete the slash at the end. You can also add different payment gateways that you are using, such as paypal.com or maybe Klarna. I'm not really sure what payment gateways you are using, but in order to exclude them from self-referrals, you can also add them here. When you will be reviewing your reports, potentially you will be seeing different payment processors, and then you can just come back to this place, add additional referrals, and then list paypal.com or klarna.com if they are being listed as referrals somewhere in your reports. Once you do it, just click Save. Let's close the Google Tag Settings and then close it one more time. We can now connect our Google Analytics 4 property with Shopify. So just go back there and I will be refreshing this page. I can now see my Google Analytics 4 property. It's the only one that I have under this account. So just click Connect. And this setup is now completed. We will be sending different events that users are performing on our website, such as purchase, add to cart, and begin checkout. We will be sending this valuable data to our property, and based on that, we can create different remarketing audiences and also analyze the behavior on our website. You can always review the Google Analytics 4 integration by going to Online Store and then Preferences. Scroll down and you'll be able to see that your Google Analytics is here. You can manage the pixels and you will be able to change the property or just disconnect it completely. I just don't want to do it because that's our new account. We can go back to the Google Analytics 4 and we have to complete some additional settings. Let's click Data Settings and then Data Collection. Click Get Started to activate Google Signals Data Collection. Continue, activated. You can also expand this last tab and just acknowledge the policies. It's now completed. You can click Data Retention and also extend the time of retaining the user's information. It should be based on your country laws. So if you are unsure about it, just leave it at 2 months. But if you are sure that in your country you can store the user's information for 14 months, then choose this option and then click Save. Let's connect this property with Google Ads. If you go to Admin and then scroll down, you will be able to see Google Ads links. Just click it here and then click Link. It will open the link setup. Choose your Google Ads account. I have multiple of them, so just check your ID of certain account and then you will be able to know what is the account you are using. Most people will probably have one account on the list, but if you are unsure about multiple of them, just go back to Google Ads and check the account IDs in the top right corner. I will just connect one of them and click Confirm. Click Next. The setup and auto tagging is enabled, which is recommended. That's fine. And then click Next. Submit. Once you link your account, just go to Google Ads. And then in this All Design, click Tools and Settings, Linked Accounts. and make sure that you see Google Analytics 4 linked here. And it will be also very similar on this new design. Just click admin and then linked accounts. And make sure that the GA4 is linked as well. Then click manage and links. You have to do it for both designs. Just click it there. In this place, make sure to enable Google optimized sharing because we want to share the data between Google Ads and Google Analytics. And that's not all. We have to also activate apps and web metrics in order to access different columns and sync our data with Google Analytics 4. We need to activate it. In this way, not only we will be able to access different additional columns in the reports in Google Ads, but we will be able to send our audiences from GA4. They will be sent to Google Ads account where you will be able to use them in different campaigns. So just make sure to enable these two features. Let's go back to the home of our Google Analytics 4. We can see that the data is still not received, but we can just go back to our website, refresh it a couple of times, just click the product, and then maybe click the catalog page, go back to the home page. And after a few minutes, after performing some different actions on our website, you can go back and refresh this property. You could already see that this Analytics 4 is receiving data. The data is now being collected, and that's me, one user from Poland. We will be now moving to different property, Google Analytics 4 demo account, where I will be discussing different tabs and reports, because this one specifically, it's completely new and fresh. We don't have any data, so it will be more difficult for me to discuss different things and reports that you can access from this Google Analytics 4 property. But with time, once you start running ads, you will be seeing different users and different data being recorded on this Google Analytics 4 property, and you will be able to analyze it and potentially improve your website. This is the demo account for Google Merch Shop, and on the homepage, you can see that this property is receiving a lot of data about users, event count, conversions, and also new users. We can see the live data from the last 30 minutes, the countries that users are visited the website from, and also different additional parameters. Let's move to the Reports tab. In Reports, we are able to analyze the user's behavior based on different parameters such as acquisition, engagement, monetization, and also retention. On our Google Analytics 4 property, we don't have these exact names for the reports because they are quite different. It's because we are using different template, and we can now change it and assign the same template for different reports. Just click library here. The current published collection for reports is business objectives, but we can now publish life cycle as well. Just click these three dots and then publish. Refresh the page. And under business objectives, we can now see life cycle report, which is the same as on the demo account. We can now keep analyzing this demo account in order to understand this Analytics 4 property and different tabs. The first one under reports is report snapshot. And in here, Google is presenting different metrics. These boxes are called cards. And we can see that the cards are basically an overview and summary of the traffic and behavior on our website. We can analyze the traffic based on the acquisition or session source, also by country. These cards are presenting the activity over time, also user activity by cohort, what pages people are visiting, and what events are being triggered by different customers. For example, page view, user engagement, view item list, scroll, view item, session start, and first view. Some of these events, they will not be recorded on your property, but in general, because we are using the official Google channel app that was created in cooperation with Shopify, we will be recording all the necessary events such as add to cart and begin checkout, and also purchases and page views and item views. They will be all recorded on our property. Let's analyze the real-time report. The name of this tab is basically self-explanatory. You can see the live behavior on your website, different locations that people are visiting the website from, and also what pages they are looking at, and the source of the traffic. It's all here under the real-time report. let's check the acquisition tab. Click acquisition overview. We can see the comparison between overall total users and new users that are visiting the website, the amount of users in the last 30 minutes, what is the first channel by which the user was first acquired, also the session source, and some lifetime value of customers. Under users acquisition tab, we can see more detailed report based on different channels. You can always switch between different metrics by clicking here and then choosing, for example, source or medium of the session or first user campaign, as well as Google Ads network type or Google Ads ad group name. You can then analyze the total users, the engaged sessions, also the events counted and conversions that were generated by different users, and what is a total revenue for different metrics that you are analyzing, or maybe different channels that you are using for acquiring a customer. Under the traffic acquisition report, we can see quite similar metrics based on different channel groups and session source, as well as other different parameters, event per sessions, or maybe event counts. You can always customize these reports, and I will now show you how to prepare a useful e-commerce report based on the traffic acquisition. I will just move to our property because I cannot edit this official demo account. In our property, just go to reports, and then under acquisition, click traffic acquisition. We can now edit this report by clicking the icon here, customize report. We will be editing metrics based on the presentation. We have to delete everything but users, sessions, and total revenue. And we will add e-commerce purchases, session conversion rate, and average purchase revenue, which is average order value. Let's go back to GA4 and here click metrics. Delete everything but users, sessions, and total revenue. Of course, you can leave some of these metrics if you find them useful, because you can customize these reports in many different ways, but I will just set it up with users, sessions, and total revenue. Now let's add e-commerce purchases. You can look for it here. E-commerce purchases. Let's add session conversion rate. Session conversion rate and average purchase revenue. We can click apply. And then the metrics are being refreshed and added to the report. We can now save this report, but save it as a new report because we don't want to overwrite this current traffic acquisition. We will just create a new one. So click save as new report and then name it accordingly. E-commerce report, traffic acquisition, click save. The report has been saved in the library. We can just go back. And under acquisition tab, we don't see this report. That's why we have to go back to the library and just add it there. Let's edit the lifecycle collection by clicking this button, edit collection. We can now scroll down in this right column and our report, custom report, is right at the bottom. Just move it to the acquisition tab and then place it at the bottom. Our e-commerce report is now added here. Click save and then click save changes to the current collection. So just click it here and now it's completed. We can go back and refresh the page. Under acquisition, we can now see e-commerce report. If you click it, you will be able to see different metrics with time. Once this property starts getting data, you will be able to see total revenue, e-commerce purchases, session conversion rate, and average purchase revenue. You can always customize this report one more time and add more metrics that you find useful. But I just showed you how to prepare this simple report and how to customize your current layout. Let's continue the exploration of GA4. We will now discuss the engagement tab. I will move back to the demo account, and under engagement tab, the first report is just an overview. In this place, you can just see a general summary of the user's behavior on your website, average engagement time, and again the pages that people are visiting, what are the views of your pages and overall event counted. Let's go to the Events tab. And as I said previously, different actions that users are performing on your website will be then recorded as events. Not all of these events that you can see here will be recorded on your websites. Some of them are custom, created with Google Tag Manager, but in general, our Google Channel app will be recorded the most valuable events for us. This is the account of one of my clients, and we are using the Google Channel app to integrate it with Shopify, and those are the events recorded by Shopify Google Channel app. And you can see that we have all of the valuable events that users can perform on our website, such as purchase, add to cart, or add payment info, clicks, search, scroll, and stuff like that. I've also discussed the Microsoft Clarity in the website optimization module. You can connect your Clarity account with Google Analytics, and then you will be able to record different events here. But in general, those events are the most valuable. If you want to record some custom events, you need to use Google Tag Manager for that and then set up different triggers. And the triggers will be then enabling different events on your website. It would be a custom setup, but it's still possible. I guess for most people, those events that the Google Channel app is recording are more than enough. But if you want some additional ones, you can always ask in the Facebook group and someone will be helping you setting them up. Let's go back to the demo account and click conversions. Under conversions, you can see different events that this demo account has marked as conversion. And in general, I would say for us as an e-commerce business owners, the most valuable conversion on the website is purchase. But if you go to admin and then events, you will be able to mark certain events as conversions. And by default, purchase event is marked as conversion, which is the most valuable event or action that user can perform on our website. And that's why it's being measured as conversion. But if you want, you can always enable different other events and mark them as conversion. So they will be displaying in the conversion tab. I just don't want to inflate my data, and in general, I would suggest leaving purchase as the only conversion in your Google Analytics 4 account. And then, of course, the other events, they will be still recorded, but just purchases will be counted in the conversions columns, so that your setup will be just clear and you will not be receiving some inflated numbers in the conversions columns. I would just say leave it as it is, but you can always enable different other events as conversions if you want. Let's take a look at pages and screens. Those are basically different sub-pages on your website that people are visiting, and you can see different metrics here, such as average engagement time. You can always, as I said, customize it and add more metrics, maybe the bounce rate, and you can also add many other useful parameters that you would like to analyze on your website. You can always change between different metrics here, and the report will be refreshing accordingly. Let's take a look at the landing pages. These pages are basically the first pages that viewers or visitors are interacting with when they load your website for the first time or for the first visit. And you can sort different columns with different metrics, and then you will be able to see what pages are the most visited landing pages on your website, or maybe what landing pages are generating the most amount of revenue for you in the set time frame. You can adjust the time frame in this place for every single report and tab here in this property. And I wanted to explain the difference between new users, and sessions. So basically, a user is a person who's visiting your website, and this one person can visit your website multiple times, and each visit is being recorded as a session. And when someone is performing different actions on your website, checking different pages, adding product to cart, or maybe browsing the homepage, this is counted as session. Each user can just visit your website multiple times and then record multiple sessions. That's why the number of sessions in general should be higher than number of users. And new users are people who interacted with your site for the first time. And this is the simple explanation. Let's just continue exploring the GA4. Click monetization. At the top, we have overview one more time. Basically a summary of revenue and purchases on our website, total purchases or first time purchases. Let's click e-commerce purchases. And under this tab, we are able to see an exact report about the products that people are buying on our website. You can then browse different categories of products, maybe brands, And of course, you can customize this report and add more metrics that are valuable to you. But by default, we can just see what different items people are purchasing, how many items were added to cart, and how many of them were actually purchased, what is the revenue, and so on. In-app purchases, we can just ignore it because this is not for e-commerce. And then publisher ads, let's ignore it as well. Let's click promotions. If you're running different promotions on your website, you'll be able to also analyze it and track it. You can see that people are creating some funny promotion names in this demo property. And this is basically a very similar report to all the previous ones. And the last one in this monetization tab is user purchase journey. Let's click it. And this one is quite useful. We can see the overall journey of a user when they started a session, how many of them basically load our website and then perform some action, how many of them view the product. And this report is quite useful. We can see different steps on our website before people finally make a purchase. You can see the abandonment rate. And then based on that, you can improve different steps in your funnel in order to increase your total revenue. Let's click retention tab. And this tab is about visitors and returning users. We can see how many of them are visiting our website multiple times and what is the user engagement, the lifetime value of a customer, and stuff like that. Let's take a look at users' attributes and click overview. This report is about locations and users' demographics. Based on that, you will be able to create different campaigns or just narrow your campaigns to certain age groups. We can also check the different demographic details. For example, based on country or maybe city, region, age, or gender, you will be able to see what age groups are basically purchasing the most on your website, so you can increase the bids for them, or maybe what genders are buying more on your website. Basically, in this demo property, females are purchasing more stuff on this website, which is quite useful knowledge. And then you can just bid more for females in the search campaigns if this is still available for you. And then you can of course browse the interests, and this is quite useful to target different interests in the audience tab in the search campaigns or also in the shopping campaigns. You can add different interests as signals in the performance max campaigns. So this one is very interesting report, and you can utilize this knowledge if you gather enough data on your Google Analytics for property. Let's click this last tab for tech. Under overview, we can see the browsers that your visitors are using the most. You can then use this knowledge to optimize your website for this browser specifically. Just make sure that your website is loading quickly for Chrome users and also Safari users. And then you will be able to see what is the category devices. In this case, most people are visiting the website on mobile, but desktop is also a significant portion of overall traffic, which means you need to optimize your website basically these days for all devices that people can be using. You can also see the screen resolutions, and based on this knowledge, we were able to resolve some of the issues that my client had on his website. We were checking the website with different resolutions, and then we found out on some resolutions the website was not loading properly, and we just fixed it because he was using a custom theme, and we basically increased the overall conversion rate because the second most popular resolution was having some issues on the website, and after resolving it, more people using this resolution started purchasing on the website. You can also check the detailed tech report, but it will be the similar report that we have in different tabs. You can change it based on the browsers or maybe the iOS version. This is also quite useful, or maybe different other parameters such as device model. Let's take a look at the Explore tab. And by default, you will not be seeing any reports under this tab. You just need to create different funnels and path exploration yourself, but you can always customize it to your specific needs. You can browse the templates here and then basically customize them for your own needs. And the last tab is for advertising. You will be able to see what channels are driving the most amount of traffic on your website, what is the conversion path, what other channels you might be utilizing in the future to increase your revenue. You can view the conversion paths based on different behaviors of users, and then you'll be able to see that most people are finding this store organically, but they are also using some referrals and email marketing. You can see what is the different channel group. You can change it to medium or maybe the campaign or source. It's all here under this tab. You can always go to performance, and then you can analyze the performance of different channels, or again the same metrics as in the different reports. To receive more accurate and valuable data in our advertising tab, we can change the attribution models and settings. Go to admin and look for attribution settings. Click it here. By default, our attribution model is set to data-driven, which is fine because it's matching our Google Ads tracking settings, but we can change the channels that can receive credit. We can change it to paid and organic channels because currently it's only set to Google paid channels. Only Google Ads paid channels are eligible to receive conversion credit. But if you are using different marketing channels to drive conversions, it would be more useful to change to the second option, paid and organic channels. Then we will be able to see what other channels are basically attributing to conversions. You will be able to see if email marketing ads or social media ads are basically helping your shopping ads grow. You will be able to analyze this behavior in Google Analytics for property, and I think it's very useful because most people, they don't realize that these days, in order to be successful with e-commerce, you have to really use all possible marketing channels in order to grow your business. So do not rely on Google only. You need social media campaigns and also email marketing. And then it will be creating this big ecosystem of different advertising channels where people will be just interacted with your brand in many different ways. That's why, in general, you will be seeing an increase in sales in a long term. Just make sure to scroll down, and then we can just leave the recommended settings and then click Save. I will now show you how to create remarketing audiences that you can use in your Google Ads campaigns. We've created some of the remarketing audiences already in Google Ads panel, but because Google Analytics 4 is gathering much more data, you can create much more detailed and advanced audiences based on users' behavior on your website. If you go to admin and then audiences, you'll be able to see that by default, we have two audiences created, all users that have visited our website and also purchasers, so people who've made a purchase on our website. But if you click this button, new audience, we will be able to add new audience from scratch or use some templates that Google Analytics 4 is already having here. And the audiences can be created based on recently active users or maybe 7-day inactive users if you want to start your remarketing campaigns and just encourage people to go back and visit your website. You can also run different campaigns to extend the lifetime value of a customer, so you will be only targeting people who've already made a purchase on your website, or different templates for demographics, maybe the technology when it comes to the mobile phones they are using, maybe the softwares, maybe the browsers, or if you are getting a lot of data on your Google Analytics 4 account, if a lot of users are visiting your website, this is more for big e-commerce stores, but you can also use predictive audiences. If a lot of users or customers or visitors are performing different actions on your website, then you will be eligible to use the predictive audiences. Google will be creating audiences of people that are likely to purchase in the next 7 days, or the audience of people that are likely to spend the most amount of money on your website. So these can be very beneficial, but most people that are watching this video, you will not be eligible to use it because you need a ton of data on your account. You can learn more about these predictive audiences and what are the requirements. You need at least 1,000 returning visitors that are triggering different events on your website, such as purchase or churn, and at least 1,000 users that are not performing these events. So you need at least 1,000 purchases a month, and then another 1,000 people who are visiting your website that are not purchasing. This is why this feature can be used for bigger e-commerce stores, but just for your knowledge, it's there. Let's actually create a custom audience that all of you will be able to use. Just click create a custom audience. We can name our audience here. We can also add a shorter description. And to the right, additional audience settings. We can specify the membership duration, how long people will be staying in the audience. By default, it's set to 30 days. And the maximum time frame is the same as in the Google Ads panel, so 540 days. Let's create this audience with 30 days time frame, so users' data will be recorded in this audience and stored for 30 days. Here in this box, we can narrow the audience with different conditions. Let's take a look at the conditions Google Analytics 4 is allowing us to use. The first one is for events, and as I said before, this property in general is based on events. Some of them are by default created by Google, and you will not be able to use them because no one is performing certain actions on your website. For example, App Store subscription cancel. This is not for e-commerce stores, so no events will be recorded on your account. But events such as add to cart or maybe begin checkout, these events will be populated with time once you start getting data on your Google Analytics 4 property. This is the list of events recorded by Google Channel app, and these are the most valuable events for you as an e-commerce business owners. We will create this audience for product viewers, and product viewers are being labeled with view item event. So people who performed this event are basically a product viewers. This is why we can narrow our audience with events, and the event will be view item. Under summary, we can now see the estimation of the audience size. In the last 30 days, this property of one of my clients had 13,000 view item events, but we can now narrow this audience with more advanced parameters. Let's click End, click Add New Condition, and we can make this product viewers audience more advanced or more detailed, and we can do that based on different dimensions. For example, let's take a look at the demographics. You can narrow the product viewers audience with gender specific filter. Let's say you only want to remarket to males or females. You are able to choose between them here. You can narrow this audience with many other parameters. For example, geography. You will be remarketing to people from different cities or maybe from different countries. You can also take a look at the page and screen. If you want to remarket only specific products, you can narrow this audience with the page location and add filter that contains specific product URL. You can paste the product link here and then just click apply. This audience will be then narrowed for only one specific product. Let's take a look at the other parameters. You can narrow the audience, for example, with different device categories or maybe device models. Let's say I only want to remarket to people who are using desktop. So I will just click device category. I will just add the filter, and then you can choose desktop or mobile. You can also type it here. If you don't see certain suggestions on the list, it simply means you don't have enough data or no one actually performed certain events or actions from different devices or from different channel sources, because we can also narrow this audience with traffic source. And based on the data, let's say you see that people who are visiting your website from Facebook, those type of people, they are converting the most. And you want to remarket to people who are coming from Facebook, so just click traffic source, and then besides of different Google Ads campaigns, you can narrow with source and medium, and then add filter that contains specific source for the session. And you can see that from the list, I am able to choose Facebook CPC or Facebook/paid, maybe Google Organic. Let's say that you only want to remarket to people who are not clicking your ads but came to the website organically. Maybe you want to remarket to the Klaviyo users that are subscribing to your newsletter. Some of these suggestions will not be visible to you. If you are not getting traffic from certain sources, then they will not be on your list. You just need to wait or just advertise your business in many different channels, and then you will be getting a lot of options and possibilities to narrow the audience with. Let's take a look at the additional settings. For example, you can narrow the audience with users, and then you'll be remarketing to only new users or maybe returning users. You can also use the session filter, and let's say that you want to narrow this audience with session number. Add filter, you can just add the exact match with the number of sessions, or let's say if people are visiting your website multiple times, you can just add it here. The number of sessions is greater than 2, which means in the last 30 days, 2,200 people were visiting the website more than 2 times. And I can also add the exclusion. So let's exclude the people that purchased. So I just don't want to remarket to people that purchased on my website. We can just narrow with the event. The exclusion will be narrowed with the event that is called purchase. And now you can see the estimation is not changing that much because this website is getting only a few sales due to the prices of the items, which are super expensive. In general, this is how you exclude the purchases from your audience. Let's say I just don't want to do it. I want to remarket to all people. And let's create this audience for people that were using desktop while visiting my website. So I will just look for platform and device, and then device category. I will add the filter that contains desktop and then apply. You will be able to see the estimation. So about 2,400 users in the last 30 days were using desktop while visiting this client's website. And we can now just name the audience. Product viewers from desktop in the last 30 days. Once you click save, this audience will be created, but you will not be able to edit different parameters. You can only edit the name and description after you create an audience. So if you made a mistake, you just need to create a new audience every single time. Click save. The audience will be now created. The audience is here on the list at the top. It has less than 10 users. It actually has 0 users because the audience is brand new. And you just need to wait until people will be performing these specific actions. Then the audience will be filling up with the user's data and you'll be able to use it for different remarketing campaigns. As you remember from previous modules, you need at least 100 people in the audience to use it in the display network and at least 1,000 users if you want to use this audience in the search campaign or search ads. So it's always better to create multiple different audiences with different time frames and then just let people perform these events and fill up your remarketing lists, because when they are created, they will be completely empty. With time, they will be filling up with different users. This audience will be automatically transferred to Google Ads account within 24 hours if you connected your Google Ads with Google Analytics 4. On this new design of Google Ads, if you click Tools and then Shared Library, Audience Manager, you will be able to see this audience after about 24, maybe up to 48 hours. You'll be able to use it in most campaigns if your audience will have enough people stored in the audience. You can go to the campaigns level. Let's say we want to add the audience to this specific search campaign. Just click it here and then click Audience Keywords and Content. Under Audiences tab, you will be able to edit the audience and add the audience from GA4. We can click Add Audience Segments. To the campaign level, you can also do it to the ad group level. If you have multiple ad groups for specific products, you can then narrow the audience with only specific ad groups. But let's say I just want to add the remarketing audience to the entire campaign. So I'm clicking that. And then we can choose either targeting, if I only want to remarket to these people specifically, and the targeting of the campaign will be narrowed to this specific segment of people only. Or we can add the audience as observation and then increase the bids for these specific users who've already interacted with our website. Let's say I only want to target them specifically because this search campaign will be a remarketing campaign. If you click Browse and then how they have interacted with your business, website visitors, you will be able to find this specific GA4 audience here on the list. We can even go back to the Google Analytics 4 property and then edit this audience and add the GA4 tag at the beginning in the name of the audience. This new name of this audience will be then refreshed with Google Ads within a few hours and you will be able to find it on the list more easily. And then you can just select this specific audience if you see it on the list and then click Save. It will be automatically added to your campaign as targeting because that's what I've selected in the audience settings. Here it's set as targeting and we can increase or decrease the bids for this specific audience. And it's very similar in this old design of Google Ads. If you go to Tools and Settings and then Audience Manager, under Segments and your data segments, you will be able to see this remarketing audience here. And if you go back to the campaigns level, if you select the campaign and then click Audiences, add audience segments either to the campaign or ad groups, the process will be literally the same. We can target this specific audience or we can add it as observation. You just need to go to browse and then how they've interacted with your business, and the audience will be here on the list. Just select it and then click save. That's all in this module. I hope you found it useful. Next module will be about Google Ads metrics. Guys, before we move to the new module, please go to your Google Ads account. It's either this one or the new version that we will also discuss in the upcoming few minutes. In order to watch the next module and apply the changes I'm making to the columns, you have to create empty campaign, because otherwise you will not be able to access the columns that I'm discussing before you create the campaign. This is why on both designs of Google Ads, the old one or a new one, it doesn't really matter. Just go to the campaign level. On the new design, click campaigns, then again expand the campaigns tab and click campaigns one more time. And just click this blue plus, create the campaign, new campaign. Or on the old one, just go to the all campaigns view, then campaigns again, and click this blue plus, new campaign. Now we have the same design on both ends, so it doesn't really matter. I will just discuss it right here. Click sales, then ignore everything you see. This is just an empty shell of the campaign. We will not even use it later. It's just to trigger new columns on your account, because otherwise you will not be able to access it in the upcoming module. Just click sales, then purchase or whatever, click search right here. Ignore everything, do not even change the name of the campaign. Click continue, don't change anything here, click next. Ignore all the setups, we will discuss it in the upcoming modules. Just bear with me, click next. Ignore the ad groups, do not add any keywords, do not fill this add text, click next again. Now we are being moved to the budget, just set it to $1 a day, click next, ignore this message. Now it's checking for errors. It will display a lot of errors because this is literally an empty campaign. Just ignore it and click publish campaign. It's either here at the top or right here at the bottom. Just click publish campaign. Accept the message. That's all. Now all we have to do is just pause this campaign. We will not use it. So just go back to the campaigns level. You can see the campaign we just created, $1 a day budget. And then click here. Pause it, ignore the message, just click pause the campaign. That's all. Now you will be able to access all the columns I will be discussing in this module, so keep watching. In this module, we will cover Google Ads metrics and account structure. First of all, I will show you how to properly set your columns in Google Ads so that you will be able to analyze your data in the structured way. I will then discuss and explain every single column, and we will then move to some explanations between the conversion value and, for example, conversion value by conversion time column, which is more about real-time reporting on your account. And we will also cover basics of Google Ads account structure and what campaigns you can create and how many ad groups and other levels in the campaign you can have. Let's move to the live account. If you click campaigns, then campaigns again, and one more time click campaigns, then you will be able to see the live view or all of the campaigns you are running on this account. We can now edit the columns and structure them in a proper way, so it would be much easier for you to read the data and understand what you can improve. To change the columns or edit them on this Google Ads design, all you have to do is just click columns and then modify columns. And on the older version, the older Google Ads account, it was basically very similar. All you have to do is just click campaigns and then here, columns, you will be able to modify them. Delete all the columns you have by default on the right side. We will be adding our own columns. First of all, expand the performance tab and add impressions, clicks, click-through rate, which is a CTR, then average CPC, and also cost. You can close this tab and then expand conversions. From here, we will be adding conversions, also conversion value, then conversion value divided by cost, which is ROAS, and then cost divided by conversion, which is basically cost per sale, and also conversion rate. We have to add those other columns. I will be explaining the difference between conversions and conversion by conversion time. Let's just add them for now. We have to add conversions, conversion value by time. We can now close this tab because we just have to create the conversion value by time ROAS column. We have to divide this column by cost as it is here. This is the default ROAS column from Google, and we are now creating our own ROAS column with more real-time reporting. To do that, we have to expand custom columns tab, create our own column, and then you can name it ROAS by conversion time. And you can also add real-time ROAS. To create the column, all we have to do is just select proper columns from here. You just expand conversions, look for conversion value by time. Now we just have to divide it as Google did in this default column by cost. We just look for performance and then cost column. That's all. You just click save. It's now saving our setup. The ROAS by conversion time, real-time ROAS is right here. We can continue other column setup. Close this one and expand competitive metrics. And in here, we will be adding search impression share. Also, search lost is due to rank. Search lost is due to budget. And search absolute top is. And also click share is the last one. This is our column setup for now. You can always save it right here. You can name it as you want. For example, main view, and then add campaigns, because we just created it for the campaigns tab. Just click save and apply. It's now refreshed. For our view of the columns, the setup is right here. You can see some different data. I will now explain quickly every single column so that you will be understanding how to read this data. Impressions. An impression is counted each time your ad is served. Impressions help you understand how often your ad is being seen by users, which is quite simple to understand. Then we have clicks. When someone clicks your ad, it's counted right in this column. Please remember that even though someone clicks your ad and they are not even landing on your website, the page is still loading, but they decided to close the window or close the browser completely. It's still being counted here and you are paying for that click, so just keep it in mind. Click-through rate, which is CTR, it measures how often people click your ad after it's shown to them. It's basically dividing the clicks over all the impressions, and you are getting CTR in this way. CTR we can always improve based on the headlines in our search campaigns, or based on the titles of our products, or images, or pricing. Then we have average CPC, which is average cost per click. It's basically telling us how much we are paying on average per each click to Google. And this is really different for each network, which you can see right here. We have different campaigns. One is Performance Max, the other one is Data Shopping. And we also have our brand search campaign for branded search terms, our brand name. And we also have some prospecting campaign. And then at the bottom, we also have other Performance Max on this account. And you can see that the average cost per click is quite different. On some accounts, it might be either lower or much higher than that. And I cannot tell you what is the ideal cost per click for you. Then we have cost column, which is basically your ad spend on this account. We also have conversions, counting each sale that is being generated through Google Ads. We also have conversion value, which is revenue that is being generated from Google Ads. And then conversion value divided by cost. This is the default column for Google, which is ROAS in other words. We also have cost divided by conversions, which is your cost per sale, how much you are spending to acquire one customer from Google Ads. We also have conversion rate, and then we are moving to those three columns. In Google, you can review the reporting of conversions in two different ways and in two different columns. The default ones are conversions, but we also added the conversions by conversion time, and the same goes for conversion value. We added also conversion value by conversion time, and we created our custom column for ROAS by time. And here I'm presenting you this simple case when a user clicked your ad on the 1st of March. This was his last interaction with your ad, but he finally made a purchase on the 14th of March, so about 14 days later after he clicked your ad. And depending on a column, the sale, the revenue, will be attributed to a different time of the actual event that happened. Those two events, one is click and one is actual sale in your Shopify. In the first default columns, conversion column, conversion value column, and conversion value divided by cost, this is default ROAS column for Google, the revenue will be then assigned to the 1st of March when the user clicked your ad, because those columns are operating on the time when the click occurred. But those additional columns, which I like to call real-time reporting, real-time columns, are attributing the sale or assigning the sale to the day he finally made a purchase, the day you had a sale in Shopify. So this is why you might be seeing a difference. And this is the example, 1st of March, you can see one sale in the conversions column. This is the conversion value, $78, and this is ROAS by default columns. And the same date, we have 0 conversion by time, 0 conversion value, and 0 ROAS in this specific date. But once we switch it to the 14th of March, only 14th of March, we actually have 0 conversions here in the default columns, but we have the same conversion here, same value, same ROAS. It's all here because this sale actually occurred on the 14th of March. And on the other columns, we were seeing when the click occurred. I hope this clears everything for you. And now we can go back to the explaining all the other metrics. Search impression share, search lost is due to rank and lost due to budget. First of all, search impression share is the impressions you've received on Google search sites divided by the estimated number of impressions you were eligible to receive. For some campaigns like this one, you can see we are not even getting this data because this is a performance max campaign and Google still is not reporting all of the metrics for this campaign type. But for the older campaign types like standard shopping, we can see that overall search impression share is about 54%, which is quite a good number. It really depends on the network you are advertising and the campaign type and the campaign goals. If, for example, this is the campaign for your brand keyword, it has 99% search impression share, which means you are getting impressions 99% of the time. Your ad is being displayed 99% of the time to the customers, which is good because this campaign is specifically for your brand name and you always want to be getting clicks and impressions because of the competitors that might be bidding against your brand. This is why you want to ensure that you are always at the top or one of the top 3 or top 4 advertisers on the search results. But for prospecting campaigns, for example, prospecting standard shopping, I would say the ideal number for this column is between 40 to maybe 70%, because in the prospecting campaigns, you don't want to be always getting the most amount of impressions. Some of those impressions or some people that are viewing your ad are not likely to convert. And if you are getting very high number here, like 80% in the prospecting campaign, it probably means you are overspending on the impressions and on the clicks because you are willing to display every single time, which is not always ideal because in most cases you want to display to users that are likely to convert. And if you're displaying to all possible users, it means you are also displaying a lot of times for the people who are not even about to purchase. This is why you have to be in a range of, I would say, 40 to 70. It's quite broad, but every single niche is different and I cannot give you the ideal number for your specific case. But I can tell you that for sure for brand search, you want to be having most of the impressions, and for other campaigns, it really depends. Search lost is due to rank, estimated how often your ad didn't show on the Google search results or sites due to poor ad rank. We discussed that in the first module. If you are having poor landing pages or not relevant keywords, or maybe your ad text is not really compelling, you are losing your ad rank and your ad is not even being displayed. For example, in this case, we are losing most of the impressions because of the ad rank. In some campaigns like this one is actually for brand keywords. This number should be always as low as possible. And for other prospecting campaigns, I would say that if you are crossing 75% search loss due to rank, it really means that you need to improve your quality score, landing pages, and keywords. This specific campaign is almost getting to this number, I would say 75%, which means we need to take a look at the search terms, keywords, and possibly improve this one ad. And here, this column is reporting how much impressions we are losing due to budget, when our budget is too low for Google to display the ads. And for this specific account, we can see that only this campaign is having kind of troubles with the budget, and it's indicating that potentially we can increase the budget by, let's say, 10 to 15% to decrease this number. You don't have to increase the budget by this exact number that Google is displaying. It's not really connected to each other, but you can see that possibly increase the budget to decrease this columns metrics. The last two columns, search absolute top it's basically saying what is the percentage of times that we are shown in the most prominent search position. How many times we are basically at the top, either for search results or in the shopping ads, how many times our ad, in product image and headline is being displayed at the first position in the auction, which means for this specific campaign, we are less than 10% at the first position in the prospecting shopping campaign. But for our brand search campaign, we are almost at 100% times at absolute top, which is great for our brand campaign. We always want to be on the highest position possible. And for this specific campaign, we are in a less than 10%. But guys, look at the numbers. Even though we are less than 10% on the absolute first position, in the last 30 days, this campaign actually generated $12,000 for this client with very profitable ROAS, which is above 5x or 500%. Even though we are not getting the absolute top every single time and our search loss is due to rank in 70%, we are still generating really good numbers for this client. So don't be scared about those parameters and metrics and data that Google is displaying, because they are just indicators letting us know that potentially we can change something in the campaign. To me, the most important columns are, of course, ROAS, your return on ad spend, and also conversion value. Because you could be having 20x ROAS, but if your conversion value, your revenue is actually $10, it doesn't really matter. But if your revenue, right here, conversion value is quite good, quite high, with healthy ROAS, this really means that this campaign is quite good, it's meeting KPIs, and we can keep scaling it. The last column is click share, which is the clicks you've received on the search network divided by the estimated maximum number of clicks that you could have received. It's just letting us know that potentially we are losing about 70% of clicks for this performance max. We could be getting many more clicks for this specific campaigns, but we don't really know what we should be improving in this case, because Google is not letting us know in the performance max campaign. They are not even displaying this information. But let's say in this case, if we improve our ad rank, potentially this click share number would be increasing. That's all when it comes to the columns discussion. Please keep in mind that you can always load your view if you saved it. You can load your columns set, but it's for the campaigns tab. If you will be moving to the ad group level or ads level, you have to recreate this view because it's only being saved on the campaign level. And keep in mind, if you will be recreating this column set on the other levels of the campaign, potentially some of the columns and metrics will not be available to add either on the ad group level or on the ads level. It's just because some of the data is being stored at the campaign level. But overall, just add as many columns we discussed that Google is allowing you to recreate on the certain levels of the campaign, and then you will be able to analyze the data in a proper way. And of course, on the older view of Google Ads, it's literally the same. Either on the ad group level, you can always change and edit the columns, or on the ads and assets levels, you can do the same thing. Now we will discuss Google Ads account structure. Perhaps you're asking yourself, how many campaigns I should be creating on my account? Should I create multiple standard shopping campaigns or multiple performance max campaigns? Or potentially should I add YouTube Shorts or dynamic remarketing? The answer to these questions is very simple. The best account structure doesn't exist. The best structure is the one that is generating sales for your business and of course meeting certain KPIs. These days, I would say you need at least $1,500 per month for Google Ads to test effectively one campaign, because this is the budget that is probably advised to keep on one shopping campaign, either Performance Max or Standard Shopping. And if you don't have enough money to test and scale with Google Ads, then I just advise you to save up more capital and then just start running ads when you can afford it. Now let's move to the Miro board. We have certain campaign types, for example, search, standard shopping. If it's still available for you, potentially you are watching this video a few years from now and Google decided to delay this campaign type, then you will be probably sticking to Performance Max campaign. You'll also have display campaign, discovery, and YouTube campaign. And you can see that most of them are always divided into ad groups that you can create under each campaign. And under each ad group, you are creating ads. The ad is basically image or text and image combined, or also a product if this is a standard shopping campaign. Under the ad group, you have product groups and then product itself. And under the Performance Max campaign, this is quite of a mix. And then different campaign types are combined here. We have assets groups and then ads. And under the ads, you can have your listing groups with products. And in display campaign, you have ad groups as well. And then ads. Again, the ad is what people see. It's either ad text or headline or image. And we also have discovery campaigns that are divided into ad groups. And again, ads that people are seeing. And the last one is YouTube campaign, of course ad groups, but then instead of ads, we have videos. You can also add some ad text to the video or under the video or below the video that will be displaying with the ad. But in general, YouTube is based on videos. That's all when it comes to the simple Google Ads account structure. This is the overview. We will be now discussing every single campaign type and just diving deep into the Miro board that you will be having access to from my Facebook group. So just keep watching. Next module is about standard shopping campaign, if it's still available for you. Before we move to the next module, I just wanted to clarify the initial strategy. I will be now discussing different campaign types, so standard shopping, search campaign, also display campaigns, Performance Max campaigns, YouTube Shorts, and each of the campaign type will be shown in this course. The thing is, maybe some of you will just follow the course and implement and create every single campaign I'm discussing, but this is not advised if your budgets are quite low. If you only have $2,000 or less for Google Ads per month, then you can only effectively test one or maybe two campaigns. This is why in 95% of cases, you should focus on shopping campaigns because you are running an e-commerce store and you can either focus on standard shopping or Performance Max campaign with shopping only when it comes to the products feed. The strategy will be discussed in Performance Max module. Or you can also add one or two search campaigns. I will be discussing all of it in the upcoming modules, but just do not create multiple other display campaigns or YouTube Shorts campaigns if you don't have higher budgets. If you have $2,000 or less, then in general, just focus on the main campaigns. So for 95% of cases, it would be either shopping or search campaigns. But of course, do the competitors research and see where your competitors are displaying the most. And if you can see your competitors all the time in the shopping ads, this means your customers are probably in shopping network. This is why you should be utilizing shopping the most. Or if you are seeing your competitors advertising in YouTube Shorts or maybe in display, this means potentially your customers are actually there and you just have to replicate the competitor's strategy and of course do it better, prepare better videos, have better hooks and descriptions when it comes to your ads, and in general this will be helping you in getting sales. So just don't create every single campaign at the beginning, especially if you have lower budgets. Just think about your business specifically and what you want to achieve with Google Ads, and then you will be able to follow my course and implement all of the campaigns I'm presenting. But in general, if you have higher budgets, then for sure start with shopping, search, and you can also add display remarketing. And if you have good videos, you can also implement YouTube Shorts on your account. It's completely individual. I'm just presenting you the strategies here, and you can just make conclusions based on this board and based on the videos, and then prepare the strategy that will be completely suitable for your business. Because there isn't one universal account structure, and there isn't one universal strategy when it comes to e-commerce. Each e-commerce store is different, and the customers' personas are completely different, and they are browsing and looking for products in different places. This is why it has to be completely suitable for your business first, so just keep it in mind. In this module, we will create and optimize standard shopping campaign. But before we do it, no matter if you are only running Performance Max campaigns or standard shopping as well, we have to make sure that our shopping ads program is activated in Merchant Center, and we have to enable sales price instant process feed up and also enable UTM's tracking. First of all, let's go to the Shopify SimProcess feed app. And now from here, go to settings and then Google Shopping settings. Make sure that this box is actually checked. It has to be enabled. The same goes for enable UTM tags, because this will allow us to track sales here in the orders. You will be able to see source of this sale. Click save, and enabling sales price allows us to display the sale badge whenever we are running the sale on our website. Our products are discounted. This is the perfect example. You can see that the old price is here and now is crossed because we're running a sale. People can see that this is a discount, and we also has this badge. It's either sale or new price because Google is actually changing wording here, but it doesn't really matter. It's just helping us to stand out more when we are running some kind of a promotion on our website. So just keep it enabled, and it will help us in getting more sales. Now let's move to the Merchant Center part. If you are using Merchant Center next version, you don't have to enable Shopping Ads program. It's already enabled for you. Once your products are approved, you can go ahead and start your standard shopping campaign. Click Products tab and check the list of products that are approved and the list of products that need attention. Just click it here, and you'll be able to see what is wrong with your products and what else you have to add in the products feed in order to make them eligible to be displayed in the shopping network. But if you are using Merchant Center Classic version, just keep watching the video and I will show you how to verify if your shopping ads program is enabled. Go to Growth and then Manage Programs, and just make sure that not only free listing is active, but also on your end, you are seeing active here on the Google Ads program. If not, just click continue and then make sure to fill and complete all of the information needed. And of course, your products, they have to be also approved in Merchant Center for you to be able to advertise them in shopping ads. It's right here. If they are accepted, then we can just move to the Google Ads panel where we will be creating campaigns. If you are using Merchant Center next version, you can verify if the pre-listing program is enabled for you. Just go to Organic tab, and in here it should be already by default enabled, but just double check it. With this feature, you will be able to organically and for free display your product listings in Google search results, also Google Maps, and on YouTube. In Google Ads panel, no matter if this is the old theme, old design, or the new one, we have to connect our Merchant Center with Google Ads. Or perhaps potentially you did it previously, it doesn't really matter. We just have to verify it. Go to Tools and Settings on the older design of Google Ads, and then Linked Accounts. On the new Google Ads design, go to Admin, and then under Admin, go to Linked Accounts. Right here, when it loads, it's basically the same for both designs. Just click Merchant Center and make sure that it's showing a link. If not, then just approve it. I don't have it completed, but it should be displaying like that. One link should be here under Merchant Center for both designs of Google Ads panel. Finally, let's create the campaign. Go to the campaign section and then campaigns again. Same goes for this old one. Right here, click this blue plus And now we are creating standard shopping campaign. Click sales, because now we are choosing the objective for our campaign. And I don't care what other people told you on other videos. You always want to guide Google into the right direction. If you are selling products in the internet, you want sales. If you are selling some kind of services, you need leads or maybe visits to your local store. Go with sales because you're running an e-commerce business. You want sales. Under this first box, we can also choose a conversion goal for us as e-commerce business owners. This is purchase. If you haven't watched previous modules, you have to implement tracking codes that are tracking not only your revenue, but it would be nice if you're also tracking add to carts and begin checkouts. We will not be optimizing the campaign for them. We are only optimizing the campaign for purchases in this course. I will also discuss how to optimize the campaign for micro conversions, but for now, for most people, stick to the first one, which is only purchase, and then click continue. Now we are choosing which campaign type we actually want to create. And because this is a module for shopping, standard shopping specifically, click shopping, and in here you can see the merchant center that is connected, linked with your Google Ads account. Choose the proper one. If you have multiple merchant center accounts connected, then make sure it's the one that you want to advertise. Right below it, we can see that Google is suggesting us to use Performance Max campaign with shopping. We ignore that. We choose standard shopping campaign because this is a module for this campaign type. Now you can ignore this message that Performance Max is better and so on. Just keep creating the campaign in standard mode. Just click continue. Right here, we can name the campaign, and depending on the strategy I will be now discussing, just keep the naming convention logical so that you will not be confused later. Let's move to the Miro before we discuss more of the campaign settings. In Miro, in the first board, which is the initial strategy board, I'm presenting two roles. The first one is for Performance Max and the second one is for standard shopping. I'm not sure when you're watching this video. Potentially the Miro board will be looking completely different when you are checking the screen here, because I've updated it. Maybe Google deleted the standard shopping campaign completely. I don't really know. This is why it's crucial to access this Miro board from my Facebook group. If you don't want to join, that's fine. You can just keep watching the video, but I cannot promise you that this strategy is relevant at the time of watching this video, because I will be updating the strategy and optimization board whenever something new comes up or Google is changing some features. This is why I will not be discussing the optimization part that much, because it might be completely different in a few months from now, and this is why it would be nice if you have access to the Miro board. But let's discuss the overall campaign structure for standard shopping. And I have three versions. The same goes for Performance Max. We have three versions of the campaign that you can create, or multiple campaigns. But for most people, you will be sticking to one campaign, at least at the beginning. But you can create this one campaign in 3 or even more different versions. The version depends on the way of not only segmenting your products, but also the specific e-commerce business. Let's say you're running a small brand that has only few, let's say 5, 6, 7 products that are also in the same category, wooden desks. Then you can keep them all under one ad group. And I'm just discussing the segmentation example, which is best selling collection, for example, desks. This is also advised if you have smaller budget, then potentially start with the products that are already a bestsellers on your Shopify store. If you don't have this data, then obviously start with other products if you don't know what is the best selling product in your niche. But I'm also having this board here where I'm presenting either the standard shopping or Performance Max segmentations. And as we discussed here, you can start with bestsellers or products with high margin only, or you will be advertising products that are low margin or that are only on sale. So you can create different ad groups based on the segmentation. Seasonal products only, or maybe products with low or high price point, or maybe some specific brands that you would like to include in this campaign. I'm really not sure. I don't know your specific business, But for most people, the easiest one and also the most effective one from my experience, the segmentation that is generating the most amount of sales and it's easy for you to create, is based on the collection or category of products. And in here, if you have only wooden desks and also small amount of these wooden desks, you are just going with one ad group and then adding either all the desks or all products in your store. But if you have multiple collections and then you're not only selling wooden desks but also chairs and lamps, you can segment them out by 2 main collections and then keeping other products in the third ad group. It's all explained here. I will not be reading every single card right here because it will take too much time. But obviously you want to segment them out by the category, which I said is the easiest one for you guys to create, and it's also very effective when it comes to the Google Ads results. And then you can keep all the other products in the third ad group, or if you're only selling 3 collections, this third ad group is basically the third collection. So you are selling desks, chairs, and lamps. But if you're only selling desks, then you can still segment them out by some features. For example, you are selling electric wooden desks and non-electric wooden desks. Then you would be having different ad groups here. For example, this one would be for electric wooden desks and this middle one would be for non-electric wooden desks. In general, I would say do not create more than 5 ad groups per campaign because Google will be not able to test all of them. If you create like 20 ad groups or even 10 ad groups, it's already, in my experience, too much because Google will then favor like 4 of them, maybe 5, and the other ad groups will not be getting that many impressions. That's why if you have multiple collections for desks, chairs, lamps, I'm not sure what else, microphones and computers, then you probably need multiple campaigns. And in one campaign, you will be having up to 4 or 5 ad groups. And the third example, the third version, is basically for people who have not only higher budget, but also some past data on the Shopify backend. You are creating, first of all, the campaign with ad groups that are divided by collection, but also you are creating another campaign for best sellers. You already know what products are selling well in your store, so you already include them in the separate campaign so that you can push them more and already start making sales. And keep in mind that if you are going for this structure, do not mix those products, just keep the best sellers here and do not include them in this campaign. Even though it's still possible to advertise in this way, it's always better to have everything categorized. And if you're going for this structure, just do not mix products together. Keep the products bestsellers here and then other products still segmented out by collection. It's up to you. You can always review the mirror board, think about your specific case, and then go back to the Google Ads panel where you will be naming the campaign based on the collections and strategies you decided to go for. In my case, I'm just creating standard shopping. That is for desks. And I always like to add the target country at the end, that I'm only targeting United States in this campaign, or potentially you are targeting the UK or Germany. It's really up to you. But keep in mind, if your products are approved for the United States, then do not start advertising in Germany because your products are not even approved for Germany. They are only approved in the United States. We discussed that in the Merchant Center module. Right here, you can expand this additional features here, inventory filter or local products or campaign URL tracking. Just ignore it because it's more advanced and it's not that necessary. We will be also narrowing the products and categorizing them after we create the campaign, because now we are creating the campaign level and then you will be able to create multiple ad groups once we complete this initial setup. Right here, we are moving to the bidding strategies. And for that, you can see we can choose either manual CPC or maximize clicks or target ROAS. Let's move to the slides because I need to explain the bidding strategies. And for bidding strategies in standard shopping, maximize clicks will get you the most clicks within your budget. Keep in mind that maximize clicks works, but sometimes the clicks, depending on the niche, will not be converting. You're just saying to Google and to the Google algorithm that you want to get as many clicks as possible within your budget, and you don't care if the click or this person is actually likely to convert it on your website. You just want clicks, and that's all. And for some other countries, for example in Europe, I'm using that for my own e-com store. This bidding strategy is generating profitable sales. You just have to test that for your specific business. But for the United States, as a target country, I started with manual CPC, so manual cost per click, and we are setting the maximum cost per click we are willing to pay to Google per each click because we know our KPIs, or we just don't want to overspend at the beginning. This is why you can go with this manual CPC bidding strategy, or you can use enhanced manual CPC bidding strategy, and Google will then automatically adjust your bids based on users' likeliness to convert, but you still have some level of control. So you set the maximum bid, for example, 50 cents, and then with this feature, Google will still go above this 50 cents mark. For example, you will be paying 70 cents, but it's because Google thinks that this person is more likely to convert. So let's bid more for this specific user. Of course, if the user is not that likely to convert, sometimes you will be bidding 20 cents. Sometimes it might be 60, sometimes it might be 48. If your maximum bid is still 50 cents, it's up to Google. They will decide how much they will spend on each click. Google has announced that in early October 2023, any shopping campaign that is using enhanced CPC bidding strategy will be automatically switched to manual CPC bidding strategy. And so far, this change is only being made to shopping campaigns. The enhanced CPC will be no longer there for this campaign type, but I think enhanced CPC will be also removed very soon for the other campaigns. So if you don't see enhanced CPC on the list, or any other bidding strategy that I'm presenting in the course, you can always take a look at my Miro board where I will be updating all the changes for different campaigns. You can always check the bidding strategy either for shopping campaigns or search campaigns or display and YouTube shorts. It's all here in the Miro board, and I will make sure to update the Miro board whenever Google is changing some features and adding some new campaigns and settings for these campaigns. Everything will be updated here. You can get access to this Miro board from my Facebook group, link is in the description. I cannot give you the clear answer which bidding strategy among those three you should be using. I can tell you what I'm doing for my clients and for my own e-commerce store. In general, I'm starting either with enhanced CPC or with maximized clicks. And for maximized clicks, you can also set the maximum cost per click so that it will be also a limit for Google that they cannot go beyond certain amount, which is highly advised because trust me, if you do not add any limits for Google, in most campaigns, they will just spend your budget very quickly. It's not certain if the click you're receiving is even likely to convert. That's why it's always advised to add some limits for Google because they will gladly take the money every single day from you. You just need to have some restrictions for the system. The last bidding strategy that you can use with standard shopping is target ROAS, so target return on ad spend. Will maximize conversions with your target ROAS, and basically if you have the KPIs calculated, then you can see what is the target ROAS, target return on ad spend that you should be achieving in order to be profitable. But this is completely automated bidding strategy, which means Google will adjust the bidding on the autopilot. And for example, you will be paying $2 per one click and sometimes 50 cents per one click, but it's completely up to Google. And it's very effective on the accounts that have some data already and that are receiving data on a daily and weekly basis so that Google can optimize and adjust the algorithm of this target ROAS bidding strategy. If the campaign is completely new, your account is new, your tracking codes do not have any data recorded, just do not start with this bidding strategy because Google doesn't have any touch points and any past data to really optimize your account. And as I said, for my clients, we are starting with enhanced CPC or maximized clicks, depending on the country, but in the United States, I usually advise starting with enhanced CPC, and keep in mind that it's all about finding the highest quality traffic at the lowest possible price. You should not be looking for the cheapest possible traffic. And why is that important? Because if you are giving some limits to Google every single time and every single day, Google cannot spend more than 30 cents per one click. Potentially, you're missing out on very valuable clicks from the people that are super eager to convert. And Google knows that. But if you're using manual CPC with maximum set amount for Google, you will be missing out on those clicks, because usually in general, those people who are eager to convert, they are costing you more. And sometimes $2 click, so you're paying $2 for one click, will get you a conversion. And sometimes 30 cents click will also get you the conversion. You don't really know that, but Google knows that. So in general, once you start getting sales, it's highly advised to move from manual bidding strategies to the automated bidding so that Google can start optimizing your campaigns more based on the data you're receiving. And a few years back in the past, you might be using those bidding strategies, still getting sales. But these days, when you can, just move away from those bidding strategies if you're, of course, profitable. If not, then it's really hard to tell without looking at your account first. And keep in mind that Google also has documentation on target ROAS, that it's advised to switch from those bidding strategies to target ROAS in this campaign after you have at least 15 sales. If this is less than that, I don't advise you even starting the target ROAS. So let's go back to the campaign creation process. And as I said, in general for the United States, let's start with manual CPC. And then here you can just activate the enhanced option where you can optimize for conversions or conversion value. I would say start with conversion value because this is for an e-commerce store and you want to get revenue. We will also discuss more about optimizing for maximizing conversions or maximizing conversion value. The budget part is very individual, but in general, depending on the country, if we are targeting United States, I would say that $50 a day, it's these days a minimum. Here we can see it's Australian dollars, but I'm specifically talking about United States dollar. So I advise you to start with $50 a day if you can afford it. If not, then either save up more money or start with a lower budget. Here is the campaign priority. We also have a small board about campaign priority. It's right here. Let's leave it at low priority for now because you're creating your first campaign. When you're creating multiple campaigns and your products are overlapping somehow, then you have to use different priority settings in order to guide Google which campaign with the same products should be displaying first. Keep it at the low priority. Now, networks. Google is offering you to display your ads in different networks, a part of the regular search network and of course shopping network. By search network, I mean the main one. This is the shopping one connected with search results. And in general, ads can appear near Google search results and other Google sites when people search for terms that are relevant to your keywords. And you can read more about search patterns right there. In general, from my experience, this network is not converting. Google will not even tell you what is the exact search partner website that they are displaying the ads on. This is why I always exclude it, and I advise you to do this as well. Now devices, we cannot edit the devices right here, but we will be able to edit the devices after we create the campaign. Locations, it's up to you. If you want to advertise in the United States, then look for United States. In general, I advise you to target only one country per campaign. If you want to target multiple countries and your products are accepted in the multiple countries, then I advise you to create multiple campaigns, each for different country. But right here, expand this option and check this second one, that we want to target people in or regularly in your target location. By default, which is recommended by Google, you might be targeting people who are in the country of your interest, but also you will be targeting people who've shown interest in your target location, which means they don't even live there and you're already displaying ads for them. It's pointless, and just keep this second option that you want to target people who just are regularly in this country or basically live there. Exclusion, you do not have to change this option. And then starting and ending dates. In general, we don't want to set any ending date. We just start the campaign from now. And when you want to pause it, you will just pause it manually. So don't change anything here. And in this place, we are creating an ad group as it's displayed here. I'm not sure which strategy you are going for. I'm not sure how your business looks, but if you want to create multiple ad groups, it's not possible now. You just have to create the first one. It doesn't really matter. You can rename it later, but let's create the first one for desks. And then bid, it's connected to the bidding strategy here. We decided to go with manual CPC with enhanced option. And in here, we have to add some limits for Google, how much we are willing to spend per each click. But as I said, remember, you are checking this option, which is enhanced CPC, and Google will bid beyond your max bid. It really depends on the country and niche, but in general, start with either 0.5 or maybe 0.6. And if you are not getting clicks, this probably means your bid is too low and you have to increase it gradually by 5 or 10 cents so that you will start getting clicks faster. And then click create campaign. Right here, you are being moved to the ad groups and we are already on the product group level. But let's go back to the ad group level. Just click it here. And we have desks with our max CPC. You can also add multiple ad groups right now. But let's actually narrow to desks only because this ad group, it's about desks and not other products. Just click this ad group and we are now being moved to the product group level, which is explained right here. It's standard shopping. We click the ad group. We are now on the products group level. And then under the products group, you will have each individual product. Let's narrow and advertise only desks in this ad group. And this is why I discussed it in the feed optimization module, that you can use custom labels to categorize your products in order to easily now create the campaigns. If you are in the feed management tool, which is Simprozis Feed app, you can create custom labels for your products. You can do it in bulk. Let's say you want to filter for brands that you are offering in your e-commerce store, or you can filter the products by, let's say, product type, and it will display you some examples. And then once you do it, once you filter the products, you can customize them in bulk and edit and assign the custom label. Let's say you are now trying to advertise only wooden desks, so you will be creating the custom label that will be named wooden desks, and then you click apply. And the custom label 0 has now all products that are wooden desks. Let's go back to the Google Ads panel. And in this one ad group, we are now advertising all products, which is incorrect because we want to advertise only desks in this one ad group. So it means we have to narrow the product group to the specific products. How do we do it? By adding subdivision. You just click this plus right here on the product group level, and on the alt design is very similar. You are in one ad group, and then on the product group level you have all products. It's basically the same. We are now adding subdivision by clicking this plus, and then you have these different categories to subdivide all of your products from this one ad group. We are doing that by custom labels because it's the easiest one for you guys to implement, and also you will be able to keep track of those products nicely and easily in your Simprozis Feed app. But I'm just showing you that you can also categorize the products by brand or by item ID, which means you will have all of your products here displayed. You just have to scroll down because they will be loaded. Once you scroll down a couple of times, you will reach the end of the products list. And you can also choose few specific products only that you can advertise in this one ad group. You can also narrow by condition, which is either new or used, or you can also narrow by product type, which we have here on the list. You can also narrow by channel, which is probably only online. You can also narrow by channel exclusivity, or at the end is custom label. You just click it here. Depending on the custom label you're using, you can narrow to custom label 0, and you should be now seeing wooden desks right here. I discussed it in the feed optimization module that it takes a couple of hours for Google to update the custom labels. Once you add them in the feed management tool, you just need to wait for this custom label 0 or custom label 1 to appear in this place. Just takes time for Google to update this information. And once you choose a custom label, for example this one, click Save without editing bits. And right now, this is the old design of the Google Ads panel. It doesn't really matter. It will happen for both designs, that you have not only your custom label, but also other products are still active. And in this case, on this account, I'm just creating it for table lamps, but it can be for desks. It's really up to you. But make sure that you are excluding all products, because this one ad group is only based for one collection. We just click it here and we exclude all products from being advertised in this one ad group. We only have our custom labels. In your case, it's named completely different. In my case, it's table lamps, and those table lamps have maximum CPC of 0.65 cents or whatever you set in your campaign. Keep in mind that you can also set the bids on the ad group level and then on the product level. Unfortunately, you have to be very careful about it, because Google will always use the highest number. This is the example. I have 65 cents limit for Google for table lamps, but I have also limit for Google at $1 at the ad group level, which means Google will bid actually $1, not 65 cents, because they will always go for the higher amount. This is why you need to go back to the ad group level. So just click the campaign. It's either on this old design or on the new design. Click ad group again. You will be then moved back to the ad group level, which is desks. And in here, this is the ad group level. Narrow it down to the limit you want to let Google spend, because otherwise they will always go for the higher bid. If you go back right here to the old design ad groups, you can also change it to 0.65 or whatever you set previously. It's really up to you. Now on the ad group level, you can create multiple ad groups for, let's say now, lamps, and add the bid, maximum bid, click save. And you have to again narrow by either custom label or your brand or whatever you choose here. I always go with custom labels. I'm just assigning multiple custom labels for the products to categorize them more easily. And then if you choose custom label 1 or choose again custom label 0 or whatever you choose, then click save without editing bids. Just make sure that all products are excluded again. Always advertise the custom label only for each specific ad group, so that Google will not be pushing any other products that you do not want to advertise either in this ad group or in this entire campaign. If you click ad groups one more time, you will be then moved to the ad group level, and then you can see we have lamps and desks with different max CPC settings, which is either 0.65 or 0.60 cents. And as I said, you have to observe your campaign. If you're not getting clicks, potentially your bid is too low. And it's also explained right here in the optimization board for standard shopping that you should be excluding some products, excluding search terms, and increasing the bids and budgets. It's all there. But let's move to the presentation, because now I just want to give you the overall best practices for this campaign type. Standard shopping best practices. Start with maximize clicks or manual CPC bidding strategy. Manual CPC with enhanced option, as we did in the campaign creation process. It usually takes a few weeks for Google to fully utilize your daily budget. But if you are not getting any clicks and impressions, it probably means that your bid is too low and you just need to increase it by 10, 5 cents and then wait 2 more days, up to 2 more days, and see if you are getting more clicks or impressions. If not, then again increase the max bid. Group products per ad group or campaign, we discussed it. If you don't have higher budgets, then You just need to create multiple ad groups, but do not go over 5 ad groups if your daily budget is lower, less than $50 per day per campaign. And as I said, Google will favor like 4 or 5 ad groups. If you create 20 different ad groups in one campaign, only a couple of them will be getting real results and clicks and impressions. Utilize priority settings for multiple standard shopping campaigns. Products can overlap between different standard shopping campaigns. The same product with the same ID can overlap, but they should not be overlapping between the ad groups within the same campaign. Which means if you have multiple ad groups, you shouldn't be mixing the same products. This is why we always exclude all products, and we are only using custom label either 1, 2, 3 or 4 to categorize the products based on the ad group, and then we exclude all products, so every other product will not be included in the ad group. And remember that Performance Max campaign will always have higher priority over standard shopping for the same product ID in most cases. Let's move to the campaign optimization part. In the standard shopping campaign, you can exclude the search terms. I discussed it in the feed optimization module, that your shopping ads are being triggered and displayed based on the titles and descriptions, but most of the times it's based on the title. If your title has certain keywords, this is what is triggering the ad, and some search terms that people are typing, they are not relevant, but they still are triggering your ads. Let's say you are selling wooden desks, but people are typing wooden desk on Amazon, and then the keyword is there, wooden desk, but then we also have Amazon, and in most cases you don't want to show up for these search terms because they are not that relevant. People are probably more likely to purchase on Amazon than from your website, so you don't even want to spend money on those people, and you need to exclude such search terms. You can also exclude overspending unprofitable products. If your product is spending too much money, you are getting a lot of clicks but no sales, and your tracking is correct, then it probably means the product is not really a good product. You can either optimize your descriptions, maybe lower pricing, or just completely exclude this product from being advertised because it's just wasting your budget. You can also optimize bids, so you can switch to target ROAS if you are getting consistent sales, or you can increase how much you are paying per each click to get more clicks and maybe be more competitive. Or you can also change the locations you are targeting. You can potentially narrow to only one state or only few states. In general, after gathering some data, you can see that some states are performing much better. Maybe people from California are purchasing your products, and people from New York are completely wasting your money. So you can either exclude some states completely or increase the bids for the states that are converting much better on your website. You can also optimize based on the devices, so you can increase the bids for mobile users, or you can increase the bids for desktop users based on the data you're receiving and analyzing in your Google Ads panel. But on some accounts, Google is already deleting this feature, so you just have to check it. And you can also utilize audiences, and you can also see your price competitiveness in Merchant Center under Growth tab. I will show you in a second, but let's start with discussing the optimization part on the Google Ads account level. If we are now in this one specific campaign, we have our ad group. You can now check what search terms are triggering our shopping ads for a standard shopping campaign. To check the search terms, go to the Insights and Reports, and then Search Terms. You will be able to see an entire list of different search terms that are triggering your ads. And you can review them and potentially exclude everything that you find irrelevant with your brand. You just tick or check this one for multiple search terms and then add them to the negative keyword list. Just click Save and Apply. And they will be either, this is really important, you either exclude them from the ad group level when they are not relevant to the desks only, or if they are not relevant to your entire campaign, then you can exclude it on the campaign level. But keep in mind that if you exclude on the campaign level, other ad groups will not be able to show up for those search terms or keywords. So just be careful what you are excluding on the campaign level, because potentially it can completely pause or stop your campaign from being triggered. That's why you have to just be careful and you either exclude it on the ad group level, or you can also create a negative keywords list, and then you'll be able to add those negative keywords to other campaigns as well. So it's like that. Next, move to the overspending products. Potentially this design will change in the future, but for now it's right under assets. When you are still in the campaign, you click products and you will be able to see what products are getting clicks and spending money, what is the CTR and stuff like that. You can see the item ID right here. This is quite important. If you sort by cost column, you will be able to see that some products are getting a lot of clicks, you're spending a lot of money on them, but they are not getting you sales. In this case, actually this product is getting sales and very good ROAS. Unfortunately, for now it's out of stock, but potentially at the top of the list with the costs sorted, you'll be seeing products that are not getting any sales. This is why you can either exclude them from this campaign or improve your pricing, improve your product pages, change images, maybe reduce shipping costs. It's really up to you. I'm not sure why you are spending money and not getting sales. But in general, if you have everything nicely designed and you still are not getting sales, this probably means that this product is not really good and you just have to exclude it. That's all. And you copy this item ID. We have to exclude it from the campaign and specifically from the ad group that the product is now added in. To do that, you know the product, right? It's basically a wooden desk, for example. Then you have to go to an ad group with wooden desks and then exclude it from there. Let's move to the ad group level. And let's say one of those labels is for wooden desks. You just subdivide this label one more time in order to exclude this product. So you just click it here. Then this time choose item ID and you look for this specific product. You can paste it right here. That's the ID you copied. You check this product and then click save without editing bits. You'll be able to see that wooden desk custom label is now expanded to not only this one product, but also everything else in this custom label, which means that's fine. We want to keep everything else in this custom label, but we want to pause this one product. So all you do is just click exclude and that's all. I don't want to do it because it was actually the best seller, but on your end, you just click here and exclude this one product and you keep everything else in custom label, but everything else in all other products in this ad group is obviously excluded because this one ad group is either wooden desks or your specific products. Now let me move to the bidding strategies. I will move to the all design, and if you are on the campaign level, you have a settings here. If you go back to the campaign level, then you will be able to see settings right here. In settings, you can change the bidding strategy. It's right there, bidding, and you can then switch from manual CPC, you can activate the enhanced option, or you can change from manual CPC to maximize clicks or to target ROAS and then add some target for Google. We will discuss the targets in the next slides, but it's also explained in the optimization board that your target ROAS should be based on your past performance. If the campaign in the last 14 days is getting certain ROAS, let's say 250%, then your target ROAS in settings should be also close to 250% or even slightly below it. Do not set it to some random number like 800% just because you want to get this result. It's not possible. With Google, in most cases, it will de-optimize the campaign or completely stop it from being advertised because Google is not able to reach your targets. So they will pause the campaign. They will not be displaying the ads. And since we are in the settings, you have to really double check what Google included after we created the campaign. In most cases, what I have seen on different accounts, when we are excluding the search partners and then you create the campaign, Google somehow is automatically including the search partners back. And just double check the settings of the campaign and make sure search partners are excluded. sometimes also in the locations, when you expand it, you will be able to see that maybe for some reason, people who have interest in your target country or target location, they're all set here. Switch it back to this one as we discussed. This is the proper setting for this campaign. And you can also choose goals. This is quite important. Also by default, sometimes Google will include different goals a part of purchase in your campaign. Maybe it will be like that, other, page view and purchase. Change it because, as we discussed, we want to optimize for purchases for this course and for most e-commerce stores. So click Save in the settings. Let's move to the locations. Let's do it in this new design. Click back to the campaign right here. And then if you expand this audience keywords and content tab, you will be able to see not only the search keywords, but basically those are the negative keywords we excluded, which should be called negative keywords. I'm not sure why they name it like that. Then you will have locations, audiences, and also ad schedule. Let's click locations. Right here, you will see your main country you're targeting. But if you click it, you can then narrow it by, let's say, states. And in here, you can sort by different metrics and columns and see what is the most profitable state. So you can either choose it right here and edit it and, for example, adjust the bids. Let's say this state is driving me the most amount of conversions. So let's actually increase the bid for this state by 15%. Don't increase it by like 100%, it doesn't make sense. Increase it by 15, maybe 20, because at some point if you increase it by 100%, it might stop being profitable for you. Do not increase it too much. But if one or a few states are not profitable, you can also decrease the bid for them. Let's say I still want to advertise in this place, but let's decrease the bid by 20%. Just click apply and that's all. And potentially you can also exclude completely this one state and your ads will not even be displaying in this location. To access devices settings on this new design of Google Ads, click Insights and Reports and then when and where ads showed. Make sure to select shopping campaigns on the list and then make sure to select your shopping campaign one more time and specify the campaign here. Then you will be able to see devices tab in this place. Just click it and you can make conclusions based on data. If your campaign is running for at least a couple of weeks, you will be able to see if certain devices are generating you more conversions. And based on this data, you can then increase or decrease the bids for certain devices. And on this old design of Google Ads, sometimes you will be able to see the reports in the same place. So Insights and Reports, when and where ads showed. Make sure to select your shopping campaign and then click Devices. But on some other accounts, you will be able to find Devices tab here on the list. I'm not really sure why Google is changing the design and basically the location of different tabs for different users and different accounts. But at the time of recording this video, you just need to look for certain tabs and settings between different designs. And I hope within a few months it will be all consolidated into one universal design so that anyone will be able to find the same settings in the same place. Let's move to the audiences settings. If you expand audience keywords and content tab, click audiences and you can see that we can increase the bids here for all visitors. So this is like a small remarketing part within the campaign itself. This is not a remarketing campaign in general, this is prospecting campaign, but we can increase the bids for people who already visited our website. All visitors, they already visited our website and we just want to increase the bids so that we get this additional click because potentially they are still on the market looking for those products and let's convince them to buy from us. And you can also add more audiences on the either campaign level or ad group level. I usually do it on the campaign level. You can add them as observation and then Google is also suggesting you that you can be either targeting people with interest with home and garden or paint or home decor and stuff like that, and you can then add them to the list and increase or decrease the bids for them specifically. In the older version of Google Ads design, if you are in the campaign level, you can click Insights tab, and on the new design of Google Ads, when you are in the campaign level, click Insights and Reports and then Insights again. In here, you will be able to see your overall performance for current campaign. But if you scroll down, you'll be able to see audience insights. We can expand the rows for the table, and we can now see what audience segments are performing well for our campaign. We can check the audience segments in 3 categories: conversions, clicks, and impressions. I think the most valuable for us is the tab called conversions. We can now see what audience segments are having the highest share of conversion for our campaign, and we can also check the index for these audience segments. Basically, a higher index means that a given audience segment is more unique for you, and you can take a look at the explanation here. People who are grocery shoppers are 2.7 times more common in your conversions than in the traffic from the general population, which means these people are very valuable for us in this audience, and we can just browse this report and add these audiences as observation to our campaign. In result, Google will start optimizing even more for these audiences, which should increase our conversions in this campaign. For optimizing standard shopping campaign, you can use my optimization checklist in combination with the Miro board. I've prepared this long checklist for you, and standard shopping campaign is here at the top. You can exclude products, you can exclude or manage different search terms, you can increase the bids for different audiences, you can change the bids for different devices, adjust the location bidding, you can also change the bidding strategies within the campaign, you can adjust the ad schedule and budgets, and also make sure to optimize your product feed. It's all here in this checklist, as well as frequency. With that, you will be able to know how often you need to perform certain actions and optimizations in order to see better results with standard shopping campaign. You can access this optimization checklist and also the Miro board from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. We will now move to the price competitiveness in Merchant Center. To check the price competitiveness and other metrics in Google Merchant Center next version, click Performance. In this tab, you will be able to see the comparison between the organic clicks and ads clicks that your products listings are getting. You can click Competitive Visibility, and in here you will be able to see what are the other brands that are advertising in the shopping network. You can also click Pricing tab, and you'll be able to see the price competitiveness for some of your products. This is a new account, so I can see this data for 2 products only, but with time, this tab will be updated and you will be getting much more data for different products. And based on this data, you will be able to see if your products are more expensive than the products of your competitors, or if they are less expensive and you are more likely to get purchases and clicks because your products are generally cheaper. If you are using Merchant Center Classic version, just keep watching the video and I will show you how to access this tab from this older version of Merchant Center. If you go to Growth and then Price Competitiveness tab, you can enable this feature, and with time when you're running ads, Google will be comparing your pricing with other advertisers in your niche or in your category of products and giving you some kind of benchmarks that potentially some of your products are above benchmark price, and potentially you can think about decreasing the prices to get more sales. In this tab, you can just review different categories, and let's say for this advertiser on this Merchant Center account, I can see that about 31% of products are below benchmark price, which is good. This means my client is not only competitive in the niche, but also potentially this is driving more sales for them. But in general, they are above the competitive price, which means they are more expensive than competition. It's also based on your brand, and if you're positioning your brand more in the luxury space, then for sure you don't want to be the cheapest one in the auction. And you can also switch between different tabs, check the price competitiveness based on the product, or at least few products, because Google will not display this data for every single product, but you can check also the categories of products and also brands and what are the product types, and that's basically all. You can browse through them and maybe you will find some interesting information based on your specific case. Let's go back to the slides, because now I will also discuss the product feed optimization very briefly. You can, as I said, optimize your campaigns, but 80% of the results for shopping campaigns is basically relying on the product feed. if your titles are very short, not enriched with keywords, you don't have compelling descriptions, you are misguiding Google with wrong product category, then no matter how good your campaign structure, how many ad groups you will add, and how much money you will be spending on Google, you will not be making profitable sales because your entire product feed is not properly optimized, you don't have good images, and maybe your prices are not competitive in your niche. We discussed all of it in the previous module. I just want to give you the overall idea how you can also split test the product image and the entire landing page. This is more advanced, you don't have to do it at the beginning, but we do it with some clients. We are duplicating the product page in Shopify. You just click your product, and when you click the product in Shopify, at the top you have this feature or option to duplicate it, and then you can either switch the image, so the first image of your product is being submitted to Google, you can then swap it, and everything else, the descriptions and GIFs on your product page, they are remaining the same, but the first image that is being submitted to Google is just different. So you can not only enter the auction twice with this product, but also the product image will be different. This is not that safe because this can trigger a suspension. This is why the second option is more beneficial and much safer for you. When you are duplicating the product, you are also changing the overall marketing angle for this product. You're not only changing the images, but you are changing the description and then positioning this product for maybe different customers' personas. Let's say the main product, a wooden desk, can be used by programmers or YouTubers. And then depending on the customer persona, you are still advertising the same product with the same features, but you are just positioning it completely differently. The keywords included in the titles are different. Maybe you will be adding wooden desk for IT software programmers or wooden desk for YouTubers. And it's completely different title. And then the product page will be specifically designed. The headlines, descriptions, images will be based on the customer's persona. So this is more advanced, but very beneficial for some clients because not only the product is entering the auction twice, and this is specifically needed if you are selling only few products and you don't have different variants, because each variant is actually also entering a Google Ads auction as separate product. But if you don't have different variants and only like one or two products, then you can really use this strategy, duplicate the product page many times, and then change the entire marketing angle based on the customer's persona. That's all in this module. In this module, I will show you how to create merchant-centered promotions. When you are browsing Google Shopping auction, sometimes different advertisers are displaying the promotions here at the bottom of each listing. For example, this advertiser is offering $100 off when the purchase amount exceeds $1,200. When you click this promotion here, you will be able to see the full title of the promotion and also the coupon code if this is required. For this specific promotion, it's actually not needed, and discounts are automatically applied at the checkout. And for this advertiser, when we click it, this one actually has a discount code, and we have to enter this discount code at the checkout. It expires in 12 days. And here's another example with a longer title of this promotion. And again, there is a coupon code that people need to use at the checkout in order to apply the discount. If you are using Merchant Center Next version, we have to enable promotions program. Go to settings and then add-ons. You will be able to enable promotions program in this first tab, discover. Under promotions, click activate and activate one more time. Now the program for promotions is enabled. We can close this tab and we can now see promotions tab under marketing. Click it. We will be creating promotions one by one. We can also do that by feed, but this method is a little bit more advanced and I will not be discussing it in this course. Just create promotions one by one. Click it here. I will now show you how to enable this program in the older version of Merchant Center Classic, and the process will be literally the same, so just keep watching the video on the older version for Merchant Center Classic. To create a Merchant Center promotion, first of all, we need to go to the Growth tab and then Manage Programs, scroll down and make sure that Promotions program is enabled in your Merchant Center. By default, for most advertisers, it should be turned on, but just make sure it is for your account. and then click Marketing and Promotions. In here, we will be able to see the list of our promotions, and for now I don't have any. We can just create a new one. Now we have to select a country and a language. Basically, only few countries are eligible for this Meta Center program, but if you are targeting United States, it's here on the list. Now we just have to specify the language and then select the places where you want to show this promotion, either for shopping ads and free listing at the same time, or you can only do it for shopping ads. It's up to you. We can take a look at the different promotions categories. On the example I was showing you, it was basically an amount off, but it can be also a percentage off and a free gift and free shipping. It really depends on your specific promotion that you are running on your store. Each of these categories can be divided into subcategories. For example, the amount off can be offered as a flat monetary discount, or if people are buying certain quantity of products, then they will be getting a amount off, or if people are buying quantity of products, they will be able to get the same item at a discount. The explanations for each of these subcategories are here. For percentages off, it's basically the same. For a free gift, there are 3 subcategories. The first one, get a free gift. Add a free gift to the cards of customers, and you can then describe the free gift here. But you can also offer a free gift card that will be added to the cards of customers, and you can also add a free gift from your inventory. So the difference between these two, here you can just describe what the free gift is, but here you need to specifically set the item ID of a free gift, so it will be based on your Merchant Center products. One of these products that you are already pushing to Merchant Center, it will be treated as a free gift. It will be added from your inventory to the cards of customers. It's completely up to you how you want to structure this promotion. And you can also offer a free shipping. It will be standard free shipping, overnight shipping, or free 2-day shipping. Keep in mind that each of these promotions, they have to be first created in your Shopify panel, because Google will be rejecting your promotions if they are not working on your website. Once you create the promotion here, Google will be going through your website and checking if the promotion is already working on your website. If you are offering coupon codes, they have to be created here, and the same coupon code have to be then added in the Merchant Center promotion. So you need to make sure to create it here, either buy X get Y for a free gift, or amount of products and amount of order. You can also do it with the percentages off. The promotions have to be created in your Shopify first, and then you can create all of these different promotions in your Merchant Center. Let's create a simple promotion, amount off, and it will be buy quantity of products, get amount off. We can now specify the quantity of products, let's say 2, and the discount amount that will be applied, it's let's say $50. Click continue. Now we have to create a promotion title and ID, and this is really important when it comes to the title. Enter a title that describes your promotion and includes the value and spend requirements. To help your promotion get approved quickly, Google may modify the title, and customers may see the title. This is why the title has to go through the verification, and Google will be checking if the title is meeting certain requirements. When you type Merchant Center promotion title, you'll be able to see editorial requirements, Google Merchant Center help, and in here Google has prepared this long document regarding the title requirements. You need to read through it yourself, because I'm not sure what promotions you want to create, but in general the titles have to be very specific. They don't allow some vague promotion names or titles. For example, 20% off on selected products, it's not allowed. It has to be specifically on baby sneakers only. Also, you cannot add some unnecessary or irrelevant text. You cannot add buy more and save more. It's not allowed, and Google will not be accepting your promotions because of the titles. If your titles are not clearly structured, then your promotion will be rejected and you just need to correct it. The title cannot be longer than 60 characters, and you have to make sure that there are no grammar mistakes and everything is clearly stated and structured in the promotion title. So make sure to read this Google document, and after that you will be able to create the titles easily without any issues, and your promotions will be getting accepted. Let's create my promotion title. It will be $50 off purchases over $200. The promotion ID, it's basically the ID for us. It will not be shown to the customers. We can just type some random numbers. And then we have to specify which products will be eligible for these promotions. We can either select the item ID and then paste one or multiple different IDs. They have to be separated by each line. And if you go to all products and then you can expand this column, you'll be able to see that this is the item ID. But we also have different other possibilities like product type, brand, or item group ID. We can just add more columns here. If you click columns and modify columns, we can add brand and product type, click apply. And now you can see that the products that are having this brand will be eligible for promotion, or you can also use the product type. So all products that are basically specified as wooden desk will be eligible for this promotion. If you want to apply the promotion for one or two items, just use the item ID and then paste the item IDs here. You can also apply the promotions to products in my feed that have the promotion ID. This one you can create in SimProcess feed app, but it's only for two categories of promotions, either the amount off or percentages off. If you want to create a get a free gift promotion, then you will not be able to do that with this promotion ID. This is why I will not be showing you that. You can just specify the products here, or you can apply the promotion for the entire product feed. So in here, all products will be basically having 50% off when the purchase amount is over $200. We can now specify the promo code. Some advertisers are offering the promo codes like this one, and some don't. It's really up to you if you want to have the promo code and people need to apply it in the checkout or not, just leave it blank. And then we have to specify the date ranges for this promotion. We can select the dates here and then click apply, and also change the start and end time when it comes to the hour of a day. Once you set it up, just click create promotion, and now this promotion will go through the verification. Now the promotion list is still empty, but this promotion will appear here within a few minutes. You just need to refresh the page. I can now see my promotion. It took like 1 minute to appear here. I just need to refresh the page, and we can see the status. The policy review is approved, but Google is now reviewing the SKUs, and also the final state of this promotion will be appearing here. It takes a few hours, and then you will be able to either correct your title if Google is rejecting your promotion based on the title, or your promotion will go live based on the dates you set here. You can also chat with Merchant Center support. Just ask them what is wrong with my promotion if it's getting rejected, and you will be able to correct it and just launch your promotions in your shopping ads in order to boost your sales and offer some nice discounts. And you can see that most advertisers, they are not utilizing this promotion feature. So it's a nice bonus for your ads, and you can just use it in order to drive more traffic and sales to your website. In this module, we will create an optimized search campaign. In the previous modules, we created a standard shopping campaign that is advertising our products in the shopping network, and these ads are being triggered by the keywords we included in the product's titles. But in this module, we will discuss search campaign or text ads that are being triggered by the keywords we directly implement in the campaign's settings. So in result, we can target certain keywords more accurately, and in result, possibly generate sales. You can see that this campaign is containing not only headlines, but also descriptions. You can see star rating, and then at the end, some callouts or structure snippets. And at the bottom, sometimes Google will also display site links. It's not certain, and we will discuss it later. For verified Google Ads accounts, you can include your business logo and business name so that you can distinguish your ad more in the auction. There are two different search campaign ad types. The first one, standard, is widely used not only in e-commerce, but also for local businesses. You can include your own keywords, write your own headlines, and then descriptions. Maybe you can also add additional display URL and just create the text ad based on your input. But for dynamic ad type, this is widely used in the e-commerce space because of the amount of product pages. Let's say you have hundreds of products, and creating every single ad for each of the products would take you ages. This is why you can supply Google with your landing pages, for example, product pages, and Google will read and scan the landing page, extract all the valuable keywords, and then create the headlines of the ads and display URL automatically based on the landing page and URLs you will provide. The only thing you have to do is to provide descriptions, but you can also provide generic descriptions that will be used and replicated to every single ad. Keep in mind that in dynamic ad type, you are not even able to implement keywords. Google is scanning the landing page, and based on that, they are extracting the keywords that the ad will be targeting, which means you can only exclude irrelevant keywords from the campaign, but in this ad type, you cannot just directly target the keywords you found in the Google Ads Keyword Planner. You can only do that for standard ad type. Now let's move to the Miro board. In the initial strategy board, I'm presenting you 3 versions for search ads. The first one is for low budget account. The main campaign that you should be creating is brand search campaign, which is protecting your branded keywords against competition that might be using your brand name as keyword in the ad or campaign, and they will be showing up in the first position, bidding against your brand. And we want to prevent that. We want to be the first at the top of the page, even though when user is typing your brand name, they are most likely familiar with your brand. Some people, they still get confused. They just click the first link that might be your competitor ad, and they will land on the website of competitor, and they will finish the purchase there, so that you just want to avoid it. You always want to be at the top of the page results whenever someone is typing your brand name. The second campaign is dynamic search that you can either create for all of your website pages, homepage, collection, and product pages, or you can directly narrow this campaign to product pages only with some conditions, and then the ad will be automatically creating the headlines for you, and all of your products will be advertised in the search network. The version number 2 is having the same strategy for brand search and also dynamic search campaign. For dynamic search, I always advise excluding blogs, because most people, they don't even have blog posts, or if they do have some blog posts, they are very generic, not converting. They don't have any call to actions, and this is why for most clients we always exclude blogs from the dynamic search campaign, and Google will not be pushing them with ads, and we will not be wasting our ads budget. For version number 2, we have this additional campaign, which is a prospecting campaign for either our best-selling product or best-selling collection. Obviously, you need some data on your Shopify store to assess what is the best-selling product or what is my best-selling collection. And if you do know it, then you create the campaign targeting specific keywords. This is not the dynamic search campaign. This is the standard search campaign that is targeting keywords you found in the Google Keywords Planner. And then you can make sure that your products that are generating revenue for you will get additional exposure in the search network. The third version is basically very similar at the beginning. We still have brand search campaign and dynamic search ads, but then you can add additional 2 campaigns. This is for people who have higher budget. You can add 1 campaign for best-selling collection only, targeting certain keywords, and then you can make sure that your best-selling product is also getting separate exposure with separate campaign, where you can control all the keywords and bidding and just generate additional sales. To the right, I'm presenting you optimization board. For search campaigns, you can not only exclude keywords, but test different bidding strategies. You can adjust the ad schedule. You can also exclude some age groups. You can exclude different locations. The board and optimization strategies, they might be changing with time. This is why you should be accessing the Miro board yourself and then checking how you can improve your ads. Unfortunately, for search ads, you can create multiple different variations, and I cannot directly tell you what is the best campaign structure in your specific case. I'm presenting you different search campaign ideas that you can add or possibly test if the initial strategy is not working for you. For example, you can create dynamic search ads specifically for blogs. If your blogs are designed to convert, you have call to actions, they were created by either ChatGPT or professional copywriter, then you can, for example, create the campaign specifically targeting blogs. You can create multiple search campaigns targeting each collection separately per campaign, or you can create the campaign based on the seasonality, maybe for holidays or Christmas. The possibilities are almost endless. You can also create the campaign for your competition. We discussed it right here that you want to protect your own brand against competitors, but you can be the guy or the girl that is actually utilizing this strategy. So you are bidding with the competitors' keywords and you are using their brand name in your ad group and then capturing their customers with this strategy. You can also create remarketing lists. So you create the campaign and then in the audience section, you target specifically people who previously visited your website. This is also possible and I will show you how to do it. But before we create our first campaign, I have to explain keywords match types. In standard search campaign, you can implement keywords directly in your campaign's settings, but these keywords, they can be implemented with 3 different match types. I will now read the definitions and on the next slides, I will show you the practical examples. The first match type is called exact. In square brackets, ad is eligible to appear when a user types your exact keyword or its close variant. The next one is called phrase. In quotation mark, ad is eligible to appear when a user types your key phrase or a keyword or close variant, but there might be other words either before or after that phrase or keyword. If your keyword is wooden desk, people might be typing cheap wooden desk Amazon, and your ad will be triggered because your main keyword, wooden desk, was included in the phrase. The last one that Google is pushing the most is called broad. Your ad is eligible to appear whenever a user's search query includes any word in your keyword in any order, as well as any word that relates to your keyword, which means your ads can be showing up for different synonyms and sometimes completely not related keywords. The first example for exact match is for shoes for men. This is your keyword you implement in the campaign settings, and the keyword might be triggered by different search terms that people are typing, such as shoes men, men shoes, men shoe, or shoes for a man. You can see they are relevant. This is the close variant for some of them, but in general, those are quite good, targeted and related to the keyword. You can see that ads will not show for men's tennis shoes or shoes for boys, because this is more specific and it's not that connected with our keyword in the exact match type. For phrase match type, for tennis shoes, your ads can be showing up when people type shoes for tennis, buy tennis shoes on sale, red tennis shoes, or comfortable tennis sneakers. As you can see, this is more broad and especially dangerous if your store is not offering red tennis shoes. You will be still paying for that click and people will land on the website. They're looking for red tennis shoes because keyword tennis shoes is included in a phrase match, but they will not be able to find it on your website and they will just bounce back to the search results. This is why you can use the phrase match, and I'm still using it with many clients, but you just have to monitor the search terms and exclude any irrelevant search terms that are triggering your ad. And your ads will not show for tennis rackets or tennis shoes, and can you wear running shoes for tennis? I'm not that sure about the last one. Sometimes I'm also seeing the questions when it comes to the campaigns, even though I'm targeting a product. So Google is displaying some cases here, but they are not that accurate. And you just have to monitor the search terms, because sometimes such a search term will also trigger your ads and it's completely not relevant. For broad match keywords, the campaign can be triggered by super generic, sometimes not relevant search terms, and you have to really double down on checking them frequently every couple of days so that you are not paying for completely not relevant clicks. And this is the example, low carb diet plan, and then we have carb free foods, which is not ideal. The ads can be triggered by low carb diets. This is fine, but low calorie recipes, this can also trigger your ads, which sometimes is not that connected. And then some other keywords like diet books might be also triggering your ads, and you will be paying for this click, even though it might be wasting your budget. Keep in mind that I'm presenting you some related and not related examples to this keyword, but if you are using broad match keywords and people type exactly the keyword you added in the campaign settings, this will still trigger the ad, which is good. Broad match keywords, it only means that not only the keyword you provided in the campaign will be causing the ads to display in search results, but also some less related topics might be triggering the ads, which means you just need to double down on the search terms exclusion, and that's all. For some clients, we are using solely broad match keywords in one ad group in the campaign, and then with higher budgets and automated bidding strategies, I will be discussing in the next slides, we are generating thousands of dollars each week just because of broad match keywords, and search terms that we wouldn't even think about are getting us sales. This is really good when it comes to some accounts. I cannot tell you exactly if the broad match keywords or phrase match keywords or exact match keywords are the way to go on your specific account without knowing your business prior to that. So just keep in mind that there is no ideal strategy when it comes to the prospecting campaigns, and different variations of keywords match types might be generating sales for different people. In Miro at the top you can see search campaigns, keywords, match types, combinations, the same examples and some additional ones. But in this place you can see how many different campaigns and combinations you can create based on the keywords match types. This is why I cannot give you one clear answer with which keywords match types you should be starting for your business. It's very individual. It's based on your budgets, your niche, how expensive it is, and how generic the keywords might be. You can start with either broad match keywords, or you can only start with exact match keywords with one ad group, and then phrase match keywords, the same keywords list will be in a separate ad group. You can always read the Miro board. For brand campaign, this is the one that I can recommend you. You start with exact keyword match type in one ad group, and then the phrase match type would be added to the second ad group. In result, it will be much easier for you to control longer keywords. And for exact match type, you will be usually getting super detailed clicks based on your brand name. And for prospecting campaigns, I generally start with this campaign type. So we have keywords in exact match type, and then separately in different ad groups, the same keywords are added in a phrase match, and based on that we can adjust bidding strategy. It's either with manual CPC, with enhanced option, or for the clients that already have some data on the account, we are immediately starting with maximize conversion value. And with higher budgets, when you are getting consistent sales, then you can switch the exact and phrase match types to broad match keywords, which means Google will decide what is the most relevant keywords. You still exclude anything that is not related to guide Google in the right direction, but with broad match keywords, you will be then not only capturing the keywords that are relevant, but also it will be helping Google algorithms to provide more consistent sales, especially with automated bidding. This is the strategy for the campaigns with higher budget, where you are using maximize conversion value or maximize conversions with some targets to Google. You are adding some target ROAS or target CPA. We will discuss it in a second. And then all the keywords are in one ad group, and Google can decide what is the most relevant keyword for the user or for your business. Let's move to the Google Ads panel and create our first search campaign. In this new design, click campaigns and then blue plus new campaign. On the old design, it's very similar, campaigns and then blue plus new campaign. At the beginning, we have to choose our marketing objective. For us as e-commerce business owners, it's sales. Just choose the first one. Right here, make sure that you are optimizing for purchases. If you are also displaying the phone number on your website and you would like to include it in the search ads so that people can call you and potentially you will get sales in this way, you can also optimize for phone calls alongside with purchases. Actually, this is the only campaign type you would be optimizing for, something else that purchases, and then click continue. In this box, we just have to choose the campaign type, which is search. So the first one, you can ignore the selections right here and just name your campaign, for example, brand search. At the end, I just like to use the target country with my location settings. So this campaign would be for our brand protection in the US. Click continue. And we are being moved to the bidding strategies. You can expand this first option and see that we can optimize for conversions or conversion value, but also for clicks and impressions. Let's move back to the presentation because I have to explain the difference between these two, and also I will discuss impression share. In search campaigns, we can use all the previous bidding strategies we discussed with standard shopping campaign, but Google is not displaying some of them at the campaign creation process. You will be able to select, for example, manual CPC after you create the campaign. They are hiding this option at the beginning, but you can start with maximize clicks, which we discussed. It will give you the most amount of clicks within your budget. It's not certain if the clicks will be converting. It's just letting the algorithm know that you want clicks and you don't care about sales that much. This is why for search campaigns, maximize clicks bidding strategy is not ideal, because then for sure you will just spend the budget, in most cases very unprofitably. You can also set manual CPC after you create the campaign, and manual CPC with enhanced option we discussed, so that you are setting a maximum amount you would like to pay per click, and with enhanced option Google can go beyond this amount if they think that the person is likely to convert. But to utilize this feature correctly, your campaign needs to get some conversions at the beginning, and then Google will be able to effectively bid for users that are more likely to convert. Google has announced that in early October 2023, any shopping campaign that is using enhanced CPC bidding strategy will be automatically switched to manual CPC bidding strategy, and so far this change is only being made to shopping campaigns. The enhanced CPC will be no longer there for this campaign type, but I think enhanced CPC will be also removed very soon for the other campaigns. So if you don't see enhanced CPC on the list, or any other bidding strategy that I'm presenting in the course, you can always take a look at my Miro board, where I will be updating all the changes for different campaigns. You can always check the bidding strategy, either for shopping campaigns or search campaigns or display and YouTube shorts. It's all here in the Miro board, and I will make sure to update the Miro board whenever Google is changing some features and adding some new campaigns and settings for these campaigns. Everything will be updated here. You can get access to this Miro board from my Facebook group, link is in the description. And just a reminder that it's about finding the highest quality traffic at the lowest possible price. You should not be looking for the cheapest possible traffic, especially in the search campaigns where people are clicking the ads without even knowing the prices. In shopping campaigns, when someone is clicking your ad, at least they know the price already. But here, people don't even know what is the cost of the product you are selling, and that's why you really have to spend on people who are in the market and are likely to convert for the keyword you are targeting. We also have a target impression share bidding strategy for search campaigns, which is an automated bidding strategy that sets bids with the goal of showing your ad at the absolute top of the page, or on the top of the page, one of the 4 results that usually are being displayed when it comes to ads, or anywhere on the page of Google search results. It's depending on the settings we are choosing. So you can either be on the absolute top, or you can be one of the 4 advertisers that are generally being displayed in the search results, or you can also be displayed somewhere in the bottom, but you are using a target impression share that you would like to achieve. And this can be used effectively for brand search campaigns. But for prospecting campaigns, you don't always want to get the most amount of traffic. You don't want to even be always at the absolute top position. You want sales, and this means you just need to target proper people with certain keywords. You don't have to target this keyword every single time to get a sale. This is why this bidding strategy is effective for brand campaigns, because you can be on the absolute top position in the search results for your branded keywords, which is good because you're protecting your brand. But with prospecting campaigns that are looking for new clients, this is not always ideal. Not only it would be super expensive for you to be always at the top first position, but it is also not guaranteeing you any decent results. On this slide, I'm presenting you unautomated bidding strategies. Keep in mind that they are not only for search campaign, but they can be also used in Performance Max campaign, display campaign, and this one in particular also in discovery campaign. The first one is called maximize conversions. The goal of this bidding strategy is to maximize conversions for your budget. And the priority is to spend the money, and there is no specific ROI target. And it would be ideal if your conversions or prices of products are within the similar values or similar range. This bidding strategy doesn't have any restrictions for Google, which means they can spend $1 per one click or maybe sometimes $10 per one click. It's depending on your niche. And you cannot really control it. If they think that the person is likely to convert, they will bid more. And to add some restrictions to Google, you can add a target CPA, so target cost per action, or target cost per acquisition of a client, or target cost per acquiring a sale. I like to call it in this way. And in this case, you are adding a target cost per action for this bidding strategy in which you would like to get a sale. Google will then try to maximize conversions within your set target CPA, and this is for specific ROI targets. And still the conversions, it would be ideal if the prices of the products are within the similar range. Keep in mind that if you set the targets for Google too low, they will not be able to achieve it and they will just stop displaying the ads. These days, in most niches, minimum target for search campaigns is like $15. So if you are selling much cheaper products and you don't have enough profit margins, then it would be very difficult for you to succeed with search campaigns, because they are much more expensive in most niches than shopping ads. Those two bidding strategies are widely used in e-commerce. The first one is called maximize conversion value, which will maximize the conversion value or revenue for your budget, and the priority, of course, is to spend your money. The conversions or prices of your products, they can have different values. Again, this bidding strategy doesn't have any limits for Google. They will spend $1 per one click or maybe $10. It's up to Google and depends on your niche. But again, you can add the restriction, which is target ROAS for this bidding strategy. And then Google will try to maximize conversions and the values within your target ROAS. You have your KPIs calculator. You can see ideal break-even return on ad spend. Do not set the value too high, especially at the beginning. Start at lower levels, for example, 200%, because if you set it to 800% and your campaign doesn't have any data that is confirming Google can achieve sales within this range, then your ads will be slowing down or Google will not be even displaying them because they are not able to hit your targets. And this is for specific ROI targets, and the prices of your products, they can have different values. In conclusion, the target CPA is basically a restriction for Google while using maximize conversion, and target ROAS is a restriction for Google while using maximize conversion value. In my Miro board, I've prepared these two sections for target ROAS adjustments and target CPA adjustments. Based on different scenarios of your campaign's performance, you can then adjust the target ROAS settings in your campaign, or you can adjust the target CPA settings in your campaign. It depends on the bidding strategy you are using. You can take a look at different examples and scenarios when it comes to the performance, and then take proper action in order to improve your campaign. It's in my Miro board. You can always take a look at this specific section, and then you will be able to know what adjustments you should be making to your campaigns that are using automated bidding strategies. Which bidding strategy among all of them I just discussed is the best for you? You probably know what I'm about to say. I really cannot tell you which one you should be starting with. If your budget is lower, you probably have to start with either manual CPC or enhanced manual CPC for a prospecting campaign. And for brand search campaign, I generally advise starting with manual CPC without enhanced option or target impression share. But for most clients, I'm just using manual CPC, starting at lower levels, like 50 cents. And you can read the Miro board. If you're not getting clicks for your brand campaign, it either means no one is looking for your brand or your bid is too low, which in most cases, 50 cents for brand campaign is more than enough and you don't have to increase it in the future. But for prospecting campaigns, it depends on your keyword match types, your budget, your niche, and the keywords and structure you will be implementing. If you are not getting any sales, target CPA and target ROAS is not ideal because Google cannot look back at the campaign data and adjust the bids because there is no constant supply of conversions that are stimulating the algorithm. And with higher budgets, if you are not scared that Google will spend a lot of money per one click, you can start with either maximize conversion value if you are targeting, let's say, collection of products with different values, different prices, or if you are targeting one product, for example, bestseller, and you know your profit margin, you can start with maximize conversions. But without restrictions on these two bidding strategies, Google can spend your daily budget at the first few hours of each day, and then the rest of the day, your ads will not be even displaying because there is no budget. This is why even for a prospecting campaign, I would advise you starting with enhanced CPC. And then if you're not getting clicks with prospecting campaign, then you have to gradually increase your bids by 5, 10, or maybe 15 cents. In such campaigns, you probably need to increase it more aggressively. And once you start making sales, switch to automated bidding strategy because these days it's working really good if you are getting constant supply of data to Google campaigns. We are now creating brand search campaign and I cannot choose manual CPC because it's not on the list. We have to change it in the settings later. So let me click impression share, and in here you can also use it for brand protection campaign. Do not use it for prospecting because it will not be effective. You will spend a lot of money per one click. And as I said, the first position doesn't guarantee you conversions. It only means you will be at the top of search results for every single person that is not even likely to convert. You can choose between anywhere on the result page or top of result page or absolute top of result page. Top of the results page, in general, Google displays up to 4 advertisers at the top. And if you want, you can be one of them if you choose this option, or absolute top of results page, which means you want to be the first one. You can then set the percentage of impression share to target. Let's say you want to be at the absolute top position 90% of cases, and then your max bid would be $1 per each click. But we will change it later once we create the campaign because I like to use manual CPC without enhanced option for our brand protection campaign. While creating the search campaign on some accounts, you will be able to see customer acquisition feature. By default, your campaign bids equally for new and existing customers. However, you can configure your customer acquisition settings to optimize for acquiring new customers. This feature is quite advanced and we rarely use it even on the biggest accounts for the clients that are spending tens of thousands of dollars per month because it can inflate your data and different values will be added to your purchase tag that are not necessarily reflecting the real revenue you will be receiving. Additionally, you need to upload at least 1,000 active members with customers list. I've discussed it in the Google Ads tracking module where I showed you how to export the customers from your Shopify, and then you can upload the specific list to Google Ads panel where you will be able to choose it at the same time adding the value for new customers. You have to define the existing customer list here. You will be able to see the list you uploaded, and then you need to just assess how much the new customer is worth for you. This data will be then added to every single sale you will be receiving, which can vastly increase and inflate the data on your account. That's why I usually do not use this feature. As I said, it's quite advanced and it's not certain that the new customer will be always worth this fixed amount for you. Additionally, you can only bid for new customers with this feature, and this requires, as I said, at least 1,000 active members. But I would say even more than that because 1,000 users, in some cases, it might be not enough. And that's why I advise you to turn off this feature and just don't use it, especially if you're a beginner, because it can deorganize your entire setup and you will be seeing much higher revenue than in reality, and it will be just completely not matching your Shopify backend. Just leave it disabled because then your campaigns will be bidding equally for new and existing customers, which in my opinion, at least for now at the state of this feature, it's completely fine because you will be getting new customers, and then existing customers will be able to still find you in Google, and your revenue will be very accurate and not inflated by some additional values that you can be assigning, which can then really mess up your data. So just leave it disabled and click next. Click next once you decide on the bidding. Google is auto checking the search partners and display network. We always want to exclude it. We just want to display on the regular search results, not on some partners, networks, or display network. We will create a separate campaign for display network in the next module. Locations, choose the location you would like to target and expand the options and target people who generally live in the target location, not the ones that are showing interest. Languages, choose English. If you are targeting different countries, then obviously adjust the language accordingly. Audience segments, you can expand the option here, and you can choose between observation, which is recommended. Don't narrow the reach of your campaign. With this option, you can only choose different audiences, and then you will be able to adjust bidding for them later once you create the campaign. Or you can also potentially target people within the audience. If you are going for this strategy, you are creating some additional campaigns, and for example, remarketing search campaigns, you can use this targeting feature to target people who previously visited your website. But obviously the main targeting is being done with keywords. If you want to target certain keywords, not certain audiences, then you can choose observation. You can still add some audiences. You can either add your own past visitors or click browse, and then based on the things you choose here, you can either look for generic audiences in the market that are somehow connected with your products, or maybe parental status, or maybe employment. You can go back and choose between affinity audiences that are either connected with food and drinking. You can always expand it and then add some more audiences as observation. This is not that important because first of all, we are creating brand search campaign. You can use more of those audiences for prospecting campaign. But as I said, the main targeting is being done with keywords, and the audiences are just little addition that you can create or adjust in the campaign settings later. But if you choose browse and then how they interacted with your business, you can then expand either to custom combinations that are created automatically by Google or to website visitors, and you will be able to see all the audiences lists we created. You can choose some of them and then increase the bids once we create the campaign. In general, I'm always leaving the observation option unless I want to create a specific remarketing campaign for search network, but it's more advanced. At the beginning, just create the campaign with observation mode, add some relevant audiences, either your own customers still as observation, or maybe you can add some habits or in-market audiences for which you can increase the bid based on the data. Google has introduced new campaign settings. The first one, broad match keywords. It will basically switch all of your keywords match types to broad, and if you turn on this feature, it will be applying the broad match to the entire campaign. And Google has also added the brand restrictions for search campaigns, which will then limit your ads exposure to the selected brands from the list. Your ads will only show on searches that match your keywords and mention selected brands, including related products and services. Brand restrictions will limit search traffic, so apply only necessary brands. I will explain these settings more once we create the campaign. So far, I would suggest keeping the broad match keywords off if this is your first campaign, especially brand search campaign, and the brand restriction is not even available if you are not using broad match settings. So for now, just ignore these two settings, keep them off, and you will be able to decide if you really want to use them when I explain more about them once we create the campaign. More settings, start and end dates. I never add any schedule here. Our campaigns are starting the time we are launching them, and then you can just post them manually if you want. More settings, add rotation. I'm not changing anything here. Add schedule. We can add it later in the campaign settings based on the data. For now, we just want to keep the campaign going 24/7. Campaign tracking URL, it's not needed for now. And dynamic search ads, we will create it later. For now, we are creating the standard search campaign. Click next. We are now at the ad group creation level. In this place, you can name your ad group. Because we are creating the campaign for our brand, you can now create the first ad group for exact keyword match type. And then we will be able to duplicate this ad group after we create the campaign. We will just duplicate it and change all the keywords to phrase match so that you will be covered not only for the exact search terms that people will be typing when looking for your brand, but also the phrase match will be making sure that we are also capturing all the search terms that are more long tail. And let's go back here. I will now create the ad group for exact match. So I will just name it exact. And in here, you can type your brand name in square brackets because this will indicate the exact match type for keywords. Let's say my brand is called cooldesks.com. And then I will add a variation for cool desks, but without .com because most people do not use it when they look for your brand. And once again, I'm just adding the keyword in the square brackets. For prospecting campaigns, you can also paste a URL to your website or to your landing page, for example, product page, and Google will then suggest you some keywords, but it's always better to research your keywords in Google Keywords Planner. We had a separate module about it, and then you can just copy them and paste right in this place so that you will be sure the keywords you are using are actually valuable, they have certain search volume, and you are not just blindly copying the keywords from your landing page, but you are doing that based on the data in Keywords Planner. When you scroll down, you are able to create your first standard ad with headlines and descriptions. You can add some extensions like site links or callouts. Let's start with final URL. This is a landing page that you want people to visit whilst they click your ad. We are creating the campaign for our brand, so we will use our homepage in this case, because when most people are looking for your brand, we cannot exactly tell which products they would like to purchase, so we will just transfer them to the homepage, and then if you gather some data, potentially you can narrow it down to the collection or maybe one specific product if people are only looking for your brand to purchase one product from you. But this is quite rare, and in most cases I'm transferring all users for brand search campaign to the homepage. Display path, this is a additional place where you can implement keywords, for example, wooden desks. And it will be displaying after your main domain URL, and you can just include more valuable keywords in this place. And remember that still the final URL that people will be landing on is right here. This one is only for additional keywords and just letting people know what your brand is offering on your website. For headlines, let's go back to the presentation because I will be now discussing the formulas or some tips how you can improve your overall search campaign structure. Make sure your ad copy is compelling, use scarcity, benefits, mix numbers with words. It has been proven by many researchers that people are more likely to click your ad if you are following the mix of numbers and words formula so that the ad is more visually appealing to them. Use ChatGPT, describe your brand or paste the product description. Also, it might be the description of your collection. And ask ChatGPT to generate headlines for your Google Ads search campaigns. You can also use additional features like headline spinning, I will show you how to do it, or with dynamic keywords insertion, you will be able to kinda increase your click-through rate because the first headline, it will be basically the keyword that will be changing based on the user and based on the search query they will be typing. Check your competitors' ads, it's possible if their Google Ads account is verified, and you can also utilize iSearch.com or use VPN to spy on your competitors. Google is introducing their own AI in the ad creation process. I have some screenshots and it will be looking like that in the near future. you'll be able to describe your brand and add certain keywords. Then Google will be suggesting you different headlines and you can edit them directly in Google Ads. You don't even have to use ChatGPT, but I think ChatGPT is still a very good tool and I guess I will be still using it. For now, this feature is not available. That's why I have to use ChatGPT. In ChatGPT, I was testing different commands and prompts. At the beginning, I started with pasting product description and then asking Chat to read it and then write 30 compelling headlines limited to 30 characters each. They're limited to 30 characters because that's the requirement from Google when it comes to headlines. And then they will be used in Google Ads campaign, advertising electric wooden desks. For some headlines, mix words with numbers. He actually didn't do it, and some of the headlines were quite average. This is why I was testing different commands and prompts, and it turns out that the best possible one is when you supply much more information to the command or to the ChatGPT, to the AI. And I started with asking him to act like a professional copywriter, and then I again pasted the product description. Then I also pasted a link to either your brand or product page. I also asked him to write an ad copy for e-commerce brand called Abundance, and I also added some offers or unique selling proposition. For example, we sell ergonomic, height adjustable electric wooden desks, and our offer is free shipping for all orders over $100, 3 days shipping, hassle-free returns, over 60,000 customers, 100% solid wood desks. And then that's the last prompt. Write 30 headlines for a Google Ads search campaign, up to 30 characters, including spaces. Why am I asking for 30 headlines? In Google, you can only add up to 15, but I'm just asking for 30 because some of them will be not ideal, and you can just read through them and pick the most reasonable and the ones that you like the most, that are compelling, that are listing not only the features of your product, but also benefits. And you can even expand this command and you can add many more different offers or adjust it to your specific brand so that the headlines that you will be using in your ads will be super specific, will be really good and convincing, and your click-through rate will be increasing in this way. And you can also copy the same command and then just change the last sentence that you need 10, not headlines, but descriptions that are limited to 90 characters each, including spaces, because that's the requirement from Google. And in this way, you can really structure compelling ads, not only with AI help, but you can tweak the headlines yourself. And just to make it really good, you can also capitalize every first letter, so it will be looking more professional, and then just paste it to your Google Ads panel. You can even ask Chat to capitalize every single first letter. And he just did it, so you don't even have to do it manually. It's super cool, and utilize free ChatGPT to structure your search ads. If you would like to see what ads your competitors are running, it is possible if they are verified advertiser. You can click these 3 dots next to their ad that you will find, and by clicking that you can display some additional settings and then click see more ads this advertiser has shown using Google. And by clicking that, you will be able to see all the ads they are running. With Google Ads, you can just scroll down and see all the different combinations of search campaigns, also display with video, potentially some YouTube campaigns. You can also find the videos as well. And then you can just scroll down through this endless list and you will be able to see not only the regular search campaigns, but also some dynamic search ads. So it's all here if the advertiser is verified. You can also verify your account and it will allow you to add business name to your search ads and business logo. It will be then more appealing to people with your logo and business name above the headlines of your ads. Google has introduced Google Ads Transparency Center. It's very similar to Facebook Ads Library. You are able to see the ads of your competitors. You can just type the company name or paste the website link. As an example, I will just type desk and I will be able to see different company names that include the word desk and also here at the bottom, different websites that have the word desk in the URL. I can just click some of these examples, and then I will be able to see what ads they are running in Google. This one is actually running ads in different markets. We can sort it by the country, and then we will be able to see what are the ads they're running in Google. This is how you can do the research on your competitors and just see what other advertisers are running ads in your niche. It's not that advanced in comparison to Facebook ads library, because you are not able to find the ads with different keywords in the ad text, at least for now. Potentially in the future, if I type 30-day free returns, I will be able to see every single ad that has this phrase in the ad text. Currently, you can only use the keywords to find the advertisers or website names. The second option to spy on your competitors or just see their ads is using iSearchFrom.com. You can type the country you would like to visit the search results from, and then the language, choose device. The current is basically your desktop, or you can switch to tablet or iPad, and you will be able to display all the search results based on this device in the chosen country. It's always better to use VPN if you would like to see ads from different countries, because sometimes Google is detecting that you're using this website and they are not displaying ads. For example, in a search network, they are displaying shopping ads, but I cannot find any search ads. And if I'm just using my VPN in a regular browser, I'm getting ads almost all the time, even though I'm in Poland, but I'm switching to the United States, and basically every single time I can see different ads or different advertisers. So if you can, just purchase a VPN, and it will be much easier for you to research ads of your competitors or different businesses in other countries. I just added some of the headlines here. Make sure that you really improve them, because some of them are average at the best. And then I added also some descriptions. Under the basic ad creation, you can also add some extensions. First of all, site links. Besides regular headlines and descriptions, you can also add site links, so additional URLs that will be sometimes appearing under your ad in this version, or maybe potentially with this shorter version right here. You can also add shorter descriptions for those site links, or you can add callouts to your ads and also structure snippets and promotions. Overall, these extensions will not be appearing every single time, but for some users in some auctions, they will be just showing up and increasing your chance of getting a click. Let me go back to the Google Ads panel, and we will now add the site links for my wooden desk. I added some random site links that would be appearing under my ad. Make sure to also add descriptions, the first line and the second line. Use ChatGPT to make it easier for you, so that you will be able to display the site links with those additional descriptions and just maximize the possibility of getting a click. For now, let's save it and apply to the campaign. Let's scroll up, and I will now show you how to pin your headlines. If you click this icon, it will basically allow you to pin your headline to the first position or second position or third position, and this one pinned headline will be always there for every single user or every single auction. It will be always either at the first position of the ad or at the second position. In this way, you can limit Google and the possibilities of creating different variation of the ad. This is the responsive ad, which means Google will be mixing different headlines with different descriptions and then trying to achieve the highest CTR, click-through rate possible. And sometimes the combinations might be weird. This is why they are adding this feature where you can limit Google with being too creative and with combining not relevant headlines. In this way, if you are pinning some headlines, the ad strength is going down. It doesn't mean we will not be getting clicks. It's just Google thinking that the combinations we are creating will limit the ad's performance, which is not always true. We will still be getting clicks and very relevant clicks with the tactic I will now show you. Basically, we will now create a dynamic keyword insertion. If you type curly bracket We are now seeing some additional settings that we can utilize in this text campaign. You can click keyword insertion, which will automatically update your ads with the keywords that cause your ads to show. We can also add the default text, which will be appearing when the keyword that people typed is too long and Google cannot fit it in the 30 characters limit. We can add some generic default text, for example, best wooden desks, and I'm always pinning this headline with this feature at the first position, which in my view, it's always improving the CTR, but you can see the ad strength is going down because we just pinned this headline. Why is it actually increasing the CTR? It's because you are displaying the exact keyword at the first position every single time, which from my experience and test I did split test with different options and variations, and having this feature pinned and not pinned. Overall, from my experience, the ads with this feature pinned at the first position are getting better click-through rate. I just wanted to clarify the dynamic keywords insertion feature one more time. So it will automatically update your ads with the keywords that cause your ads to show, which means only the keywords that we are targeting here will be appearing in the headlines. It doesn't mean that every single search term or sentence that people will be typing in Google will be automatically appearing as a headline. It's not like that. It only means that the keywords that are triggering the ads to appear will be then displaying as a headline. If we pin it to the first position, you can see that the keywords that I'm targeting are displaying at the first position. Let's say this is a prospecting campaign, not my brand search campaign, and I'm targeting small wooden desks, big wooden desk, or electric wooden desks, and people type exactly the keyword, then it will be just displaying here. If they type some close variants, or basically the search terms are triggering the ads, then still the keywords only will be displaying here, not the search terms or very long sentences that people are typing. They will not be displayed here. It's only about the keywords that cause these ads to appear, and only these keywords that we are targeting in the campaign settings will be then displayed on the first position if you pin the headline, or on the one of the three positions if you are not pinning any headlines with this feature. And this is basically making them click the ad because they think it's literally the thing that they are looking for, which hopefully it is, because we are linking them to the relevant landing page. The landing page has to be relevant to the keywords you are implementing in the campaign. But because we are creating the campaign for our brand, you do not have to pin the headlines. I'm just showing you this feature for prospecting campaigns that you will be creating later, but for our brand campaign, it's not that needed, and you can just use the recommended option and take a look at the ad strength that is increasing. But as I said, it's not that important to have it at the excellent level, because the most important thing to you should be the performance of the ad and the results the ad is generating. It doesn't mean that the low ad strength will generate you poor results. I would say it's exactly the opposite. Sometimes the ads that I have with the poorest ad strength are generating me the most amount of sales because of the structure and additional features you can also implement that are making a big difference in the overall ad results. The second feature is, for example, countdown, and you can just read the descriptions and create the countdown that will be changing every single day based on the promotion you might be running or some event on your website that will be now displaying in the ads. And you can also utilize the location insertion. This is more for local businesses. If someone is typing wooden desks near me and you have a physical store, this feature would be quite relevant. For example, wooden desks in New York. If you have a local store, you can then utilize this feature and it will be showing different locations based on the current location of a user, which is quite cool. If you scroll down, you will be able to see that we can add multiple different extensions, not only the site links, but also the callouts. So short form of additional text, for example, free shipping, and additional ones like get yours now, 50% off, or top tier quality. Just make it compelling and related to your brand, then click apply. You can also add promotions. It will be displaying once you have some kind of a sale on your website, or you can also include some coupon codes, links to a specific item or entire collection. You can choose the occasion for this promotion, for example, winter sale, and then you can specify the language of this promotion, then the currency, obviously, and you can choose between the monetary discount that you are offering on your website, or percentage discount, or up to monetary discount and up to percentage discount. I use it frequently for different clients, and it's also distinguishing your ad, and it's making the ad different from the other advertisers that usually do not use this feature. So utilize it for your specific brand whenever you are running some kind of a sale, and make sure to add not only the dates, and it's always better to add the asset schedule, because most people will just forget about it, and then you will be running the winter sale for the entire year, which is not that ideal. This is why you can limit this asset scheduling and just add the ending date when Google will be just pausing this asset or not displaying it on your ads. You can add the prices extension on the campaign level, or you can also probably do it on the account level after we create the campaign. You can create different boxes with pricings and final URLs to the products, which will then distinguish your ad even more. You can use this feature for best-selling products or popular collections. And I mentioned at the beginning that you can also add a phone number if people can call you. Potentially you purchased a visual phone number, you can add it here, and people will be able to contact you by clicking the call extension, and you will be receiving calls, and this will be also showing up as conversion or as micro conversion for this campaign. Structured snippets are basically some additional short values that you can add. They are very similar to callouts. You can also add some short headlines, and then you can specify the overall services or things that the structured snippets will be about. For example, brands, you can just browse through them and offer some service catalogs like free delivery, and it will be sometimes displaying after your descriptions. And the last two, we do not use it for e-commerce. This one is for creating a lead form so that you can capture some additional leads in your ad, which is used for services. And from my experience, those lead forms are generating not useful traffic and not useful leads. And apps, this is completely not related to the e-commerce. We will skip it. At the end, you can add some URL tracking templates. This is more advanced. We will skip it as well. You can just read your headlines and descriptions one more time, but you will be always able to change it later once you create the campaign. So just click done and click next. Now we have to set our budget. For brand search campaign, you can start with $10. And if your brand is not even widely searched, Google will not spend it because no one will be clicking your ad. And then click next. Google is now checking for errors. We are now able to publish our campaign. So let's do that. Our brand search campaign is live, but we just have to do two more things. First of all, let's copy the ad group and change the keywords match types to phrase match. So just click the campaign, choose your ad group, click edit, then copy, and paste the ad group on the campaign level. This is the campaign, and click done, click paste. We are now copying this ad group with the same keywords, but according to our Miro board, we will be changing the keywords match types to phrase, so that you will be capturing the long tail keywords for your brand search campaign. My ad group was just pasted. Now we can change the name to phrase, save it, and click the ad group to be moved to the keywords level. And we can now change our keyword match types by editing them and then changing the match types to not broad match but phrase match. Click apply. It will now change our keywords accordingly. And you can see that for now there is not enough search volume for my keywords to be getting clicks, but that's fine if you are advertising in social media. Potentially you are creating a brand awareness and you will be getting clicks soon because people will be looking for your brand. The second thing we have to do with our new campaign is checking settings. If you click campaigns, you will be moved to the campaign level and then click settings in this tab. Potentially for you on this new design, it will be in this place later because Google will change it. And now we have to change our goals. Maybe you guys remember that I was creating a campaign for purchase only, but for some reason, Google has added not only purchase as goal, but also begin checkout and add to carts. We are now changing it to purchase only. Click save. You can also assign some value for acquiring new customers. This feature is more advanced. If you don't have any past data on the account, just don't use it. You can skip it and move to the marketing objective, which should be set to sales. Campaign status, you can pause the campaign in this place. We will not be doing that. Networks, those two networks are disabled, which is fine. It should be exactly like that. Locations, make sure that we are only targeting people who are regularly in our location or live there. So the second option, this is correct. Languages, you can add many different languages. For now, I'm targeting United States, so I'm leaving it at English. You can change the budgets. And in here, we will be changing the bidding strategy. This is for our brand search campaign. And as I said, target impression share for brand search is fine. You can use it with these settings, but I like to use manual CPC that you cannot choose from this list because you have to scroll down and click select a bid strategy directly. That is not recommended by Google, but let's just click it and you can expand the bidding strategies and choose manual CPC, turn off the enhanced option for this specific campaign because we do not want Google to bid over a certain amount, especially with our brand search campaign, because most likely they will be just overspending the budget because clicks for our brand name should be very, very cheap. So just leave it at manual CPC unless this is a very specific case. Let me move back to the Miro board. For brand search campaign, I'm suggesting using CPC with manual option, no enhanced feature, turn it on. Or potentially, for rare cases, you can use target ROAS, so maximize conversion value. You can just change it to maximize conversion value and set target ROAS because your brand name is a generic keyword, which means your brand is not called cool wooden desks, but it's called wooden desks, which means wooden desks is super generic broad term that people are typing in Google, and they are not typing that specifically to look for your brand, but they are looking for a product. And in this case, if your brand name is a generic keyword, you have to use automated bidding strategies because you have to be competing with other advertisers with your own brand campaign, which means this is not ideal situation, but still for some clients with this case, we are able to generate amazing results. You just have to use an automated bidding strategy. If your brand name is basically made up by you and it's not widely searched keyword, then it's fine. You don't have to use target ROAS for bidding strategy. And let me just walk you through the additional biddings you can choose. If you click here, you can maximize conversions. We discussed it. Then you will be able to set a target CPA, but this is for prospecting campaigns. I'm just discussing the bidding for other use cases in other campaigns. You can change it to conversion value. You will be optimizing for different values, and you can add restrictions for Google. In this case, target ROAS of your past performance in the campaign, for example, 300%, because that's the value the campaign was generating at least in the last 14 days. You can also use clicks, which is maximize clicks in this case. You can set the maximum bid for clicks, but this is not ideal for prospecting campaign. And you can use impression share. We discussed it. You can use it for brand search campaign, but we will be switching to manual CPC without an enhanced option because that's the one I'm just using for my brand and my clients. So click save. If you expand additional settings, you can set the start and end dates for the campaign. We generally do not use it. You can also add some additional values and rules. This is advanced, we can skip it. You can change the ad rotation, leave it at optimize, prefer best performing ads. Recently, Google has added 3 new campaign settings for search campaigns, but also some of these settings are being applied to other campaign types. The first one is automatically created assets. You can allow Google to help you generate headline and description assets for your ads using your content from your landing page, domain, and ads. Google will provide automated tools to customize your assets based on relevance for your keywords. This may improve ad relevance and performance. By default, this feature is turned off, at least for now. You just need to be careful and check it every single time. You can click Learn More, and basically this seems quite useful. You will be providing different headlines, and then Google AI will be able to kind of change them and improve some of them in order to get you more clicks and maybe increase your click-through rate. The examples that Google is presenting here, they are quite nice, and basically it seems like this feature is useful, but in general this is a beta feature and I'm not turning this one on. I always like to have full control over the headlines and other assets in the ad, at least for now. I think maybe in the future, when this feature will be really implemented for all campaign types and it will be tested by me and my other team members, then I will be able to tell you if this feature is really worth turning on. For now, it seems like it is, but I would have to test it more because it's quite a new feature, and then I will be able to make conclusions based on the data. I will be checking different ad combinations and just drawing conclusions if they are making sense. I can now imagine different scenarios that on your landing page you have some text that is completely not related to the ad, and Google will be still picking it up and just adding to the ad text. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant and I'm not turning this feature on for most clients. But as I said, I will be doing more tests and potentially it will be very beneficial in the future. The second option that Google has introduced is broad match keyword. Broad match keywords work well with smart bidding, this is true, to help you reach campaign goals. Using broad match keywords for your entire campaign ensures consistency and provides access to additional settings such as brand restrictions. And in general, you can just enable broad match keywords for your entire campaign. So any other keyword match type done broad match will be just switched immediately to broad. And basically that's the explanation for this specific option of the campaign. In general, I would just switch my keywords manually by myself or by my other team members. You can just do it from the settings of the campaign, but I think it's always better to monitor your changes that you are making yourself and just not let Google make some impactful changes themselves. If you have other match types in the campaign and the campaign is generating certain performance and then you immediately switch all of your keywords to broad, then it will be completely new strategy for you on this campaign and you need to really monitor closely the performance. But that's the feature, it's here. You can either switch it in bulk from the settings or you can just go to the keywords and switch the match types yourself. And the third feature that Google has added is regarding brand restriction for search campaigns and also brand exclusion for performance max campaigns. So when it comes to the search campaigns, brand restrictions, your ads will only show on searches that match your keywords and mention selected brands, included related products and services. Brand restriction will limit search traffic to apply only necessary brands, which means we can create a brand list and then you will be able to name it as you want. You can then look for different brands, for example Adidas. And Google has their own brand library. A lot of brands are still not added here, so you can just request a brand here and they will probably add it with time. If you provide certain parameters of the brand, the category and URL, they will be adding the brand to their library. But in general, you can just create these lists of brands and save it. Then your ads, specifically the search campaigns, they will be limited with the exposure to the search keywords that are containing the brand in the keyword or in the search term that user is typing, and it will narrow your campaign to these brands you are targeting. And it's worth doing if you are offering the products of these brands. Let's say you are selling shoes for men and you are offering Adidas shoes, and basically you can create this campaign for specific brands and specific keywords. When people are typing Adidas shoes, this campaign will be then appearing. You can of course learn more about the brand restriction here with Google documentation. And as I said, search campaigns are having the option for brand restrictions, while the Performance Max campaigns, they have a brand exclusion. I will discuss it in the Performance Max module, but in general, you can exclude certain brands from your PMax campaign because you just don't want to waste budget on branded traffic. So this is the feature for PMax because a lot of people were requesting it. But for search campaigns, you can specifically narrow to only certain brands and then offer the products only when people are typing the keywords with brand name included in there. Keep in mind that once you enable this feature, it will automatically switch all of your keywords to broad match. That's why it's always worth creating a new campaign. And if your current campaign is generating good results and satisfying revenue, then I wouldn't just immediately switch all of my keywords to broad match and at the same time also apply brand restrictions. I think it's too much and it's worth testing in a completely separate campaign so that you are not changing your strategy completely and your main search campaign will be still generating sales. And at the same time, you can just test broad match keywords and brand restriction in the new campaign. And you can also add some tracking templates. Just skip it. In this place, you can now activate the dynamic search ad settings, but let's create a new campaign directly for our dynamic search ads. I will now walk you through the ad creation. It would be much faster than standard search campaign because I will not be explaining every single feature and setting this time. Let's go back to the Google Ads panel, click this blue plus, create new campaign. It's very similar on the old design, campaign, then blue plus, new campaign. Click sales as marketing objective. Make sure you're optimizing for purchases. Click continue, choose search. You can skip this box and just name your campaign dynamic search ads. It can be also called DSA, so dynamic search ads, and then add the target country at the end. Click continue. We will start with new campaign. Set your bidding strategy. For example, this time it will be conversion value, and you can add some low target for Google at the beginning, for example 200%. If you are not getting clicks for the new campaign, you can even set it to 150%, and Google will then start displaying the campaign with at least some restrictions. And this is quite important if you are using automated bidding strategy on different campaigns, not only on search campaign that we are creating right now, but also on Performance Max or on any other campaign that is allowing you to choose the automated bidding strategy. If you are not setting any targets here, so there is no target ROAS set for this bidding strategy, by default, Google will now optimize for about 100% return. So it's 1x, and it's most likely not profitable for anyone. In the past, by default, if there wasn't any target set, the campaign was optimizing for about 200%. So at least Google was trying to achieve 2x return on your money. But these days, I've recently heard that they've changed it and now they are only optimizing for 100% return. So it's completely not profitable. And I guess they are doing that because it's just easy for them to make money. They don't even have to try, and you will be paying a lot per one click, and they are getting a lot of money because there is no restriction, so they can bid as much as they want. This is why these days, even though this is a new campaign and it doesn't have any past data, I'm already setting up a lower targets, about 150%. So there is at least some restriction for Google. As I told you guys, in the past, by default, they were already optimizing for 200% return on your money when this was disabled. But lately, I think they've changed it and they are now optimizing for only 100% return. So it's basically losing your money at the start. This is why I recommend adding at least a smaller target, for example 150%. If you set it to much higher value, like 300% right at the beginning of the new campaign, this will most likely cause your ads not to appear completely because Google doesn't have any data, so they will not be displaying the ads because there is no room for them to bid more, to learn and optimize this campaign. So at the beginning, you have to overbid and you have to let Google algorithm to learn itself based on the different clicks that they will be getting. So you need to let Google spend more money, but don't let them spend too much money. That's why we just add some minor restriction like 150%, and we can just create the campaign in this way. In general, if you have lower budgets, you can just switch it to manual CPC with enhanced option. And then once you start getting sales, you can change it to automated bidding strategy. For now, we cannot choose manual CPC with enhanced option. We will be able to do that once we create the campaign. If you are really confused about bidding strategies, you can always review the Miro board, and I'm just suggesting you manual CPC with enhanced option, but as it says here, it really depends on your specific business and budgets. Let's go back here. I will be choosing this option for now. Click next, uncheck search partners and display network. Choose your location, expand the location options, choose the second option, English, audience segments. You can also add different audience segments as observation for dynamic search campaign, which is highly advised because then you will be able to increase the bids for well-converting audiences based on the data you will be reviewing in your campaign. Now, to activate dynamic search ads, we have to expand more settings here at the bottom. And the last one is for dynamic search ads. So just click it. And if you don't see this option on your end, if this is missing for you, you just have to create an empty campaign. Just click next and then don't name your ad groups. Do not include any keywords because you are creating dynamic search ads and this is standard search ad. So you just want to ignore it. Do not include anything here. You can click cancel and then create an empty campaign. Click next and set your budget. Once you do it, you will be able to publish the campaign and then go to settings. I'm specifically showing this for people who do not see this option on their end, but most of you probably do see it, so just keep watching the video. But if you somehow miss this feature, just create your campaign, then go to settings when you're in the campaign level. Make sure to adjust all your goals because Google is adding something that is not relevant. Adjust the bidding and then click additional settings. You will be able to see dynamic search ads for sure in this place. Just paste your website link here, the homepage, and then just go to the ad groups level and you will be able to add new ad group and new dynamic search ad based on the dynamic search feature you just implemented. You will be able to switch from standard to dynamic ad group. Just click continue and then you just add your website link one more time if Google is asking for it, and then make sure to complete the setup of dynamic ad targeting. I will be now discussing in the video, so just keep watching. We have to now paste our website URL. Ideally, it should be your homepage without myshopify.com. Of course, this should be your link to the homepage. Choose the language of your website. If the website is in English, then leave it like that. And you can also expand additional settings. We are not changing anything in this place. Just click next. We are being moved to the dynamic search ad group creation. And if you scroll down, now you can see that we do not have a possibility to add headlines. They are automatically generated based on the content of our landing pages. We will be now specifying in this place. You can name your ad group based on the landing pages you would like to advertise. For example, I will be doing that for product pages. But if you would like to advertise blogs with this strategy, you can just name it accordingly. For me, it's product pages. In dynamic search ads, we have 3 different possibilities of targeting different landing pages. The first one is based on the categories on our website. My website is not finished and Google is not able to extract any categories. This is why they are not suggesting anything in this place. The second option is to target different URLs, the specific ones, or just common path. For example, URLs for product pages that are containing /products/. And we will be going for this strategy. But you can also target all website pages, which means Google will be able to generate headlines and scan all of your pages on the website. I tend to limit Google to only product pages or collections. It really depends on the client that I'm working with. For now, we will be doing that for product pages only. And I will be specifying the rule, which is basically URL that contains this path /products/ and now every single product on my website will be then advertised in this ad group. Potentially, if you have only few products, you can create the rule for exact URLs, and then you will be able to create few different ad groups because you have only several products. You can then create one ad group per each product, and the rule will not be containing products, but you can then paste the exact URL for each of the products based on each ad group. So for this ad group, you will be creating it for wooden desk that is not electric, and the second one you would be creating for electric wooden desk. And you will just paste the exact product URL based on the ad group, and you will be able to adjust the descriptions accordingly to each specific product so they are more relevant. But in general, if you have hundreds of products, you can use this first strategy, so just narrow to all products and then supply Google with quite generic descriptions about your collection or your website in general. You can also specify the targets for all web pages. This is not that effective, and if you are going for this strategy, just make sure to exclude blogs, especially if they are not meant to convert and you haven't spent enough time to create and craft well-designed blog pages and blog posts. Make sure that based on the strategy you are going for, you have to add the target to the campaign, because otherwise, if you do not click add, you will be targeting by default all website pages. So whatever you specify in the URL or with the rule, make sure to click add. You'll be then targeting this specific URL or this condition. It really depends on the strategy you are trying to create. If you scroll down, you can now add the description based on the strategy you are going for. As I said, if you have only several products, it is highly advised to specify web pages by the exact URL, and this one ad group will be for one specific product, and your description would be about this specific product so that it will be more compelling to people and much easier for you to get relevant clicks. But I'm going for all products strategy, so then I will just write some generic description. I just pasted two different descriptions. Do not judge my copywriting skills, judge ChatGPT, because he's the one who's creating those descriptions. Then click done and click next. You can always add multiple ad groups later once you create the campaign, but for now they are also suggesting us to add the site links and overall extensions, which is good. We can choose the extensions we created previously for the standard search campaign. We can utilize callouts, which is great. We will also choose them. And also, if people can call you, just include your phone number, and you can add more extensions like prices, promotions, and structure snippets. This is highly advised, but I will not do it one more time. We have to set our budget for the prospecting campaign. You can start with $25, but of course, if you can afford it, it's better to start with at least $50 for most of the campaigns. We set a much lower budget for brand search campaign, which is fine, but this campaign would be prospecting, and $25 a day in search network, it's really a minimum these days because clicks can be very expensive for different niches. But budgets are a very individual thing. This campaign type needs time to optimize, and you also need to exclude all irrelevant search terms to guide Google in the right direction. Click next. Google is now reviewing our new campaign. We will be able to publish it, and then make sure you go to settings and adjust anything that Google might be adding intentionally or by mistake. If you are in the campaign level, just click settings. Make sure that you set the proper goal, which should be purchase. In most cases, do not change anything for these settings. Just bid equally for existing and new customers. The marketing objective is sales. Make sure that search partners and display network are not included. Target country, United States. Make sure the second option is checked. Adjust the languages. bidding strategy, you can now change it to manual CPC with enhanced option if your budget is lower, or you can start with lower target ROAS in the campaign settings and then gradually increase it once you start making some clicks and sales. If you want to change it to manual CPC with an enhanced option, click this setting at the bottom and then choose it from the list, manual CPC with enhanced option, click save, and make sure that after choosing this bidding strategy, your max bids are set correctly at the ad group levels. By default, they will be switched to 0.1 cent, so just change it to, for example, 55 cents and confirm the change. This will ensure your ads will at least have some chance in the auction, but in general, depending on the niche, clicks might be costing you anywhere between 50 cents all the way up to a couple of dollars for each single click, which is quite expensive, and it really depends on your budgets, KPIs, and also product that you are trying to sell. I will now show you how to create a third campaign for either best-selling collection or best-selling product, but it will be just a brief overview. I will not complete it because this module is already taking too much time. Basically, just go back to the campaigns level, create new campaign, click sales, and then make sure you're optimizing for purchase, choose search, skip this first box, and then name your campaign according to the strategy. It's either search campaign for best-selling product or best-selling collection. And then type target country at the end. We will start a new campaign, choose your bidding strategy. If this is a new campaign, but for best-selling collection, potentially you can start by default with maximize conversion value and then set your targets to the lower level and gradually increase it once you start getting sales. Uncheck search partners and display network. Click United States if you want to advertise there. Make sure that your location settings are proper. Choose the languages. More settings, you don't have to choose anything in this place. We are now creating a standard search campaign for our best-selling product or best-selling collection. You can now name your ad group based on the keyword match type strategy you would like to test, and I cannot tell you which one is the best for prospecting campaign. I can tell you that for most clients we are starting with this strategy, so exact keywords for best-selling product or best-selling collection are in one ad group, and the same keywords list is added to the second ad group with phrase match. We are then optimizing the search terms, we are changing and testing different bidding strategy, and potentially this will help you with getting sales. For now, let's create it for exact match keywords. You can look for relevant search terms in Google Keywords Planner and then copy them. You have two options. You can paste all the keywords with broad match and then change it later once you create the campaign, but just make sure you actually do it if you don't want to start with broad match keywords. Or you can type keywords wrapper in Google search and then click the first link, and you are able to wrap all the keywords to either exact match or phrase match, and you can copy the entire keywords list and basically paste it right here in the targeting. You will be able to have all the keywords already in the exact match type. Then you create your headlines and descriptions based on the strategy. It will be either for best-selling product and you link the ad to the best-selling product page, or best-selling collection, and final URL would be redirecting users to best-selling collection. Don't forget to add different site links, and after you create the campaign, you set your budgets. Make sure that you review the campaign settings and goals and also locations, because probably Google will change it to add to carts and begin checkouts. That's all when it comes to the search campaigns creation. We will now discuss how you can properly optimize this campaign type. Search campaign best practices. In general, create brand search campaign with manual CPC and enhanced options should be turned off. I've discussed it many times. You can also use target impression share, but manual CPC that I'm presenting in the slide, that's the one I'm using with most of my clients. Check search terms regularly in any search campaign, either brand or prospecting, especially at the beginning for both of them, because the campaign will be in the optimization process and you should be excluding any irrelevant search terms right at the beginning so that you are guiding Google in the right direction and you are making sure your budget is not being wasted on not relevant clicks. Do not go over 5 ad groups in the prospecting campaign, especially if your daily budget is lower. You can create multiple ad groups based on the collection or based on the products. You can have different products advertised in different ad groups. But in general, I tend to have less ad groups because Google will then only favor top 4, top 3. We are also running search campaigns with $500 a day budget with one ad group, broad match keywords, and automated bidding. And this campaign type is also generating profitable sales for some clients. It really depends, and I cannot give you the clear answer what is the best structure for this campaign, but I would say that less ad groups for all campaigns is the way to go in 2023 and beyond because of the automations that Google is pushing. Do not mix brand and prospecting keywords in one search campaign unless your brand name is a generic keyword, for example woodendesk.com. We discussed it. If your brand is also a generic keyword, then you can mix the keywords together and you can also use target ROAS bidding strategy. But if you made up your own brand name, then separate the keywords based on the campaign. Do not add more than 20 keywords per ad group. In most cases, this is for a prospecting campaign. If you are trying to advertise your best-selling product, you found different keywords in Google Keywords Planner. You can copy them, but just do not go over 20 because Google will favor like 10 that are getting clicks and the remaining 10 out of the 20 will not be getting that many impressions or that many clicks. If you have multiple relevant keywords, then it's better to either create multiple ad groups or, if you can afford it, create different campaigns. The same keyword should not overlap between the search campaigns, because this will create a big confusion when you are reviewing the account, and the same keyword can overlap within one campaign if you are using different keyword match types. Let's say wooden desk in exact match, so square brackets, is added to the exact match types ad group, and then the same keyword wooden desk with phrase match is added to the second ad group in the same campaign. You can also add the same keyword with different match types in one ad group together. So you will have phrase match and exact match in the same campaign, in the same ad group. I know it's confusing. You have so many possibilities to create the campaigns in Search Network. This is why I've prepared a Miro board, and I cannot give you the clear answer what is the best strategy for your business because I don't know your specific website and your specific case, your budgets, your keywords, your niche, your landing pages and stuff like that. There are too many variables for me to clearly tell you what you should be doing in Google Ads. I can tell you that in general, for my clients, for prospecting campaigns, we are starting with this first option, manual CPC with enhanced feature, then exact match type keywords, and the same keywords, we are running them in a phrase match types, and then we are reviewing the search terms, testing different bidding strategies once we start making sales, and then we possibly switch the ad groups and keyword match types to broad match keywords with automated bidding so that Google is now deciding on the bids and it's deciding on the keywords. If we are getting consistent results, then we just scale this campaign type. This is how we do it, but I don't know your specific case. I said it multiple times. It's getting quite boring. Let's go back to the presentation. The last part is about optimization when it comes to search campaigns. First of all, you can optimize keywords and search terms. Let's start with the search terms. It's quite similar to the shopping campaign, standard shopping campaign. There are search terms that are triggering your ads to appear and you are getting clicks for those search terms. This is why you need to monitor them if you are in the campaign level and then expand insights and reports, look for search terms. You will be able to see the entire list of search terms that are triggering your ads to appear and for which you are paying because people are clicking your ads while typing this specific search term. And you can see that this search term for this advertiser in the last 30 days is generating very poor ROAS. But do not exclude the search term at the beginning. Potentially check the data at the broader date ranges. Potentially in the last 60 days, you can see the same keyword was actually super profitable. Maybe because the product was in stock and now in the last 30 days it's actually out of stock. So do not exclude the keyword immediately if it's still relevant, because I can see it's obviously blurred for you, but I can see that this specific keyword is ultra relevant to this brand, but it's just struggling in the last 30 days. That's why you have to always change the date ranges and review the campaign's performance also on the wider time frames, because otherwise you would be getting rid of very valuable and profitable keywords in your campaign. But of course, if you are seeing some search terms that are not relevant completely, maybe containing Amazon or other competitors, most likely you want to exclude them at the beginning so that your budget will not be wasted. The second thing when it comes to the keywords is about the keywords you are directly implementing in the campaign. If you go to audience keywords and content and then search keywords, you will be able to see the list of keywords that you implemented directly in the campaign. And if you are reviewing them after a couple of weeks, you can see that some of them are not profitable, which means you have to just pause them and that's all. You can look for different keywords in Google Keywords Planner, or just get rid of unprofitable keywords completely and just allow Google to focus on the most profitable ones. If we add more columns, modify columns, and then quality score, we can add the quality score column, we can add landing page experience column, and then expected CTR, and also add relevance. These 4 columns are very useful, and based on the keywords you can then assess the keywords quality score. On some of them we have 10 out of 10 because this is a branded campaign, but on some of the other campaigns and other keywords you'll be able to see that the quality score for some of the keywords is quite low. And just to remind you that the quality score is an estimate of how relevant your ads, keywords, and landing pages are to the person who sees your ad, and higher quality scores typically lead to lower cost and better ad positions. And then we can also take a look at the page experience, which estimates how relevant and useful your landing page is to people who click your ad. It takes into account factors such as how well your landing page content matches a person's search term, and how easy it is for people to navigate your page. Based on this column, you can just see how well your landing page performs. And then also the expected CTR, so expected click-through rate. You can just read the definition. It measures how likely it is that your ad will be clicked when shown. And you can read more of the definition here. It's based on the historical performance and also the ad relevance and quality score. It's being calculated based on different factors. And then the ad relevance column, it measures how closely your keyword matches the messages in your ads. I told you guys about it. It's really important to basically have your entire structure of the campaign relevant to the keywords, and the ad has to be relevant to the landing page. It's all closely tied together so that people can really find the thing they are looking for in Google. And Google as a platform is really emphasizing that it all needs to be relevant to the user and to the user's search query. 4.29x ROAS with almost $10,000 in conversion value in the last 30 days from search campaign, which is very good result. And this is why, even though you can go with broad match keywords and mix them with phrase match, which is not that logical, it's still working. And these days, don't stress about the campaign creation that much. Just look for the best possible keywords. If your budgets are quite high and your products are good, then you should be making at least some sales from search campaigns. But on some accounts, this campaign type is really not profitable and you just have to stick to shopping ads. Another thing that you can optimize are bids and bidding strategies. You can test target ROAS, you can switch between manual CPC to enhanced manual CPC, you can test target cost per action with maximized conversions. So if you are not making sales at the beginning, possibly switch manual CPC with enhanced option, switch it to target cost per action, or switch it to target ROAS. Possibly you are not making sales because your bid is too low and all the valuable users that are likely to convert are just more expensive and you are not reaching them. This is why potentially you have to test different bidding strategies. You can also adjust location settings. We discussed that in the Start a Shopping Campaign module. you can see different locations or different states, and for that you need more data, because at the beginning this tab will not be that relevant for you. You need at least a few months to conclude and assess all the possible states in your country, and then you can adjust the bidding for them. Otherwise, you would be making some inaccurate decisions. Don't even look at this tab after a week of running the campaign, because you don't have enough data. You can also adjust the ad schedule. This is quite good for search campaigns, because maybe in your country people are not purchasing the products in your specific niche between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. So you can just post the ads in the night time, and then the ads will be resuming during the daylight. So it's really also based on the data you will be seeing on the account. The next thing you can optimize for this campaign type are devices. At least it was possible before. On some accounts, I can still see the devices tab. If you can see it as well, then you can increase and decrease bids based on the devices if you are running the campaign for at least a couple of months. You can optimize audiences, but in comparison to standard shopping campaign, in search campaigns, you can also optimize audiences based on gender, based on demographics, so age, and also household income. This is more advanced, but possible with search campaigns. If you go to audiences, you can not only add the audiences based on the interests, for example, on the campaign level, you can add your past visitors, or maybe enthusiasts of home decor, or maybe interested in some tools, home and garden. You can click browse and then click how they interacted with your business. You will be able to see website visitors, past buyers, and all the remarketing lists you created during the previous modules. You can target them and then observe the campaign performance. If you expand the table, you will be able to see how those audiences are behaving when it comes to the conversion rate on your website, and then you can increase or possibly decrease the bids for them separately on the campaign level or on the ad group level, depending on the strategy you are implementing. If you scroll down in the audience tab, then you are able to adjust age groups for your ad group or the entire campaign. You can exclude older demographic, or you can exclude younger demographic if your products are more suitable for older people. You can switch to gender tab and possibly exclude males or females from seeing the ads. And you can also choose the household income tab and define the income groups for your search campaigns as well. In the older version of Google Ads design, if you are in the campaign level, you can click Insights tab, and on the new design of Google Ads, when you are in the campaign level, click Insights and Reports and then Insights again. In here, you will be able to see your overall performance for current campaign, but if you scroll down, you'll be able to see Audience Insights. We can expand the rows for the table, and we can now see what audience segments are performing well for our campaign. We can check the audience segments in 3 categories: conversions, clicks, and impressions. I think the most valuable for us is the tab called conversions. We can now see what audience segments are having the highest share of conversion for our campaign, and we can also check the index for these audience segments. Basically, a higher index means that a given audience segment is more unique for you, and you can take a look at the explanation here. People who are grocery shoppers are 2.7 times more common in your conversions than in the traffic from the general population, which means these people are very valuable for us in this audience, and we can just browse this report and add these audiences as observation or as targeting to our campaign. In result, Google will start optimizing even more for these audiences, which should increase our conversions in this campaign. The last thing you can optimize in search campaign is ad text or your ad copy. If you created your campaigns with some boring text, or ChatGPT provided you some not appealing headlines, people are not clicking your ads, or your quality score is low, you are paying for clicks more than you should be paying, or you are not even getting clicks because your ads are displaying somewhere at the bottom of search results when they could be displaying at the top if you changed and improved your ad copy. This is why you have to review your ads and some metrics like CTR and also cost per click, or also quality score. If you click the keywords tab, and on the keywords tab you can add separate columns for quality score, and then you will be able to see if the keywords quality score is actually matching the ads for landing page, so you can optimize and change your ad copy accordingly to the data you are seeing in your Google Ads. When you're optimizing your search campaigns, you can use my optimization checklist. I've prepared this very long checklist for you, and the search campaigns are here. You can always take a look at the optimization frequency when it comes to the different actions you can take in your search campaigns. You can optimize keywords, search terms, ads, ad assets, also audiences, devices, locations, bidding strategy, ad schedule, and budgets. It's all here. You can read the tasks and also the frequency, as I said, and it will be much easier for you to optimize this campaign type. You can use this optimization checklist in combination with my Miro board. You can get access to both Miro board and this checklist from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. When you move to the campaign level, you'll be able to not only edit the assets that you structured in the campaign creation process, for example, site links, callouts, you can add business name, business logo, you can add a call extension, so your phone number. To utilize the feature of business name and business logo, you have to verify your Google Ads account, which is quite simple, but you need to upload your business documents so that Google will be able to verify you as an advertiser. And then these two features will be available for you. You can click business name and then you will be able to add it, but Google will display this message that you need to verify your account first. So just do it, because these two extensions are quite cool. When you are in the campaign level, you can click ads and you will be able to see two of the ads you structured. You can of course create multiple ads for each ad group, and then you can A/B test them, see which one is performing better. You can also add one more column. If you click columns and then modify columns, you can click attributes and then ad strength improvements. You will be able to see what else you can change in your ad in order to improve the ad quality. As I said previously, while we were creating the campaign, the excellent ad strength doesn't guarantee you sales. Sometimes the poor ad strength will be also making you a lot of sales because you pinned some of the headlines, but still you can just take a look at this column and include more keywords in your description. You can potentially ignore this one suggestion when it comes to the unpinning some assets, but at least you can add some keywords to the descriptions, and then your ad strength will be increasing based on this change. But you can also click view assets details right here in this place, and then you will be able to see all of your headlines, impressions, and position pinning. If you click combinations, then you will be able to see all the list of combinations that Google is structuring based on the 15 headlines or 10 headlines you included, because Google is mixing them for different users. They're mixing different headlines at the beginning if you didn't pin anything, and they are mixing different descriptions if you added 4 descriptions, and then you will be able to see what is the most displayed ad combination for most people, and potentially when you read through the ad, you will be able to see that it doesn't make sense, and you just need to edit this one specific ad combination that Google is pushing the most. So remember to check this frequently, especially at the beginning, because probably later Google will not be changing the ads that much, but just make sure to visit this tab and just make sure that Google is not creating some weird or simply bad structure when it comes to your ad. That's all in this module. You can always check the Miro board and create your campaigns based on the latest strategies I'm presenting in Miro. The next module will be about display campaigns. In this module, we will create display campaigns. I will show you how to create display remarketing campaigns and display prospecting campaigns. Keep in mind that this campaign type is a top of the funnel campaign, which is prospecting for new clients and basically bringing awareness to your brand. Do not expect much from this campaign type when it comes to the sales, because in general, from my experience, these campaigns are not converting that much. So it's better to utilize the other campaign types like performance max and shopping, standard shopping specifically, and also search campaigns. and then add display campaigns later down the road. I'm recording display ads module and also discovery module before I will be discussing performance max campaign, because you have to understand every single campaign type first, and then it will be much easier for you to get the idea about performance max and how it works. This is why I have to go over display campaigns and discovery campaigns in the next module. Display campaigns are heavily focused on visuals, either images or banners that are also animated, and videos, because this campaign type is bringing awareness to your brand. This is the example of display campaign with products feed, and actually in this case the products are basically cars. You can see that this is the very simple banner that is containing some headlines and then images. And here on the bottom we can also see more visual banner, which is also not animated. If I refresh this page, possibly we will get more ads. These two ads, they are not that visually appealing. This one at the bottom is much better, but still it's not animated. And I will show you how to get very professionally looking banners that are also animated. These banners and display ads in general, they can be appearing on many different websites that are allowing Google to just position the ads there, and also in mobile apps such as YouTube or Gmail. Sometimes you can also see the display ads between the videos. Let's go back to the presentation before we move to Google Ads. You can use Ads Creative Studio or hire a graphic designer on Fiverr in order to get some images and maybe animated banners, and then you will be able to upload them in the campaign creation process. In 95% of cases, use manual CPC or maximize clicks bidding strategy, because then you have a control over the amount of money you will be paying per each click. As I said previously, in general, display network as well as discovery that we will discuss in the next module, these two campaign types, they are not converting that much. You will not be getting a lot of sales from these campaign types. They are top of the funnel campaigns, bringing awareness to your products or entire brand. Maybe with the remarketing campaign, you will be getting some sales, but from my experience, most of them, even with remarketing campaigns, they will barely profitable with Google. The remarketing that you can create with social media works much better, so you can still run different display campaigns in Google, but just with much lower budgets in comparison to shopping and search campaigns, just to keep the multi-channel approach and still be on top of the mind of the clients when it comes to your brand or products. This is why you can still advertise with display. But this network is also sometimes full of bots, because you don't control the overall placements that much. You don't control every single website that you will be displaying the ads on. You can, but then you will be paying a lot of money per one click. So in general, you just create the ads and then let Google decide on which websites your banners will be appearing. And on some websites, you will be getting clicks from bots, not from real people or from kids. This is why on some accounts I'm also excluding mobile apps, because the ads will be also appearing on mobile phones, on mobile apps, and a lot of people are just clicking them by mistake. Again, you will be paying for that, because in Google you pay per click. This is why I don't advise using automated bidding strategies so that Google would be deciding on the bid. I generally use manual bidding strategies so that I control how much I'm willing to pay per one click. And usually the amounts are quite low, because I don't want to overspend in this network. You can use this campaign type for dynamic remarketing or prospecting. I will show you how to create both. But if you are getting sales on display campaigns when it comes to dynamic remarketing or prospecting, you can also test different bidding strategies. Do not limit yourself to my advice only. If you are getting sales, or maybe if you are not getting sales, you can still test multiple different bidding strategies, switch it from manual CPC to either target ROAS or target cost per action. You can still use automated bidding strategy, especially if you are getting sales frequently. It's worth testing other automated bidding strategies, even in display campaigns, because potentially it will just improve the amount of sales you are getting. This is why do not just limit yourself to my advice only, and test different bidding strategies with different other campaigns, not only in display, but in any other campaign I will be discussing in this course. It doesn't mean that display campaigns on your account will be completely unprofitable. Each website and account is very specific, and you just have to test different things in order to make it work. Google has announced that in early October 2023, any shopping campaign that is using enhanced CPC bidding strategy will be automatically switched to manual CPC bidding strategy, and so far this change is only being made to shopping campaigns. The enhanced CPC will be no longer there for this campaign type, but I think enhanced CPC will be also removed very soon for the other campaigns. So if you don't see enhanced CPC on the list or any other bidding strategy that I'm presenting in the course, you can always take a look at my Miro board where I will be updating all the changes for different campaigns. You can always check the bidding strategy either for shopping campaigns or search campaigns or display and YouTube shorts. It's all here in the Miro board, and I will make sure to update the Miro board whenever Google is changing some features and adding some new campaigns and settings for these campaigns. Everything will be updated here. You can get access to this Miro board from my Facebook group, link is in the description. We have to turn off optimized targeting feature in remarketing campaigns. This option is allowing Google to go beyond your provided targeting. So if you want to create a remarketing campaign only, just do not enable this feature, because then you would be also displaying the ads for other people that haven't even visited your website. This is why it would be pointless with remarketing campaign, but you can use optimized targeting for prospecting campaign. And do not expect much from prospecting display campaigns in terms of sales. It's a top of the funnel network, and I would even say do not expect much from remarketing. For some clients, the remarketing campaigns with display ads, they are working quite well when it comes to the return on ad spend. But for some other clients, even though they are selling very cheap products, people are just not converting through display ads. Even though the campaign is getting a lot of clicks, it's just not generating sales. And at one point, after about a month or two, you will be able to assess the data and then decide if you want to keep display and discovery campaigns that I will be discussing in the next module, if you want to keep them going. If not, just pause them, because you just don't want to waste money on unprofitable campaigns. In Miro, under the initial strategy board, we have display campaigns here. And if you want to create this campaign type at the beginning, I just advise creating display remarketing campaign. And if you want, you can then also create display prospecting campaign that will be targeting certain keywords, interest, and competitors in a separate ad groups. And then you will be able to decide which targeting is better when it comes to the display prospecting. Maybe some of them will be actually generating sales for you. And you can also create display remarketing for past customers. We've discussed it in the previous modules. You can export your customers' data from Shopify, and in Shopify, you have a history of all of your customers that came through different channels, not only Google, and then prepare a CSV file, upload it to Google, and then target these people with display ads. But for this strategy, you need to meet certain requirements, and you need at least $50,000 in a lifetime spent on this one particular account that you would like to use for advertising. And the account has to be at least 90 days old. This is why most people will be not able to use it, but still it's there. If you meet certain requirements, you'll be able to target past customers with this campaign type. But instead of uploading the customers list, you can also use the audiences we've created previously, such as past customers. It will be based on our Symprozis purchase tag. So still people who purchase on your website through Google, you can just remarket to them and then extend the lifetime value of a customer. If you have a new offer or if you want to push a new product, you can just use the remarketing audience that is created based on your purchase tag. And at least you will be remarketing to all previous customers that came through Google, so that you will be still able to use this remarketing campaign for past customers. And when it comes to the display remarketing, I'm suggesting 3 different ad groups. The first one will be for product viewers with retail in brackets. This is the system-defined audience created by Google. So we will be displaying the exact products that people interacted with. And then the second ad group will be for shopping cart abandoners. Again, with the retail in brackets, we will be remarketing specific products. And the third ad group, initiate checkout. This one will be actually based on our Symprozis micro conversion tracking tag, which is for initiate checkout. We will use this specific audience for this remarketing ad group. And this campaign type can be created by all of you. You can also add different remarketing audiences from Google Analytics 4 to these specific ad groups. This is also a strategy that I'm using. On each ad group level, I'm excluding certain levels of my funnel. So if I'm remarketing with this ad group to product viewers, I'm just excluding lower levels of the funnel. So we have a product viewers, and then people can go to cart, and people can also go to the checkout, and then they can purchase. So I just want to remarket to people that viewed my products. So I'm excluding any other level of the funnel. I'm excluding up to carts, initiate checkouts, and also past buyers. And on the shopping cart abandoners, I'm just stepping down by one level, and then I'm excluding people who initiated checkout and then past buyers. And for initiated checkout, I'm just excluding people who purchased before. This is how I do it. And I think that's a good idea, because then you are sure that each ad group is actually remarketing to specific people that took specific action on your website. And you can then control the bids more, because let's say people who were in the checkout, they are more eager and more likely to purchase. That's why I can bid more for them in this ad group, and I can bid less for people who only viewed my product. If you are using Merchant Center next version, you don't have to enable dynamic remarketing program. If your products are approved and your Google Merchant Center account is connected with Google Ads, the remarketing audiences will be automatically created in the Google Ads panel. It might take a few days, but eventually you'll be able to see these audiences in the Google Ads panel. But if you are using Merchant Center Classic, so the older version, just keep watching the video and I will show you how to verify if the dynamic remarketing program is enabled. To create display remarketing campaign, make sure that in your Google Merchant Center account, if you go to Growth and then Manage Programs, you have your dynamic remarketing program enabled. Just make sure to turn on this specific program and then just follow the tutorial. This program is creating system-defined remarketing audiences in your Google Ads panel. If you are enabling this program now, it will take like up to 2 days in order to push these new system-defined audiences to your Google Ads panel, so that you will be able to choose them in your targeting settings. If you are not seeing the remarketing audiences on the list, you just need to wait, because you've probably enabled this program recently and it will take some time. You need to refresh and visit your website a couple of times in order to record even yourself as a user on the website, and then the system-defined audiences will be automatically created in your Google Ads panel. Let's create the campaign. In this new Google Ads design, click Campaigns and then Campaigns again. Click this blue plus, New Campaign. On the old design of Google Ads, go to All Campaigns view and then Campaigns, and click this blue plus, New Campaign. And then the process is literally the same, at least for now. So we will just use this new design. Click Sales, because this is what you want with your remarketing campaign. We are now creating display remarketing campaign, but for prospecting campaigns, we will be able to use either brand awareness and reach, or maybe website traffic. You can also use sales. It depends on your strategy. In general, for e-commerce stores, I'm using sales as an objective, but sometimes you might also use brand awareness and reach. We are now creating display remarketing, so just click Sales and then choose your purchase tag. It should be already there on the list, so click Continue. We can now choose the campaign type. We are creating display campaign, so just click it, and then we have to name our campaign. You don't have to include the business URL right now, just name your campaign. Display remarketing, and I'm adding the target country at the end. Click Continue. We can now specify the location. I will be creating this campaign for the United States, but you can always choose different countries here, and then expand the location options and make sure that the second option is selected, because we want to remarket to people who are regularly in or basically live in the target location. You can now add multiple languages. I will just stick to English, and then let's take a look at more settings for this campaign type. Ad rotation, just leave it at optimized, because Google will be then preferring the best performing ads and they will be pushing them more. ad schedule, I generally don't change the schedule. Maybe you will be able to narrow it later once you assess the data, but for now I would just leave it at all day, so it's running 24 hours, 7 days a week. Devices, you can show the ads on different devices. This feature was actually turned off for a couple of weeks for some reason on most accounts, but it's back. That's good. So you can specify that you would like to remarket to people who are using certain devices only, and maybe you can also do it on the operating system. You can check your data in Google Analytics 4, and then maybe you will be able to make conclusions based on the enough amount of data, so that you will be excluding tablets and maybe mobile phones. And let's say that people using desktops are basically converting the most, so you can just create a marketing campaign for desktop devices only. But because I don't have this data, I will be just remarketing to all possible devices. Let's take a look at other settings. We can also add the campaign URL tracking, but it's not needed if you are not using Triple Whale or any other software. Just leave it as it is without changing it. We can also add dynamic ads, which will be our product feed from Merchant Center. This is very beneficial, and I always use it with display remarketing campaigns. We can just add dynamic ads feed for personalized ads, which means certain products that people interacted with will be displaying in the ads. So just select your Merchant Center and then leave it at no filter, advertise all products in a country of sale. But you can also filter the inventory with only certain products. Let's say you only want to remarket specific brands, and then you have to type the brand name. Or you can also do it on the labels, and the custom label will be, let's say, wooden desks. This should be matching your custom label name. I made a mistake. It's not custom label, but it's ads label. For display remarketing campaigns, the ads label is the correct label. So you have to make sure you add a label here, and then you have to type the same exact phrase in your campaign if you want to remarket only specific products. So with ads label, you can narrow your display remarketing campaigns to one specific product or to multiple products, but all of them, they have to have this specific label assigned to them under the ads label. Once you do it, just make sure to update the changes in the SimProcess app. But let's not filter our inventory for now, and then click more settings. Let's take a look at additional settings, start and end dates. This is fine. We don't have to change it. The campaign will be starting once we create it, and the end date will not be set. We can just pause the campaign manually. Conversions options, view through conversions. View through conversions are counted when someone views your ad, doesn't click it, then performs a conversion action later, which sometimes happens with these type of ads. When people are just looking at the ad and they are not clicking the ad, you can still count it as conversion because the ad was displayed to them. And this is only for vCPM and target CPA bidding strategies. And we can also exclude content. We can exclude certain content types, and the websites that are containing this content, they will not be able to display our ads, or we will not be able to display the ads there. So we can exclude the websites with profanity and rough language. Maybe we don't want to display the ads in the live streaming videos. I usually exclude it. In general, I'm excluding all of these here. So embedded YouTube videos, below default content type, and some park domains and in-video ads, because this is a display campaign. And if we want to display the ads on YouTube network, I would suggest creating a separate campaign for YouTube specifically. And this is display campaign, so I just don't want my images or some animated banners to appear in the video ads, because it will be quite pointless. It will be less engaging than a regular video ad. That's why I'm excluding all of the content types. And for sensitive content, it's really up to you, up to your brand positioning. If you don't want to associate your brand with certain topics that are sensitive to you or to the brand image, then for sure exclude the sensitive content. And for content label, I'm just leaving the options as it is here, so that we will be able to get at least some clicks. And I think that's all when it comes to the additional settings. Yeah, we can now go to the bidding and budgets. I generally started this campaign type with very low budget, like $10 a day for display remarketing. But if you, of course, have higher budgets, some of my clients are spending like $50 a day. Some of them are spending even $250 a day because their business was recently founded and they have a lot of advertising budget. So it's really up to you. But if you have smaller budgets, I really suggest moving the budgets to the shopping campaigns, performance max campaigns, and search campaigns, and just starting with like $5, maybe $10 a day for display campaigns. We will just start it with $5 a day. And then for bidding, I am not using automated bidding in this campaign type. I'm just clicking not recommended options. And then I'm looking for manual CPC with the enhanced option. This is fine. And we can just start it with lower bid, like 15 cents. And we will be always able to change it. So it doesn't really matter at the beginning. So just click next. And now we are moving to the targeting. We can expand the targeting options here. Under the audience segments, we are able to choose our remarketing audiences that we've created either in the Google Ads panel or in Google Analytics 4. But let's take a look at the additional targeting options that we will be using for our prospecting campaign, which will be a separate structure. And for that one, we can use demographic targeting, such as age, gender, parental status, or household income. We can also use keywords targeting, so terms that are related to your products or services to target relevant websites. So if the keyword is appearing on the website somewhere in the text, usually you will be displaying the ads there, but sometimes the ads will be also displayed on the websites that do not have the related keywords. This is how Google works with display campaigns, and this is very broad network and you don't have that much control over it. But you can also target certain topics or apps, and you can expand the options here. And we can also target different placements. So we can suggest the specific websites or even YouTube videos. And this is quite beneficial if you are selling certain products. For example, in a beauty niche, you can target specific blogs of influencers based on the website link, or maybe based on different apps. If you want to only target certain fitness apps, you can also do that. But because you are narrowing your targeting so much, cost per click will be super high. For that, you also should be switching to the automated bidding so that Google will be deciding how much you are paying per click. Let's go back to the audience segments targeting because we are creating the campaign for remarketing. And here we can click browse and then look for how they have interacted with your business and click website visitors. We can now look for system-defined audiences, and let's create this one ad group for product viewers. So we can look for product viewers with retail in brackets, which is system-defined, which means we will be displaying the products that people specifically interacted with. And for some reason on my list, I have 2 product viewers retail Google Ads audiences, so I will be just checking both. But maybe on your end you only have 1, and that's completely fine. So we are only using audience segments targeting for our remarketing campaigns. We can just close these other content types, and we have to turn off optimized targeting, which is now by default enabled, because Google will find people beyond our targeting signal. And we don't want to do it with remarketing. We want to target specifically people who've interacted with our business because that's the remarketing campaign. Exclude it or disable it and then click next. In this place, we have to create our ads, and keep in mind that we are creating display dynamic ads, which means Google will be mixing different images, descriptions, and also enhancing some of the assets so that the ad will be somehow visually appealing, which is fine if you don't have your own display banners that you can order on Fiverr, for example. Then for sure with most of the clients, we are just adding different logos on images and also videos, and then Google is creating the ads based on that. But as I said, you don't have much control over it. Let me just view the assets and I will show you what different combinations and structures Google will be creating. We have to paste the final URL. It might be to your homepage or maybe to specific collection. It depends on your strategy. And then we have to add the business name, which will be your brand name. We have to upload up to 15 different images with different sizes. If you click it, you will be able to either use some free stock images or maybe the images based on your landing page. You can also go to the Assets Library tab. You can upload multiple different photos here. You can upload different product images, maybe lifestyle images. You can also go on Fiverr and look for different graphic designers and they will be preparing some banners for you. Or you can also go to website or social and then scan different social media accounts in order to find some interesting images of your brand. Because here, this one is suggesting some random brands that are not belonging to me, so I shouldn't be using their images. But if your website is completed, you should be having some social media links connected in the footer of your website, and then Google will be detecting them. Or you can, of course, paste your social media profile link here, and then Google will be able to scan it. You can also use free stock images, and I will just do it because I don't have any good images for my product. So I will just pick some random images. You can see that Google is automatically cropping this one image with 3 different sizes. So it's first of all horizontal, and then it's basically square, so you can adjust it, and then it's vertical. Sometimes certain sizes or dimensions of the photo, they will not be actually relevant, and I cannot fit my product with this specific size, and I will have to delete it because I don't want my ads to appear with very cropped product image. So that's why I'm deleting it and then selecting only 2 aspect ratios for this image. Make sure to go over all of the images you are uploading and then adjust the crop. Once you do it, just click save. We can also add logo, but I will just do it with some random image and then click save. We can also upload different videos. If you don't have a video, Google will basically create very simple slideshow or video formula for you. Once you create the campaign, I will show you how you can use different templates in Google Ads to create videos, and then you'll be able to edit the ad and just select different video for your display ad. For now, I don't have a video. I will just skip it. And then we have to add certain headlines. For now, you can use ChatGPT, but Google is introducing their own AI in the ad creation process. I have some screenshots and it will be looking like that in the near future. You will be able to describe your brand and add certain keywords. Then Google will be suggesting you different headlines and you can edit them directly in Google Ads. You don't even have to use ChatGPT, but I think ChatGPT is still a very good tool and I guess I will be still using it. For now, this feature is not available. That's why I have to use ChatGPT. I'm describing my products here. We've discussed it in the search campaign module, how you should be creating the prompts in order to get some relevant headlines. I can copy some of the headlines and just add them to my campaign. I've just added some of the headlines and descriptions to my ad, and you can see one example. For some reason, Google is having problems when it comes to the different previews, but you can see that the ad will be displaying in many different ways. The headlines and images, they will be mixed together, so you don't have that much control over it. I will show you how to actually upload your own banners that are animated, and then you will be having a 100% control over the ad size when it comes to the image and banner, and also when it comes to the text, so that you are uploading a fixed static banners that Google will be forced to use in your ads. This one will be mixed with different images, headlines. You can also expand the additional format options, and we can discuss these 3 settings. The first one is for asset enhancement, which means Google will be cropping some of the images. You can take a look at the example here. If we are using this feature, then the smart cropping will be basically adding some additional text and layers to the image so that it's looking more visually appealing. And if we disable it, it will be just basically image that is not being cropped or resized. I think this feature is actually quite helpful and I will be leaving it enabled. But for auto-generated videos, if you have your own video uploaded to the ad here, just disable this feature, because in general, auto-generated videos are quite bad, not good, not compelling. Basically a animated slideshow, and they are looking actually terrible. That's why in general, if you have your own videos, which I suggest doing, just ordering some videos on Fiverr or working with different influencers to record user-generated content, it will be much better for you instead of using these auto-generated videos, but still I don't have any videos, so I will just leave it enabled. For native ads formats, we don't have that much information here. I'm usually leaving this one enabled so that Google will be resizing and adjusting the format of the ad for different websites. If you expand the URL options, it's basically for tracking and we don't have to change anything in this place. So I will just close it. But for more options, we can add 3 more things to our ad. The first one is dynamic ad options. And if you are running certain promotion or, for example, a coupon code for returning visitors, if you want to convince people to finish the purchase, you can basically add the price prefix here and then promotion text. For example, use promo code 308 to finish your purchase. You can add it here. For some clients, I'm adding this text here, but I will just skip it and move to call to action text. By default, the call to action text is automated, but I'm always choosing shop now, and then you just specify your language. The button of the ad will be basically showing shop now instead of some random book now or learn more text, because it's not relevant to e-commerce business. The shop now call to action is the most relevant when it comes to e-commerce, so that's why I'm using it. And the last option, custom colors. If you have certain color scheme for your brand, you can always type it here, and then the accent of your buttons and also backgrounds of the ad will be just following the custom colors. And to add the color, we need to know the exact HTML color code. You can just type HTML color codes, click this first link, and then you will be able to just choose different colors from the box here and just copy this first value, which is a HTML color code, and then paste it here. We also have to do it for this second accent. And then let's take a look at the preview. The button is now with this color. That's how you can do it. And we can now click create ad. The first ad has been created. We can click next. Google is checking for errors in our display remarketing campaign. I can now publish my campaign. The campaign is live. We can now go back to the campaign level because we need to finish the campaign setup. We need to adjust the settings. So just click settings of the campaign. And in here, first of all, let's change the goals because Google has added add to cart and begin checkout as a goal. We don't want to have it there. We just want purchase as a goal for this campaign. The marketing objective is set to sales, which is fine. You can always change the target country, and the second option is selected, which is good. Then the languages, it's English. Bidding is manual CPC with enhanced option, which is fine. And then the additional settings, make sure that your feed is enabled. And now we can go back to the ad group level and just edit our ad group. We have to name it based on our targeting. I've selected the product viewers, so let's name it like that. We are targeting product viewers in this one ad group. Click save. You can always change the max CPC here on the ad group level. We can now click this ad group and just complete the setup on the ad group level. We are being moved to the ads level, and this is the ad we've created. And if you don't want to use dynamic ad, which is changing the headlines and images, you can pause it and then add your own display ad. You can go on Fiverr and then look for HTML5 display ads. You can order different animated banners or also static banners. The static banners are in general much cheaper. One Fiverr seller will be providing you 10 standard size banners, and different banners will be just picked automatically by different websites and by Google. So different sizes of the banners will be appearing in different places. But you can also pay more for animated banners. And this one is pretty cool. You can just take a look at different animations that this specific Fiverr seller is creating, which is more visually appealing and just eye-catchy, because in general, if you are using static images, people will not be even looking at them. And if you have some visually appealing animations, it's much better and your chances of getting sales are vastly increasing. That's why you can also pay for different animations, and this is quite expensive, but he has YouTube as a client. That's why he can charge more for this service. On the ad group level for product viewers, we have to make sure that our targeting is right. So let's expand the audience keywords and content and then go to audiences. I will not be discussing the old design of Google Ads, but it's very similar. Just look for audiences and you'll be able to follow the tutorial as well. Let's click audiences here. And now we can expand the table. We have our product viewers audiences. You can also edit the audience segment specifically on the ad group level and then add more additional audiences for product viewers that you've created either in Google Analytics 4 or in Google Ads panel. If you click browse, you can go to how they've interacted with your business, website visitors, and then look for product viewers in the last 30 days. You can also add it and then click save. As I told you guys before, this is the strategy I'm utilizing. We will be now excluding lower levels of the funnel. So I have to exclude shopping cart abandoners and initiate checkout and also past buyers from this product viewers audience. So let's go back to Google Ads and then we can scroll down here for exclusions on the ad group level and then add the exclusion to this specific ad group. If I click browse and then how they've interacted with your business, website visitors, look for add to cart in the last 30 days. And then you can also look for shopping cart abandoners and shopping cart abandoners as well here. And we have to also exclude initiate checkout and past buyers. So let's exclude begin checkout. And then we want to exclude past customers and then past customers based on the purchase tag and also past buyers with Google defined audiences so that we are making sure our targeting will be as close as possible to the product viewers only, because we want to only remarket in this specific ad group to the people that only viewed our products. And we can also exclude this audience. I think that would be all, because the other audiences we have are basically not relevant for this ad group. So just click save and you can expand the table. Keep in mind that you need at least 100 active users in the audience. On my account, which is completely brand new and not used for advertising, I don't have enough members of the audience to be eligible to use them in display ads. And the same goes for my targeting. My product viewers retail audience has size of 0, but that's still fine. You can just keep the campaign live, and once the audience will be filled up with enough people, Google will start displaying the ads to certain users. Let's go back to the ad group level, and then we have to create 2 more ad groups. The second one will be for people who've added to cart, and the third one will be for people who've initiated checkout. So let's copy this one ad group, paste it here on the campaign level. So just select the campaign and then click done, paste. So the process of pasting the ad group has been completed. I don't see the ad group on my list because I need to first of all refresh my Google Ads panel, and then we need to switch back to the campaign level. We will be able to see my second ad group here. Let's name it add to cart. Click save. We can now increase the bids for these type of users who've added products to cart. And now we can click the ad group. You can see the ad is still here. And I just wanted to show you the process of creating your own videos with templates when it comes to Google Ads. If you go to Tools and then Shared Library, you can click Assets Library, and the same goes for this old design, Tools and Settings, and then Shared Library, Assets Library. You will be able to click New and then Video. You can create a video here. You can also add the voiceover, or you can also add the video from YouTube. Let's click Create Video. We can now see different templates that you can utilize. In general, they are still not ideal. This is basically an animated slideshow. At least you will have more control over them. You will add your own text, your own images, so that Google will not be creating them randomly in the ads. Once you create your video, you can just go back to the campaign and edit your ads. We have 2 ads. One is for product viewers and then people who added to cart. We can just edit the ad itself, and then you will be able to first of all pick the video from the asset lists. It will be here, and make sure to uncheck auto-generated video, so that Google will be only using the video you've provided in this section here. And then just click Save. On the ad groups level, let's finish the setup of add to cart audience. When you click it, make sure it's selected and then go to audiences. And we have to make sure we adjust the targeting for this specific ad group. We want to target people who've added products to cart. We've copied this ad group, and this ad group is still targeting people who viewed the products only, but we have to edit the exclusions. We don't want to exclude people who've added to cart, so just edit the exclusions first on the ad group level. And make sure that we are deleting the add to carts because we don't want to exclude them, we want to target them. So I'm deleting add to cart audiences. Just make sure that you delete all of them. And just leave begin checkout because it's the lower level of the funnel. And make sure to leave past customers or past buyers because this is the lowest possible level of the funnel. And we only want to target people who've added to cart but didn't go to the checkout and didn't purchase with this one ad group. And the third ad group will be targeting people who've went to the checkout. So click Save. We can now scroll up and then edit our targeting, add to cart, edit the audience segment, and we can delete the product viewers because we want to target people who've added products to cart. So just look for these audiences here. Uncheck these and click shopping cart abandoners with retail in brackets. These are the most valuable. If you have different other audiences, just add them here. I wouldn't suggest mixing different time frames unless you don't have enough people in the audience. Then for sure you can just add multiple time frames in this one ad group, but you can also create multiple campaigns with multiple different ad groups based on different time frames. This is more advanced. Because of this structure, you will be able to offer different coupon codes for people that haven't purchased or haven't added to cart in the last 60 days or in the last 180 days. This is really advanced, and in general, most people will be just sticking to this structure. So we are now targeting people who've added products to cart in add to cart ad group. Click Save. And I will just repeat this process for the last time. Go back to the campaign level. And we will copy this ad group one more time. I will paste it and then just complete the setup of this ad group. The ad group has been pasted. We have to change the name of this ad group to begin checkout. Click Save. We can now increase the bids for these people because these people were very close to purchasing. That's why we want to pay more in remarketing campaign just to convince them to finish the purchase. You can click this ad group and then go back to audiences and make sure to change the exclusions. We have to delete the begin checkout audiences because we don't want to exclude begin checkout. We want to target them. We have to delete begin checkout. And I think it was the only one on the list of exclusions, which is fine. Click Save. And then edit the targeting of this one ad group, which is begin checkout ad group. We can delete add to carts, and now we can look for people who went to the checkout with our products. So begin checkout here, and also uncheck these. I think that's the only audience I have. It's based on my begin checkout tracking tag from SimProcess app, and I can just save it. And that's all. The third ad group is now created. You can also go back to the ad group level and then make sure that this ad group is not having optimized targeting feature on. If you go to the settings of this specific ad group, you can just go to the edit ad group targeting, and then Google will load this hidden feature of display ads targeting. And we can see the optimized targeting is turned off, which is fine because we don't want to have it enabled on our remarketing campaigns. I will now quickly create one more campaign for prospecting, and I will show you how to target different keywords, interests, and competitors in this campaign. So I'm creating new campaign with sales and then display. I'm just naming this campaign display prospecting. Continue. We can now select the target country, language, make sure to enable dynamic feed. We want to also display different product ads in the display campaign. And then we can just click next. We can define the budget and also change the bidding strategy to manual CPC with about 30 cents per click. When it comes to the prospecting, it will be more expensive. And then we have to define the targeting, and let's do it for keywords at the beginning. So this one ad group I'm creating right now will be for certain keywords. You just type them here. And let's say I've added these two keywords. And then we can select this option for content. So the ads will be displayed on web pages, apps, and videos related to these keywords. And optimize targeting. For prospecting campaign, you can just leave it enabled, so it will go beyond your keywords targeting and find more people that are likely to convert. You can also add other targeting options, but I would do it with separate ad groups within this campaign. So I'm just clicking next because this ad group will be for keywords targeting only. Then I have to fill the information about the ad. Once you create your ad, you add the headlines and also enable different features with call to action and stuff like that. Just click next and the ad will be under review by Google. We can now publish the campaign. The campaign has been published. I can go back to the ad groups level and then we can name it keywords targeting. Click save. You can just copy this ad group. And let's name it interest targeting. Click save. You can just keep the bits at the same level. We can now click this ad group, which is called interest targeting. And then click audience keywords and content. Click content tab. In here, you can click display video keywords and just make sure to pause these two keywords or whatever the number of keywords you have on the list. And then we want to create this ad group for interest targeting. So we just go back to the audience tab and then add the audience segment for this specific ad group, which is interest targeting. So we can just go to browse and then look for different interests of these people that we would like to target. So then you can just enable different audiences and segments of buyers or users, for example, shoppers, luxury shoppers, or people that are interested in sports and fitness, maybe who are also interested in technology. It will be based on your brand and the products you are selling and also on the customers' personas. So just enable everything that you find relevant to your brand and then click save. This ad group is now completed. And also make sure to check the campaign settings once you create it. I will not be doing that one more time, but just make sure that Google is not optimizing for add to carts, but only for purchases. So just make sure that every single campaign on the list is checked when it comes to the settings. And the last ad group for prospecting display campaign would be about competitors targeting, but you could also see different other targeting possibilities such as topics or placements. Let's finish the ad group creation. So I will copy this one ad group one more time, paste it. I will paste it on the campaign level. The ad group is now pasted in my campaign. I can just name it competitors. Competitors targeting, click save. We can now click this ad group competitors targeting and then let's go to audiences. We have to disable the previous settings from the previous ad group that we've copied. We don't want to target interests. We have to target people that are visiting our competitors' websites. We cannot target the competitors' websites directly, which means we cannot display the ads on the competitors' websites if they don't allow to do so. If they have this feature enabled, then for sure. But I guess most people that are selling online with the e-commerce stores they don't have this feature enabled because no one wants to distract the buyers with different random ads. When it comes to the competitors targeting, is targeting people who are visiting the websites of competitors so that they are more likely to also visit my website or maybe more likely to purchase similar products. So we have to go back to edit the audience segments. First of all, we have to delete our previous targeting, so interests, and now we want to target people who are visiting the websites of our competitors. So you just click browse and then your custom audience segments, and now we will create a custom segment of people that are browsing certain types of websites, so we can click it here. You can also create it based on different apps. If they are browsing different apps, you can look for the app name here. For example, Candy Crush, it should be here on the list. But let's say I want to target people who are visiting the websites of my competitors. So I'm clicking this option. I will delete the app targeting. And then let's name it competitors websites. So competitors websites. You can also narrow these custom segments with people that have interest or purchase intentions, and you can just type it here. For example, wooden desks. We can just type it here or your product keyword, but I just don't want to do it because I want to use this option. So I will just delete it, but that's another way of display ads targeting. So you have a lot of possibilities when it comes to the targeting of these ads. I will just delete it. And here I will be just pasting different URLs of my competitors. I just pasted 2 different websites, but you can just paste multiple of them and then click save. We have now the competitors website custom segment and just click save here again. This will be our targeting for this ad group. So competitors websites will be here under this specific ad group. And that's all when it comes to the ad group creation process and display ads creation process. We can go back to the presentation and just decide very briefly on optimization of these campaigns. You can import and optimize the audiences that you are targeting. You can import the audiences from Klaviyo if you are using this newsletter or email marketing platform. And you can also create different Google Analytics 4 audiences for remarketing or targeting purposes. You can also optimize the ad text or ad copy in your ad groups. You can test different images and videos if your ads are not performing. You can also exclude irrelevant non-converting placements. I will show you how to do it in a second. And you can also test different audiences. You can enable or disable optimized targeting in the prospecting campaign, but do not enable it in the remarketing campaign because then it wouldn't be a remarketing campaign. But in general, this campaign type is not that important in your entire account structure. I don't recommend using this campaign at the beginning, maybe a part of the remarketing campaign, but prospecting one with like lower budget, I don't even think it will generate any results for you. But I had to record this module for you guys so that you know how it works and how broad and different the targeting might be with display ads. This campaign type is not that good when it comes to the sales for e-commerce. It's good for brand awareness that needs to also push certain promotions. Then for sure you can use display campaigns to do so. And the last part will be about remarketing. We've created remarketing with specific products viewed by users. If you are using the audience defined by the system, that is Google Ads product viewers with retail in brackets, this one will be just allowing you to remarket specific products. Or you can use generic remarketing with website visitors. So these remarketing lists that are imported from Google Analytics, they will be just targeting all possible products and also all possible people that viewed your products on your website. And as I said, you can import different audiences from Klaviyo or Google Analytics 4. And you can also use past customer lists if you meet certain requirements. You can then use the customers match list, and you can also use the app for that. If you don't want to export your users' data manually, and you are sure that you are meeting certain criteria, you have at least $50,000 lifetime ad spend on one account, and also the account is at least 3 months old, then you can use Simproz's customers match list and then export your customers' data and upload it to Google Ads in order to create past customers campaign and offer them some nice deals, and you will be extending the lifetime value of a customer. If your remarketing campaign is not getting clicks, make sure to check if your audiences are having at least 100 people in the audience so that Google can start the campaigns. Or possibly your bids are too low, but I think the bidding that I'm setting here is more than enough for most people. But still, if you're not getting clicks, potentially just increase the bids if your audiences have more than 100 people per audience. And we can also optimize the placements. You can go to content and then click placements. You'll be able to click see where your ads are appearing, and then you'll be able to see the entire list of different websites or different apps. I will just move to my client's account in order to show you the list of different placements. On this old design of Google Ads, if I click content and then placement, I can see the same option here, see where your ads appeared, and then you will be able to see different lists, for example, Gmail. And this one is quite valuable, so I don't want to exclude Gmail. But for example, you might see that Candy Crush is basically an app that is not converting, and then you can just decide to exclude it from the ad group, or you can just exclude it from the entire campaign. I've prepared this long Google Ads optimization checklist, and you can always take a look at the checklist and see what else you can optimize in this campaign. You can optimize targeting, ads, audiences, also devices, locations, ad schedule, placements, bidding strategy, and you can also change and increase the budgets. In this column, you will be able to see what is the frequency for each of the actions, and based on that, you will be able to properly optimize your display campaigns. You can always use this optimization checklist in combination with my Miro board. You can get access to both Miro board and optimization checklist from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. That's all in this module. It was very long, and at the same time, display campaigns are not that important for e-commerce businesses, at least at the beginning. So I'm kinda annoyed that this module took so much time, but there were a lot of things that I had to discuss. That's why it took me so long to create it. Next module will be about discovery campaigns. In this module, we will discuss Performance Max campaign. This campaign was designed by Google to optimize your ads across most of the major networks available in Google Ads. And this campaign basically uses different placements that your other campaigns would be using, and the Performance Max is combining them into one campaign. This campaign is utilizing shopping ads, so shopping ads network, as well as search ads, both standard ads and also the dynamic search ads. It also uses display networks and display ads, and also discovery ads that you can target with demand gen campaign. And you can also target YouTube ads and different placements on the YouTube network. In result, not only you're acquiring new customers, but also displaying remarketing campaigns to your past buyers or to the people who visited your website. And all of it is now combined into one campaign that is called Performance Max campaign. On this slide, I'm presenting the Performance Max networks, and as I said, your ads will be displayed in the shopping network, somewhere on YouTube, sometimes between different videos on the YouTube search results, sometimes below the videos you are watching, and sometimes the ads will be displayed as a regular YouTube ad within the video you are watching. And you can also see that the Performance Max would be targeting the display network if you upload different assets and images. If you add headlines and descriptions, it will be also displaying the ads inside of the search network and discovery network and Gmail, and also in the local network, which is basically Google Maps. For the purpose of this specific module, I've prepared a long document. We don't have that many slides for this specific module, but we have a very long document that you will be able to access from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. This is the Performance Max guide for e-commerce. It has different sections, and we will be discussing all of them in this module. And you can basically always take a look at this document. You can take a look at the optimization part. You can check the technical settings or the initial structures, and also the basic knowledge before you set up the campaign. You can use this document in combination with my Miro board and also with my Google Ads optimization checklist. The Performance Max section is here at the bottom. You can optimize different things in this campaign, and here we have the frequency column, so you will be able to know how often you should make certain changes. We've discussed this first part about the performance max in general. The second part of this specific section describes the priority over certain keywords when it comes to the PMax campaigns and also your search campaigns. Because PMax campaign can display your ads in different networks, some other campaigns will be cannibalized by the PMax campaign. Google is favoring this campaign type a lot because it's utilizing different networks, the networks that usually some of the advertisers wouldn't even think about and they wouldn't even advertise in. And this is why Google is making some extra money on these specific placements and these specific networks, which normally were kind of neglected by other advertisers. And this is why Google gives the priority to PMax campaigns. And this is really important for search ads because if you are running different campaigns on your account and search ads specifically, targeting different keywords, sometimes the PMax campaign will have priority over these search campaigns and keywords, and sometimes the search campaigns will be taking the priority over PMax campaigns. And I will now show you this specific part in my Miro board, which describes the priority of different keywords and different scenarios for the user's search query. Let's start with the keywords in the search campaign. Basically, you can add 3 different match types in your search campaign that we've discussed in the previous modules. You can add keywords, and this is what you target in your search campaigns. And then users might be typing exactly the keywords you are targeting, or they might be typing some different close variants. And based on that, either search campaign or PMax campaign will take the priority over another. Let's take a look at this first example. So you target the keyword, let's say wooden desk, in any of the match types, either broad, phrase, which is in the quotation mark, or in the exact match, which is in the square brackets. And user's search query is identical to an eligible search keyword of any match type in your account. So basically, people are typing exactly the keywords you're targeting in your search campaigns. They type wooden desk, and the priority will then go to the search campaign, which is good because the Performance Max campaign do not have that much insights and data about different networks. It's basically a black box that Google has introduced to make more money. That's my personal opinion. We as an advertisers, we want to have as many data and knowledge about the ad spend and about the campaign's performance as possible, but it's really limited when it comes to the PMax campaigns. Luckily, if the keywords that people will be typing in Google will be the same as the keywords you are targeting in your search campaign, the priority will be going to the search campaign that has more insightful data. But there are a few exceptions where actually the search campaign will not have the priority and then the Performance Max will take over. So the exception number 1, the search campaign is limited by budget. So let's say at the 8 p.m. your search campaign doesn't have the budget already, then the PMax will take over and it will be displaying the ads even though the user's search query is identical to the one that you are targeting in your search campaign. The second exception is the search campaign has low search volume status. You can check the status of your campaign here. Sometimes it will say that the campaign is limited by search volume. Sometimes Google will display that your campaign is limited by budget, and you have to check the status frequently in order to take certain actions. And if the campaign is limited by the search volume, then the PMax campaign will have the priority. The exception number 3, all creatives or landing pages for the ad group are disapproved in the search campaign, which means Google is rejecting your landing page and then the PMax campaign will have the priority. Exception number 4, all search campaign or ad group targeting isn't met. Let's say you are targeting the keyword wooden desk in either broad, phrase or exact match type, but you are targeting the United States and then you are also targeting the UK with the PMax campaign. Even though the keyword is the same, the targeting is not being met. It's different for the PMax and search campaign. Then the PMax, of course, will be taking over because the PMax is targeting other location. In the second scenario, the keywords that you are targeting are again in any match type on your account in your search campaign, but the search queries that users are typing in Google are not identical to the ones that you are targeting. You are targeting wooden desk, but people are typing large wooden desk. And then the campaign or ad with the highest ad rank will take over and will have the priority, which means it will be either PMax or search campaign. The third scenario is for phrase match keywords and also broad match keywords. So if you have wooden desk in quotation mark or without any other additions, the broad match type, then if the user's search query is identical to an eligible search keyword in the phrase or broad, so in these two match types, and at the same time, what people type is identical to the search themes added in the PMAX campaign. In PMAX campaign, you can add search themes, basically different keywords as a signal, and we will discuss it as well later. And once you add these signals and they are identical to the user's search query, then usually PMAX will take over, even though you have the phrase match keyword, which is also identical, added to the search campaign. But there are still some exceptions, and the AI-based keyword prioritization decides that search ad is more relevant. So sometimes Google will decide that even though the PMAX should have the priority, we will give the priority to the search campaign because it's more relevant. And also another exception for this rule, if several search keywords or performance max search themes share equal AI priority, then higher ad rank wins. And this is again quite confusing, and all of it might be really confusing to you. This is why I will discuss different strategies for PMAX to completely avoid the cannibalization of your search campaigns and also of the other campaigns that you have on your account. You can take a look at this board inside of my Miro board, and you can also read this entire explanation here. This is the explanation done by Google with different examples, and based on that you will be able to know sometimes your search campaigns will be prioritized and sometimes PMAX campaigns will be displayed. Let's move to this section, which is about the PMAX campaigns and other campaigns on your account. So here we have different other campaigns that you might create on your account. For example, if you're running standard shopping campaign and then you also create the performance max campaign with the same products, then the PMAX will take priority for the same product. So usually your standard shopping campaign will be almost completely cannibalized for the same product ID. And this is for most cases. Sometimes PMAX campaigns are focusing on best-selling products only. If you add 200 products, PMAX campaign will find about 20 winning products, and then it will kind of neglect other products. This is why it's still very beneficial to run standard shopping campaign alongside with PMAX, but you have to remember that priority will go to PMAX for most of the times. YouTube campaigns in comparison to PMAX. Here we don't have the exact information, or at least I haven't found it in the Google documentation. It was there some time ago, but now I cannot find it. This is why it's not certain, but I think this is quite accurate. Here for YouTube and also PMAX campaigns, the higher ad rank will win. And same goes for display remarketing campaigns. Probably the higher ad rank will win. And then discovery, demand gen. Again, the higher ad rank will be displayed in the auction. Let's take a look at the initial requirements for this campaign type. It is advised to start with at least $50 a day as the initial testing budget for at least 14 days. And you can of course start with the lower budget, but most of the time with most of the clients we are working with and the campaigns I was creating, most of the times the campaigns with the higher budgets will be always optimizing faster. You will be always gathering the data more frequently, because you have to remember that this campaign type is completely automated. Google is deciding where your ads will be displayed. Google is deciding which keywords the ad will be targeting. And this is why it's good to have at least $50 a day as an initial budget, because with that you will be able to test this campaign much faster. Google recommends 50 to even 100 conversions per campaign per month for it to work efficiently, but it could also work with as few as 20 to 30 conversions per month in some niches. It really depends. Some of the campaigns that I'm managing and that I'm creating for my clients, they are struggling even with about 50 conversions per month, because the niche is very competitive, and sometimes the campaigns that are generating about 20 different conversions per month are very profitable. This is why it's really random and you don't really know until you test this campaign. And the best PMAX campaign structure depends on your account performance, but as a general rule, the fewer conversions you have, the fewer PMAX campaigns you should create. This is really important because some people would be creating a lot of different PMAX campaigns, targeting different collections, targeting different other segmentations of your products, and they would be creating them with $15 a day, maybe $20 a day. But if you don't have enough budget, this campaign type might fail on your account. This is why if you don't have enough budget, you should consolidate most of your PMAX campaigns to either one or two PMAX campaigns that will have at least $50 a day budget. While creating the campaign, you can set the objective to sales, and well-optimized product feed is a key to success with this campaign type. This is the guide for e-commerce stores. And as I said in the previous modules, most of the clients that I'm working with, they are driving the most amount of sales through shopping network. And this is why your entire product feed should be completely optimized in order to see success with this campaign type. You should be having optimized descriptions of your products, titles, nice images, good pricing, and the other things I've discussed in the feed optimization module. Because PMax campaign uses all possible ad placements across Google Ads networks, you need to upload high-quality brand assets, so lifestyle images, videos, banners, logos, also very compelling headlines, descriptions. If you don't have these really good assets and engaging banners or videos, you should probably stick to the feed-only or shopping-only strategy that I will discuss. But in very short summary, this strategy only covers the shopping network with your PMax campaigns. So if you don't have very engaging and high quality assets, you are not uploading them to the PMax, you are only creating the PMax campaign with your product feed, and you will not advertise your ads in any other networks with this strategy. And the conversion tracking, it would be good if the enhanced conversion tracking is implemented. If you followed this course, you do have the enhanced conversion tracking implemented, so that's super cool. And it's required to accurately track your purchases and stimulate the machine learning that the PMax is using. We will be uploading the purchases and conversion data with our tracking tags we created in the Google Ads tracking module. And then PMax campaign will use all of these different touch points. So not only the revenue, but also the other additional information of a buyer that we will be uploading with this enhanced feature. And based on that, PMax campaign will be able to accurately target more people and also generate better results for your account and for your business. Inside of this specific section, I'm presenting my personal opinion about the Performance Max campaign. In general, in a short summary, the PMax campaign was introduced in 2021, and initially it was completely a black box. We didn't know which network is taking the majority of the budget. We didn't know which network is actually attributing to each conversion. With time and with pressure of the advertisers, Google finally started rolling out different insights, and at the time of recording this video, we have more insightful data in the Google Ads account, but we have to use some additional scripts, which I will discuss, in order to access even more data that Google is hiding from us in the regular Google Ads panel. They are doing that most likely because, as I said at the beginning, PMax can target different networks that usually other advertisers have not been using, or they were not spending that much money on them. And Google introduced this campaign and saw this opportunity that they can actually kind of steer some of the budget into the top of the funnel networks such as Discover, Gmail, or display networks, and then get this additional money from the advertisers. This is why if you want to avoid spending money in these other top of the funnel networks, you would have to stick to the feed only strategy I will discuss. Let's take a look at this last paragraph, which is about pros and cons of PMax campaigns. You can always read this document yourself. I need to make this module as short as possible because I can only upload 12-hour long video on my YouTube channel, and this course will be very close to that. This is why we have to make this as comprehensive but also as short as possible. Different pros of this PMax campaign. It started spending the entire daily budget much faster than the standard shopping campaign. For a standard shopping campaign, it usually takes even a few weeks to fully utilize your daily budget, while PMax campaign, once Google starts displaying it, it usually takes about a week up to 10 days. We are spending the entire daily budget already, which is not the case with standard shopping campaign. It allows for faster testing of products and collections, which is really good because you can basically create multiple different campaigns if you have a budget for that, and then you can test different products that you would be adding to your store. It doesn't require that much maintenance after around 30 to 60 days if performance stabilizes by then, allowing you to focus on testing other strategies. But of course, if the performance is fluctuating, then you need to spend time on optimizing this campaign. It's easy to create as campaign type for beginners who want to manage a Google Ads account themselves. And then cons, Reporting is very limited. As I said, Google is hiding a lot of different information from us, and we need to use third-party scripts to access some additional data. Excluding keywords is not easy. At the time of recording this video, after 2 years of having this campaign, still Google hasn't added the simple way of excluding different search terms as we can do in the search campaigns or standard shopping campaigns. It is not that easy with PMax campaign, and it's only because Google made it specifically difficult for us to exclude some irrelevant search terms. Because of that, most people are not excluding them, which leads to additional clicks for Google, and Google is getting paid for these clicks. But these additional clicks from irrelevant keywords are not beneficial for you as a business owner because you are paying for them and they are not related to your specific products. Once the algorithm finds products that deliver results close to the target ROAS that you might add in the settings or target CPA, PMax usually stops displaying other or newly added products, and the solution to that will be explained later. As I said, PMax will be favoring about 20, maybe 10 products that are generating the most amount of revenue for you, and with time it will stop displaying other products at all, or a very tiny portion of the budget will be actually assigned to them. This is why once you start scaling the account, you need more campaigns for testing the neglected products. The PMax campaign will cannibalize the products with the same ID. If you are advertising them in the standard shopping, PMax will take priority, but it's still worth keeping the standard shopping campaign alongside with PMax because you can still get additional clicks for the products that PMax will probably neglect in the future. If you advertise with all assets added, so images, videos, logos, banners, Google may spend, basically sometimes waste your money on less converting networks such as display or discovery. I'm not saying that these networks are not converting at all, but if you add poor quality assets, then mostly the ads that will be displayed in the discovery and display networks will be basically wasting your money. This is why you need to think about the strategy you will be utilizing on your account, and I will discuss the strategies here. Before we set up the PMax campaign, let's discuss the asset groups. An asset group is made from the product feed, images, logos, headlines, descriptions, and videos. You can also add audience signals that you will create alongside with the asset group. And these assets are automatically mixed by Google and they will be automatically pushed into the different networks that I've discussed at the beginning. Essentially, you can treat the asset groups as ad groups that you would be normally creating in your standard shopping campaign or in your search campaigns. So assets group is basically an ad group but designed for PMax campaigns. In this section, we will cover two main strategies that you can utilize in your PMax campaigns. There are two main strategies that you can follow: feed shopping only strategy or all asset strategy. Feed only strategy utilizes your product feed, and this is the only input you send to the Google, and once you create the campaign, you will be able to display the ads 98% or 99% in the shopping network. And I like this strategy a lot because shopping network is basically the network that is converting usually the most for e-commerce. And occasionally 1 or 2% of your daily budget will be distributed to other networks, mostly display and discovery, because Google can still take your product feed and it can take the product listing and sometimes display it in the different networks, but it will be very small portion of your daily budget. And we have different pros and cons. The pros are, as I said, allocating the budget to the shopping network, and it's relatively easy to manage. Cons: additional campaigns such as display remarketing are necessary to recapture abandoned carts or enhance brand awareness, which means if you decide to use this strategy, you still need to create different campaigns if you have budget for that, of course. If not, then it's hard to tell which campaigns you should be creating, but in general, stick to feed only or standard shopping campaign. But if you want to really grow your brand with Google Ads, you need other campaign types with this strategy. We are moving to the all asset strategy, and this is very simple. All asset strategy involves uploading all possible assets that you have, so images, headlines, descriptions, videos, and then you will be displaying the ads across different networks in Google Ads. Pros of this campaign: It has built-in remarketing capabilities for targeting abandoned checkouts or engaged users who haven't made a purchase. So in this case, you usually don't need the remarketing campaign, at least at the beginning. And in theory, this approach covers all major Google Ads networks, enabling a multi-network approach, which is good because in order to scale the account, you need multi-channel approach, not only in different networks in Google Ads, but also with social media campaigns and also influencer marketing. But in general, with this specific strategy, Google will automatically take care of the brand awareness and remarketing. But there are cons to this strategy. Reporting options are very limited. And if you don't use scripts that I will discuss later, then you wouldn't really know where the money is being spent and which network is attributing to a sale. Ad combinations cannot be controlled. You cannot pin the headlines at the first position. This is not possible, and it is possible with search campaigns. I've discussed it, but it's not possible with PMAX campaigns. If you lack high quality lifestyle images and videos, this campaign might underperform. This is why it's important to either gather very high quality images and also videos, or you would have to stick to the feed only, shopping only strategy. And without high quality videos in different formats, so horizontal and vertical, Google may display an attractive slideshow that is automatically generated based on other assets you've added. And this is really problematic because even though you have beautiful images and banners, but you don't have high quality videos, then Google will be creating basically a PowerPoint presentation with music and sliding images and sliding text that you add in the assets group. And then the video that Google is automatically creating would be displayed to people. And if you don't have high quality videos at the beginning, you will be wasting money on YouTube ads because Google will be pushing these videos. With time, they will notice that these videos are not converting. The system will notice that. So they will steer the budget more to the converting networks, which would be probably search and also shopping. There is also third strategy, which is called assets only strategy. And this is not advised at the beginning, but you can also add such a campaign later once you actually build the foundation of your entire account and you want to scale even more, you want to reach new clients, then you can create the campaign uploading the assets, so images, headlines, and stuff like that. And then you have to pause the shopping feed, which will then push the campaign into the higher top of the funnel networks, which means they will be only utilizing either display or discovery or YouTube and also the search networks to grow your account and get you more clients. This is not advised at the beginning and you can add it later. This part is really important for acquiring new customers. Generally speaking, Performance Max campaign would be going after the easiest sales that Google can generate for you. And those easiest sales are basically remarketing sales or people who already know your brand. So when they are typing your brand name, they are already familiar with your brand and they will be much easier to convert into the customer. This is why usually when PMax first of all finds a batch of winning products, it will focus the budget on them mostly, and if they see that people are typing your brand name, they will be displaying the ads to them so they can get you this additional sale. And in general, I would suggest avoiding it. You want to push PMax campaigns into prospecting mode, into acquiring new customers for you, and you can add separate campaigns for brand protection, such as branded search campaign and also standard shopping campaign that will be targeting your brand. And you want to push PMax into the prospecting mode, getting you new clients and new sales. And we can do that by excluding your brand name. Unfortunately, this is not that easy because Google, as I said, doesn't allow us to simply exclude different keywords alongside with your brand name. We have to create negative keyword list. I will show you how to do it and I will show you how to apply it to the campaign. You have to contact Google Ads support and they will attach the negative keyword list to the PMax campaign. With that, you will be able not only to exclude your brand name, but also other irrelevant search terms that you might be observing in your Insights tab in the PMax campaign. Here, I'm presenting different assets group requirements. If you decided to go with the all asset strategy, you can also click this link and you will be moved to the Google Ads documentation where you can read more about different call to actions, different images requirements and sizes. You can always take a look at this document and then upload relevant images and videos to your campaign. We are now moving to the audience signals, and because PMax campaigns are automated, we cannot directly let Google know what keywords they should be targeting and what people they should be targeting only. We cannot directly let Google know that they should be only focusing on these type of users or these type of search queries. It's not that possible. We can steer Google with audience signals. We can create different signals per asset group, so basically per ad group that you would create in your PMAX campaign. And these audience signals would contain different remarketing lists, different interests of your ideal customers. You can also import the audiences from your Google Analytics 4, and then you would be letting Google know which type of people they should be targeting, but they will always go beyond your initial signals. And this is really important, not to create the assets group just for the sake of testing different signals. This is a wrong strategy, and I've seen some accounts where people were doing that, and I've seen some agencies that were doing that when I was auditing the accounts for potential clients. I've seen that other agencies were creating multiple different asset groups that were basically containing the same collection of products, that had the same images, had the same descriptions. Everything was just copied, but the only thing that they changed was audience signal. This is incorrect strategy because Google will always go beyond your initial signal. For some clients, when we are spending $500 per day per campaign, I'm not even using signals because without it, Google still knows how to properly target and generate sales. And this is why audience signals are not that important and you should not be focusing on creating them that much. You just need to upload some relevant data and that's all. Let Google do the job and they will generate you sales. So here in the audience signals, we can upload different remarketing audiences, or we can just target different interests and different demographics, but we can also utilize search themes. We can add up to 25 different keywords that Google would be implementing as a signal. But again, this is not the only targeting with this campaign. This is just a signal for Google. And you can add up to 25 different relevant keywords to your specific asset group. And the listing group is basically your product feed that you can add in your campaign. We are now moving to the section about initial structure, and you can either read it here or you can take a look at the Miro board, and that's what I will do right now. In the initial strategy board, I'm presenting this specific part for PMAX campaigns, and there are 3 versions as I presented it for the standard shopping campaign. We also have 3 versions for our performance max campaigns. And the version number 1 is either for feed only strategy or asset strategy. It's really up to you which strategy you'll be creating. You have to think if your assets are well structured, if you have really good videos, if you have really good images and banners. And if you do, then you can also start with all asset strategy. But I know that there isn't one universal account structure and universal PMAX strategy. This is why it's up to you. I'm just saying that mostly I'm using feed only, and then I'm using also other campaign types to utilize high quality assets that my clients are providing. But if you don't have high quality assets, or if you don't have higher budgets to also run other campaigns alongside the PMAX campaign, then you can also create one campaign, which will be PMAX campaign. And then you have to think about structuring the asset groups. The asset groups might be structured based on this segmentation I've presented in the standard shopping campaign module. Basically, you can create the campaign with different asset groups, and the asset groups can be targeting different batch of your products. For example, high margin products, or different high stock products, or different brands, or products with different price points, or products that are not receiving any clicks with your other campaigns, or that have very low search volume, or that are seasonal. It's completely up to you which segmentation you will choose. But in general, the easiest one for you guys to create, and also the most effective one, the segmentation that is generating the most amount of sales, is based on the category or collection of products. Your asset group would be about one specific collection. In this example, I'm presenting you desks. If you have only several products in your store and all of them are in the same category, let's say wooden desks, then you can start with this specific campaign, and then it will be either with feed only, so you have only wooden desk without any other assets, without images added, or without any other descriptions or headlines, or you can also create the campaign with all asset strategy. So the asset group will contain different relevant headlines, relevant descriptions, and relevant images to the collection, which in my example would be wooden desks. Alongside with this first campaign, it's always advised to add standard shopping campaign, which will be working with PMax campaign. As I said, standard shopping campaign will lose the priority, and most of the time PMax campaign will be displayed. But with time, Google starts favoring only some products within your asset group or within your entire campaign. And then some other products would have a chance to be displayed with this specific standard shopping campaign. So once PMax gathers enough data, it will start displaying your bestsellers, and then you can still advertise your other products with standard shopping campaign. Let's move to the version number 2. So this one is very similar, but you are just creating multiple asset groups because you have different collections of products in your store. And this is explained here. Do not create more than 4 or 5 asset groups per campaign, because in general, from my experience, Google will focus on maybe 2-3 asset groups that you add inside of the PMax campaign, but it's also a rule for other campaigns as well. And then if you create like 20 different asset groups within one PMax campaign, Google will favor like top 5 that are driving the most amount of results for you, and the other asset groups will be completely neglected. And if you have multiple collections of products, then you probably need more PMax campaigns, and each campaign will have up to 5 asset groups. For some clients that really have a lot of budget, I'm basically creating multiple different PMax campaigns with only one asset group. And this will be also explained in the case studies. So this is the strategy for shopping for PMax. So if you have a decent budget and you want to scale your account, you can create PMax campaigns either with feed only or all asset strategy, but each campaign will only have one asset group, which will have only one collection. And then you can completely control and scale the campaign in this way, because you'll be sure that the entire budget is focused on this collection and the entire budget will be focused on this other collection. And this is how you can control the target ROAS based on each collection. And in this version number 2, you can still add the catch-all standard shopping campaign, and you can have all the products in one ad group, or if you want, you can also segment them out by different collections. The version number 3 is very similar to the previous one. We have a PMax campaign that has different asset groups based on the collection, but we are also adding one more PMax campaign for our bestsellers. This is for people who already have past data on their accounts in their store as well. So you know which products are your best sellers and you want to have additional exposure for them. So you create a separate campaign that contains the best sellers only, and then other collections in general are being added in this other campaign. And it's best to exclude these bestsellers from these other collections. So if you want to go with this strategy, make sure that your bestsellers are not advertised in these other collections and in these other asset groups. And of course, add the catch-all standard shopping campaign. This is also very advised for every single version, because once you exclude your brand name from the PMax campaigns, then these additional standard shopping campaigns will take over the branded traffic. And this is really good because you will be still advertising your products in the shopping network once people type your brand name, and this will be done with standard shopping campaign. And at the same time, PMax campaign, it won't be focusing on your past customers, it will be focusing on acquiring new customers. You can also click here for more Performance Max campaigns ideas. And I've discussed it already, so if you have greater budgets, you can create multiple PMax campaigns. You can also create the PMax campaign alongside with standard shopping that will be doing remarketing only. This is done with the audience tab. If you add the audience as targeting in the standard shopping, you can also use it for remarketing to your past visitors or to the past customers. And you can also create the assets only strategy. So you will pause your product feed, and PMax campaign will be only focusing on the top of the funnel networks such as YouTube, Discovery, and Display. We are now moving to the technical settings, and this is about the campaign creation. So let's start creating the campaign. In the Google Ads panel, go to Campaigns and then click this blue plus, New Campaign. We are now choosing the objective for our campaign. As an e-commerce business owners, we want sales, so just choose this first field. And in here, we have to specify the conversion goal. Make sure that you are only optimizing for purchases. I will be discussing how to optimize for micro conversions as well, but this is a very rare case and most people should be sticking to the purchase only. And if you are not making sales, this will be a separate module about it. Then you can think about starting optimizing for micro conversions, so add to carts and begin checkouts alongside with purchases. But most of you should be starting with purchase only, and then make sure to delete everything else if you see any other goals and click continue. We can now choose our campaign type that we want to create. This is a module for Performance Max, so click this campaign. And then we have to specify the Merchant Center account. If you have multiple accounts, make sure to actually select the proper one. We can name the campaign in this place. Once you name your campaign, click continue. We will start a new campaign. We are now being moved to the bidding strategies. We can select between two different bidding strategies inside of the PMax campaign. One is conversions and one is conversion value. PMax campaign is using the automated bidding strategies, so Google will be using the machine learning to adjust the bids accordingly for each auction and for each user. And this is quite good. Once you start getting sales, Google will be able to really accurately determine if the user that is typing certain search queries is likely to convert. And if this user is likely to convert, then PMax will bid more to actually display your ads, either shopping ads or search ads. If you are using all asset strategy, they will try to display them in the highest position possible so that you'll be getting a click from this user that is likely to convert. And we have these two bidding strategies, maximize conversions or maximize conversion value. And you can use maximize conversions if your margins of the products that you will be advertising in this campaign and also the cost per acquisition, so how much you can spend to acquire one sale, are at a similar level for all products added to this PMax campaign. You can set target CPA, so target cost per action, so how much you would like to spend to acquire one sale. This bidding strategy is usually not recommended if you advertise products with completely different prices and also completely different margins in the same campaign. And this is because, again, with this bidding strategy, the maximize conversions, you will be able to add a target CPA. So this is how much you are willing to spend to acquire one sale. But if you are advertising products with different price points and you are advertising products with different margins, this means if the product has a different margin, you can spend different amount on each product. And this is why this bidding strategy is not that advised for e-commerce. Maybe it's good if you are advertising only one small collection of bestsellers, different variants for these products, and you know how much you should spend to acquire a sale. Then you can use it. But in general, if you are planning to advertise different collections with different asset groups inside of this one campaign, then use this second bidding strategy, which is called conversion value, and use it if margins and cost per acquisition vary for each product added to this one PMax campaign. You can set target ROAS, target return on ad spend, so your desired return, and this is the bidding strategy that is widely used for e-commerce and also for people that are advertising products with different margins and with different prices. And at the beginning of creating this campaign, do not add any targets, because Google doesn't have any data in this campaign. And again, this is an automated campaign which relies on the past data. And this campaign doesn't have any data because we are now creating it. Which means if we set some targets, it will limit the exposure of this campaign. If we, let's say, add the 500 target ROAS for this campaign, most likely Google will not even display the ads because they are not able to achieve it, and there is no past data on this account proving that Google was able to reach this number. In the search campaign module, I told you that if you are not adding any restrictions to Google, then Google might be spending a lot of money per one click. And this is really true. So if you want to be safe, I advise adding very small target, about 150%, which means it's still quite low for Google, but it keeps them in check and they will not be spending too much. And once you start getting sales, after about 14 days, it's also explained later, after about 14 days, and if you gather at least 10 to 15 sales, you can look at the data and check the return on ad spend, the ROAS, in the past 14 days and adjust the settings accordingly. Of course, if you are not getting any sales, then it's very hard to set the proper target in the campaign because Google is not able to get any data to this campaign. But once you get at least 10 to 15 sales in the past 14 days for this campaign, then you can adjust the targets slightly below the average this campaign was achieving. So if the campaign was generating 250 return on ad spend for you in the past 14 days with having at least 10 to 15 sales, then you should adjust the targets later in the settings to about 240 or 245, so slightly below the average ROAS that Google is achieving, so that they still have some room to grow. Once this campaign started spending, you will be able to adjust the targets accordingly. If you don't know how to adjust them properly, I've created a separate board for that in my Miro board. Target ROAS adjustments and target CPA adjustments, both of these boards are presenting different performance scenarios, not only for PMAX campaigns, but also for your search campaigns and also for other campaign types. And you can read different scenarios, and based on that you can take different actions. For example, if your daily budget is not being spent after about 14 days of running the campaign, this means you probably need to decrease your target ROAS, and so on. It's all explained here, and you will be able to accurately measure and accurately adjust the targets of your campaigns. Let's start this campaign with lower targets, about 150%. And at the bottom here, we have also a field for customer acquisition option. For 95% of cases and accounts, I'm not using this feature because by default, your campaign bids equally for new and existing customers. However, you can configure your customer acquisition settings to optimize for acquiring new customers. Once you enable it, you have two different options. You can either optimize campaign for acquiring new customers only, and for that, you have to not only upload a list with at least 1,000 active members of your past customers, but you also need to specify a value, and this value says to Google how much you value a new customer's first purchase. And then the value assigned here will be always adjusted and added to the campaign, which can vastly increase your data. Because let's say people are purchasing a product that is worth or that has a price of $100, but then you assign a value that a new customer is actually worth $63 for me. So not only the $100 will be attributed to this campaign, Google will receive this data, but every single time if a new customer purchases, this value will be added to the conversion amount, which means you will be seeing vastly increased data and vastly inflated data that can be really confusing. And this is why we are not using this feature, because then it's very hard to properly optimize this campaign and properly conclude and assess the data we are seeing. And this is why I don't use it. You can actually use this second option, and this option will bid only for new customers. This first option will bid for new customers more than for the existing customers, but this one will be only focusing on new customers. This is quite fine, and if you have 1,000 users in the audience remarketing lists, you can add it here. But in general, if you don't have it, then you shouldn't be using this feature. And of course, 1,000 is a minimum. You need more than that to properly let Google know what are your past customers. And keep in mind that this setting is not that accurate, because once your past customer changes the device that they are using, so let's say your past customer purchased on a desktop and then he's now using a mobile phone, then Google doesn't recognize it's the same user, because the device IP and the device ID is completely different. And this is why you would be still getting sales from your past customers, even though you want to bid for new customers only. And that's why, again, I generally disable this feature, and we can click next. We are now specifying the locations. It's completely up to you. I'm choosing United States. We can also add different languages, add it accordingly. And here we can expand the automatically created assets option. Basically, on some accounts, Google is already adding the feature for AI generated assets, which means Google has its own AI similar to ChatGPT. It's called Bard, and Bard can scan your landing pages. And based on that, they can extract different information about your landing pages, about your website and products, and they can create headlines and descriptions for your ads. And you can decide with this option if you want Google to automatically create different headlines and descriptions based on your content of your website. You have to be careful with that, because this option will allow Google to take the information that sometimes is not really accurate. And let's say you are offering some desks, and let's say you have a FAQ section and you say that you don't offer electric wooden desks, but Google scans the text and they see electric wooden desks. So they will take this information and create the headline, you are selling electric wooden desks. So you have to be careful with that. In general, at this stage of this feature, I don't use it. I exclude it from the PMAX campaigns. But if you decide to use it, you can also decide on the final URL expansion. This is basically for people that are creating the campaign for all asset strategy. If you are creating the campaign for feed only, then you have to disable both of these features. But if you decided to create the campaign with all asset strategy, not only you can use this text assets and Google will be taking the content from your landing pages to the headlines, but you can also use this final URL expansion, which means the landing pages will be treated like a dynamic search ads. And with this option, final URL, Google might start steering the traffic not only to the landing page you will add here in the asset group, so let's say to the home page. Google will automatically start sending traffic to other pages like collections, maybe about us page, maybe contact us page, maybe privacy policy. And we want to avoid certain pages that you don't want to advertise. And you can exclude some of the URLs. You can add your contact us page here. You can add your terms of service, all the policies. You can add about us page. So Google will not send the traffic to these websites and to these sub pages of your domain. In general, I don't like this feature. I like creating a separate search campaign for dynamic search ads. It's all explained in the search campaign module, and I advise you to really disable this feature. But if you really want to let Google enhance your assets and take the content from your landing pages, you can also enable it here. But remember, if you want to create feed only strategy, then you have to disable both of these options, and then you would be adding the feed as a only input to the campaign. Let's expand more settings, and in here you can add the ad schedule. I usually don't do it at the beginning, especially for PMAX campaigns. You can add it after a few months of running this campaign. Start and end dates, I don't use it at all. Campaign URL options, you can add the links to different third-party attribution software like Triple Whale. And we also have the brand exclusion. In Search Campaign module, I've discussed the feature for brand restriction. So search campaigns would be only displaying for certain keywords that contains keywords of a brand that you added. But for PMAX campaigns, we have brand exclusion. Let's say you don't want to show up for different branded search terms, not only for your brand, but let's say for your competitors. And you can do that by creating a brand list. And this is the library of brands that Google has created. You can type different brand names of your competitors or of other companies. And this is the internal library of competitors and of other brands that Google has created. Usually it's very limited and there are not many brands added. And if you don't see your competitors and also your own brand, you can add it here. And it's quite good for excluding your competitors if you are able to find them. But if you cannot find them, you have to use negative keywords list. I will show you how to create it and how to apply it to the PMAX campaign. And in this negative keyword list, you can add not only your brand name with different variations of misspelling, but also your competitors. And also you can exclude different irrelevant search terms that this campaign might be targeting. If you can find your brand or your competitors here, you can use it and exclude them from this campaign. I unchecked these options because I want to show you how to properly create the feed-only strategy. Let's click Next. On some accounts, once you click Next, you will be moved to the asset generation. And this will be with time added to most of the accounts. But for now, it is only available for the accounts that are targeting the United States. With this option, you can paste your website link and then Google will scan it and they will create different headlines and descriptions and even images for your brand. This is quite cool, but you have to be careful because some of the headlines are very basic and you have to improve them a lot. And also the images might be not that accurate for your brand. You can also use ChatGPT. If you have access to this feature, you can play around with it. I don't have it right now. That's why we'll skip it, but it's not that important. Especially if you want to create feed-only strategy, you cannot add any assets, a part of the product feed. In this place, we are creating our first asset group in this campaign. The asset group is basically an ad group. You can name it accordingly to the collection that this asset group will advertise. Let's say desks. And we can specify the listing. For now, it's set to all products. But if we want to advertise desks only, we have to narrow the listing group with the specific products. And we can do that with either category of products on our website or different brands, item IDs, or conditions, product type, channel, or custom labels. I've discussed all of it in the standard shopping campaign module, and also I've discussed how to assign the custom labels in the feed optimization module. Once you assign the custom labels to your desks only or to your specific products, to specific collection, you can then select the custom label and select it from the list. You can also use, let's say, product type. If this is accurate for you, you can use it. If not, you can also use specific item ID. So basically, this is the entire list of products in your product feed, and you can specify only a few products that you want to include in this one asset group. You can then click Save. And in here, this is the asset creation. If you want to create all asset strategy, you have to add the final URL. That is basically either your homepage or the collection page. So this is the URL that people will visit once they click the ads in either search network or display network, Discovery, Gmail, or YouTube. But if they click the shopping ad, they will be always transferred to the product page. So this is not a problem. This is only the thing for other networks. You can also upload up to 20 images. You can take a look at the asset requirements one more time, where you will find all the recommended dimensions of images and other insightful information from Google. You can also upload up to 5 logos and a video. If you don't have a video, Google will combine the logos and images and also headlines and descriptions, and then create a, let's say, PowerPoint slideshow as a video that will be displayed on YouTube. So if you don't have a video, then you either have to live with that and you have to accept that Google will create it for you, or you have to either get it from someone on Fiverr or send your products to some influencers and ask them to record UGC videos, user-generated content, or you can also record some simple videos yourself, or you can utilize feed-only, shopping-only strategy. We can also add different headlines that will be utilized by these networks, and also different long headlines that are 90 characters long. You can also add different descriptions, and you can use the ideas that Google is recommending. And this is really important to add the headlines, descriptions, the images, and maybe the video that will be based around this one specific collection. I'm creating this asset group for desks, and all the assets that you will upload should be around desks. If you have multiple collections, let's say for desks and then lamps, you will be able to create one more asset group once we create this campaign. But then the asset group for lamps should be containing the assets for lamps only. The assets about desks, the images, the headlines, descriptions should not be added to the asset group about lamps. You should be categorizing them accordingly to the products you will be adding in this specific asset group. Once you add different headlines and descriptions, you can also take a look at your business name. You can also add the site links. We have some site links from previous modules, and you can select them if you want to have the all asset strategy in place. Then not only the headlines will be displayed in the search network descriptions, but also the site links below them. And then we can also specify call to action. For most of us, it should be actually set to shop now because we are running an e-commerce store. And you can also expand the asset types, and you can add promotions, prices, call extension, callouts, structure snippet. We've all discussed it in the previous module. If you are creating all asset strategy for this PMAX campaign, then make sure to add all the relevant callouts and structure snippets, and also maybe some promotions, so that your PMAX campaign will have as many assets as possible to work with and to test in order to get you the best results. But if you want to create feed-only strategy, then we have to make sure that we delete everything. Sometimes, once you get to this specific screen of creating the campaign, you might be seeing that Google already filled up all of your images, logos. They also added some random headlines. And if you want to create feed-only strategy, you have to make sure to separately delete all of it. And this is also explained here in the technical settings, how to run feed shopping-only strategy. You will be able to see what you have to include in this asset group. And it's very simple. You need to name your asset. You need to specify the product listing, add the final URL, business name, and call to action should be set to automated. That's all. And if you see anything else that is being added automatically by Google, we have to delete it. So if you see any images, make sure to delete them. I can see some suggestions, but the image is not being added, so that's completely fine. I have one logo. We can also get rid of it and click save. We can also get rid of the videos if you have any here. if you want to create feed-only strategy, make sure the headlines are empty, you don't have any long headlines, and descriptions, and business name is actually meeting the Google requirements, so it has to be a little shorter on my end. And make sure to also delete the site links. You cannot have any site links, and the call to action should be set to automated. You shouldn't be including any additional assets. We want to focus on shopping only strategy, and more options. Do not add any display paths and do not add any HTML5 images. If you want to create all asset strategy and you paid someone on Fiverr to actually deliver you animated assets, animated banners for display network, you can upload them here as well, and then you will have very good chances of getting clicks and sales from the display network as well. Again, it's all explained here, and you'll be able to get access to this document and properly create your campaign. This is your end result for a shopping only strategy. So nothing is added here, and we only have signals. And this is really important. I just added this information here. If you are unable to save the asset group and publish the campaign without assets, then you have to add some random assets and publish the campaign and delete them, because this means Google has blocked this feature on your account. And this means you need to fill out all the necessary required assets, headlines, and also descriptions, add some images, publish the campaign, and then remove them once the campaign is published. Once you publish the campaign, you just click Edit Assets under the Assets tab. This is your asset group. Just edit them and remove everything that you added, so it will be in line with the guide. So you will have only the listing group added, final URL, business name, callout set to automated, and that's all. This should be your final result. But if you added assets, you will be able to see all of them here. So all you have to do is just edit them after you create the campaign, edit this asset group and remove everything according to this document and publish the asset group. Just save it and it will be running as feed-only strategy as it is here. Once you decide on the strategy, either all assets or feed-only, and you make the correct adjustments, you can scroll down, because now we should specify our signals. So this is the signal that will be applied for this specific asset group, which is about desks. And we can add up to 25 different search themes, so different keywords that you can find in Google Keywords Planner that will be about desks. You can add up to 25 of them, and then once we scroll down, we can create our audience signal. We can add our data, so first party data. Basically, these are the remarketing audiences we've created. I will add as many as possible, because I want to let Google know past customers, so what people converted on my website, so Google know which type of users are purchasing. And also we can add some additional website visitors, audiences, shopping cart abandoners, and things like that. In your data field, we can also create new segments, and this will be based on the remarketing tags. For example, for Google Analytics 4, we can create the segments from our Google Analytics 4. If you have your Google Analytics 4 linked here, you can create different detailed remarketing lists and the audiences based on the user's behavior. You can watch the module about Google Analytics 4, where I'm going over the entire audience creation process, and you can import these audiences as signals for your PMax campaigns. On some accounts, you'll be also able to add the YouTube users, website visitors, and also the customer list. So you can export the customer's data from your Shopify panel, adjust the file, and it will be a spreadsheet with the customer's data. You can then upload to Google with the phone numbers, email addresses, and other information about the users. Google can process it, and this will enhance your signals and initial targeting. But again, Google will go beyond them very quickly. Additionally, we can expand the signals and add different interests that are connected to this specific asset group, which is about desks in my case. So I can type office and let's see what we can find in the office keyword. We can add the office supply stores, our office designs. We can also add computers. So basically add as many different relevant audiences as possible. And you can also narrow the signal with demographics. Keep in mind that, again, I will repeat that, this is only a signal. Both the search themes or audience signal, these are the initial signals for Google, but Google will always go beyond them. And once they start spending money and getting sales, they will test different other audiences that you will not even add here. This is only a signal for Google. And if you are really sure that people under age of 25 are not suitable, you can let Google know that, hey, Google, don't start displaying this campaign for people that are 18 or 19, basically below 25. You can specify it here. And if you are sure that the products you want to advertise are not suitable for males or females, you can then exclude them accordingly. But again, with time, Google will start displaying the ads for them. But in general, not that much, because once Google starts seeing that females are purchasing more, they will stop displaying that many ads for males and vice versa. So it's not a problem. If you really know that specific demographics are suitable more for your products, then you can let Google know for this initial signal. We can also add the parental status and household income. I'm generally not adding it at all. I'm just letting Google to figure it out based on the data. And we can also name our audience in this place. It will be an audience signal for desks. I just typed desks and we can click next. But I also wanted to show you something cool. We can add saved audience signal in this place. So these will be the audience signals you previously created for other campaigns. You can also make a copy of these audience signals and then adjust them accordingly. Once we complete the audience creation, we can now click next. And I have to specify the budget. As I said, you should start the campaign with at least $50 a day if you want to get some decent results. Of course, if you don't have $50 a day budget, you can start with lower budget, but I'm not sure about the results. It will take much longer for Google to properly optimize this campaign. You can also see this notification from Google. It's best to keep your budget the same in the first 14 days. And during this time, your campaign learns how to optimize to get more sales. This is true from my experience. You should be letting this campaign optimize for at least 14 days without any major changes. And after 14 days, you can add the target ROAS if you already generated at least 10 to 15 sales, or you can also increase the budgets if you need to do so. We can now publish the campaign. Once the campaign is published, click Campaign Settings, because we have to make sure that all the settings that Google has now added will be adjusted accordingly. So the campaign name and the campaign status, this is completely fine, but make sure that the goals are only set to purchase. If you see any other goals, click the second option and then specify purchase only, click Save and then Save again. Customers acquisition is disabled, which is fine. I don't want to use it right now. Value rules, we don't have any value rules. This is fine. Merchant Center account is connected here on the list. Then we have a feed. This campaign is advertising all products from the feed, which is fine. We are narrowing them inside of the asset groups, not inside of the settings. This is completely fine. And then store locations, all locations. If you have a local store, you can also connect it here to the campaign, but don't do it if you want to use feed only strategy. Then we have a budget and bidding. Right now it's set to $50 a day and the bidding is set to 150% target ROAS, which is fine for now. After 14 days, once your campaign starts making sales, you can adjust it based on the Miro board and also specifically based on the Google Ads optimization checklist and Performance Max section. Under locations, you can expand this option and make sure that the second option is checked. We want to advertise to the people who live in the United States or are regularly in the United States. This is why select the second option and click Save. Languages, it's set to English in my case. For you, it might be different. And then automatically created assets, it's disabled on my end. And for now, I suggest you to disable it as well if you want to use feed-only strategy. But if you're using all assets, it's up to you. You can decide to use it. And then Google will be changing your headlines and descriptions slightly based on the content of your website. Or if you want to have full control over the headlines and also descriptions that you provided, then you can also disable it. And then the final URL will be disabled as well. Let's expand additional settings. Start and end dates are not added. Campaign URL option is also not set. And then the brand exclusion, if you added your competitors here with the brand list, it's completely fine. You can keep it. And then let's take a look at the asset groups and signals. Click the campaigns. And then you can click the asset groups. We are inside of this one campaign that I've created. And this is our asset group for desks. You can see this is the end goal if you want to create the feed-only strategy. We only have our signals and then no assets are displayed here. And this is how it looks once you go with the all asset strategy. You can see the images you've added and also the headlines that were added in the asset group creation process. We can then change the signals, we can enhance them with more data, or you can also create new asset groups. And by clicking this blue plus, you can either copy the existing asset group or you can create a new one. And then you'll be able to name it accordingly to the new collection that you will be advertising. You can narrow the collection with specific products that belong to this collection. And then you either add different relevant assets or you completely skip this part if you want to create the feed-only strategy. And make sure to create a new signals, add relevant themes to this specific product collection, and then add specific audiences and also the interest. You can then click save and you will have the second asset group created for this PMAX campaign. Let's move to the optimization part for this campaign. First of all, you have to let it run for at least 14 days without any changes. So once you complete the entire campaign creation, you've created different assets and the settings are correct. You have to let Google adjust and test different ads and basically start ranking in the shopping network. And then you can optimize different things in this campaign. You can read the optimization part in this document, or you can also take a look at the Google Ads optimization checklist with the Performance Max section. And we get started with the product feed optimization. You have to check your Merchant Center frequently, look for any errors and then correct them. Make sure that you utilize 150 characters limit for your product titles or be close to this number, and then review the search terms that your campaign is attracting in the Insights tab. After some time, about 14 days, maybe even after 20 days, you'll be able to see search terms in your Insights tab. So once you are in the campaign and then you click Insights and Reports and then Insights again, in this tab, you are able to access a lot of different data, such as the campaign performance. And if you scroll down, you will be able to see different search terms that the campaign is showing up for. And you can adjust dates here. And based on that, you can see if there are some completely not related search terms that are attracted by the campaign. And if you're running the feed-only strategy, they are attracted because of the titles. And this is crucial to understand that usually there will be some search terms that are not relevant. And this happens for all accounts with all strategies. But if you keep seeing irrelevant search terms all the time, and this is the only search terms that you see, then it means you have to redesign the titles because they are attracting too much unrelated traffic. You can also add the main keyword for each product as the product type. You can analyze the competitors' images and adjust your product images accordingly. If your competitors are using product images with white background, then you can add lifestyle images to your products and vice versa. You can utilize sales price and also proper Google Ads category and promotions in Merchant Center. We've discussed all of it in the feed optimization module. Now let's move to the product exclusion. After the first 30 to 40 days of running PMAX campaigns, you can analyze the products tab, and with time you will be able to see if you sort by the cost column in the products tab in this campaign, you'll be able to see that there are some products that are spending a lot of money, but they are not generating sales. And this is the example. I can see that this product with this ID is spending a lot of money. I've just added the clicks column and it's getting a lot of clicks, spending decent amount of money, and we can decide if we want to exclude it or not. You can then copy the item ID and then you have to go to the specific ad group where this product is added in. Let's say it's added to the desks, and I can go to the campaign and then asset groups. I can then click the listing groups. Once you are in the listing group, by default, you can see that the PMAX campaign, once you narrowed the products with either custom label or with product type or with brand, Google by default excludes everything else in other products, which is good because in standard shopping campaign, you had to manually exclude everything else in all products to avoid advertising other products in the ad group, because we want to focus on specific collection only, which you can add with custom labels or with product type or with product category. And we can see that here, this is the example. By default, we are advertising furniture in this asset group. All other products are basically excluded. And now if you see some products that are spending a lot and you copied the product ID, Then you can go back to the listing group. Once you copied the ID of a product that is spending a lot, you can go back to the listing group, and then we have to subdivide our category of products that we are advertising in this one specific asset group. You have to click Add Subdivision and then filter for item ID. We can now paste this item ID, select it from the list, and then click Save. Once you do it, you can see that your main category of products has been subdivided, and you can expand it and see that this specific item that we want to exclude is active, but everything else in our category is now excluded, which is incorrect. We have to manually enable it back and manually exclude this one specific product that we want to stop from being advertised because it was spending too much money unprofitably. And if you don't want to exclude your product, you can also work on the pricing, on the images, on the descriptions. But in general, after you take some action and it's still not generating sales, then you just have to exclude it from the campaign. And make sure that after you complete that, after you exclude it, everything else in your custom label or in your product category will be advertised, but everything else in all products is still excluded because we want to keep this one asset group around one category of products. We can also adjust bidding when it comes to the target ROAS or target CPA. You can see the performance scenarios here or in the Miro board, and based on that, you can go to the settings of this campaign and then adjust the bidding strategy here. You can adjust the target ROAS or target CPA. For example, if your campaign is not utilizing the entire daily budget for the past week or so, then it probably means you have to decrease the target to let Google spend more. You can also optimize budgets. So whilst the campaign has the status of limited by budget, you can increase it slightly by 15% every 10 to 14 days if the campaign is still profitable. And keep in mind that once you increase it, especially with running all asset strategy, it might stop being profitable for about 7 to 14 days, because now once you increase the budget and you are running all asset strategy, now Google is spending money in these top of the funnel networks such as display or discovery, looking for new people. And then after about 7 to 14 days, it will again adjust to the new budget and to the targets you still have in the campaign. It will probably start being profitable. So you will have this swing of the performance because of the budget increase, but with time it should stabilize automatically after about 7 to 14 days. And it's really important not to make too many changes at the same time, because if you start changing budgets and at the same time you start changing target ROAS, you won't be able to tell which change affected the campaign in a certain way. So you have to make one change at a time, and then you have to observe the campaign performance. If you start making changes very frequently, or if you start making bulk changes at the same day, you won't be able to tell which change resulted in certain performance. You can also measure the asset group performance. If you have a lot of asset groups added in the campaign, you can click the table view, and then assets will be displaying different columns. You can add the columns here, and you can basically assess which asset group among the, let's say, 5 you created inside one campaign, which one is getting the most amount of clicks, which one is getting the most amount of conversions, and potentially if there is one asset group that is not getting that many clicks or it's completely not utilizing the budget, you can pause it and test it in a separate campaign. It's also explained here. We can also change the location targeting. Basically, we already did it. Make sure that the second option is selected in the campaign location settings. We can also optimize our assets if you are running the all asset strategy and you uploaded different images, you added different headlines and descriptions. You can take a look at the performance of these assets. The goal is to have the performance score as best. And if you see any low quality assets with the low performance, you have to change it and swap it to something else. You can access the specific report by going to the asset groups and then clicking view details for the specific assets, and then you will be able to see the performance. Some of them will be still in the learning phase, some of them will be not applicable. And if this is the pending or learning phase, you need at least 5,000 impressions per asset for Google to be able to actually display the asset's performance score. You can also click combinations, and you'll be able to see all the different combinations of the search campaigns or all the display campaigns that Google is creating for you if you are using all asset strategy. So Google is mixing these assets and then displaying different combinations to users. With time, you will be able to check what is the most frequently displayed combination for different networks. With time, after about 45 minimum to about 50 to even 60 days, you can check what products are not getting that many clicks and which products are not being advertised by PMax campaign. As I said, once it started getting sales, it will focus on the top performing products and neglect some of the other products within the same campaign. And in the campaign, click Products tab and then filter by the cost. You will be able to see what products are not spending at all. Make sure to extend the time frame to about 60 days. So you will be able to tell what are the products that are not spending at all in the last 60 days. And you can see there are a few for this account. You can expand the rows. You can also add filter. This is what I do. I add the cost filter. That is, let's say, the cost, the amount is less than $5 in the last 60 days. And now we can only see the products that haven't spent more than $5. And you can export this entire report. With that, you can use the item IDs. You can assign custom labels for these products and start the separate PMax campaign. You can call it zombies because that's what people call these products. If the product is not getting clicked, we can refer to it as a zombie because it's dead and Google is not displaying it. So you can create a zombie testing campaign. I did it for some clients because some clients, let's say they are advertising furniture, they have hundreds of products and Google is just displaying the top performing products in the PMax campaigns. And sometimes it's really worth taking the products that are not getting any clicks and testing them in a separate campaigns. In this way, you will find new winning products. Again, you can utilize the Insights tab. I've already discussed it, but let's go back there to the Insights and Reports and then Insights. In here, you will be able to see different data for top performing or trending keywords in your campaign. If you have different assets added, it can even apply for the feed-only strategy. You'll be able to see which search terms are triggering your ad and people are typing these search terms and then seeing your ads and clicking them. So you have to go over this entire report. You can also extend the timeframes to the custom ones or the last 28 days. And then you can download the report either in CSV or Google Sheets, and you can go over the entire search term lists. And if you find irrelevant search terms, you have to save them. And we will add these irrelevant search terms to the negative keyword list. And I will show you in a minute how to actually create it. Once you scroll down in the Insights tab, you can also see the audience report. And these are the audiences that are either driving the most amount of conversions for you or clicks or impressions. I always sort by conversions and then I can see which audiences are actually bringing me the most amount of sales. And we can see the index. These people are more common in my conversions than the traffic from the general population, which means people in the audience of home furnishing are basically converting more on my website. And I can take this audience and use it for display marketing, or I can also take this audience and add it as a signal to the specific asset group that is targeting products from the home furnishing collection. We are now moving to the two most important things that you have to add to your account, because without it, you won't be able to actually properly optimize this campaign. So one of them is negative keyword list, and the second one is budget allocation PMax Insights script. Let's actually start with the negative keywords because I've already mentioned it. So you can take these keywords, you can download the report, and then you can create a negative keyword list by going to Tools and then Shared Library, Exclusions List. You'll be able to create negative keyword list in this place. Click this blue plus, you can name it PMax. And then you can type not only your brand name, but also different variations of your brand name and also misspellings that people might be typing. And also the keywords, the search terms that you found here from this report that are not relevant to your entire campaign. And based on that, you can exclude it from the entire campaign, not from the specific ad groups or the specific asset groups. It will be excluded from the entire campaign. And make sure that you add all of these keywords in the phrase match. So I'm always adding the keywords in the phrase match. Let's say we can add Amazon in the phrase match. We can also add your brand name. We can add competitors. We can add some other search terms that are not related. And then you can save it. This is now created and this is applied to 0 campaigns. Now we have to contact Google Ads support. I've added this link here in this document. You can click it. And then you can fill out this form for PMax campaign modification. Click this first option, keyword exclusion, adding negative keywords. And then campaign level, we want to do it on the campaign, not the account level. And then you can specify different search terms. You have to add the reason why you want to exclude these search terms, because without it, Google won't be able to tell that we don't want to target them. So you have to write simple sentence, I don't want to target these keywords, I don't want to waste my money. And then you have to use a specific spreadsheet that Google prepared. You have to download it. Once you download it, open the file, and you have different possibilities to exclude the keywords. We can exclude them at the account level. We don't want to do it. We can exclude them at the campaign level. This is not that good because you have to type every single keyword separately. This is why we will use this tab for keyword list. So we created the keyword list that we want to add, so you keep it, to the account ID. Then you paste your account ID. You paste also the name of the specific keyword list we created. So we created the keyword list that is called PMAX, so we can just copy this name and paste this name here. This is the negative keyword list. You can choose the broad match or exact match or phrase match. Choose the phrase match because that's what I recommend. And then you have to add the campaign name specifically. So in conclusion, if you want to exclude the negative keyword list, open this file, go to this tab for keyword list only. Do not visit these other tabs, they are not relevant. And then edit this information, basically all of them here I just highlighted. Once you save this file, you have to upload it here and then allow Google to make these changes and then click submit. It will take between 12 to 24 hours for Google to implement this change, and you will be notified by email. Until this time, don't make any changes on your account. You have to wait for the confirmation email that the negative keyword list has been implemented on your account. The last thing that we can do in this campaign in order to access more insightful data that Google is not sharing in the Google Ads account is adding the PMAX Insights script. And the script was created by Mike Rhodes, and you can see the link to not only his LinkedIn, but also to GitHub, where you can access this specific script. Here you can take a look at the Loom video, and you will be moved to the Loom video where he explains how to properly install the script. It's very simple. You can click the version number 28. This is the entire script that you will copy, and then you will just follow the video and you will be able to paste it on your account. Once you implement the script, you'll be able to change the frequency. Make sure the frequency for the PMAX Insights is set to daily, so every single day it will be refreshing. You can see that on some accounts for my clients, I'm also using different scripts to properly optimize their accounts. But this is the one that you should be using the most. And once you implement it, you will be able to access more insightful data about your campaigns. You can change between different PMAX campaigns that you are running on your account. Charts tab is the most important tab for you because here you can see the budget distribution between different networks for each PMAX campaign you are running on your account. And you can see that in the last 30 days, this campaign has been spending mostly in the shopping network because that's the chart for the shopping cost. It has been also spending in the other network, which is basically search, and also in the display network, about 11% on that day. And based on this data, you can make conclusions if you want to keep running all asset strategy, or if you potentially want to test feed-only strategy, or vice versa. Maybe you will be able to add different assets if you decide to start prospecting in other networks as well. The last thing that I wanted to discuss in this module is campaign optimization score. This score is displayed not only for PMAX campaigns, but also for any other campaign that you are running. And basically, once you click it, you will be able to see different recommendations from Google. Some of you might be seeing a lot more of them for different campaigns, not only for PMAX, but for any other campaign. And you really have to make sure that you read all of them. And most of them are actually not that relevant if you followed this course. We basically implemented most of the important things on your account. Because of that, don't apply these recommendations without reading them and without thinking if the recommendation would really help your account. This is not specifically for PMAX, but for any other recommendation on any other campaign. Sometimes Google will be recommending you to increase the budgets or switch the target ROAS or add something else like other headlines, new images. So sometimes these recommendations might actually harm your account. And I've seen a lot of clients applying them before we started working with them. And some of them didn't really make sense, but the client was still applying the recommendation. So always be careful about them. Read this exact recommendation and make sure if the recommendation is actually good for your account. And then it comes another thing, which is calls with Google strategies. Those are the people that are sometimes directly employed by Google, or sometimes they are outsourced agencies that are white labeling the work for Google, and they want to give you different tips on optimizing the campaigns. First of all, once you complete this course, I don't think you would need their help, and I don't think you should be wasting your time on talking to them, because usually the things that they will recommend you are the things that will make Google more money, because Google is employing them, Google is paying them, and their work is being evaluated based on the amount of calls they have with advertisers. So if they manage to schedule a call with you, they are getting some bonuses. And if they manage to convince you to apply auto recommendations, I think they will get even more money. Because if you go to the campaign level, to the all campaigns view for the entire account, and then click recommendations, you'll be able to go to the auto apply recommendations tab. And in here, you can check which auto recommendations will be introduced on your account. And you can see if you select different recommendations, then Google will be automatically making changes on your account. And this is where people from Google who are calling you are basically making the most amount of money, and Google itself is making the most amount of money because they are convincing you to select different changes that Google will be making themselves on your account. And most of these recommendations are not useful for you as an advertiser. They are useful for Google to, let's say, automatically adjust your targets, or completely switch your bidding strategies, or switch your keywords match types. They will be adding new keywords, or they will be changing the keywords to broad match, and basically this will completely de-optimize your account. To conclude, I never schedule calls with Google Ads account strategists or managers, because I'm the one who knows the account the most, and I'm the one that knows the KPIs, and basically I'm the one who's managing the account. At the time of recording this video, I've been managing Google Ads for about 5 years now for my own e-commerce stores and for my clients. I never schedule calls with any account managers, and I advise you not to schedule the calls as well. You can also take a look at the optimization checklists or on the Miro board, and based on that, I think you'll be able to do better job than them on your account. That's all in this module. It was quite long, but I hope you guys now understand the Performance Max campaigns, different strategies, how to optimize and scale your campaigns with these specific strategies that I'm presenting and that I was discussing in other modules as well. If you have any questions, please visit the Facebook group or leave them in the comments below this video. In the next module, we will discuss YouTube Shorts campaigns. In this module, we will create YouTube Shorts campaigns. I'm not sure when you're watching this video, but currently it's not possible to directly target YouTube Shorts only as a network for our campaigns. We can guide Google into the right direction, but as for now, the same videos can be sometimes also displayed with regular YouTube videos, which we cannot avoid that much, but we can just utilize some campaign settings that Google is recommending to make those campaigns or those ads eligible to be displayed in YouTube Shorts network. First of all, let me show you what is the YouTube Shorts network. If you somehow don't know, either on YouTube or on mobile, you have this tab for Shorts, and you can watch these silly videos, but you can also display ads between them. And I will later show you the results of YouTube Shorts campaigns that are generating amazing sales and very profitable ROAS for some clients, but it's all about the video you will be using. We will discuss the good video formula, because 95% of the success in this network is actually not your targeting, not your campaign's settings. Most of them are not that relevant. It's all about your actual video. Let's go back to the presentation. And in here, I will now discuss best practices for this campaign. Upload multiple shorts as public vertical videos to your brand YouTube channel, and video link, the URL, it has to have shorts path in it. If we are on YouTube, you can see that this is a short video, and we have this common path for every single video, which is /shorts/. And with this URL, we can then guide Google that this video is a short ad and it should be displaying for this specific tab and in this network. Ideally, your creative should be proven to work on other social media platforms like TikTok. It would be nice if you already have some proven videos that you've tested with TikTok or Instagram Reels or Facebook ads, and you are then just moving the same videos that have good hook at the beginning and compelling structure and also call to action at the end. You are just moving them to YouTube Shorts ad so that you are not wasting budget on testing different videos, but you are already running a proven creatives. And style of the video should replicate TikTok. It should not look like an ad. This is very crucial point. If your video is a boring regular ad, people already see the video is advertising something, they will just skip and not watch till the end, which will overall damage your campaign performance. And in general, I'm advising my clients to start the campaign with different videos, multiple of them. Ideally, they should be created by different influencers or different people. Each influencer or the person who will create the video for you, they will create different style of the same video, and the same product would be advertised in a different ways. Next slide is about YouTube Shorts guide. Do not make it sound like an ad. This is obvious because people will just skip. Make it look as much as organic content, so people will watch till the end. Use TikTok as a reference instead of Instagram Reels, unless your Instagram Reels are similar to TikTok style videos. Some brands that I was working with, they were posting very boring generic videos on their Instagram Reels, but on TikTok they were actually replicating the TikTok style. And those videos from TikTok were good, and the videos that we tested that were used on Instagram Reels, they were completely not performing in YouTube Shorts. Use walkthrough audio and showcase the product. Use short text overlays and summarize key points. The text should be fast-paced, very short, changing when the actual shot in the video is changing. You are also changing different text overlays so that you will still keep the user's attention, so they will watch till the end. And include a call to action or limited time offer to create fear of missing out and urgency at the end of the video, because you will then compel people that they can either get the product that is on discount or just inform that they can purchase the product from your brand. But at the beginning of the video, try not to force your brand name. Do not just make it like an ad. That's very simple. The video length should be between 11 seconds and 59 seconds. If your video is shorter than 10 seconds, Google doesn't even allow you to use it with paid YouTube ads. And at least for now, you can upload shorts that are up to 60 seconds. Possibly in the future it will be different. And that's why I'm presenting you this range, which is between 11 and 59 seconds. I will now show you 4 different videos, some examples that I found on TikTok Ads Library. Those videos are not ideal. They do not have background music because my video would be taken down from YouTube. So the videos I will be presenting, they are not ideal and they don't have any trendy background music. If you can, just use some trendy music with your videos. The first video is more of a review style video. Let's watch it together. It's for some kind of a skincare brand.
As a pale skin girly, this Ilia skin tint is my absolute holy grail. This is the Super Serum Skin Tint. It has SPF 40, niacinamide, squalane, and hyaluronic acid in it. I absolutely love this skin tint because it evens out my skin tone. It helps cover up my redness and blemishes. It's literally so easy to blend with your hands, which I also love. Look at this side of my face versus this side. My skin tone looks so much better already. I also love this because it's so long lasting. The formula is also incredible for my combination skin type. I mean, just look at the difference in my skin tone. It's absolutely incredible. Here's the full finished look. So natural, so dewy. I promise you, it's worth it.
She promises it's worth it. That's the subtle call to action at the end. To me, the skin tone almost looks the same. Not a big difference. But you can also see that on TikTok Ads Library, you're able to see some kind of a statistics, especially for this video. You can see likes, comments, shares. And as I said, there are multiple different videos that would be more suitable for this example, but they all have some background music that I cannot play on YouTube without copyrighted issues. The second example is for informative style video. Just watch the video till the end with me, but especially focus on the first 7 seconds when she's mentioning the brand name, and I will discuss it after we watch the video.
If you have a stubborn pup, I'm sure this looks all too familiar to you. Luckily, I have a solution thanks to Blue Buffalo. In order to get Tahoe to listen to me, I'm going to be showing him his favorite Blue Buffalo treats. He immediately dropped that unwanted sock out of his mouth. Not only do I have my socks back, but Tahoe is now a happy and satisfied puppy. And of course one for my lovely Shih Tzu who always listens. Beware though, your dog may follow you around now looking for more treats. With no artificial flavors or preservatives, Blue Bits are a healthy way to celebrate everyday moments. Try Blue Buffalo for your best friend.
Yeah, the call to action at the end is very good, but the beginning of the video, she's already giving out the solution for the problem. The problem is that your dog is not listening, and the solution are buffalo treats, but it shouldn't be mentioned at the beginning because people are already knowing, okay, buffalo treats, that's the ad, I'm skipping. The solution should be revealed at the end. The problem is capturing the attention, which is really good, but then I would just delay or remove this buffalo treats sentence so that people will have to watch till the end to find a solution for the problem. Now the third video is about TikTok style with voiceover or captions. This one in particular is really good and it's fast paced. Unfortunately, we don't have any statistics here. Perhaps they are not running the ad anymore. Let's watch it together. And for this one, I actually do not have any comments because it's quite good and I think it will be performing well on YouTube Shorts.
I'm busy all the time. Let me show you my favorite hack for eating healthy on the go. And it's the newest and best portable blender on the market. Portable, rechargeable, and super powerful. Blended smoothies, frozen cocktails, whatever. I use mine every day to make a really good blended protein shake. This is the entire blender. There aren't any clunky parts or bases to take with. This is it. Yes! When it's time to wash it, just add water and a drop of soap and it basically cleans itself.
At the beginning, she's mentioning that she's busy all the time and people can watch till the end to find out how she's staying healthy on the go when there is no time to prepare healthy meals. And the third video is storytelling style video. We will watch it together, but keep in mind that this video, it doesn't have any text overlays. It's just a voiceover, and I've seen the statistics that on some platforms, majority of people are watching the videos without sound, which means you really need text overlays to be changing when your shot in the video is changing so that people will understand the video and not skip to the next one.
We just got the Stoka high chair for my baby and it just came in, so let's put it together. Because he's still small enough, we also got the newborn set attachment that he can use now, and then when he's a little bit bigger, we can transition him to the baby set with the classic cushion. I ultimately decided on this high chair because you can use it from birth all the way up into adult life. So now that we have the newborn attachment, we can use this while we're eating dinner and pull him up to the table and he can be part of dinner time. Once he actually starts solids, we'll be able to use the baby set. The comfortable ergonomic seating position helps bring your child closer to the table, and it also ensures back support for any age. It also has a footrest that supports your child's feet and promotes freedom of movement. Overall, I'm really impressed with this high chair. It was really easy to put together and it has amazing reviews. Definitely think this is worth the investment and something we'll use for years to come.
At the end, there is a subtle call to action, but the video doesn't have any visible text overlays. There are a few, but they're very small and not readable on most devices. Those are the videos. Of course, there are many more better videos, but I cannot show you guys the videos because they are using copyrighted music. But on TikTok Ads Library, you don't even have to log in, you don't have to create the account. All you have to do is just go to ads.tiktok.com, then click Inspiration, Top Ads Dashboard. You will be then able to filter by country. For example, this is for Poland, and for some reason they are also advertising in English, which is cool. And you can add many more filters, but I do not advise narrowing with too many filters because then you will be potentially missing out on really top performing videos. You want to have the best videos possible on the page, so you can just filter with For You page or CTR or view rate and then choose the country. That's all what you need. Maybe you can also change the industry. And then you can always expand all the videos and just find something that is compelling and that has good statistics. And you can try to replicate this idea and use it for your YouTube Shorts ads. Before we create the campaign, we have to adjust the tracking settings, engage the view conversion window, and view through conversion window. They have to be changed to 1 week time frame in order to gather more data. If you go to Google Ads panel, and then under goals in this new Google Ads design, you will be able to see your tracking codes. And in the old one, you just go to tools and settings and then click conversions. This is basically the same place. we have to adjust our purchase tag. So just click this one. Now we have to edit the settings. Click Edit Settings. In here, we've set the click-through conversion window to 45 days, and this is fine. But we have to change Engaged View Conversion Window. Select how long to track conversions after a video engagement. Let's take a look at the example. The engagement conversion window is the period of time after a person watches 10 seconds or more of your video ad. For example, if you set your engagement conversion window to 3 days, any conversion that happens more than 3 days after a person watches 10 seconds or more of your video ad won't be counted. Keep in mind, when people click your ad, conversions will be counted with the existing conversion window. So with this one, if they click it. But because of the engagement, we can now increase this time frame to 1 week. So we will be gathering more data based on Engaged View Conversion Window. Let's save it. And let's gather more data for View Through Conversion Window as well. By default, it's set to 1 day. And this is the explanation. Select the maximum time after a person views your ad that you want to count View Through conversions. A person may see your ad and not interact with it, then convert later. This is called a view through conversions, so people will be seeing the ads, they might not be clicking the ads. For example, in display and discovery, view through conversions window is how long a view through conversion can be recorded after an impression. And view through conversions are conversions that happen after an impression of, not an interaction with your ad. This is only for impression when people see your ad but they don't click it. For example, as I said, with display ads, we can now gather more data because let's change it to 1 week. And if people view your ad within 1 week, we will be still capturing this data. This is for discovery and display campaigns, and this one is for YouTube. Let's change both to 1 week and just save it. We've made these changes to our purchase tracking tag or purchase tag. It doesn't really matter how you name it. Just click Done whilst you make these changes. Let's go back to the list. And now let's edit the Add to Cart tracking and also Begin Checkout tracking. Let's click Add to Cart and then click Edit Settings. Change the Engaged View Conversion window to 1 week and also View Through Conversion window to 1 week as well. Let's save it. Go back. And let's edit the Begin Checkout as well. Click Edit Settings. And then change it to 1 week, Engaged View Conversion window, click Save, and View Through Conversion window, change it to 1 week as well. Now make sure to click Done and then click Back. That's all for tracking adjustments. In Miro, in the initial strategy board, you can find YouTube Shorts here at the bottom. I'm presenting 2 different campaigns for YouTube Shorts or 2 different ideas. The main one, prospecting campaign that has maximum of 8 videos per 1 ad group, or you can also create YouTube Shorts only for remarketing. So you will be having the same videos, but the audience signals I will be discussing in a few minutes will be different, and you will be only targeting people who visited your website. You will use audiences that we've created in different modules. For example, past visitors or product viewers, and then the videos would be only displaying to people who somehow interacted with your brand. But you can also create it for pure prospecting. If you exclude your past visitors, then you will be able to reach only new customers with the prospecting campaign. I will be discussing both of these strategies while creating the campaign. And keep in mind, for now, this is how we operate with YouTube Shorts. Potentially, you will be able to create them in a different way a few months from now, but I will make sure to record a separate tutorial. If needed, just check my YouTube channel. If something has changed, then you will be able to watch the new video. We can now create the campaign with some special settings that will qualify the campaign to be shown as Shorts ads. First of all, the marketing objective has to be set to sales. Automated conversion bidding strategy will be either target CPA or maximize conversions with this marketing objective. And we have to also exclude any devices but mobile phones. This is the strategy to guide Google in the right direction, at least at the time of recording this video. Potentially in the future, maybe it's already possible for you to directly target shorts only, the YouTube Shorts network, and those settings will not be relevant that much. So you just have to check my YouTube channel, because I will be then recording the update video about YouTube Shorts campaigns. Let's move to the Google Ads panel and we will start creating the campaign. If you are on the campaign level right here, or in the old design campaign level, it's very similar. Click this blue plus, new campaign, and right here choose sales as objective for this campaign. Obviously we are advertising an e-commerce store. This is why we want sales, and this is why it will also guide Google for YouTube Shorts network. For conversion goals, remember to keep purchase only and then click continue. Campaign type, we are selecting video, and then it will drive conversions, which is cool. We want sales with this campaign type. Right here, you can name your campaign, for example, YouTube Shorts. And then you can add the target country at the end. Under location, obviously you choose the target location. It's either United States or other location. You can look for it here. Unfortunately, we do not have those additional settings like in other campaigns. We cannot target only people who regularly leave or visit the target location. Unfortunately, we will be also targeting people who have shown interest, but that's fine, we cannot change it. Under languages, I generally start with all languages. I just do not narrow the languages for shorts campaigns. And then bidding strategy, it's either target CPA, where you are adding the limit for Google in which you would like to generate a sale. But if this is a new campaign, I generally do not add any targets that would limit Google at the beginning. I'm just starting the shorts campaign with maximize conversions. And once we start making sales, then I can add target, for example, $30. This is what I'm doing with one of clients, that we're running the campaign with this target CPA because it makes sense for him with his KPIs for his products. But let's start without any targets at the beginning, and once you start getting sales, you can adjust it. And keep in mind that if you set the target too low, for example $5, in most cases Google will not be able to generate any decent results with this low target, so they will completely stop advertising this campaign. You will not be getting any impressions with too low target CPA. Daily budget, you can set it to either $20 or $30. If you have much higher budgets, then I would suggest creating multiple campaigns with 1 or 2 ad groups, and then you can test the videos with much higher budgets. Do not create multiple ad groups. We will be moving to the ad group level in a second. I would suggest creating multiple campaigns. You can also change the budget structure from daily to campaign total. If you have a fixed budget that you would like to dedicate to this YouTube campaign, you can use campaign total budget settings. Then you have to set your start date and end date of the campaign, and then the total budget would be couple $100, or you can just switch it to daily, and I always set it to about $30 a day. It doesn't have to be higher than that. In most cases, it's already generating decent results for my clients if the videos are good. If not, then it's probably about the creative. You just have to change it and test new videos. Networks, we cannot exclude any networks with the settings we have right here. This is fine, just leave it as it is. Site links, we've discussed site links in the search campaign module. Those are basically the same. The problem is that for YouTube Shorts campaigns, at least for now, I do not see any site links when I'm seeing some ads of other advertisers. I do not see any site links below the video. This is why I do not add the site links in the campaign, because I just don't want to misguide Google to think that this is not a short campaign. Let's display the campaign, or let's display the ads in the regular videos. I just want to keep it in the Shorts network. This is why for this type of campaign, I do not add site links. If you are creating the YouTube campaign for regular videos, then for sure just fill all the site links right in this place. But we will skip it because this is a module for YouTube Shorts. You can activate product feed in your YouTube campaign, but there are a few major issues with this option. First of all, once you choose your Merchant Center account, you will not be able to remove it or change the account itself. It will be saved permanently on this specific campaign. The second issue is that potentially this feature will push the ads more towards the regular video instead of the Shorts network. And for now, I just recommend having this option turned off. After 2 weeks of running this campaign, you can then judge the metrics in your view rate column. You will be able to see what is the percentage view rate when it comes to the YouTube Shorts network. I will discuss this column later in this module, but based on this data, you will be able to tell if the video or the campaign itself is being displayed in the YouTube Shorts network or in the in-stream network. And based on that, you will be able to judge if you want to add product feed in this campaign or not. If you are seeing a higher view rate for YouTube Shorts, then I wouldn't suggest adding this feature and enabling in the campaign settings later. Personally, I just run the campaigns without the product feed, at least for now. But if you want, you can also test it. You can create a second campaign or add the product feed into the same campaign. But as I said, you will not be able to remove the product feed later, so your ads will be always displaying with a product below them. But if you decide to use this feature, you can then narrow the products based on different labels or maybe the specific products only, and you can also display all of your products. And this is the example. If you have your products enabled, sometimes they will be displayed below the video. For now, under the previews, I can only see these products under the regular video. Google has announced that in the future, products will be also displayed here somewhere in the YouTube Shorts network, but at least for now, this is not available. You can always check the previews on your end, and potentially this feature is already there. But for now, I'm just not enabling this feature for my YouTube Shorts campaigns because I just want to focus on YouTube Shorts network. Sometimes your YouTube Shorts ads will be also displayed in regular videos. We cannot avoid it at this point. Maybe in the future it will be possible to directly target YouTube Shorts network, but for now I just want to set up different settings in order to focus on the YouTube Shorts network as much as possible. That's why I generally disable this feature. If you really want to test it, that's completely fine. You can do that in this campaign, or you can also create a separate YouTube Shorts campaign with this feature enabled. Additional settings, this is really important. Devices, we have to exclude tablets, TV screens, and computers. At least for now, this is how you can guide Google in the right direction. Maybe it will be different for you in the future. For now, we are only targeting mobile phones with YouTube Shorts. Operating system, device model, networks, do not change it because Google will take care of it with our targeting, and we just don't want to limit Google with this campaign type. We can move to the frequency capping. You can add some limit with cap impressions or cap view frequency. I'm not adding anything for my clients because we just want Google to decide if this user should be seeing ad only once or maybe 5 times a day. Ad schedule, I always leave it at 24 hours a day, not adding any schedules. That's why I'm not advising you to add any schedules for this campaign. Third-party measurement, it's more advanced. We do not have it set up, so just skip it. Recently, Google has introduced video enhancements feature that allows Google to create additional videos in our YouTube campaigns. I think the same feature will be soon introduced to Performance Max campaigns. Let's take a look at the documentation here. Video enhancements allow you to have additional and enhanced version of your videos. They aim to improve campaign performance, for example, by creating a vertical video from your horizontal video to better fit on vertical screens. And you can take a look at the examples. This is the original horizontal video, and it can be automatically cropped by YouTube or Google to square dimensions and also to vertical aspect ratio. And for YouTube Shorts, we have to disable this feature because we don't want Google to automatically crop our videos and, for example, make them square and then display them in other networks we want to solely focus on the Shorts network. That's why we have to completely disable this feature. And if you're running a regular YouTube campaign for horizontal videos, then you can test this feature and assess the performance of your campaigns. And Google states that the intelligent technology ensures that key elements in your original horizontal video are shown properly in the new enhanced videos. You can just take a look at these examples one more time and then decide for yourself if you want to allow Google make adjustments to your videos. For sure, for YouTube Shorts campaigns, we don't need this feature. We don't want Google to basically crop our videos and then make them square and possibly display them in somewhere else than YouTube Shorts network. So just disable it and continue the campaign setup. Now we are in the ad group creation level. You can name your ad group, for example, Shorts. And then we have our audiences and optimized targeting. This is how we will target people. We can create audience segment and then either enable or disable optimized targeting. First of all, let's create the audience segment. So just click right here. And we can create audience segment for YouTube Shorts specifically. We can add different signals for Google with either our own data that we already have on the account or with possible users' interests. We can also exclude some people and we can narrow to certain demographics. First of all, let's start with segments. You can either create a segment with keywords. That's the one that I'm always using. We can then choose this second option. So people who search for any of these search terms on Google, and we can type different keywords related to our product, for example, wooden desk. And Google will suggest us more different keywords. I'm going with this one for now, but we can also choose multiple different keywords that Google is suggesting that are relevant to our product that we want to sell with this campaign. You can create more advanced segments by including people who browse these types of URLs. You can then paste different websites right here. You can also paste some apps, for example, Candy Crush, or I'm not even sure what people are playing on mobile phones, but that's the settings. I always go with keywords, not with the interest or purchase interest. I'm not choosing this option. I'm just choosing the keywords and then I'm saving the segment. Right after the custom segments, we can add our own data. And it's depending on the way you're creating the campaign. In Miro board, I'm presenting you two different types. It's either prospecting campaign or it's remarketing campaign. If this is the remarketing campaign with YouTube Shorts, then you shouldn't be adding any other segments and interest. You should be only adding your data, so users who visited your website. You can either search for your audiences that we've created in Google Ads tracking module, or you can click browse and you should be seeing a list of different audiences. You can potentially click browse and then go to the tab that is called people who visited my website or people who interacted with my business. If you click it, you will be able to see the list with all of your audiences we created. Unfortunately, for some reason, I cannot choose anything from this tab. It's not loading for me. But we can just search for it. If you type visitors, then it will load the general visitors that Google created for us, or website visitors. This is the audience we created. But as I said, normally if you click browse and then people who've interacted with your business, you will be able to see all the audiences lists we created. For some reason, it's not loading. We can just choose it from here. And if this is the remarketing campaign, then for sure delete any other signals or any other audiences and keep it only with your data that you are providing to Google based on the users that visited your website or converted or checked the products. You can see that my audiences, they are too small to serve. Obviously, this is not a live account. This is why the audiences are not populated with enough users to use it in YouTube campaigns. Right here, you can also expand the interest and detailed demographics. You can look for people that are in market for wooden desk. And it will be probably showing us the interest like desks or in market. Let's read the description. People interested in purchasing desks. So this is relevant to my product, which is nice. We can also add multiple different interests or maybe affinity audiences. So people interested in home improvement who like to build or repair things themselves. It's right there. You can add multiple interests. Exclusions, if you would like to have a pure prospecting campaign that is looking for new customers, you would have to exclude your past visitors. So your data shouldn't be containing any audience right here. It should be excluding website visitors either in the last 30 days or if you followed my advice and you created multiple audiences with different time frames, then exclude people that visited your website in the last year or even more than that, because in this way it will be a pure prospecting campaign. It really depends on your strategy. If this is a prospecting campaign, then you can exclude people who visited your website. It's not required for other clients. I'm not even excluding website visitors, but we are still generating really good sales, which means either people who are interested in our business, who visited our website, are purchasing, but of course Google is also going beyond them and looking for new customers. So it's really up to you. If you want to be sure that you are only targeting new people, then exclude your website visitors. Demographics, if your product is more suitable for females, then exclude males. You can also adjust the age groups. I usually advise leaving unknown checked because you can also have females in this audience. If you exclude unknown, then you are excluding a big portion of potential customers that are just not defined by the system. That's why I always leave it checked. And you can also expand additional demographic settings. For example, change the parental status or maybe play around with the household income. I'm not changing anything in this place, especially if this is your first campaign and you don't have any data that you could rely on and then adjust the settings. Just leave it broad. With time, you will be able to analyze the campaign's performance and then possibly edit this audience signal and then narrow to the top 10 or top 20% household income. It's really based on the data. For now, just leave it broad and you can only adjust the gender if your product is gender specific. Click save. And in here, optimize targeting. It's already checked by default by Google. Optimized targeting helps you get more conversions within your budget. Google may find people beyond your selected audience, which means we added some audiences, interests, and signals for Google, but with this option, they will use those signals and then go beyond them to find new people. Is it good? Is it bad? I usually have it on for prospecting campaigns, but obviously if you are creating the campaign for remarketing, then uncheck it, because if you are doing that for remarketing, then you should be only having audiences in this one segment, which is your data for website visitors or product viewers. It's right here. Depending on the strategy, you would either check the optimized targeting or turn it off. For prospecting campaigns, I have it on. When the results are not that great, I then uncheck it and I have different audiences added here, the keywords we created and the other segments. We just have to test that, depends on your results. So if you want to have prospecting campaign, but the results are not there, maybe try turning this feature off and possibly your sales will be improving. Then advanced settings, it is not possible anymore to have some exclusions on the placements. So we just have to skip it and move to the ad creation. Right here, we have to paste the link to our YouTube Shorts video. Remember that it has to have the /shorts/ in the URL. You can copy that and then paste it right here. You'll be now seeing different previews where your ads can be displayed. And this one is the one we are going for. It is YouTube Shorts and we can also switch between them. This is the most valuable for us, but unfortunately sometimes you will be also displaying the ads right in the regular videos. But with the current settings, we cannot avoid it, at least at the time of recording this video. Now, I'm copying my product page because right here we have to add the landing page. I generally advise adding the product page as a landing page because you're marketing your own product, and then it would be nice if people can click the call to action and then being transferred to the product page where they can complete the purchase. Display URL, it's literally the same as with search campaigns. This is what we'll be displaying to customers. We can add wooden desks. Now, call to action, we can scroll and look for either buy now or shop now. It doesn't really matter. I'm always choosing shop now. And I just wanted to remind you about the side links one more time. We are trying to create YouTube Shorts campaign, and the side links, if you add them here, I do not see any side links right in the YouTube Shorts example, which means it might trigger the campaigns to be displayed more frequently in other networks or other placements, which is incorrect with this strategy. We just want to display ads for YouTube Shorts as many times as possible. Now, headlines, we can add some headlines right here, and long headline, you can also type something in this place. It will be changing based on the ad. And description, for sure, this is the most important one. The description will be displayed right under the YouTube channel name. You can also expand and add some tracking templates for URL. It's more advanced, we don't need it for now. You can also generate banners for computers only, but we are running the campaign on mobile only. That's why you leave it at auto-generate using your channel banner. And then you can name your ad. I'll always name it based on the either product or the influencer that created the video, so that you will have multiple videos and you will be able to distinguish between them based on the creator of the video. And then you can expand this last part where you can add multiple videos in this one campaign, or you can also do it later. For now, I just added one video. Click create campaign. Continue to the campaign. And that's almost all. We are on the ad group level. Right now you can add more ad groups, but I generally advise having like 1 or 2 ad groups maximum. And if you want to test different ad groups with different targeting settings, then it would be nice if you just create multiple campaigns. And if you also turned on the optimized targeting feature, then Google will test different audiences for you. So I usually go with one ad group, and then under one ad group, if you click it, I'm always adding multiple videos, up to about 10 videos. If you have like 20 videos, 30 videos, then you either need more ad groups or even better, create more campaigns. We can also add another ad in this place. This is the same process. You just copy the URL for different video, paste it right here, and then change the information. The same product page, you can link it here, or maybe this is the ad for other product, then just change the URL based on the product you are selling. The last thing is go to the campaign level and then click settings. We need to make certain adjustments because usually Google adds something that we do not want to have. We cannot change the campaign subtype. We cannot change the marketing objective. You can change the budget. You cannot exclude any networks, but you can change the languages, or you can also change locations. Bidding strategy, you can now add some target to Google. If you have some past data or the campaign is performing well, you can add the target CPA and Google will then try to get you a sale within this range. I'm not adding anything right here because this is a new campaign. You can expand additional settings, and right here, this is important. Goals. Google has included not only purchase, but also add to cart and begin checkout. We want to change it to purchase only. In most cases, you are not optimizing for micro conversions, you are only optimizing for purchase. Devices, make sure that computers, tablets, and TV screens are excluded unless something has changed and now you can directly target YouTube Shorts not only on mobile but also on desktop. If you're on the desktop device, maybe you would be able to then target and place ads below or between the videos. For now, I'm just doing that for mobile phones only, so save it And then frequency capping and third-party measurement. I'm not changing anything here for my clients. We are just leaving that as it is. That's all. We can go back to the presentation. We added audiences as signals, and then we can test optimized targeting, either turned on or turned off. It's up to you. But in general, I have it on for most clients. And remember that if you are preparing the campaign as remarketing, then for sure switch it off, because Google will go beyond your remarketing lists, which is incorrect. And that's why you just have to adjust the settings accordingly to your specific case. Always link to the product page. Maybe if your homepage is really good, then you can link the ad to the homepage, but I generally do it for product pages. You can exclude past visitors for fully prospecting top of the funnel YouTube campaign. I discussed it. I'm not doing that frequently for my clients, but if you would like this campaign to be only prospecting for new customers, exclude your past visitors, and we can move to the Google Ads metrics columns for YouTube. In Google Ads panel, if you are in the ad group level, just click your ad group. You will be moved to ads level. And right here, we can edit the columns and adjust them for specifically video. Let's click modify columns, delete everything that is right here in this column, and let's click the performance tab. First of all, let's add impressions. Then we can add views. We can also add clicks, CTR, average CPC, which is here. Then average cost per mile, so average cost per 1,000 impressions, and average cost per view. The last one is cost. Then you can expand conversions tab. Right here, add conversions, conversion value divided by cost. This is ROAS column. We can also add conversion by time, conversion value by time, and we have to create our ROAS column by time. So scroll down, custom columns, add custom column, name it ROAS by conversion time. You can add real time. We have to find the conversion value by time column, which is here, conversion value by time, and then divided by cost, which is under performance. That's all. We have conversion value by conversion time divided by cost. Click save. The setup should be looking like that for now. So impressions, views, clicks, CTR, average CPC, average cost per mile, so 1,000 impressions, average cost per one view, and then total cost, conversions, conversion value divided by cost, which is default ROAS column, and then conversion by conversion time, conversion value by conversion time, and return on ad spend by conversion time. We can also add cost per one sale and conversion rate. You can add it right here. The last two that we will be adding are under performance, and we have to add the average watch time divided by impression column. It measures the average number of seconds someone watched your video ad per impression of the ad. Click it here. And the last column is video played to. We will be able to know what is the percentage of users who watched our video to either 25% length or maybe 50% length. It will be here displayed in this column. You can then save your view for YouTube ad and click save and apply. We will be now seeing all the metrics right in this ads view. You can always bring back your main view for this specific tab, or you can recreate it for ad group level as well. Now I just showed you how to do it on the ads level. This is the live account. I will be presenting you overall results from this type of campaign. In the last 30 days, this campaign has spent $1,000, which is not that much, and the conversion value is at $5,500 with 5.25x ROAS, which is amazing for this client. And we can see that the average cost per mile, so average cost per 1,000 impressions, is very good for some videos like this one. And the cost per view, it's sometimes less than a cent, which is amazing. So it's less than 1 cent and we are already getting a view. And this is the metric you should be aiming at. So the cost per view shouldn't be higher than 2 cents in general. Sometimes this one is 2.3, but it's still generating very good results. In general, try to aim for the cost per view below 2 cents with this campaign type. And you can see that the watch time for the videos, for example, 21 seconds, which is a really good result for this specific video. And specifically this one has only $9 cost per purchase, which means we can exclude this video potentially because Google is not pushing it that much. We only have 14,000 impressions in comparison to this one. This one has over 300,000 impressions, but with the data I can see right here, it probably means we can test the same video that will be excluded from this campaign. We can test that in a separate campaign with a new YouTube Shorts ad group, where we will be then pushing this video, and the entire budget will be then dedicated specifically for this video, which is looking very promising based on the data we have in this campaign. Recently, Google has made changes to some columns for YouTube ads. If you are in the ads level and then you modify the columns, click performance, and then you'll be able to see view rate, in-stream, in-feed, and shorts. This is a breakdown between the networks, and the view rate measures the percentage of people who watched your ad or clicked on your video ad thumbnail. It equals the number of views your ad receives divided by the number of impressions. And now, if you just apply the changes to the columns, you will be able to see that the view rate is now divided to in-stream, in-feed, and shorts. The in-stream video ads are being displayed either at the beginning of a regular YouTube video or sometimes in the middle. That's the ad that people are seeing. And in-feed ads are being placed alongside YouTube content that is likely to be viewed by your target audience. In-feed video ads appear in YouTube search results, YouTube Watch Next, and YouTube App Home Feed. So these are basically the images that people can be seeing in search results and sometimes at the App Home Feed. So basically these are the in-feed ads. And the last breakdown of this column is for YouTube Shorts. These are the vertical videos in YouTube Shorts tab. And you can see that this campaign has been created for YouTube Shorts specifically, but unfortunately Google is also displaying the videos, the vertical videos, as in-stream ads. And sometimes they are also being displayed as in-feed ads, but very rarely. And YouTube Shorts, they are also getting some view rate. The highest view rate is still in the in-stream ad. And as I said previously, we cannot avoid it at this point. Google is basically displaying the video ads in these two networks for different users. But if you take a look at the conversion value and also the ROAS column in the last 14 days, it's still very profitable for this client. So even though we cannot just completely target YouTube Shorts as a only network, this campaign is still getting decent results, even though the videos are also being displayed in regular YouTube videos. And majority of the view rate is actually being achieved there, but that's still fine. We can just keep this campaign active. If your view rate for YouTube Shorts would be that low, so 0.30%, it will be here displayed for YouTube Shorts. This means you probably have the wrong settings and your videos are not being displayed there, or you are not using a vertical YouTube Shorts videos. So this column is very helpful, and it's just giving you this idea if your videos are even displaying in YouTube Shorts network. I think that's all. I'm not sure if the settings has changed at the time of watching this video for you, but just check out my YouTube channel. And as I said, you can create two different variations of this campaign, either prospecting one that is looking for new clients and you have your past visitors excluded, or you can create the campaign, YouTube Shorts campaign, as remarketing. You are only including your website visitors and your optimized targeting settings are turned off. If you are not generating any sales with a decent ad spend, it probably means that your ad, so video, really sucks. This is why I advise to start this campaign with multiple videos, different videos with different hooks and different styles, so that you can find a winning video, replicate it, and just scale the YouTube Shorts campaign in this way. You can also test optimized targeting turned on and off in prospecting campaign, but do not turn it on in remarketing, right? Because it doesn't make sense. Then it's not remarketing campaign. The only thing really that you can optimize is video. Potentially, you can also switch between different audiences, but with having optimized targeting feature, it really doesn't make sense that much because Google is going beyond the signals you provided. This is why in 95% of cases, video is the thing that is responsible for success with this campaign. In the older version of Google Ads design, if you are in the campaign level, you can click Insights tab. And on the new design of Google Ads, when you are in the campaign level, click Insights and Reports and then Insights again. In here, you will be able to see your overall performance for current campaign. But if you scroll down, you'll be able to see Audience Insights. We can expand the rows for the table, and we can now see what audience segments are performing well for our campaign. We can check the audience segments in 3 categories: conversions, clicks, and impressions. I think the most valuable for us is the tab called conversions. We can now see what audience segments are having the highest share of conversion for our campaign, and we can also check the index for these audience segments. Basically, a higher index means that a given audience segment is more unique for you. And you can take a look at the explanation here. People who are grocery shoppers are 2.7 times more common in your conversions than in the traffic from the general population, which means these people are very valuable for us in this audience, and we can just browse this report and add these audiences as observation or as targeting to our campaign. In result, Google will start optimizing even more for these audiences, which should increase our conversions in this campaign. I've prepared this long Google Ads optimization checklist, and YouTube Shorts campaign is here at the bottom. You can optimize your targeting and just test different audiences. If your optimized targeting feature is off, you can test multiple different videos, order the videos from different influencers, and review the performance on different timeframes. If you have enough data, you can also optimize bidding for different locations, and you can change the ad schedule. Again, if you have enough data to make accurate conclusions, you can change the bidding strategy, and you can also increase budgets. The frequency is displayed in this column for certain actions. If you would like to get access to my Google Ads optimization checklist, you just have to join my Facebook group, link is in the description, and then the instructions will be there. It's completely free, so you don't have to pay for that. And you will be able to optimize your Google Ads campaigns very accurately with proper changes frequency so that your ads will be set up for success. And you can use it in combination with my Miro board. You can get access to both Miro board and Google Ads optimization checklist from my Facebook group. Link is in the description. I'm not making any sales. What should I do? Well, I really don't know because I haven't seen your website, but we can troubleshoot these things and potentially you will start getting sales. The first one are products you are trying to sell. Potentially they are priced too high, and when people are typing your main keyword in Google, they are seeing multiple different shopping ads, and on shopping ads you can see the product image and also the price. Maybe when they are seeing your ad, there is also Amazon's ad next to yours, and the product image is the same and the product is looking quite similar, but the prices are completely different. Maybe your products are much more expensive than products on Amazon, and this is why people are just purchasing there because the product itself is very similar. Or maybe it's the same product, you are sourcing the same product as the Amazon seller, and people will be more likely to purchase on Amazon because of the various reasons like secure checkout and also 1 or 2 days shipping. This is why you need to create a branded Shopify store, also good pricing that is competitive, and when people are entering your website, they actually see that you are the owner of this product. Maybe they will even think that you invented the product. This is why it's really important to create a website that is positioned as a brand, not as a just general dropshipping store. The second thing about a product is search volume. You have to do the second or third keywords research and just check the search volume of your main keywords. Maybe the search volume in total is less than 500 searches a month, which is quite low, and this means there are only few people that are actually looking for your products. Maybe there is no demand and people just don't need it. That's why you are not getting sales, because no one is looking for this product. Or if they are looking for this product, there are only few people and they are more likely to purchase on Amazon rather than on your website. And that's why you just have to check these two things. So prices of your competitors and the demand for your products, which can be checked with the search volume in Google Keywords Planner. The second thing that you can optimize is your website. You can use my free modified DOM theme with custom sections and custom card with different upsells possibilities and also free shipping threshold and progress bar. Just rewatch the module 2 of this course where I'm going over a lot of things that you can optimize and improve on your website in order to boost the conversion rate. And also you can get the free Shopify theme from my Facebook group. With that, you will be able to create a beautiful website when people can see different reviews on your website, when they can see lifestyle photos and people using your product. Potentially, you can also add user-generated content. You can contact multiple different influencers, send them the product, and just ask for a review. Then you can just place these videos on your website. And with these tactics, you will build a brand and people will be more likely to purchase from your website rather than on Amazon because they can associate with a brand, not with random Amazon listing. And this is the formula to win against Amazon ads and in general against Amazon sellers, because they are just one of the multiple different sellers of these products, and you can be a business owner that is offering them a real experience with a brand that you've created. So this will be your advantage when it comes to the competing with Amazon. Another thing that you can optimize or improve are payment methods. You just need to offer people as many different payment methods as possible. Some people like to pay with PayPal, other people are just paying with Amazon Pay or with Klarna. Just get access to as many payment methods as possible, place them on your website, and then people will be more likely to purchase with the payment methods of their choice. If you are offering PayPal only and some people don't even have PayPal account, they will most likely just exit your website. This is why you will be missing out on many sales. And to improve your conversion rate, offer people their favorite payment method. Another thing that you can improve are shipping costs. If you are getting a lot of add to carts and begin checkouts but no sales, it most likely means your shipping cost is too high and you just have to check how much your competitors are charging for shipping. If the shipping cost itself is double the product price, or maybe it's even half of the product price, some people will see it as not reasonable offer and they are not likely to purchase on your website if they have to pay twice as much for the shipping than for the product itself. This is why you just have to optimize your shipping costs. You can even do the test, just offer a free shipping for at least 7 days and see if this is getting you sales. If so, then you will be able to see that people are only likely to purchase your products or more likely to purchase your products if the shipping cost is basically zero, or if it's really at minimum, then you will be able to adjust your price of the product and just include the shipping cost in the product price. And this is how you can improve this part of your website. Another thing that you can improve are shipping transit times. If you are shipping products from China and people have to wait 2 months to receive the product, this is not a real business, and don't be surprised that no one is purchasing on your website. People will be just purchasing on Amazon where they can get 2 days or 1 day shipping and not wait for the product 2 or 3 months. This is why you need to find good suppliers or even source the product yourself. This is what I did in Poland for my own e-com store. I just sourced the products from China and I was packing them myself and sending them out to customers, and I was offering 1 day shipping. Not only I could test the product myself, see the quality of the product, but also offer a fast shipping, and at the same time people liked the product and they were referring my website to their friends. So I was getting a lot of sales through referrals. I was spending money on ads and being profitable there, but at the same time I was getting more orders because of the referrals, and people were just recommending my products and my website to their friends. This is why you need to optimize your shipping transit times and just reduce them to minimum. We are now moving to Google Ads part and specifically to daily ads budget. If your budgets are quite low and you are spending $10 or $15 a day, and at the same time your conversion rate is 1%, this means you need at least 100 visitors to your website to get 1 sale. And if you are spending $15 a day and your cost per click is quite high, for example $3, then it means you are only getting a few clicks a day, and potentially you just need to wait up to 30 days to just actually get 100 visitors to your website, and in result you will get one sale. This is why sometimes you just need to increase your marketing budgets, and then you will be getting more people visiting your website, and at the same time you will get sales faster. Google Ads account structure. Possibly you are just spending money on incorrect network. Do the competitors research and see where they are advertising in Google Ads. Maybe your customers and your competitors are actually being focused on shopping ads, but you are spending, for example, most of your budget on YouTube Shorts, and your customers are not using YouTube Shorts, or the people that are clicking your ads from YouTube Shorts are not likely to purchase. This is why you need to spend your money and your focus on the network that is converting the most. In my Miro board, I'm presenting you different campaigns ideas, but there isn't one universal structure when it comes to Google Ads, and each niche and each website is completely different. This is why you need to adjust your structure to your specific needs, check how people are looking for your products, and then just display the ads in the right place. How to maximize your success potential when it comes to new e-commerce stores. Create a real brand, not just random e-commerce store. I've said it multiple times and I will repeat it in the future as well, because still a lot of people don't get it. They just create a general dropshipping stores, and this is why they are not getting sales, or they are getting only few sales and most of them are not profitable. These days, to be profitable, you just need to create a brand. You can still have a general store, but at least narrow it down to some category of products so that people will associate your store with these categories. You don't have to have a logo on your products if the products are more expensive and you don't have budgets at the beginning to source them or to print the logo on them. That's still fine, but just niche down when it comes to the products, and your brand, the store itself, will just offer a category of products and people will be able to know that, hey, this is the website. If I want to buy a wooden desks, I will just go to them because they have a great choice of wooden desks specifically, and this is their focus. Run ads in social media, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest. Maybe your products are just not suitable on Google, or at the same time, to maximize potential of succeeding with Google Ads, you just need to create an awareness with social media. This is why I'm recommending to have at least some campaigns there. And again, you can optimize your payment methods, shipping, product feed. This is quite important. I've discussed all of it in the feed optimization module. And of course, the pricing, I've discussed it as well. You can also optimize your product photos. Just order the product and then take the photos yourself, or hire a professional videographer and professional photographer to take different photos and record different videos. You'll be able to use the videos on YouTube Shorts or on social media, and at the same time you will have a beautiful lifestyle photos of your product on your website, which will vastly increase your conversion rate. Let's say you've improved all of the things I've mentioned, but you are still not making sales or only few sales a month, and this is why we can also optimize for micro conversions. I'm not doing that with most of my clients because in general we are just optimizing our campaigns for purchases, but because most campaigns these days are using automated bidding strategies to properly optimize the campaigns and the algorithm, you need to get at least 30 sales per campaign for these algorithms to optimize properly. And if you are not getting purchases, at least you are getting some add to carts and begin checkouts. So we can start optimizing for them, and this data will be recorded in your campaign. So Google will be just going after these people, and possibly these people will be also finally purchasing on your website. This is not certain, and this strategy is quite random. For some clients, it was actually successful, and I was just resurrecting the account in this way. Or for some clients, it was completely not effective, and this is why you just need to test it yourself if you are not making sales. If you are making sales, then I don't recommend just using this strategy. Just stick to purchases only. Let's move to Google Ads, and I will show you how to properly optimize for add to carts and begin checkouts as primary events. And to do that, we also need to change the goals in our campaigns and create custom columns for reporting. On the old design of Google Ads, go to Tools and Settings and then click Conversions. On the new design of Google Ads, click goals and then summary. In this place, you will be able to see that our purchase tracking is set to primary, and primary actions are used for optimizing your bid strategy. And we can now switch our add to cart tracking and also begin checkout tracking to primary as well. So just click edit goal when it comes to add to cart tracking and then set it to primary. But just make sure to have the second option checked. So do not use add to cart as an account default goal, because for now we will just test it in one campaign, your main campaign. If this is your Performance Max campaign where you have the highest budget, then just use the strategy for this one campaign at the beginning. And if it's working, then you can also start optimizing for add to carts and begin checkouts in other campaigns as well. But for now, just choose the second option when it comes to add to cart and begin checkout. Then switch add to cart to primary and click save. Do the same thing for begin checkout, click edit goal and also set it to primary action and choose the second option. But just make sure that your purchase tracking has this first option set. So this should be your main account default goal when it comes to purchase. We can now move to our main campaign and adjust our goals there. So just click campaigns again, and just look for your main campaign. I guess for most people, it would be your shopping campaign and possibly Performance Max. So just click settings of this campaign and then adjust the goals here, click it. For now, it's just set to purchase, but we can just add to cart and begin checkout as well. Click save it one more time. And now we are optimizing for purchases, add to carts and begin checkouts. So not only purchases, but also add to carts and begin checkouts will be submitted to this campaign, and the algorithm will be able to see what type of people are adding to cart, what type of people are beginning the checkout. The biggest downside of this strategy is that now your default columns, conversions, conversion value, conversion by time, and conversion value by conversion time, will be completely deorganized, because now each add to cart and each begin checkout and each purchase combined will be counted as conversion. So if you are getting a lot of add to carts, you'll be seeing this amount here under conversions and under conversion by conversion time. And some people would think, wow, I'm finally getting a lot of sales. But no, you're just only getting add to carts or only add to carts and begin checkouts combined. And everything will be just reported in these columns, completely inflating your data. You'll be seeing conversion value combined when it comes to add to carts, begin checkouts and purchases. So each of the conversion tags will be just added up and you'll be seeing much higher numbers than on your Shopify backend, because everything will be added together. And in order to review our data properly, we just need to create custom columns based on only purchase tag. So you will be able to see what is the real amount of sales this campaign is generating. Click columns and then modify columns. Scroll down to custom columns, and we have to create two columns. One for reporting the real amount of purchases the campaign is generating, and the second one for reporting the real revenue, so the sales revenue. Click custom column. Let's name the first column purchases. Click column, and then under conversions, we just need to specify the column itself. So you can either use conversions column. This one reports the sales when the click occurred, or you can use conversions by conversion time. This column reports the sales when the actual sale happened in your Shopify backend. In most cases, I'm just using this one because this is the real-time data. So just click conversions by conversion time. And now for this column, custom column, we need to specify the tracking tag. So just select this one and go to conversion action and choose purchase tracking. And this will be the only tracking code that will be reported in this new custom column. We will be only seeing purchases under this column. You can now save it. We can now see this purchase custom column here. Let's create one more for revenue. So just name it revenue. Then click column and conversions again. Scroll down and you will be able to see conversion value and conversion value by conversion time, because we are using the conversion by conversion time column in our first custom column, let's just use this one for our revenue as well. So by conversion time, the real-time data. And again, we have to specify our conversion action, which will be purchase only. Purchase data, the real revenue, will be reported in this custom column. Click Save. Now we have these two columns here. Just apply them to your columns view. And now you will be able to see these two columns here. And you can use them for reviewing your Performance Max campaign, because other columns here will be completely not reliable, because as I said, they will be having the data completely inflated because of all add to carts, all begin checkouts, and all purchases added together in these columns when it comes to the conversion amount or the conversion value, the revenue itself. So just use these new columns for the campaigns where you are utilizing this strategy. So if you are optimizing for add to carts and begin checkouts and purchases in this one campaign, then you can use these columns. But if you are also implementing this strategy for multiple different campaigns, then of course you will be able to see the real-time purchases and revenue in these new custom columns. That's all in this module. I hope that if you improve the things I've discussed, you will be getting at least some sales, or possibly it will be a game changer for you. So just rewatch the module one more time if you need it, and then implement the strategies I've discussed. So improve your website, your shipping times, prices, and at the end, if you are still not making sales, you can just start utilizing this strategy and start optimizing for add to carts and begin checkout, and at the same time for purchases as well. Maybe it will vastly improve the amount of sales you are getting. In this first case study, I will show you how we achieved a hyper growth for this e-commerce brand with multiple PMax campaigns strategy. They were running on feed only, so shopping only, with products segmented by category. Each of the PMax campaigns had only one assets group, and the products were added there, segmented by category. So each assets group within the PMax had only one category of products. And then we were also using multiple search campaigns for best-selling products, but they were not a main driver for the conversions. The PMax campaigns were the campaigns that were generating the most amount of revenue for this client. And this hyper growth was achieved in Q4 of 2022. So exactly in the most busy time for e-commerce stores, because it's Q4 with different events like holidays or Christmas, or also Black Friday, Cyber Monday. This is why we were able to take advantage of this time of the year and achieve this amazing results for this client. At the beginning, the client was running the ads himself. He was spending a lot of money per day. At one point, he was spending $4,500 with very unprofitable ROAS, which was 1.27, and the ROAS was fluctuating around this number all the time, so it was completely not profitable. And the client decided to pause the ads. Then we started working on the account. We've prepared a completely new account structure with different PMax campaigns segmented out by products categories. And also we've launched multiple different search campaigns. We've activated the ads again around the 25th of September 2022, and we were running them until the end of the year. Let's take a look at the data. I will just switch it to the daily chart. And we can see that the ads started on the 25th of September. And since then, the ROAS was very profitable for this client. And you can take a look at the ROAS here. It's going down around here because of Christmas and a lot of competition that was entering at that time and increasing the budgets. But still, we were scaling the account. You can just take a look at the cost trend line. And basically, we've managed to spend around $3,000 per day. Take a look at the sales numbers that were generated. Basically, at one day in December, we've crossed $11,000 in sales from Google Ads alone, and this was really amazing for this client. I will add the trend line for ROAS back, and let's just take a look at the peak. So with 3.83x ROAS, we've managed to generate more than $11,000 in revenue in one day just from Google Ads. This client was not only advertising on Google, but also on the social media. And at the same time, it was end of 2022, just before Christmas. People were going crazy about this product. And this is why we've managed to achieve a lot of sales, profitable sales for this client. Let's take a look at the campaign structure. You can just see a campaign type right in this column. First two campaigns that were spending the most amount of money were Performance Max campaigns. As I told you guys, it was only one assets group in each one of these campaigns, and products were segmented by categories. So one category of product was added here, and the second category of product was added here. Very simple strategy, so you don't have to overcomplicate your Google Ads account structure, because as you can see on this example, the account structure is very simple, but still it was generating a lot of revenue with very profitable ROAS, especially for the KPIs of this client. And you can see two such campaigns running at the same time. They were prospecting campaigns, not targeting the brand name, but generic keywords, and still we were profitable with them. And the campaigns there with much lower ad spend were again Performance Max for just supplementary products that were not driving that much volume, but still we were able to upsell them. And the other campaigns with much lower ad spend were just a test campaigns. For example, this one and this one, they were not achieving the proper KPIs, so we decided to pause them. That's all in this case study. It wasn't long, but also the campaign structure is very simple and you just have to test it for yourself, especially the segmentation of products. The segmentation by products category for each campaigns and each assets group is the most effective one for me and for my clients. That's why I recommend you trying this strategy. So each assets group will only have one category of products. And if you have higher budgets, you just create multiple campaigns, Performance Max campaigns, with only one assets group. So each category of products will have its own dedicated campaign where the budget can be completely spent on one Performance Max campaign and one category of products. And you can just grow your sales and your brand in this way. The second case study is about new account structure. This account is around 1.5 months old, but it's already generating amazing results for this client. The setup is fairly simple. One standard shopping campaign with two ad groups, and products are segmented by model. This client actually has only two main products, and we are just testing different models of the same product into ad groups. We are also running brand search campaign and prospecting search campaign. We are closing the entire setup with YouTube Shorts that are generating very effective sales for this client. The client has provided us different videos created by different influencers, and because of that we are able to test the videos with different audiences and reach new customers. Keep in mind that it's highly advised to run social media campaigns alongside with Google. Overall, people are getting familiar with your brand, and some of them are not purchasing on social media, but they go straight to Google, where we can capture them with either standard shopping campaign or brand protection campaign. Let's move to Google Ads panel, and I will show you the real results and numbers the campaigns generated for this client. We started the campaigns on the, I believe, 15th of March, but the campaigns have already generated more than $50,000 for this client, and the total ad spend is $8,500. And so far, the overall ROAS across the account is close to 600%, which is phenomenal and very profitable for this client. We've generated 465 purchases, and you can see that the campaigns were struggling at the beginning, but then we took off with YouTube Shorts and prospecting campaigns. We can see that we are not losing that many impressions due to rank of the ads. We are only losing impressions mainly because of the budgets that are too low for Google in some networks, and it's giving us this idea that potentially we can scale the account even more and generate very good results for this client in the future. You can see overall numbers when it comes to the ROAS, either ROAS by time or the default columns right here. The first campaign is shopping, standard shopping campaign. The numbers are looking very good, $20,000 in the last month and a half. Then we have search campaign, which is actually brand protection campaign. We are protecting our brand against competitors that might be bidding with our keywords. And this one is for YouTube Shorts. You can see that ROAS is still profitable for this client. It's almost 4x. And then this one, this is the generic search campaign for prospecting with generic keywords. It's close to being profitable. We are working on excluding some irrelevant search terms and narrowing down to the profitable states so that this campaign will also be profitable very soon. Let's move to the YouTube Shorts because I just wanted to show you the overall numbers there. You can see that we are running one ad group with target CPA bidding strategy. The target CPA that is set to $30, and we are having a couple of videos under this ad group. Google is actually favoring this one with almost 450,000 impressions. The view rate is quite good, and we have 25 conversions recorded and generated from this one video alone. But you can see that potentially we can also start pushing the other videos more. Let me add more columns. For example, ROAS and conversion rate. You will be able to see that this video is still profitable for the client, but those other videos are not being advertised that much by Google, but we are still getting very good ROAS on them, which means we can exclude the video and possibly test it in a separate YouTube Shorts campaign, because not only the view rate is higher, but also the ROAS and conversions are looking very good. The cost per conversion is super low for this video in particular. That's why we can possibly test it in a separate campaign. You can see that standard shopping is also working, even though in the auction we are seeing a lot of competition and we are not necessarily that high when it comes to the performance, but we are very profitable. So it's not always about how much we are spending in Google Ads, because we are not spending that much on this campaign. It's $80 a day, but it's also about your brand, your landing pages, and overall marketing strategy if you are advertising in social media, and then also creating awareness with YouTube Shorts and having prospecting campaign with Google. It all creates this big marketing strategy, which in results is generating profitable sales for you. And I know that this client is using the same videos also on TikTok and on Instagram Reels. This is why it's very possible to be profitable with Google if your e-commerce store is positioning as a brand, not as scammy dropshipping store. Even though this client started as dropshipper, but I know that he now has his own stock at home. He's actually packing the products and sending them out to customers. The shipping times are like 3 to 4 days maximum in the United States, which means he will be growing this brand beyond 6 figures very soon. In this third case study, I will discuss another account where we've optimized the product feed and also switched the main prospecting search campaign to automated bidding strategy. I will show you the results. And here's the account structure. It has 2 PMAX campaigns. One is running with feed only, so shopping only strategy. And the other one is running with all assets. We have all descriptions added, headlines, images, and also videos. We also have the brand search campaign that is protecting the branded keywords against competitors. The third campaign is prospecting search campaign that is now running on target ROAS bidding strategy. It's running on target ROAS bidding strategy because it has different ad groups that are advertising different category of products. The products have different prices. This is why target ROAS is more suitable in this case. We are also running one discovery remarketing campaign, the discovery campaign that will be soon converted to demand gen. We are closing the entire setup with standard shopping campaign. As I told you guys in the Performance Max module, PMax campaigns are generally focusing on the batch of products that are just getting the most amount of clicks, and Performance Max is not rotating these products that much. So if you have hundreds of products in one PMax campaign, sometimes 50% of the SKUs in the PMax will be not even getting clicks. This is why the standard shopping in some cases for some SKUs is taking over, and you are getting these additional clicks for the SKUs that are not getting that much exposure in the PMax. These are the numbers on the account. In the last 30 days, this account has generated $138,000 with 5.11x ROAS in the last 30 days, and the ad spend is about $27,000, and we have about 1,900 conversions recorded on this account. The results are very profitable for this client. Let's move to the campaigns level. On the campaign level, you can see more detailed results. The first search campaign is prospecting for new clients, and we have quite a high budget for it, $620 a day, and the results are quite good, about $30,000 in revenue. but the ROAS is on break even and we are working on the new structure for this campaign. I will discuss the current structure in a second, but let's take a look at the results for other campaigns. This is the brand protection campaign and it's generating a lot of sales for this client. It's because he's also running ads in social media and a lot of people are just seeing ads on Instagram and on Facebook, but they are not purchasing right away. They just go straight to Google where we are capturing them with our branded keywords. And here we have our standard shopping campaign and also 2 Performance Max campaigns. They are also generating very decent revenue. Let's take a look at the increase in sales in comparison to the previous period. After optimizing the product feed, sales have increased by almost 100% when it comes to the Performance Max campaign. It's displayed here. You can see that Discovery remarketing campaign, it's also generating sales. We have launched it recently and it will be soon switched to the Demand Gen campaign, but for now it's still called Discovery. And it's already generating profitable sales for this client. So you can also test Discovery or Demand Gen remarketing on your accounts, but do it later once you gather enough data after you focus most of your budgets on shopping and search campaigns. Let's take a look at the structure for this prospecting search campaign. And this is very interesting case when it comes to the prospecting search campaign. We have 6 ad groups. And after switching the bidding strategy to target ROAS, the cost has increased, but unfortunately at the same time, the ROAS has declined. And for most ad groups, we are not generating that profitable sales anymore. The conversion value has increased, but in general, we have lost about 12% when it comes to the ROAS. We'll be still keeping this bidding strategy for about another month and then see how the results will present in a month from now. We will do the keywords optimization and let's take a look at this one particular ad group. I wanted to show you what happens if you have too many keywords in one ad group. I advised you to have about 20 keywords per ad group, but this specific ad group has 60 keywords and we did it specifically as a test just to see how it will behave with the automated bidding strategy. Unfortunately, if you just take a look at the amount of clicks, about 20, maybe 25 keywords are getting the majority of the clicks. Google is not focusing on the other keywords that we've added to this ad group, which means even though some of them are generating profitable sales, Google will be not spending the budget on them that much, and it's worth excluding them from this specific ad group and launching a separate campaign so that the budget will be focused solely on these profitable keywords. Let me just select the keywords that are getting the most amount of clicks. And in general, we have about 25 keywords. Google is just spending the majority of the budget on the keywords that are getting the most amount of clicks because Google is making money on these clicks. This is why if the keyword is driving a lot of volume, Google will be just pushing this keyword the most. This is why the less keywords, the better when it comes to one ad group. But if you have multiple different keywords, like in this case we have about 60, it will be nice if you just exclude them and spend the money on separate campaign or at least on separate ad group. That's all in this case study. We will be working intensively on that search campaign with excluding irrelevant search terms, adding different audiences, and also excluding these keywords that are not getting clicks or that are getting only few clicks but still generating sales. And we will launch them in a separate search campaign so that Google can focus the entire campaign budget on these additional keywords but in a separate campaign. In this last case study, I will show you how we are using Performance Max campaigns for scaling the account. This is the account that I'm managing and actually white labeling for other agency. So this is not the client of my agency, Exedios.com. This is the client of another agency for which I'm just managing the account. And here we have multiple PMax campaigns. Most of them are running on feed only, so shopping only. And the campaigns for best-selling collections. These campaigns are again Performance Max campaigns. We have one standard shopping campaign and also one brand search campaign that is protecting the branded keywords against competitors. The last campaign is dynamic search campaign that is just capturing some search terms through search network. This account in the last 30 days has spent about 59,000 euros and it's around $63,000. The campaigns generated $127,000 in revenue, and this is about 2.15x ROAS. This client is fully dropshipping. This is why his break-even ROAS is quite low, about 1.85, and these numbers are already profitable for him. Let's take a look at the campaign structure. And this is the account structure. We have multiple different PMAX campaigns. You can see the campaign type in this column. There is one main campaign that is spending about 1,000 euros a day. It's around 1,073 United States dollars a day. And this campaign is driving a lot of revenue for this client. This campaign is testing different products, and then the products that are doing well, the categories of products, are being excluded to separate performance max campaigns where I'm running them with lower budgets that I'm just increasing, and I'm running these categories of products per campaign, per one asset group. So each of these performance max campaigns, they only have one assets group and only one category of products in these asset groups. I'm then scaling the budgets for these campaigns, just increasing the daily ad spend and monitoring the target ROAS in the campaign settings. Most of them are generating very profitable revenue for this client, and this indicates I can scale even more. We also have one shopping campaign that is just capturing some of the additional traffic through shopping network. When the PMAX campaign is not favoring some of the products, I'm then just capturing these clicks through standard shopping. At the bottom, we have 3 search campaigns. This one in the middle is for brand protection. And we also have 2 dynamic search campaigns that are just capturing some of the traffic through search network. This PMAX campaign is spending a lot of money per day, but because this client is dropshipping and he's adding a lot of products every single month, the PMAX campaign is not testing all of them. Most of them are just not getting clicks at all. That's why I'm using the script I've discussed in the Performance Max Optimization module. I'm using the script here with the zombies label, where I can see the product IDs that are not getting any clicks. And then I'm taking these product IDs and just launching them in a zombies testing campaign. So these products, they might have a big potential, but Google is just not displaying them to customers, or they are just not focusing the budget on them. This is why I'm just excluding these products from the main PMAX campaign, and then I'm launching a separate PMAX for testing these zombie products. And you can see that this PMAX is already spending around 200 euros a day, and in the last 30 days it has spent close to 5,000 euros, and it's already generating a lot of revenue for this client, around $12,000 with 2.32x ROAS, which is very good. And then because of this script, it's allowing me to see which products on the account are not getting clicks or which products are getting only few clicks. This is the amount of impressions, so you can see Google is really not testing them, not even displaying to customers and to potential buyers. This is why you can use the strategy. You just exclude these products from your main campaign, from the main PMAX campaign, and then launch them in a separate PMAX or separate standard shopping campaigns to just focus the budgets on them, and possibly you will find a lot of winning products or just a lot of good products that will be driving a lot of revenue for you. And some of these zombies products will just become a bestsellers for you. That's all in this case study. It was the last case study in this course. You can see this account structure is completely different from the one that I'm presenting you in my Miro board. This is because I told you that there is not one universal account structure, and each account and target country is completely different. You just need to test a lot of things. It takes a lot of time to manage this account because of the amount of products, and you can see the numbers on the account are improving even more. After 4 days, the ROAS on the account is at 2.24x, and it will be growing even more because we are entering Q4 of 2023 very soon. That's all in this course. I really hope you guys liked it. I've spent more than 6 months on creating this entire course. Every single checklist and every single document that I'm sharing with you, I've prepared it myself. I spent weeks on preparing the Miro board and all of these other resources, designing the Shopify theme with the developers. So it was a lot of work, and I hope the knowledge I shared with you is really insightful and will help you with growing your e-commerce store. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to join my Facebook group, where I will be holding live calls. More tips and resources will be shared there. And if you ever need help with scaling your Google Ads, you can schedule a call with me or my team. and potentially we will be able to work together and grow your Google Ads, while at the same time you will be able to focus on other parts of your e-commerce business.